I pulled his mouth down to mine. As our lips touched, his rhythm faltered. He stopped, hugging me so tightly my feet left the floor. Unlike the heartbroken singer, I wasn't in love with a ghost. I was in love with a flesh-and-blood man, one who made mistakes but learned from them, a man who was trying hard to better himself for me, a man who wanted us to work as desperately as I did. "I'm never happier than when I'm with you," I told him.
"Oh, Eva."
He took my breath away with his kiss. "It was the kid," I said. Gideon's fingertips drew circles around my navel.
"That's twisted."
We were sprawled lengthwise on the couch, watching my favorite police procedural television show. He was spooned behind me, his chin on my shoulder and his legs tangled with mine. "That's the way these things work," I told him. "Shock value and all that."
"I think it was the grandmother."
"Oh, my God." I tilted my head to look back at him. "And you don't think that's twisted?" He grinned and smacked a kiss on my cheek.
"Want to bet on who's right?"
"I don't gamble."
Aw, come on.
His hand splayed against my belly, anchoring me as he rose up on his elbow to look down at me. "Nope." I felt him against the curve of my buttocks, a solid, weighty length. He wasn't erect, but that didn't stop him from gaining my attention. Curious, I reached between us and cupped him in my hand. He hardened instantly. One black brow arched.
"You copping a feel, Angel?"
I squeezed him gently. "Now I'm hot and bothered, and wondering why my new neighbor isn't putting the moves on me."
"Maybe he doesn't want to push you too far, too fast, and scare you off."
Gideon's eyes glittered in the light of the television. "Is that so?" He nuzzled his nose against my temple.
"If he has half a brain, he'd know not to let you get away."
"Oh. Maybe I should make the first move," I whispered, wrapping my fingers around his wrist. "But what if he thinks I'm too easy?"
"He'll be too busy thinking he's damned lucky."
"Well, then," I wriggled around to face him. "Howdy, neighbor." He traced my eyebrow with the tip of his finger.
"Hi. I really like the view around here."
"The hospitality isn't bad either."
"Oh? Plenty of towels?"
I pushed at his shoulder. "Do you want to suck face or not?"
"Suck face?"
His head fell back and he laughed, his chest vibrating against me. It was a lusty, full-bodied sound and my toes curled at hearing it. Gideon laughed so rarely. My hand slid under his sweater and glided over warm skin. My lips moved over his jaw. "Is that a no?"
"Angel, I'll suck on any part of your body I can get my mouth on."
"Start here." I offered him my lips and he took them, sealing his mouth softly over mine. His tongue traced the seam, then dipped inside me, licking and teasing. I burrowed into his body, moaning when he shifted to lie half over me. My hand slid up and down his back, my leg lifting to hook over his hip. I caught his lower lip between my teeth and stroked the curve with the tip of my tongue. His groan was so erotic it made me wet. My back arched as his hand crept beneath the hem of my t-shirt and captured my bare breast, rolling my nipple between his thumb and forefinger.
"You're so soft,"
he murmured. He kissed his way to my temple and then buried his face in my hair.
"I love touching you."
"You're perfect." I pushed beneath his waistband to grip his bare buttocks. The scent and heat of his skin intoxicated me, made me feel drunk with lust and longing. "A dream."
"You're my dream. Christ, you're so beautiful."
His mouth covered mine, and I fisted a hand in his hair, clutching him to me with my arms and legs wrapped around him. My world narrowed to just him, the feel of him, the sounds he made.
"I love how much you want me," he said hoarsely. "I couldn't stand being in this alone."
"I'm with you, baby," I promised, my mouth moving feverishly beneath his. I am so with you. Gideon possessed me with one hand at my nape and the other at my waist. Settling over me, he aligned his hardness to my softness, his cock to my sex, and rolled his hips. I gasped, my nails digging into the rock-hard cheeks of his ass. Yes, I moaned shamelessly. You feel so good.
I'd feel better inside you,
he purred. I bit his earlobe. Are you trying to talk me into going all the way?
We don't have to go anywhere, Angel.
He sucked gently on my throat, making my sex clench hungrily.
I can put it in right here. I promise I'll make you feel good.
I don't know. I've changed my ways. I'm not that kind of girl anymore. His hand at my waist pushed my pants down. I gave a token wiggle and made a soft sound of protest. My skin tingled where he'd touched me, my body awakening to his demands. Shh. Brushing his mouth over mine, he whispered,
If you don't like it once it's in you, I promise I'll pull out.
Has that line ever worked for anyone?
I'm not feeding you lines. I mean every word.
I gripped the steely curves of his butt and rocked up against him, knowing damn well he didn't need any lines. A crook of his finger was all it would take for him to get laid by anyone he wanted. Thankfully, he only wanted me. Reveling in his playfulness, I teased, I bet you say that to all the girls.
What other girls?
You've got a rep, you know.
But you're the one wearing my ring.
As he lifted his head, his fingertips brushed the hair from my temple.
Day one of my life was the day I met you.
The words hit me like a blow. I swallowed hard and whispered, Okay, that's a winner. You can put it in. The shadows left his face, chased away by a smile.
God, I'm crazy about you.
I smiled back. I know. 6. I woke in a cold sweat, my heart pounding violently. I lay in the master bed, panting, my mind clawing up from the depths of sleep.
Get off me!
Gideon. My God.
Don't fucking touch me!
Throwing off the covers, I scrambled out of bed and ran down the hallway to the guest room. I searched frantically for the switch on the wall, hitting it with the flat of my palm. Light exploded in the room, exposing Gideon writhing on the bed, his legs twisted in the bedding.
Don't! Oh, Christ!
His back arched up from the bed, his hands fisting in the fitted sheets.
It hurts!
Gideon? He jerked violently. I raced to the bedside, my heart twisting to see him flushed and drenched with sweat. I placed my hand on his chest.
Don't fucking touch me!
He hissed, seizing my wrist and squeezing it so hard I cried out in pain. His eyes were open, but unfocused, still trapped in his nightmare. Gideon! I struggled to get away. He jackknifed upward, his lungs heaving and his eyes wild.
Eva?
Releasing me as if I had burned him, he shoved his damp hair out of his face and lunged out of bed.
Jesus. Eva? Did I hurt you?
I held my wrist with my other hand and shook my head.
I want to see,
he said hoarsely, reaching for me with trembling hands. I dropped my arms and stepped into him, hugging him as tightly as I could, my cheek pressed to his sweat-slick chest.
Angel.
He clung to me, shaking.
I'm sorry.
Shh, baby. It's okay.
Let me hold you,
he whispered, sinking to the floor with me.
Don't let go.
Never, I promised, my lips whispering over his skin. Never. I ran a bath and climbed into the triangular corner tub with him. Sitting behind him on the highest step, I washed his hair and ran soapy hands over his chest and back, washing the icy sweat of the nightmare away. The heat of the water stopped his quivering. but nothing so simple could remove the dark desolation in his eyes. "Have you ever talked to anyone about your nightmares?" I asked, squeezing warm water out of the sponge onto his shoulder. He shook his head. "It's time," I said softly, "and I'm your girl." He took a long time to speak.
Eva, when you have nightmares, are they more like recreations of actual events, or does your mind switch them around? Change them?
"They're mostly memories, true to life. Are yours not?"
Sometimes. Sometimes they're different. Make-believe.
I absorbed that a minute, wishing I had the training and knowledge to be truly helpful. Instead, I could only love him and listen. I hoped that was enough, because his nightmares were ripping me apart as surely as they were him. "Are they changed in a good way or bad?"
I fight back,
he said softly. "And he still hurts you?"
Yes. He still wins, but at least I hold him off as long as I can.
I dipped the sponge again, squeezing water over him, trying to maintain a soothing rhythm. "You shouldn't judge yourself. You were only a child."
So were you.
My eyes closed tightly against the knowledge that Gideon had seen the photos and videos Nathan had taken of me. Nathan was a sadist. It's natural to struggle against physical pain, so I did. That's not bravery.
I wish it had hurt me more,
he bit out.
I hate that he made me enjoy it.
You didn't enjoy it. You felt pleasure, and that's not the same thing. Gideon, our bodies react to things by instinct, even when we don't consciously want them to. I hugged him from behind, resting my chin on the top of his head. He was your therapist's assistant, someone you're supposed to be able to trust. He had the training to fuck with your head.
You don't understand.
Then make me understand.
He seduced me, and I let him. He couldn't make me want it, but he made sure I didn't resist.
Moving, I pressed my cheek to his temple. Are you worried you're bisexual? It won't freak me out if you are.
No.
He turned his head and brushed his mouth across mine, his hands lifting out of the water to link our fingers together.
I've never been attracted to men, but the fact that you'd accept me if I were. Right now, I love you so much it hurts.
Baby. I kissed him sweetly, our lips parting and clinging. I just want you to be happy, preferably with me, and I really want you to stop hurting yourself over what was done to you. You were raped. You were a victim, and now you're a survivor. There's no shame in that. He turned and pulled me deeper into the water. I settled beside him, my hand on his thigh. Can we talk about something? Sexual?
Always.
You told me once that you don't do anal play. I felt him tense. But
I've had my fingers and tongue inside you,
he finished, studying me. He'd altered with the change of subject, his hesitation replaced by calm authority.
You enjoy it.
Do you? I asked, before I lost the courage. He breathed heavily, his cheekbones burnished by the heated water, his face exposed by his slicked-back hair. After long moments, I feared he wasn't going to answer me. I'd like to give you that, Gideon, if you want it. His eyes closed.
Angel.
I reached a hand between his legs, cupping his heavy sack. My middle finger extended beneath him, brushing lightly over the puckered opening. He jerked violently, his legs slamming shut, sending water sloshing to the lip of the tub. His cock hardened like stone against my forearm. I pulled my trapped hand free and gripped his erection in my fist, stroking, my mouth taking his when he groaned.
I'll do anything for you. There are no limits in our bed. No memories, just us. You and me, and love. I love you so much.
His tongue thrust into my mouth, a greedy and slightly angry foray. His hand at my waist tightened, his other hand covering mine and urging me to tighten my grip. Gentle waves lapped against the sides of the bathtub as I pumped his erection. His moan tightened my nipples. I own your pleasure, I whispered into his mouth. I'll take it if you won't give it to me. He growled, his head falling back.
Make me come.
Any way you want, I vowed. Wear the blue tie, the one that matches your eyes. I had a direct view into the walk-in closet, where Gideon was picking out the suit he'd wear to wrap up the week. He glanced over to where I sat on the edge of the bed in the master bedroom, a cup of coffee in his hands, his mouth curved in an indulgent smile. I love your eyes, I told him with an easy shrug. They're gorgeous. He unhooked the tie from the rack and stepped back into the bedroom with a graphite gray suit draped over his forearm. He wore only black boxer briefs, affording me the joy of admiring his leanly ripped body and taut golden skin.
It's uncanny how often we think alike, he said. I picked out the suit because the color reminds me of your eyes.
That made me smile. I swung my legs, too full of love and happiness to sit still. Laying his clothes on the bed, Gideon came to me. I tilted my head back to look up at him, my heart beating strong and sure. He cupped the sides of my head, his thumbs brushing over my eyebrows.
Such a beautiful stormy gray, and so very expressive.
A totally unfair advantage for you. You read me like a book, while you've got the best poker face I've ever seen. Bending over, he kissed my forehead.
And yet I can never get away with anything with you.
So you say. I watched him start to dress. Listen, I want you to do something for me.
Anything.
If you need a date, and it can't be me, take Ireland. He paused in the act of buttoning up his shirt.
She's 17, Eva.
So? Your sister is a beautiful, classy young woman who adores you. She'd do you proud. Sighing, he grabbed his slacks.
I can't imagine her being anything but bored at the few events appropriate for her to attend.
You said she'd be bored having dinner at my place, and you were wrong about that.
You were there, he argued, yanking up his pants. She had fun with you.
I took a drink of my coffee. You said anything, I reminded.
I don't have a problem going dateless, Eva, and I told you I won't be seeing Corinne anymore.
I stared at him over the rim of my mug and didn't say anything. Gideon shoved his shirt tails into his slacks with obvious frustration.
Fine.
Thank you.
You could refrain from grinning like the Cheshire Cat, he muttered.
I could. He stilled, his narrowed eyes sliding down my body to where my robe had fallen away from my bare legs. Don't get any ideas, Ace. I already put out this morning.
Do you have a passport?
He asked. I frowned. Yes. Why? Nodding briskly, he reached for the tie I loved.
You'll need it.
Excitement tingled through me. For what?
For travel.
Duh. I slid off the bed onto my feet. Travel to where? His eyes held a wicked gleam as he swiftly and expertly knotted his tie.
Somewhere.
Are you shipping me off to parts unknown?
Wouldn't I love to?
He murmured.
You and me on a deserted tropical island where you'd be perpetually naked, and I could slide into you at any moment.
I set one hand on my hip and shot him a look. Sunburned and bow-legged. Sexy. He laughed, and my toes flexed into the carpet.
I want to see you tonight,
he said, as he shrugged into his vest. You just want to put it in me again.
Well, you did tell me not to stop. Repeatedly.
Snorting, I put my coffee down on the nightstand and shrugged out of my robe. Naked, I crossed the room, skirting him when he made a grab for me. I was opening a drawer to choose one of the lovely Corinne Gilson bra and panty sets he kept stocked for me. When he came up behind me, slid his arms beneath mine and cupped my breasts in both hands.
I can remind you, he purred.
Don't you have a job to get to? Because I do. Gideon pressed against my back.
Come work with me.
And pour your coffee while waiting for you to fuck me?
I'm serious.
So am I. I spun so quickly to face him that I knocked my purse onto the floor. I have a job and I like it a lot. You know that.
And you're good at it.
He gripped my shoulders.
Be good at it for me.
I can't, for the same reason I didn't accept help from my stepfather. I want to make it on my own.
I know that. I respect that about you.
His hands caressed my arms.
I clawed my way up too, with the Cross name trying to drag me down. I'd never take the effort away from you. You wouldn't get anything you didn't earn.
I suppressed the twinge of sympathy I felt for Gideon's suffering over his father, a Ponzi scheme swindler who'd taken his own life rather than face jail time. Do you really think anyone is going to believe I got the job for any reason other than I'm the chick you're sticking it to now?
Shut up.
He shook me.
You're pissed off and that's fine, but don't talk about us that way.
I pushed at him. Everyone else will. Growling, he released me.
You signed up for a cross-trainer membership even though you've got Equinox and Krav Maga. Explain why.
I pivoted to yank a pair of panties on so I wasn't arguing while buck naked. That's different.
It's not.
I faced him again, stepping on stuff that had fallen out of my purse, which only made me madder. Watersfield and Lehman isn't in competition with Cross Industries. You use the agency's services yourself.
Do you think you'll never work on a campaign for one of my competitors?
Standing there in his unbuttoned vest and an impeccable tie, he was making it hard for me to think properly. He was beautiful and passionate and everything I'd ever wanted, which made it nearly impossible for me to deny him anything. That's not the point. I won't be happy, Gideon, I said with quiet honesty.
Come here.
He held his arms open for me and hugged me when I walked into them. He spoke with his lips against my temple.
One day, the Cross and Cross Industries won't refer to just me.
My anger and frustration simmered. Can we not talk about this now?
One last thing. You can apply for a position just like anyone else. If that's the way you need to do it, I won't interfere. If you get the job, you'd be working on a different floor of the Crossfire and climbing the career ladder all on your own. Whether you advance won't be up to me.
It's important to you. It wasn't a question.
Of course it is. We're working hard to build a future together. This is a natural step in that direction.
I nodded reluctantly. I have to be independent. His hand cupped my nape, holding me close.
Don't forget what matters most. If you work hard and show skill and talent, that's what people will base their judgments on.
I have to get ready for work. Gideon searched my face, then kissed me softly. He released me, and I bent down to pick up my purse. Then I noticed that I'd stepped on my mirrored compact and shattered its case. I wasn't heartbroken over it because I could always pick up another at Sephora on the way home. What froze my blood was the electrical wire sticking out of the cracked plastic. Gideon crouched down to help me. I looked at him. What is this? He took the compact from me and broke off more of the shell to expose a microchip with a small antenna.
A bug, maybe. Or a tracking device.
I looked at him with horror. My lips moved silently. The police?
I've got jammers in the apartment, he answered, shocking me further. And no, there's no way any judge would have authorized a tap on you. There's nothing to justify it.
Jesus. I fell back on my ass, feeling sick.
I'll have my guys look at it.
He lowered to his knees and brushed the hair back from my face.
Could it be your mother?
I stared at him helplessly.
Eva.
My God, Gideon. I held him off with an uplifted hand and grabbed my phone with the other. I dialed Clancy, my stepfather's bodyguard, and the moment he answered, I said, "Is the bug in my compact one of yours?" There was a pause, then,
"Tracking device, not a bug. Yes."
"For fuck's sake, Clancy."
"It's my job."
"Your job sucks," I shot back, picturing him in my head. Clancy was solid muscle. He wore his dirty blonde hair in a military crew cut and radiated a vibe that was deadly dangerous, but I wasn't afraid of him. "This is bullshit, and you know it."
"Keeping you safe became a bigger concern when Nathan Barker showed up again. He was slippery, so I had to cover both of you. The minute his death was confirmed, I turned off the receiver."
I squeezed my eyes shut. "This isn't about the damn tracker. I don't have a problem with that. It's the keeping me in the dark part that's wrong on so many levels. I feel violated, Clancy."
"I don't blame you, but Mrs. Stanton didn't want you to worry."
"I'm an adult. I get to decide if I worry or not." I shot a look at Gideon when I said that because what I was saying was totally applicable to him, too. His arch look told me he got the message.
"You won't hear me arguing,"
Clancy said gruffly. "You owe me," I told him, knowing just how I was going to collect. Big time.
"You know where to find me."
I killed the call, then sent a text to my mom. "We need to talk." My shoulders sagged with disappointment and frustration.
"Angel."
I shot Gideon a look that warned him not to push me. "Don't you dare make excuses, for yourself or for her." His eyes were soft and shadowed, but the set of his jaw was resolute.
"I was there when you were told Nathan was in New York. I saw your face. There's no one who loves you who wouldn't do whatever they could to shield you from that."
And that was really hard for me to deal with, because I couldn't deny that I was glad I hadn't known about Nathan until after he was dead. But I also didn't want to be insulated from bad things. They were part of living. Reaching for his hand, I gripped it tightly. "I feel the same way about you."
"I've taken care of my demons."
"And mine." But we were still sleeping apart from each other. "I want you to go back to Dr. Peterson," I said quietly.
"I went on Tuesday."
"You did?" I couldn't hide my surprise at learning he'd kept his regular schedule.
"Yeah, I did. I only missed the one appointment."
When he'd killed Nathan. His thumb brushed over the back of my hand.
"It's just you and me now,"
he said, as if he'd read my mind. I wanted to believe that. I was dragging when I got to work, which wasn't a good omen for the rest of the day. At least it was Friday, and I could be a slug over the weekend, which would probably be a necessity Sunday morning if I partied too hard Saturday night. I hadn't had a girls' night out in ages, and I felt the need for a good stiff drink or two. In the previous 48 hours, I'd learned that my boyfriend had killed my rapist. One of my exes was hoping to spread me across his sheets. One of my boyfriend's exes was hoping to smear him in the press. And my mother had microchipped me like a damned dog. Really? How much was a girl supposed to take? "You ready for tomorrow?" Megumi queried, after she buzzed me through the glass doors. "Hell yeah. My friend Shauna texted me this morning, and she's in." I mustered a genuine smile. "I arranged for a club limo for us. You know, one of those that take you to all the VIP spots, cover included." "What?" She couldn't hide her excitement, but still had to ask, "How much is that?" "Nada. It's a favor from a friend." "Some favor?" Her grin made me happy, too. "This is going to be awesome. You'll have to tell me the deets over lunch." "You're on. I expect you to dish about your lunch yesterday, too." "Talk about mixed signals, right?" she complained. "We're just having fun, but he shows his face at my work? I would never pop into a guy's office for an impromptu lunch if we were just messing around." "Men," I huffed, sympathetically, even as I acknowledged that I was grateful for the one who was mine. I went to my desk and got ready to start my workday. When I saw the framed photos of Gideon and me in my drawer, I was struck by the need to reach out to him. 10 minutes later, I'd asked Angus to place an order for black magic roses to be sent to Gideon's office with the note, "You've got me under your spell. I'm still thinking about you. Mark came to my cubicle, just as I was closing the window on my browser. One look at his face and I could tell he wasn't doing so hot. Coffee? I asked. He nodded, and I stood. We headed to the break room together.
Shauna was over last night, he began. She said you're going out tomorrow night.
Yes? Is that still okay with you?
Is what still okay?
If your sister-in-law and I hang out, I prodded.
Oh. Yeah, sure, go for it.
He ran a restless hand over his short, dark curls.
I think it's cool.
Great. I knew there was more on his mind, but I didn't want to push. Should be fun. I'm looking forward to it.
So is she.
He reached for 2 single-serving coffee pods while I took mugs from the shelf.
She's also looking forward to Doug getting back and popping the question.
Wow. Now that's cool. 2 weddings in your family in a year, unless you're planning a long engagement. He handed the first cup of coffee to me and I went to the fridge for half and half.
It's not going to happen, Eva.
Mark's tone was weighted with dejection, and when I turned to face him, his head was down. I patted his shoulder. Did you propose?
No. There's no point. He was asking Shauna if she and Doug were planning on having kids right away, since she's still in school part-time, and when she said they weren't, he went into this lecture about how marriage is for couples ready for a family. Otherwise, it's better to keep things simple. It's the same crap I once shoveled to him.
I rounded him and lightened my coffee. Mark, you won't know Stephen's answer until you ask him.
I'm scared, he admitted, looking into his steaming mug. I want more than we've got, but I don't want to ruin what we have. If his answer is no and he thinks we want different things out of our relationship...
Cart before the horse, boss.
What if I can't live with no?
Ah, I could understand that. Can you live with not knowing for sure either way? He shook his head. Then you have to tell him everything you've told me, I said sternly. His mouth quirked.
Sorry to keep dumping this on you, but you're always great at giving me perspective.
You know what to do. You just want a kick in the ass to do it. I'm always up for ass kicking. He smiled full on.
Let's not work on the divorce attorney's campaign today.
How about the airline instead? I suggested. I have some ideas.
All right then, let's hit it.
We hard-charged through the morning, and I was energized by our progress. I wanted to keep Mark too occupied to worry. Work was a cure-all for me, and it quickly became clear that it was for him as well. We'd just wrapped up for lunch, and I had stopped by my desk to drop off my tablet when I saw the inter-office envelope on my desk. My pulse leaped with excitement, and my hands shook slightly as I unwound the thin twine and let the note card inside slide out.
You're the magic. You make dreams come true. X.
I held the card to my chest, wishing it were the rider I was holding instead. I was thinking about sprinkling rose petals on our bed when my desk phone rang. I wasn't all that surprised when I heard my mother's breathy bombshell voice on the other end. Eva? Clancy talked to me. Please don't be upset. You have to understand. I get it. I opened my drawer and tucked Gideon's precious note into my purse. Here's the thing. You don't have Nathan as an excuse anymore. If you've got any more bugs or trackers or whatever in my stuff, you better fess up now. Because I promise you, if I find something else moving forward, our relationship will be irrevocably damaged. She sighed. Can we talk in person, please? I'm taking Carrie out to lunch, and I'll just stay over until you get home. All right. The irritation that had started prickling at me dissipated just as quickly as it had come up. I loved that my mother treated Carrie like the brother he was to me. She gave him the maternal love he'd never had. And they were both so appearance and fashion conscious that they always had a blast together. I love you, Eva, more than anything. I sighed. I know, Mom. I love you too. My other line flashed a call from reception, so I said goodbye and answered it. "Hey!" Megumi's voice was low and hushed. "The chick who came by for you once before, the one you wouldn't see, she's here again asking for you." I frowned, my brain taking a second to latch on to what she was talking about. "Magdalena Perez?" "Yep, that's the one. What should I do?" "Nothing." I pushed to my feet. Unlike the last time Gideon's friend, who wished she were more, had come around, I was prepared to deal with her myself. On my way. "Can I watch?" "I'll be there in a minute. This won't take long, then we'll head out to lunch." Vanity had me smearing on some lip gloss before I slung my purse over my shoulder and headed out front. Thinking of Gideon's note put the smile on my face that greeted Magdalena when I found her in the waiting area. She stood when I came into view, looking so amazing I couldn't help but admire her. When I'd first met her, her dark hair had been long and sleek, like Corinne Giroux's. Now it was cut in a classic bob that showed off the exotic beauty of her face. She wore cream slacks and a black sleeveless shell that had a big bow tied at the hip. Pearls at her ears and throat completed the elegant look. "Magdalena." I gestured for her to return to her seat and took the armchair on the opposite side of the small conversation table. "What brings you here?" "I'm sorry to barge in on you at work like this, Eva, but I was visiting Gideon and thought I'd stop here too. I have something to ask you." "Oh?" I set my purse down beside me and crossed my legs, smoothing my burgundy skirt. I resented her for being able to spend time with my boyfriend openly when I couldn't. There was no way around it. "A reporter stopped by my office today asking personal questions about Gideon." My fingertips curled into the cushion of the armrest. "Deanna Johnson? You didn't answer her, did you?" "Of course not." Magdalena leaned forward, setting her elbows on her knees. Her dark eyes were somber. "She's already talked to you." "She tried." "She's his type," she pointed out, studying me. "I noticed," I said. "The type he doesn't stick with long." Her full red lips twisted ruefully. "He's told Corinne that it's best if they remain long-distance friends, rather than social ones, but I suspect you know that." I felt a ripple of pleasure over that news. How would I know? "Oh, I'm sure you have ways." Magdalena's eyes sparkled with knowing amusement. Oddly, I found myself at ease with her. Maybe because she seemed so at ease with herself, which hadn't been the case the previous times we'd crossed paths. "Seems like you're doing good." "I'm getting there. I had someone in my life who I thought was a friend but was really just toxic. Without him around, I can think again." She straightened. "I've just started seeing someone." "Good for you." In that respect, I wished her only the best. She'd been horribly used by Gideon's brother Christopher. She didn't know I knew. "I hope it works out." "Me too. Gage is different from Gideon in a lot of ways. He's one of those brooding artist types." "Deep souls." "Yes. Very deep, I think. I hope I get to find out for sure." She stood. "Anyway, I don't mean to keep you. I was worried about the reporter and wanted to discuss her with you." I corrected her as I rose. "You were worried about me discussing Gideon with the reporter." She didn't deny it. "Bye, Eva." "Bye." I watched her exit through the glass doors. "That didn't look too bad," Megumi said, joining me. "No scratching or hissing. We'll see how long it lasts. Ready for lunch?" "I'm starved." "Let's go." When I walked in my front door 5.5 hours later, Carrie, my mom, and a dazzling silver Nina Ricci formal gown laid out on the sofa greeted me. "Isn't it fantastic?" my mother gushed, looking fantastic herself in a 50s-style fitted dress with cap sleeves and a pattern of tiny cherries. Her blonde hair framed her beautiful face in thick, glossy curls. I had to hand it to her. She could make an era look glamorous. I'd been told my whole life that I looked just like her, but I had my father's gray eyes instead of her cornflower blue, and my abundant curves were from the Reyes side. I had a butt no amount of exercise would rid me of, and breasts that prevented me from wearing anything without a lot of support. It still amazed me that Gideon found my body so irresistible when he'd previously been drawn only to tall, slender brunettes. Dropping my bag and purse on a bar stool, I asked, "What's the occasion?" "A shelter fundraiser, a week from Thursday." I looked at Carrie for confirmation that he'd be escorting me. His nod allowed me to shrug and say, "Okay." My mother beamed, looking radiant. In my honor, she supported charities benefiting abused women and children. When the fundraisers were formal, she always purchased seats for Carrie and me. "Wine?" Carrie asked, clearly picking up on my restless mood. I shot him a grateful look. "Please." As he headed off to the kitchen, my mom glided over to me on sexy red-soled slingbacks and pulled me in for a hug. "How was your day?" "Weird." I hugged her back. "Glad it's over." "Do you have any plans this weekend?" She pulled away, her gaze sliding warily over my face. That got my back up. "Some." "Carrie tells me you're seeing someone new. Who is he? What does he do?" "Mom." I got to the point. "Are we good? Clean slate and all that? Or is there something you want to tell me?" She started to fidget, almost wringing her hands. "Ava, you won't be able to understand what it's like until you have children of your own. It's terrifying. And knowing for certain that they're in danger, Mom. And there are additional dangers that come just from being a beautiful woman," she rushed on. "You're connected to powerful men. That doesn't always make you safer." "Where are they, Mom?" She huffed. "You don't have to take that tone with me. I was only trying—" "Maybe you should go." I cut in coldly, the chill I felt on the inside leaching out through my voice. "Your Rolex," she snapped, and it was like a slap to my face. I staggered back a step, my right hand instinctively covering the watch on my left wrist, a treasured graduation gift from Stanton and my mother. I'd had the silly sentimental idea of passing it on to my daughter should I be lucky enough to have one. "Are you shitting me?" My fingers clawed at the clasp, and the watch fell to the carpet with a muffled thud. It hadn't been a gift at all. It had been a shackle on my wrist. "You've seriously crossed the line." She flushed. "Ava, you're overreacting. It's not overreacting." My God, that's laughable, really. I shoved two pinched-together fingers in her face. "I'm this close to calling the police, and I've half a mind to sue you for invasion of privacy." "I'm your mother." Her voice trailed off, took on a note of pleading. "It's my job to look after you." "I'm a 24-year-old adult," I said coldly. "By law, I can look after myself." "Ava Lauren." "Don't." I lifted my hands, then dropped them. "Just don't. I'm going to leave now because I'm so pissed off I can't even look at you. And I don't want to hear from you unless it's with a sincere apology. Until you admit you're wrong, I can't trust you not to do it again." I walked to the kitchen and grabbed my purse, my gaze meeting Carrie's just as he was coming out with a tray of half-filled wine glasses. "I'll be back later." "You can't just walk out like this," my mother cried, clearly on the verge of one of her emotional fits. I couldn't deal with it. Not then. "Watch me," I muttered under my breath. My goddamned Rolex. Just thinking of it hurt like hell, because the gift had meant so much to me. Now, it meant nothing at all. "Let her go, Monica," Carrie said, his voice low and soothing. He knew how to deal with hysteria better than anyone. It was crappy sticking him with my mom, but I had to go. If I went to my room, she would just cry and plead at my door until I felt sick. I hated seeing her like that, hated causing her to feel that way. Exiting my apartment, I went to Gideon's next door, rushing to get inside before the tears overwhelmed me or my mother came after me. There was nowhere else for me to go. I couldn't go out in public, shell-shocked and crying. My mother wasn't the only one who had me under surveillance. There was also the possibility of the police, Deanna Johnson, and maybe even some paparazzi. I got as far as Gideon's couch, sprawling across the cushions and allowing the tears to flow. 7.
Angel.
Gideon's voice and the feel of his hands on me pulled me from sleep. I mumbled a protest as he shifted me onto my side, and then the heat of his body was warming my back. One of his muscular arms wrapped around my waist, tucking me close. Spooned with him, the biceps of his other arm hard beneath my cheek, I slid back into unconsciousness. When I woke again, it felt like days later. I lay on the couch with my eyes closed for long minutes, soaking in the warmth of Gideon's powerful body and breathing air that smelled of him. After a while, I decided that sleeping longer would only throw off my body clock even more. We'd had a lot of late nights and early mornings since we had gotten back together, and they were taking their toll.
You've been crying,
he murmured, burying his face in my hair.
Tell me what's wrong.
I wrapped my arms over his, snuggling into him. I told him about the watch. Maybe I overreacted, I finished. I was tired, which makes me irritable. But God, it hurt like hell. It totally ruined a gift that meant a lot to me, you know?
I can imagine.
His fingers drew gentle circles across my stomach, caressing me through the silk of my shirt.
I'm sorry.
I looked toward the windows and saw that night had fallen. What time is it?
A little after 8.
What time did you get in?
6:30.
I wriggled around to face him. Early for you.
Once I knew you were here, I couldn't stay away. I've wanted to be with you since your flowers arrived.
You liked them? He smiled.
I have to say, reading your words in Angus's handwriting was interesting.
I'm trying to be safe. He kissed the tip of my nose.
While still spoiling me.
I want to ruin you for other women. The pad of his thumb brushed over my bottom lip.
You did that the moment I saw you.
Sweet talker. My depression lifted just from being with Gideon and knowing I was his sole focus at that moment. You trying to get in my pants again?
You're not wearing pants.
Is that a no?
That's a yes. I went under your skirt.
His eyes darkened when I nipped his thumb with my teeth.
And inside your hot, wet, tight little cunt. I've wanted that all day. I want it every day. I want it now. But we'll wait until you're feeling better.
You could kiss it and make it better.
Kiss what, exactly?
Everything. Everywhere. I knew I could get used to having him all to myself like this. Knew I wanted to, which was impossible, of course. Thousands of little pieces of him were committed to thousands of people and projects and commitments. If I'd learned anything from my mother's multiple marriages to successful businessmen, it was that wives were often mistresses, almost invariably taking second place because their husbands were also married to their work. There was a reason why a man became a captain in his chosen field. He gave it his all. The woman in his life got what was left. Gideon tucked my hair behind my ear.
I want this. Coming home to you.
It always startled me when it seemed like he'd read my thoughts. Would it have been better if you'd found me barefoot in the kitchen?
I wouldn't be opposed, but naked in bed would work best for me.
I'm a decent cook, but you just want me for my body. He smiled.
It's the very delicious package holding everything else I want.
I'll show you mine if you show me yours.
Love to.
His fingertips slid gently down my cheek.
But first, I want to make sure you're in the right frame of mind after the situation with your mother.
I'll get over it.
Eva.
His tone warned me that he wouldn't be put off. I sighed. I'll forgive her, I always do. I don't have a choice, really, because I love her and I know she means well, even if she is seriously misguided. But this thing with the watch...
Go on.
I rubbed at the ache in my chest. It broke something in our relationship, and no matter how we move forward, there's always going to be that crack there that didn't exist before. That's what hurts. Gideon was quiet for a long time. One of his hands slid into my hair, while the other curled possessively over my hip. I waited for him to say what was on his mind.
I broke something in our relationship, too,
he said finally, his voice somber.
I'm afraid it's always going to be between us.
The sadness in his eyes twisted into me, hurting me. Let me up. He did, reluctantly, watching me warily as I stood. I hesitated before I unzipped my skirt. Now, I know what it feels like to lose you, Gideon. How badly it hurts. If you shut me out, it's probably going to make me panic a little. You'll just have to be careful of that, and I'll just have to trust that your love is going to stick. He nodded his understanding and acceptance, but I could see it was eating at him. Magdalena came by today, I said, to take his mind off the lingering rift between us. He tensed.
I told her not to.
It's okay. She was probably concerned about me nursing a grudge, but I think she realized I love you too much to hurt you. He sat up as I let my skirt drop. It pooled on the floor, revealing my garters and stockings, which earned me a slow hiss through his clenched teeth. I climbed back onto the couch and straddled his thighs, draping my arms around his neck. His breath was hot through the silk of my shirt, stirring my blood. Hey. I ran both hands through his hair, nuzzling my cheek against him. Stop worrying about us. I think we need to be worrying about Deanna Johnson. What's the worst she could possibly dig up on you? His head fell back, his gaze narrowing.
She's my problem. I'll deal with her.
I think she's after something really juicy. Calling you out as a heartless playboy isn't going to be enough.
Stop worrying. The only reason I would care is because I don't want my past shoved in your face.
You're too confident. My fingers went to his vest and began freeing the buttons. I exposed his shirt and removed his tie, draping it carefully over the back of the sofa. Are you going to talk to her?
I'm going to ignore her.
Is that the right way to handle this? I went to work on his shirt.
She wants my attention. She's not going to get it.
She'll find another way then. He settled deeper into the seat back, his neck tilting to look up to me.
The only way for a woman to get my attention is to be you.
Ace. I kissed him, tugging at his shirt tails. He shifted to make it easier for me to pull them out of his pants. I need you to explain Deanna, I murmured. What set her off like this? He sighed.
She was a mistake in every sense. She made herself available once, and I make it a rule to avoid overly eager women a second time.
And that doesn't make you sound like an asshole at all?
I can't change what happened, he said coldly.
I could tell he was embarrassed. He could be as much of a dick as any guy, but he was never proud of it.
Deanna happened to be covering an event where Ann Lucas was making me uncomfortable, he continued. I used Deanna to keep Anne from approaching me. I didn't feel good about it afterward, and I didn't handle it well.
I get the picture. I pushed his shirt apart, exposing his warm, firm skin. Remembering how he reacted after the first time we'd had sex, I could imagine how he'd handled Deanna. With me, he'd immediately shut down and shut me out, leaving me feeling used and worthless. He'd fought to win me back after that, but the reporter hadn't been so lucky. You don't want to lead her on with any contact, I summed up. She's probably still digging on you.
I doubt that. I don't think I said more than a dozen words to her altogether.
You were an ass to me, too. I fell in love with you anyway. My hand slid lovingly across his hard chest, caressing the light dusting of dark hair before coasting down the thin, silky trail that led below his waistband. His abs quivered beneath my touch, the tempo of his breathing changing. Sinking to sit on his lap, I adored his body. My thumbs circled the tiny points of his nipples, and I watched his reaction, waiting for him to succumb to the subtle pleasure of my touch. I lowered my head and pressed a kiss to his throat, feeling his pulse leap beneath my lips and inhaling the virile scent of his skin. Enjoying him was something I didn't get to do enough of, because he always turned it back around on me. Gideon groaned, his hand coming up to grip my hair.
Eva.
I love the way you respond to me, I whispered, seduced by having such an unabashedly sexual male completely at my mercy. Like you can't help yourself.
I can't.
He let the sleep-tousled strands sift through his fingers.
You touch me like you worship me.
I do.
I feel it in your hands, your mouth, the way you look at me.
His throat worked on a swallow, and I followed the movement with my eyes. I've never wanted anything more. I caressed his torso, tracing muscled pecs, then the line of every rib, like a connoisseur admiring the perfection of a priceless work of art. Let's play a game. His tongue did a slow sweep along the curve of his lip, making my sex clench with jealousy. He knew it, too. I saw it in the way his eyes glittered dangerously.
Depends on the rules.
Tonight, you're mine, Ace.
I'm always yours.
I unbuttoned my blouse and shrugged out of it, exposing my white lace demi-bra and matching thong.
Angel,
he breathed, his gaze so hot I felt it slide over my bared flesh. His hands moved to touch, and I caught his wrists, staying him. Rule number 1. I'm going to suck you, stroke you, and tease you all night long. You're going to come until you can't see straight. I cupped him through his slacks, massaging his rigid length with my palm. Rule number 2. You're just going to lie back and enjoy it.
No returning the favor?
No.
Not happening,
he said decisively. I pouted. Pretty please?
Angel, getting you off is 99% of the fun for me.
But then I'm so busy coming, I don't get to enjoy you, I complained. Just for once, one night, I want you to be selfish. I want you to let go, be an animal, come just because it feels good and you're ready. His lips thinned.
I can't do that with you. I need you with me.
I knew you'd say that. Because I'd once told him that feeling used by a man for his pleasure was a trigger for me. I needed to feel loved and wanted to, not as an interchangeable female body to ejaculate into, but as Eva, an individual woman who needed genuine affection with sex. But this is my game, and it's played by my rules.
I haven't agreed to play.
Hear me out. Gideon exhaled slowly.
I can't do it, Eva.
You could do it with other women, I argued.
I wasn't in love with them.
I melted. I couldn't help it. Baby, I want this, I whispered. Real bad. He made an exasperated noise.
Help me understand.
I can't hear your heart racing when I'm gasping for breath. I can't feel you shaking when I'm shaking too. I can't taste you when my mouth is dry from begging you to finish me off. His beautiful face softened.
I lose my mind every time I come inside you. Let that be enough.
I shook my head. You've said I'm your favorite wet dream made real. Those dreams couldn't have all been about getting the girl off. What about the blowjobs, the hand jobs? You love my tits. Don't you want to fuck them until you come all over me?
Jesus, Eva.
His cock thickened in my grip. Brushing my parted lips across his, I deftly opened his slacks. I want to be your dirtiest fantasy, I whispered. I want to be filthy for you.
You're already what I want you to be,
he said darkly. Am I? I ran my nails lightly down his sides, biting my lower lip when he hissed. Then do it for me. I love those moments after you've seen to me and you're chasing your own orgasm, when your rhythm and focus changes and you get ferocious. I know you're just thinking about how good it feels and how hot you are and how hard you're going to come. It makes me feel so good to get you that worked up. I want a whole night of feeling like that. His hands squeezed my thighs.
With one stipulation.
What is it?
You get tonight. Next weekend, the game's on me.
My mouth fell open. I get a night? You get a whole weekend?
A whole weekend of seeing to you.
Man, I muttered. You drive a hard bargain. His smile was razor sharp.
That's the plan.
Our mom says that our dad is a real sex machine. Gideon glanced at me, grinning, from where he sat beside me on the floor.
You've got a weird catalog of movie lines in that gorgeous head of yours, Angel.
I took a swig from my bottled water and swallowed just in time to recite the next line from Kindergarten Cop. My dad's a gynecologist, and he looks at vaginas all day long. His laughter made me so happy I felt as if I could float away. He was bright-eyed and more relaxed than I'd seen him since forever. Some of that had to do with the straight-to-the-point blowjob I'd given him on the couch, followed by a long, slow, slippery handjob in the shower. But a lot of it came from me, I knew. When I was in a good mood, he was too. It amazed me that I had a profound influence on such a man. Gideon was a force of nature, his magnetic self-possession so powerful it put everyone around him in his shadow. I saw flashes of it every day and was awed by it, but not nearly as much as I was by the charming, wryly amusing lover I had entirely to myself in our private moments together. Hey, I said, you won't be laughing when your kids tell their teachers the same things about you.
Since they'd have to hear it from you, I'd know who it was that really needed the spanking.
He turned his head to resume watching the movie, as if he hadn't just knocked the wind out of me. Gideon was a man who'd lived an entirely solitary life, and yet he'd accepted me into it so completely that he could envision a future I was afraid to imagine. I was so scared I'd only be setting myself up for a heartbreak I couldn't survive. Noting my silence, he set his hand on my bare knee and glanced at me again.
Still hungry?
My gaze remained trained on the open Chinese takeout boxes on the coffee table in front of us, and the black magic roses which Gideon had brought home from work so we could enjoy them over the weekend. Not wanting to make more of his statement than he'd intended, I said, "Only for you." I put my hand in his lap, feeling the soft heft of his cock within the black boxer briefs I'd allowed him to wear for dinner.
You are a dangerous woman,
he murmured, leaning closer. Moving quickly, I caught his mouth with my own, sucking on his lower lip. I have to be, I murmured, to keep up with you, dark and dangerous. He smiled. I need to check in with Carrie again, I said with a sigh. See if Mom's left yet.
You okay?
Yeah. I leaned my head on his shoulder. There's nothing like a little Gideon therapy to make things look up.
Did I mention I make house calls? 24/7.
I sank my teeth into his biceps. Let me take care of this. Then I'll make you come again.
I'm good, thanks,
he shot back, clearly amused. But we haven't played with the girls yet. He bent down and buried his face in my cleavage.
Hello, girls.
Laughing, I shoved at his shoulders, and he pushed me backward until I sprawled on the floor between the sofa and coffee table. He hovered above me, his arms tight and hard from supporting his weight. His gaze roamed, caressing my bra, then my bare tummy, then my thong and garters. The ensemble I wore post-shower was a fire engine red, chosen to keep Gideon revved.
You're my lucky charm,
he said. I squeezed his biceps. Really?
Yep.
He licked the upper swell of my breast.
You're magically delicious.
Oh my God! I laughed. Cheesy! His eyes smiled at me.
I did warn you about me and romance.
You lied. You're the most romantic guy I've ever dated. I can't believe you hung those cross-trainer towels in your bathroom.
How could I not? And I wasn't kidding about you being lucky.
He kissed me.
I've been working on offloading my share of a casino in Milan. Those black magic roses arrived just as a bidder threw in a small winery in Bordeaux that I've had my eye on. Guess what it's called? La Rose Noire.
A winery for a casino, huh? So you remain the god of sex, vice, and recreation.
Endeavors that help me satisfy you, my goddess of desire, pleasure, and corny one-liners.
I ran my hands down his sides and slid my fingers beneath his waistband. When do I get to try the wine?
When you're helping me brainstorm the advertising campaign for it.
With a sigh, I said, You don't give up, do you?
Not when I want something, no.
He rose to his knees and then helped me sit up.
And I want you. Very, very much.
You have me, I said, using his words.
I have your heart and your insanely sexy body. Now, I want your brain. I want everything.
I need to save something for me.
No, take me instead.
Gideon's hands reached around to cup the bare cheeks of my ass.
Not an even trade in quality, I'm sorry to say.
You're bargaining like mad today.
Giroux was happy with his deal. You will be too, I promise.
Giroux? My heart thudded. No relation to Corinne?
Her husband. Although they're estranged and facing divorce, as you know.
No way. You do business with her husband? His mouth twisted ruefully.
First time. And likely the last. Although I did tell him that I'm involved with a special woman and she's not his wife.
The problem is that she's in love with you.
She doesn't know me.
He cupped the back of my head and rubbed our noses together.
Hurry up and call Carrie. I'll clean up dinner. Then we'll suck face.
Fiend.
Sexpot.
I scrambled up to head to my purse for my phone. Gideon grabbed a garter and snapped it, sending a shockwave of sensation across my skin. Surprisingly aroused by the nip of pain, I slapped his hand away and hurried out of reach. Carrie answered on the second ring.
Hey, baby girl. You still doing okay?
Yes, and you're still the best friend ever. Is Mom still hanging around?
She bailed a little over an hour ago. You staying over at Loverman's?
Yeah, unless you need me.
Nah, I'm good. Trey's on his way over now.
That news made me feel a lot better about spending a second night away. Say hi to him for me.
Sure. I'll kiss him for you, too.
Well, if it's from me, don't make it too hot and wet.
Spoil sport. Hey, remember how you asked me to do some digging on the good Dr. Lucas? So far, I've come up with a whole lot of nada. He doesn't seem to do much else besides work. No kids. Wife is a doctor, too. A shrink.
I glanced at Gideon, cautiously ensuring that he didn't overhear. Seriously?
Why? Is that important?
No, I guess not. I guess I expected psychologists to be astute judges of character.
Do you know her?
No.
What's going on, Eva? You're all cloak and dagger lately, and it's starting to piss me off.
Climbing onto a bar stool, I explained as much as I could. I met Dr. Lucas at a charity dinner one night, then again when you were in the hospital. Both times he said some nasty things about Gideon, and I'm just trying to figure out what his deal is.
Come on, Eva. What else could it be besides Cross banged his wife?
Unable to reveal a past that wasn't mine to share, I didn't answer. I'll be home tomorrow afternoon. I've got that girls' night out. You sure you don't want to come?
Go ahead, change the subject, Carrie bitched. Yes, I'm sure I don't want to come. I'm not ready to hit the scene. Just thinking about it gives me hives.
Nathan had jumped Carrie outside a club, and Carrie was still recovering physically from that. Somehow, I'd forgotten that it was the mind that took longer to heal. He played it so cool, but I should have known better. The weekend after next, you want to fly out to San Diego? See my dad, our friends, maybe even Dr. Travis, if we're up for it?
Subtle, Eva, he said dryly.
But yeah, sounds good. I may need you to front me some money since I'm not working right now. No problem. I'll make the arrangements and we can square up later. Oh, before you hang up, one of your friends called earlier. Deanna. I forgot to tell you when we talked before. She has news and she wants you to call her back. I shot a look at Gideon. He caught my eye, and something on my face must have given me away because his eyes took on that familiar hard gleam. He headed toward me with that long, agile stride, the remnants of dinner carted neatly in the original delivery bag. Did you tell her anything? I asked Carrie in a low voice. Tell her anything? Like what? Like something you wouldn't want to tell a reporter because that's what she is. Gideon's face took on a stony cast. He passed me to drop the trash in the compactor, then came back to my side. You're friends with a reporter? Carrie asked. Are you nuts? No, I'm not friends with her. I have no idea how she got my home number, unless she called up from the front desk. What the hell does she want? An expose on Gideon. She's starting to get on my bad side. She's all over him like a rash. I'll blow her off if she calls back. No, don't. I held Gideon's gaze. Just don't give her any information about anything. Where did you tell her I was? Out. Perfect. Thanks, Carrie. Call if you need me. Have a bangin' good time. Jesus, Carrie. Shaking my head, I killed the call.
Deanna Johnson called you?
Gideon asked, his arms crossing his chest. Yep. And I'm about to call her back. No, you're not. Shut up, caveman. I'm not into that me cross, you cross little woman bullshit, I snapped. In case you've forgotten already, we made a trade. You got me, and I got you. I protect what's mine.
Ava, don't fight my battles for me. I can take care of myself.
I know that. You've been doing it your whole life. Now, you've got me. I can handle this one. Something shifted over his features, so swiftly I couldn't identify whether he was getting pissed.
I don't want you to have to deal with my past.
You dealt with mine.
That was different.
A threat is a threat, Ace. We're in this together. She's reaching out to me, which makes me your best shot at figuring out what she's up to. He threw up one hand in frustration, then raked it through his hair. I had to force myself not to get distracted by the way his entire torso flexed with his agitation, his abs clenching, his biceps hardening.
I don't give a shit what she's up to. You know the truth, and you're the only one who matters.
If you think I'm going to sit around while she crucifies you in the press, you need to revisit and revise.
She can't hurt me unless she hurts you, and it's possible that's what she's really after.
We won't know unless I talk to her. I pulled Deanna's card out of my purse and dialed, blocking my number from showing on her caller ID.
Ava, damn it.
I put the phone on speaker and set it on the counter. Deanna Johnson, she answered briskly. Deanna, it's Eva Trammell. Ava, hi. The tone of her voice changed, assuming a friendliness we hadn't yet established. How are you? I'm good. You? Studying Gideon, I tried to see if hearing her voice had any effect whatsoever. He glared back, looking deliciously pissed off. I'd become resigned to the fact that whatever his mood, I always found him irresistible. Things are churning. In my line of work, that's always good. So is getting your facts straight. Which is one of the reasons I called you. I have a source who claims Gideon walked in on a menage composed of you, your roommate, and another guy, and flew into a rage. The guy ended up in the hospital and is now pressing assault charges. Is that true? I froze, my hearing drowned by my roaring blood. The night I'd met Corinne, I'd come home to find Carrie in a 4-body sexual tangle that included a guy named Ian. When Ian had lewdly and nakedly propositioned me to join them, Gideon had refused the offer with his fist. I looked at Gideon and my stomach cramped. It was true. He was being sued. I could see the proof of it in his face, which was devoid of all emotion, his thoughts hidden behind a flawless mask. No, it's not true, I answered. Which part? I have nothing further to say to you. I also have a first-hand account of an altercation between Gideon and Brett Klein, allegedly over you being caught in a hot clinch with Klein. Is that true? My knuckles whitened as I gripped the edge of the counter. Your roommate was recently assaulted, she went on. Did Gideon have anything to do with that? Oh, my God. You're out of your mind, I said coldly. The footage of you and Gideon arguing in Bryant Park shows him being very aggressive and physically rough with you. Are you in an abusive relationship with Gideon Cross? Is he violent with an uncontrollable temper? Are you afraid of him, Eva? Gideon spun on his heel and walked away, striding down the hallway and turning into his home office. Fuck you, Deanna, I bit out. You're going to rip an innocent man's reputation apart because you can't deal with casual sex? Way to represent the sophisticated modern woman. He answered the phone, she hissed, before he was done. He answered the fucking phone and started talking about an inspection at one of his properties. Mid-conversation, he looked at me lying there waiting for him and he said, "You can go." Just like that. He treated me like a whore, only I didn't get paid. He didn't even offer me a drink. I closed my eyes. Jesus. I'm sorry, Deanna. I mean that sincerely. I've met my share of assholes and it sounds like he was one to you. But what you're doing is wrong. It's not wrong if it's true, but it's not. She sighed. I'm sorry you're in the middle of this, Eva. No, you're not. I hit the end button and stood with my head bent, holding onto the counter while the room spun around me. 8. I found Gideon pacing like a caged panther behind his desk. He had an earpiece in his ear, and he was either listening or on hold since he wasn't talking. He caught my eye, his face hard and unyielding. Even dressed in boxer briefs, he seemed invulnerable. No one would be fool enough to take him for anything else. Physically, his power was evident in every slab of muscle. Beyond that, he radiated a ruthless menace that sent a chill down my spine. The indolent, well-pleasured male I'd eaten dinner with was gone, replaced by an urban predator who dominated his competition. I left him to it. Gideon's tablet was what I wanted, and I found it in his briefcase. It was password protected, and I stared at the screen for a long while, startled to realize I was shaking. Everything I'd feared was happening.
Angel.
Looking up, I caught his eye as he appeared from the hallway.
The password, he explained. It's Angel.
Oh. All the rampant energy inside me vanished, leaving me feeling drained and tired. You should have told me about the lawsuit, Gideon.
At this point in time, there isn't a lawsuit, only the threat of one, he said without inflection. Ian Hager wants money. I want non-disclosure. We'll settle privately and be done with it.
I sagged back into the couch, dropping the tablet onto my thighs. I watched as he walked toward me, drinking him in. It was so easy to become dazzled by his looks, enough that one could fail to see how alone he was at heart. But it was past time he learned to include me when he faced difficulties. I don't care if it's a non-starter, I argued. You should have told me. His arms crossed his chest.
I meant to.
You meant to? I shoved to my feet. I tell you I'm broken up over my mother not telling me something, and you don't say a word about your own secrets? For a moment he remained hard-faced and immovable. Then he cursed under his breath and unfolded.
I came home early, planning to tell you, but then you told me about your mom, and I thought that was enough shit for you to deal with in one day.
Deflating, I sank back into the couch. That's not the way a relationship works, Ace.
I'm just getting you back, Eva. I don't want all the time we spend together to be about what's wrong and fucked up in our lives.
I patted the cushion beside me. Come here. He took a seat on the coffee table in front of me instead, his spread legs bracketing mine. He caught my hands in both of his, lifting them to his lips to kiss my knuckles.
I'm sorry.
I don't blame you, but if there's anything else you have to tell me, now would be the time. He pressed forward, urging me to stretch out on the couch. Coming over me, he whispered,
I'm in love with you.
With everything going wrong, that was the one thing that was totally right. It was enough. We fell asleep on the couch, wrapped up in each other. I drifted in and out of consciousness, plagued by anxiety and thrown off my schedule by our earlier long nap. I was awake enough to sense the change in Gideon, hear his fast breathing, followed by the tightening of his grip on me. His body jerked powerfully, shaking me. His whimper pierced my heart. Gideon! I wriggled around to face him, my agitated movements waking him. We drifted off with the lights on, and I was grateful that he woke to the brightness. His heart was pounding beneath my palm, a fine mist of sweat blooming on his skin.
What?
He gasped.
What's wrong?
You were slipping into a nightmare, I think. I pressed soft kisses over his hot face, wishing my love could be enough to banish the memories. He tried to sit up, and I clung tighter to hold him down.
Are you okay?
He ran a hand over me, searching.
Did I hurt you?
I'm fine.
God.
He fell back and covered his eyes with his forearm.
I can't keep falling asleep with you. And I forgot to take my prescription. God damn it, I can't be this careless.
Hey. I propped myself up on my elbow and ran my other hand down his chest. No harm done.
Don't make light of this, Eva.
He turned his head and looked at me, his gaze fierce.
Not this.
I would never. God, he looked so weary, with dark smudges under his eyes and deep grooves framing that wickedly sensual mouth.
I killed a man, he said grimly. It's never been safe for you to be with me when I'm sleeping, and that's even truer now.
Gideon. I suddenly understood why he'd been having his nightmares more frequently. He could rationalize what he'd done, but that didn't alleviate the weight on his conscience. I brushed the thick strands of hair off his forehead. If you're struggling, you need to talk to me.
I just want you safe,
he muttered. I never feel safer than when I'm with you. I need you to stop beating yourself up for everything.
It's my fault.
Wasn't your life perfectly uncomplicated before I came along? I challenged. He shot me a wry look.
I seem to have a taste for complicated.
Then stop bitching about it. And don't move. I'll be right back. I went to the master bedroom and swapped my garters, stockings, and bra for an oversized Cross Industries t-shirt. Pulling the velour throw off the foot of the bed, I went to Gideon's room and grabbed his medicine. His gaze followed me as I dropped off the throw and prescription before heading to the kitchen for a bottle of water. In short order, I had him settled in, the both of us huddled together beneath the blanket and the majority of the lights turned off. I snuggled closer, hooking my leg over his. The medication prescribed for Gideon's parasomnia was no cure, but he was religious about taking it. I loved him all the more for that dedication, because he did it for me. Do you know what you were dreaming about? I asked.
No. Whatever it was, I wish it were you instead.
Me too. I laid my head on his chest, listening to his heartbeat slow. If it had been a dream about me, what would it be like? I felt him relax, sinking into the sofa and into me.
It would be a cloudless day on a Caribbean beach, he murmured. A private beach, with a cabana on the white sand, enclosed on 3 sides with a view in front of us. I'd have you spread out on a chaise longue, naked.
Of course.
You'd be sun-warmed and lazy, your hair blowing in the breeze. You'd be wearing that smile you give me after I've made you come. We would have nowhere to go, no one waiting, just the 2 of us, with all the time in the world.
Sounds like paradise, I murmured, feeling his body growing heavier by the moment. I hope we swim naked.
He yawned. I need to go to bed.
I want a bucket of iced beer, too, I said, hoping to detain him long enough that he'd fall asleep in my arms. With lemons. I'd squeeze the juice over your 8-pack and lick it off.
God, I love your mouth.
You should dream about that, then, and all the naughty things it can do to you.
Give me some examples.
I gave him plenty, talking in a low, soothing voice, my hand stroking over his skin. He slipped away from me with a deep exhalation. I held him close until long after the sun rose. Gideon slept until 11. I'd been strategizing for hours by then, and he found me in his office, his desk littered with my notes and drawings. "Hey," I greeted him, lifting my lips for his kiss as he rounded the desk. He looked sleep-mussed and sexy in his boxer briefs.
Good morning.
He looked over my work.
What are you doing?
I want you caffeinated before I explain. I rubbed my hands together, excited. Want to grab a quick shower while I make you a cup of coffee? Then we'll dig in. His gaze slid over my face, and he gave me a bemused smile.
All right. However, I suggest I grab you in the shower. Then we'll have coffee and dig in.
Save that thought, and your libido, for tonight.
Oh?
I'm going out, remember? I prodded. And I'm going to drink too much, which makes me horny. Don't forget to take your vitamins, Ace. His lips twitched.
Well, then.
Oh, yeah. You'll be lucky if you can crawl out of bed tomorrow, I warned.
I'll make sure to stay hydrated then.
Good idea. I returned my attention to his tablet, but had to look when he walked his very fine ass out of the room. When I saw him again, he was damp-haired and wearing black sweats that hung low enough on his hips that I knew he was commando underneath. Forcing myself to focus on my plans, I gave him the desk chair and stood next to him. Okay, I began. Following the adage that the best defense is a good offense, I've been taking a look at your public image. He took a sip of his coffee. Don't look at me like that, I admonished. I didn't pay any attention to your personal life since I'm your personal life.
Good girl.
He gave me an approving pat on my behind. I stuck my tongue out at him. I'm mostly thinking of how to combat a smear campaign focused on your temper.
It helps that I haven't previously been known as having one,
he said dryly. Until you met me. I'm a terrible influence on you.
You're the best thing that ever happened to me.
That earned him a quick, smacking kiss to the temple. It took me a ridiculous amount of time to find out about the Crossroads Foundation.
You didn't know where to look.
Your search optimization really blows, I countered, pulling up the website. And there's only the splash page, which is pretty but ridiculously bare. Where are the links and info about the charities that have benefited? Where's the About page on the foundation and what you hope to accomplish?
A packet detailing all that information is sent out to charities, hospitals, and universities twice a year.
Great. Now let me introduce you to the internet. Why isn't the foundation tied to you?
Crossroads isn't about me, Eva.
The hell it isn't. I met his raised brow with my own and shoved a to-do list in front of him. We're defusing the Deanna bomb before it blows. This website needs to be overhauled by Monday morning with the addition of these pages and the information I've outlined. Gideon took a cursory glance at the paper, then picked up his mug and leaned back in his chair. I studiously focused on the mug and not his amazing torso. The Cross Industries site should cross-link with the foundation from your bio page, I continued, which also needs an overhaul and updating. I slid another paper in front of him. He picked it up and began reading the biography I'd drafted.
This was clearly written by someone in love with me.
You can't be shy, Gideon. Sometimes you just have to be blunt and say, I rock. There's so much more to you than a gorgeous face, hot body, and insane sex drive. But let's focus on the stuff I don't mind sharing with the world. Flashing a grin, Gideon asked, How much coffee have you had this morning? Enough to take you to the mat, so watch out. I bumped my hip into his arm. I also think you should consider a press release announcing the acquisition of La Rose Noire, so that your name and Giroux's are linked. Remind people that Corinne, who you've been seen around with so much lately, has a husband, so Deanna can't paint you as a total bad guy for cutting Corinne off, if she decides to go that route. He caught me unawares and pulled me into his lap.
Angel, you're killing me. I'll do whatever you want, but you need to understand that Deanna has nothing. Ian Hager isn't going to risk a nice settlement to publicize his story. He'll sign the necessary releases, take the money, and go away. But what about... Sixth Ninths isn't going to want their golden girl linked with another guy. Ruins the love story of the song. I'll be speaking to Klein, and we'll get on the same page.
You're talking to Brett?
We're in business together,
he pointed out, with a twist to his lips.
So, yes.
And Deanna's using Carrie's attack as a bluff. You and I both know there's nothing there. I considered all that. You think she's yanking my chain? Why?
Because I'm yours. And if she had a press pass to any event we attended together, she knows it.
He leaned his forehead against mine.
I can't hide how I feel around you, which is what's made you a target.
You hid it well enough from me.
Your insecurity made you blind.
I couldn't argue with that. So she freaks me out with the thread of the story. What does she achieve? He leaned back.
Think about it. The lid is about to blow on a scandal involving you and me. What's the swiftest way to defuse it?
Stay away from me. That's what you'd be advised to do. Distancing yourself from the source of a scandal is crisis management 101.
Or do the opposite and marry you,
he said softly. I froze. Is that? Are you? Swallowing hard, I whispered. Not now. Not like this.
No, not like this,
Gideon agreed, rubbing his lips back and forth over mine.
When I propose, Angel, trust me, you'll know it.
My throat was tight. I could only nod.
Breathe, he ordered gently. One more time. Now, reassure me that's not panic.
Not really. No.
Talk to me, Eva.
I blurted it out in a rush. I want you to ask me when I can say yes. Tension gripped his body. He leaned back, his eyes wounded beneath his frown.
You couldn't say yes now?
I shook my head. His mouth thinned into a determined line.
Lay out what you need for me to make that happen.
I wrapped my arms around his shoulders so that he'd feel the connection between us. There's so much I don't know, and it's not that I need to know more in order to make up my mind, because nothing could make me stop loving you. Nothing. I just feel like your hesitance to share things with me means that you're not ready.
I think I followed that,
he muttered. I can't take the risk that you won't want forever with me. I won't survive you either, Gideon.
What do you want to know?
Everything. He made a frustrated noise.
Be specific. Start with something.
The first thing that came to mind was what came out of my mouth, because I'd been buried in his business all morning. Vidal Records. Why are you in control of your stepfather's company?
Because it was going under.
His jaw hardened.
My mother had already suffered through one financial meltdown. I wasn't going to let it happen to her again.
What did you do?
I was able to convince her to talk them, Chris and Christopher, into taking the company public. Then she sold Ireland shares to me. In addition to what I acquired, I had the majority.
Wow. I squeezed his hand. I'd met both Christopher Vidal Sr., Chris, and Christopher Vidal Jr. As alike as father and son were in appearance, with their dark copper waves and grayish-green eyes, I suspected they were very different men. Certainly I knew Christopher was a douche. I didn't think his father was. At least, I hoped he wasn't. How did that go over? Gideon's arch look was all the answer I needed.
Chris would ask for my advice, but Christopher always refused to take it, and my stepdad wouldn't choose sides.
So you did what had to be done. I kissed his jaw. Thank you for telling me.
That's it?
I smiled. No. I was about to ask him more when I heard my phone ringing with my mother's ringtone. I was surprised it had taken her so long to call. I'd taken my smartphone off mute around 10 o'clock. Groaning, I said, I have to get that. He let me up, his hand stroking over my butt as I walked away. When I turned at the doorway to look back, he was poring over my notes and suggestions. I smiled. By the time I reached my phone on the breakfast bar, it had stopped ringing, but it immediately started up again. Mom, I answered, jumping in before she started flipping out. I'm going to come over today, okay? And we'll talk. Ava, you have no idea how worried I've been. You can't do this to me. I'll be over in an hour, I interjected. I just need to get dressed. I couldn't sleep last night. I was so upset. Yeah, well, I didn't sleep much either, I retorted. It's not just about you all the time, Mom. I'm the one who had her privacy violated. You're just the one who got caught doing it. Silence. It was rare for me to be assertive with my mother because she always seemed so fragile. But it was time to redefine our relationship or we'd end up not having one. I looked to my wrist for the time, remembered I didn't have a watch anymore, and glanced at the cable box by the television instead. I'll be over around 1. I'll send a car for you, she said quietly. Thank you. See you soon. I hung up. I was about to drop my phone back into my purse when it beeped with a text from Shauna. What are you wearing tonight? A number of ideas ran through my mind, from casual to outrageous. Even though I was inclined toward outrageous, I was checked by thoughts of Deanna. I had to think about what I'd look like in the tabloids. LBD, I replied, thinking the little black dress was a classic for a reason. Wild heels, too much jewelry. Smiley face. Got it. See you at 7, she texted back. On the way to the bedroom, I paused by Gideon's office and lounged against the door jamb to watch him. I could watch him for hours. He was such a joy to look at, and I found him very sexy when he was focused. He glanced up at me with a soft curve to his lips, and I knew he'd been aware of my staring.
This is all very good,
he praised, gesturing at his desktop.
Especially considering you pulled this together in a matter of hours.
I preened a little, thrilled to have impressed a businessman whose acumen had made him one of the most successful individuals in the world.
I want you at Cross Industries, Ava.
My body reacted to the unwavering determination in his voice, which reminded me of when he'd said,
I want to fuck you, Ava.
When he'd first come on to me. I want you there too, I said, on your desk. His eyes gleamed.
We can celebrate that way.
I like my job. I like my coworkers. I like knowing I've earned every milestone I reach.
I can give you that and more.
His fingers tapped against the side of his coffee mug.
I'm guessing you went with advertising because you like the spin. Why not public relations?
Too much like propaganda. At least with advertising, you know the bias right away.
You mentioned crisis management this morning, and clearly, he gestured at his desk, you have an aptitude for it. Let me exploit it.
I crossed my arms. Crisis management is PR, and you know it.
You're a problem solver. I can make you a fixer. Give you real, time-sensitive problems to solve. Keep you challenged and active.
Seriously, I tapped my foot. How many crises do you have in a given week?
Several, he said cheerfully. Come on, you're intrigued. I can see it on your face.
Straightening, I pointed out, you have people to handle that kind of stuff already. Gideon leaned back in his chair and smiled.
I want more. So do you. Let's have it together.
You're like the devil himself, you know that? And you're stubborn as hell. I'm telling you, working together would be a bad idea.
We're working together just fine now.
I shook my head, because you agreed with my assessment and suggestions. Plus you had me sitting in your lap, and you copped a feel of my ass. It's not going to be the same when we're not on the same page and arguing about it in your office in front of other people. Then we'll have to bring that irritation home and deal with it here too.
We can agree to leave work at the door.
His eyes slid over me, lingering on my legs, which were mostly bared by my silk robe.
I won't have any problem thinking of more enjoyable things.
Rolling my eyes, I backed out of the room. Sex maniac.
I love making love with you.
That's not fair, I complained, having no defense against that. No defense against him. Gideon grinned.
I never said I play fair.
When I entered my apartment 15 minutes later, it felt weird. The floor plan was identical to Gideon's next door, but reversed. The blending of his furniture and mine had helped to make his space feel like ours, but had the side effect of making me feel like my home was alien.
Hey, Eva.
I looked around and saw Trey in the kitchen, pouring milk into 2 glasses. Hey, I greeted him back. How are you?
Better.
He looked it. His blonde hair, which was usually unruly, had been nicely styled, one of Carrie's talents. Trey's hazel eyes were bright, his smile charming beneath his once-broken nose. It's good to see you around more, I told him.
I rearranged my schedule a bit.
He held up the milk and I shook my head, so he put it away.
How are you?
Dodging reporters, hoping my boss gets engaged, planning on setting one parent straight, fitting in a phone call to the other parent, and looking forward to hitting the town with the girls tonight.
You're awesome.
What can I say? I smiled. How's school and work? I knew Trey was studying to be a veterinarian and juggling jobs to pay for it. One of those gigs was as a photographer's assistant, which was how he'd met Carrie. He winced.
Both brutal, but it'll pay off someday.
We should have another movie and pizza night when you get a chance. I couldn't help rooting for Trey in the tug-of-war between him and Tatiana. It could just be me, but she'd always seemed very adversarial toward me. And I didn't like the way she'd put herself forward when she met Gideon.
Sure. I'll see what Carrie's schedule is like.
I regretted bringing it up to Trey first instead of Carrie, because some of the light left his eyes. I knew he was thinking about Carrie having to fit him in between time with Tatiana. Well, if he's not up for it, we can always go out without him. His mouth tilted up on one side.
Sounds like a plan.
At 10 minutes to 1, I exited the lobby to find Clancy already waiting for me. He waved aside the doorman and opened the town car door for me, but no one looking at him would believe he was just a driver. He carried himself like the weapon he was, and in all the years I'd known him, I couldn't recall ever seeing him smile. Once he'd resumed his seat behind the wheel, he turned off the police scanner he routinely listened to and pulled his sunglasses down enough to catch my eye in the rearview mirror.
How are you?
Better than my mom, I'm guessing. He was too professional to give anything away in his expression. Instead, he slid his shades back into place and synced my phone to the car's Bluetooth to start my playlist. Then he pulled away from the curb. Reminded of his thoughtfulness, I said, Hey, I'm sorry I took it out on you. You were doing a job and you didn't deserve to get bitched at for it.
You're not just a job, Miss Trammell.
I was silent for a bit, absorbing that. Clancy and I had a distant, polite association. We saw each other quite a bit because he was responsible for getting me to and from my Krav Maga classes in Brooklyn. But I'd never really thought about him having any sort of personal stake in my safety, although it made sense. Clancy was a guy who took pride in his work. It wasn't just that one thing, though, I clarified. A lot of stuff happened before you and Stanton ever came into the picture.
Apology accepted.
The brusque reply was so like him that it made me smile. Settling more comfortably into the seat, I looked out the window at the city I'd adopted and loved passionately. On the sidewalk beside me, strangers stood shoulder to shoulder over a tiny counter, eating individual slices of pizza. As close as they were distant, each displaying a New Yorker's ability to be an island in a crashing tide of people. Pedestrians flowed past them in both directions, avoiding a man pushing religious flyers and the tiny dog at his feet. The vitality of the city had a frenetic pulse that made time seem to move faster here than anywhere else. It was such a contrast to the lazy sensuality of Southern California, where my dad lived and I'd gone to school. New York was a dominatrix on the prowl, cracking a mean whip and tantalizing with every vice. My purse vibrated against my hip, and I reached into it for my phone. A quick glance at the screen told me it was my dad. Saturdays were our weekly catch-up days, and I always looked forward to our chats, but I was almost inclined to let the call go to voicemail until I was in a better frame of mind. I was too aggravated with my mom, and my dad had already been overly concerned about me since he'd left New York after his last visit. He'd been with me when the detectives had come to my apartment to tell me Nathan was in New York. They'd dropped that bomb before they revealed that Nathan had been murdered, and I hadn't been able to hide my fear at the thought of him being so close. My dad had been after me about my violent reaction ever since. "Hey," I answered, mostly because I didn't want to be at odds with both my parents at the same time. "How are you?"
"Missing you,"
he replied in the deep, confident voice I loved. My dad was the most perfect man I knew, darkly handsome, self-assured, smart, and rock solid.
"How about you?"
"I can't complain too much."
"Okay, complain just a little. I'm all ears."
I laughed softly. "Mom's just driving me a little batty."
"What did she do now?"
he asked, with a note of warm indulgence in his voice. "She's been sticking her nose in my business."
"Ah, sometimes we parents do that when we're worried about our babies."
"You've never done that," I pointed out.
"I haven't done it yet," he qualified. "That doesn't mean I won't, if I'm worried enough. I just hope I could convince you to forgive me."
"Well, I'm on my way to Mom's now. Let's see how convincing she can be. It would help if she'd admit she's wrong."
"Good luck with that."
"Ha! Right?" I sighed. "Can I call you tomorrow?"
"Sure. Is everything all right, sweetheart?"
I closed my eyes. Cop instincts plus daddy instincts meant I rarely got anything by Victor Reyes. "Yep. It's just that I'm almost to Mom's now. I'll let you know how it goes. Oh, and my boss might be getting engaged. Anyway, I have stuff to tell you."
"I may have to stop by the station in the morning, but you can reach me on my cell no matter what. I love you."
I felt a sudden surge of homesickness. As much as I loved New York and my new life, I missed my dad a lot. "I love you too, Daddy. Talk to you tomorrow." Killing the call, I looked for my wristwatch, and its absence reminded me of the confrontation ahead. I was upset with my mother about the past, but was most concerned with the future. She'd hovered over me for so long because of Nathan, I wasn't sure she knew any other way to behave. "Hey," I leaned forward, needing to clarify something that was bothering me. "That day when me, Mom, and Megumi were walking back to the crossfire and Mom freaked out, did you guys see Nathan?"
"Yes."
"He'd been there before and got his ass beat by Gideon Cross. Why would he go back?" He glanced at me through the mirror.
"My guess? To be seen. Once he made himself known, he kept the pressure up. Likely he expected to frighten you and managed to scare Mrs. Stanton instead. Effective in either case."
"And no one told me," I said quietly. "I can't get over that."
"He wanted you frightened. No one wanted to give him that satisfaction."
"Oh, I hadn't thought of it that way."
"My big regret," he went on, "is not keeping an eye on Carrie. I miscalculated and he paid the price."
Gideon hadn't seen Nathan's attack on Carrie coming either, and God knew I felt guilty about it too. My friendship was what had put Carrie in danger to begin with. But I was really touched that Clancy cared. I could hear it in his gruff voice. He was right. I wasn't just a job to him. He was a good man who gave his all to everything he did, which made me wonder, how much did he have left over for the other things in his life? "Do you have a girlfriend, Clancy?"
"I'm married."
I felt like an ass for not knowing that. What was she like, the woman married to such a hard, somber man? A man who wore a jacket year-round to hide the sidearm he was never without. Did he soften for her and show her tenderness? Was he fierce about protecting her? Would he kill for her? "How far would you go to keep her safe?" I asked him. We slowed at a light, and he turned his head to look at me.
"How far wouldn't I go?"
9. "What was wrong with that one?" Megumi asked, watching the guy in question walk away. "He had dimples." I rolled my eyes and polished off my vodka and cranberry. Primal, the fourth stop on our club-hopping list, was pumping. The line to get in wrapped around the block, and the guitar-heavy tracks suited the club's name. the music pounding through the darkened space with a primitive, seductive beat. The decor was an electric mix of brushed metals and dark woods, with the multi-hued lighting creating animal print silhouettes. It should have been too much, but like everything Gideon, it skirted the edge of decadent excess without falling over it. The atmosphere was one of hedonistic abandon, and it did crazy things to my alcohol-fueled libido. I couldn't sit still, my feet tapping restlessly on the rungs of my chair. Megumi's roommate Lacey groaned at the ceiling, her dark blonde hair arranged in a disheveled updo I admired. "Why don't you flirt with him?" "I might," Megumi said, looking flushed, bright-eyed, and very hot, in a slinky gold halter dress. "Maybe he'll commit." "What do you want out of commitment?" Shauna asked, nursing a drink as fiery red as her hair. "Monogamy?" "Monogamy is overrated." Lacey slid off her bar stool at our tallboy table and wriggled her butt, the rhinestones on her jeans glittering in the semi-darkness of the club. "No, it's not," Megumi pouted. "I happen to like monogamy." "Is Michael sleeping with other women?" I asked, leaning forward so I didn't have to shout. I had to lean back right away to make room for the waitress, who brought another round and cleared the previous one away. The club's uniform of black stiletto boots and hot pink strapless mini-dresses stood out in the crowd, making it easy to know who to flag. It was also really sexy, as was the staff wearing them. Had Gideon had any hand in picking the outfit? And if so, had anyone modeled it for him? "I don't know." Megumi picked up her new drink and sucked at her straw with a sad face. "I'm afraid to ask." Grabbing one of the 4 shot glasses in the center of the table and a lime wedge, I shouted, "Let's do shots and dance." "Fuck yeah!" Shauna tossed back her shot of Patron without waiting for the rest of us, then shoved a lime in her mouth. Dropping the juiceless wedge into her empty glass, she shot us all a look. "Hurry up, laggers!" I went next, shuddering as the tequila washed away the tang of cranberry. Lacey and Megumi went together, toasting each other with a loud, "Kanpai!" before downing theirs. We hit the dance floor en masse, Shauna leading the way in her electric blue dress that was damn near as bright under the black lights as the club uniform. We were swallowed into the mass of writhing dancers, quickly finding ourselves pressed between steamy male bodies. I let go, giving myself over to the grinding beat of the music and the sultry atmosphere of the rocking club. Lifting my hands in the air, I swayed, releasing the lingering tension from the long, pointless afternoon with my mother. At some point, I'd lost my trust in her. As much as she promised that things would be different without Nathan, I found I couldn't believe her. She'd crossed the line too many times. "You're beautiful!" someone yelled by my ear. I looked over my shoulder at the dark-haired guy curved against my back. "Thanks!" It was a lie, of course. My hair clung to my sweat-damp temples and neck in a sticky tangle. I didn't care. The music raged on, songs sliding into each other. I reveled in the utter sensuality of the venue and the shameless drive for casual sex that everyone seemed to exude. I was pressed between a couple, the girlfriend at my back and her boyfriend at my front, when I spotted someone I knew. He must have seen me first, because he was already working his way toward me. "Martin!" I yelled, breaking out of my bump-and-grind sandwich. In the past, I'd only crossed paths with Stanton's nephew during the holidays. We'd met up once I moved to New York, but I hoped we would eventually see each other more. "Eva, hi!" He caught me up in a hug, then pulled back to check me out. "You look fantastic. How are you?" "Let's get a drink!" I shouted, feeling too parched to hold a conversation at the decibel level required in the crowd. Grabbing my hand, he led me out of the crush, and I pointed to my table. The moment we sat down, the waitress was there with another vodka and cranberry. It had been that way all night, although I noted that my drinks were getting darker as the hours progressed, a sure sign that the vodka-to-cranberry ratio was slowly becoming more cranberry than not. I knew that was deliberate and was suitably impressed by Gideon's ability to carry his instructions from club to club. Since no one was stopping me from supplementing with shots, I didn't mind too much. So, I began, taking a welcome sip before rolling the ice-cold tumbler across my forehead. How have you been? Great, he grinned, looking quite handsome in a camel-hued V-neck t-shirt and black jeans. His dark hair wasn't nearly the length of Gideon's, but it fell attractively across his forehead, framing eyes that I knew were green, although no one would be able to tell in the club's lighting. How's the ad biz treating you? I love my job. He laughed at my enthusiasm. If only we could all say that. I thought you liked working with Stanton. I do. Like the money, too. Can't say I love the job, though. The waitress brought his scotch on the rocks, and we clinked glasses. Who were you here with? I asked him. A couple friends. He looked around. Who are lost in the jungle. You? Same. I caught Lacey's eye on the dance floor, and she gave me 2 thumbs up. Are you seeing anyone, Martin? His smile widened. No. You like blondes? Are you hitting on me? Not quite. I raised my brows at Lacey and jerked my head toward Martin. She looked surprised for a minute, then grinned and rushed over. I introduced them and felt pretty good about the way they hit it off. Martin was always fun and charming, and Lacey was vivacious and attractive in a unique way, more charismatic than beautiful. Megumi made her way back over, and we did another round of shots before Martin asked Lacey to dance. You got any other hot guys in your pocket? Megumi asked, as the couple melted away. I was wishing I had my smartphone in my pocket. You're miserable, girl. She looked at me for a long minute, then her lips twisted. I'm drunk. That too. Want another shot? Why not? We did a shot each, polishing them off just as Shauna came back with Lacey, Martin, and his 2 friends, Kurt and Andre. Kurt was gorgeous, with sandy brown hair, square jaw, and cocky smile. Andre was cute, too, with a mischievous twinkle in his dark eyes and shoulder-length dreadlocks. He focused on Megumi, which cheered her right up. Our expanded group was roaring with laughter in no time. And when Kurt came back from the bathroom, Martin finished his story, he sacked the whole restaurant. Andre and Martin started howling. Kurt threw limes at them. What does that mean? I asked, smiling even though I didn't get the punchline. It's when you leave your sack hanging out of your fly, Andre explained. At first, people can't figure out what it is they're seeing. Then they try to figure out if you just somehow don't know your nads or swinging in the breeze. No one says a word. No shit? Shauna nearly fell off her chair. We got so rowdy, our waitress asked us to tone it down, with a smile. I caught her by the elbow before she walked away. Is there a phone I can use? Just ask one of the bartenders, she said. Tell them Dennis, he's the manager, okayed it and they'll hook you up. Thanks. I slid off my seat as she moved on to another table. I had no idea who Dennis was, but I'd just been going with the flow all night, knowing Gideon would have set up everything flawlessly. Anyone up for water? I asked the group. I got booed and pelted with wadded-up napkins. Laughing, I went to the bar and waited for an opening to ask for Pellegrino and the phone. I dialed Gideon's cell number, since it was the one I had memorized. I figured it was safe since I was calling from a public place he owned. Cross, he answered briskly. Hi, Ace. I leaned into the bar and covered my other ear with my hand. I'm drunk dialing you. I can tell. His voice changed for me, slowed, and grew warm. It captivated me even over the music. Are you having a good time? Yes, but I miss you. Did you take your vitamins? He had a smile in his voice when he asked, Are you horny, Angel? It's your fault. This club is like Viagra. I'm hot and sweaty and dripping in pheromones. And I've been a bad girl, you know, dancing like I'm single. Bad girls get punished. Maybe I should be really bad then. Make the punishment worth it. He growled. Come home and be bad with me. The thought of him at home, ready for me, made me even more eager for him. I'm stuck here till the girls are done, which looks to be a while. I can come to you. Within 20 minutes, you could have my cock inside you. Do you want that? I glanced around the club. my entire body vibrating with the hard-driving music. Imagining him here, fucking me in his no-holds-barred place, made me squirm with anticipation. Yes, I want that.
Do you see the skywalk?
Turning around, I looked up and saw the suspended walkway hugging the walls. Dancers dry-fucked to the music from 20 feet above the dance floor. Yes.
There's a section where it wraps around a mirrored corner. I'll meet you there. Be ready, Eva, he ordered. I want your cunt naked and wet when I find you.
I shivered at the familiar command, knowing it meant he'd be rough and impatient. Just what I wanted. I'm wearing a—
Angel, a crowd of millions couldn't hide you from me. I found you once. I'll always find you.
Longing seared my veins. Hurry. Reaching over to replace the receiver on the business side of the bar, I grabbed my mineral water and drank until the bottle was empty. Then I headed to the bathroom, where I waited in line forever in order to get ready for Gideon. I was giddy with booze and excitement, so thrilled that my boyfriend, arguably one of the busiest men in the world, would drop everything to service me. I licked my lips, shifting on my feet. I hurried through the ladies' room to a stall, ditching my panties before hitting the sink and mirror to freshen up with a damp napkin. Most of my makeup had melted off, leaving me with smudged eyes and cheeks reddened by heat and exertion. My hair was a mess, both wildly mussed and wet around my face. Oddly, I didn't look half bad. I looked sexual and ready. Lacey was in line, and I stopped by her as I inched my way through the crowded bathroom threshold. Having fun? I asked her.
Yeah,
she grinned. Thanks for introducing me to your cousin. I didn't bother to correct her. You're welcome. Can I ask you something? About Michael? Shrugging, she said. Go for it. You went out with him first. What didn't you like about him? No chemistry. Good-looking guy, successful. Sadly, I didn't want to fuck him. Toss him back, the girl next in line interjected. I did. Okay. I could totally respect not progressing with a relationship lacking sexual heat, but I was still bothered by the situation. I didn't like seeing Megumi so bummed. I'm going to go grind against some hot guy. Hit it, girl, Lacey said with a nod. I took off in search of the stairs to the skywalk. I found them guarded by a bouncer policing the number of bodies allowed to venture up. There was a line, and I eyed it with dismay. As I debated how much of a delay I was facing, the bouncer unfolded his powerful arms from across his chest and pressed his earpiece deeper into his ear with one hand, clearly focusing on whatever was being relayed through the receiver. He could have been Samoan or Maori, with dark caramel skin, a shaved head, and massive barrel chest and biceps. He had a baby face and was downright adorable when his fierce scowl was replaced by a wide grin. His hand dropped away from his ear, and he crooked a finger at me.
You, Eva.
I nodded. He reached behind him and unhooked the velvet rope blocking the stairway.
Head on up.
A roar of protests came from those who were waiting. I offered an apologetic smile, then raced up the metal stairs as fast as my heels would allow. When I reached the top, a female bouncer let me through and pointed to my left. I saw the corner Gideon had mentioned, where two mirrored walls connected, and the skywalk wrapped around it in an L shape. I weaved my way through writhing bodies, my pulse rate increasing with every step. The music was less loud up here and the air more humid. Sweat glistened on exposed skin, and the elevation lent a sense of danger, even though the glass railing surrounding the skywalk was shoulder high. I was almost to the mirrored section when I was caught around the waist and pulled back into a man's rolling hips. Looking over my shoulder, I saw the guy I'd danced with before, the one who'd called me beautiful. I smiled and started dancing, closing my eyes to lose myself in the music. When his hands started to slide over my waist, I caught them, pinning them to my hips with my own. He laughed and dipped his knees, aligning his body with mine. We were 3 songs out before I felt the ripple of awareness that told me Gideon was nearby. The electrical charge swept over my skin, heightening every sensation. Abruptly, the music was louder, the temperature hotter, the sensuality of the club more arousing. I smiled and opened my eyes, spotting him arrowing toward me. I was instantly hot for him, my mouth watering as I ate up the sight of him in a dark t-shirt and jeans, his hair pulled back from that breathtaking face. No one seeing him would put him together with Gideon Cross, the international mogul. This guy appeared younger and rougher, distinctive only for his incredible smoke and hotness. I licked my lips with anticipation, leaning into the guy behind me and rubbing my ass voluptuously into the next roll of his hips. Gideon's hands fisted at his sides, his posture aggressive and predatory. He didn't slow as he neared me, his body on a collision course with mine. Turning, I met him the last step, surging into him. Our bodies crashed together, my arms encircling his shoulders and my hands pulling his head down so I could take his mouth in a wet, hungry kiss. With a growl, Gideon cupped my ass and yanked me up hard against him, my feet leaving the floor. He bruised my lips with the ferocity of his passion, his tongue filling my mouth with hard, deep plunges that warned me of the violent shades of his lust. The guy I'd been dancing with came up behind me, his hands in my hair and his lips at my shoulder blade. Gideon pulled back, his face a gorgeous mask of fury. "Get lost." I looked at the guy and gave a shrug. "Thanks for the dance." "Any time, beautiful." He caught the hips of a girl walking by and moved away.
"Angel."
With a growl, Gideon pressed me into the mirror, his hard thigh thrust between my legs.
"You're a bad girl."
Shameless and eager, I rode him, gasping at the feel of denim against my tender sex. "Only for you." He gripped my bare buttocks beneath my dress, spurring me on. His teeth caught the shell of my ear, my silver chandelier earrings brushing my neck. He was breathing hard, low rumbles vibrating in his chest. He smelled so good, and my body responded, trained to associate his scent with the wildest, hottest of pleasures. We danced, straining together, our bodies moving as if there were no clothes between us. The music pounded around us, through us, and he moved his amazing body to it, captivating me. We'd danced before, ballroom style, but never like this. This sweaty, dirty grinding. I was surprised, turned on, fell even deeper in love. Gideon watched me with a hooded gaze, seducing me with his need and his uninhibited moves. I was lost in him, wrapped around him, clawing to get closer. He kneaded my breast through the thin black jersey of my spaghetti-strapped dress. The built-in shelf bra was no barrier. His fingers stroked, then tugged the hardened point of my nipple. As I moaned, my head fell back against the mirror. Dozens of people surrounded us, and I didn't care. I just needed his hands on me, his body against mine, his breath on my skin.
"You want me," he said harshly, "right here."
I quivered at the thought. "Would you?"
"You want them to watch. You want them to see me fuck my cock into your greedy little cunt until you're dripping in cum. You want me to prove you're mine." His teeth sank into the top of my shoulder. "Make you feel it."
"I want to prove that you're mine," I shot back, shoving my hands into the pockets of his jeans to feel his hard ass flex. "I want everyone to know it." Gideon hitched one arm beneath my rear and lifted me, his other hand slapping flat against a pad on the wall by the mirror. I heard a faint beeping, and then a door opened in the mirror at my back, and we stepped into almost total darkness. The concealed entrance closed behind us, muting the music. We were in an office with a desk, a seating area, and 180-degree view of the club through two-way mirrors. He put me down and spun me, pinning my front to the transparent side of the glass. The club was spread out before me, the dancers on the skywalk only inches away. His hands were up my skirt and in the bodice of my dress, fingers sliding into my cleft and rolling my nipple. I was snared. His big body covered mine, his arms around me, torso to hips, his teeth in my shoulder holding me in place. He owned me.
"Tell me if it's too much,"
he murmured, his lips drifting up my throat.
"Safe word before I scare you."
Emotion flooded me, gratitude for this man who always thought of me first. I provoked you. I want to be taken. I want you wild.
You're so hot for it,
he purred, pumping 2 fingers quick and hard into me.
You were made for fucking.
Made for you? I gasped, my breath fogging the glass. I was on fire for him, my desire pouring out from the inside, from the well of love I couldn't contain.
Did you forget that tonight?
His hand left my sex to reach between us and yank open his fly.
When other men were touching you, rubbing against you, did you forget you're mine?
Never. I never forget. My eyes closed as his erection, so stiff and warm, rested heavily against the bare cheek of my ass. He was hot for it, too. Hot for me. I called you. Wanted you. His lips moved over my skin, forging a scorching trail to my mouth.
Take me then, angel,
he coaxed, his tongue touching mine with teasing licks.
Put me inside you.
Arching my back, I reached between my legs, my hand circling his thickness. He bent his knees, lining himself up for me. I paused, turning my head to press my cheek to his. I loved that I could have this with him, be this way with him. Circling my hips, I stroked my clit with the wide crest of his cock, making him slick with my arousal. Gideon squeezed my swollen breasts, plumping them.
Lean into me, Eva. Push away from the glass.
With my palm to the 2-way mirror, I pushed back. My head pillowed on his shoulder. He wrapped my throat with his hand, gripped my hip, and thrust so hard into me that my feet left the floor. He held me there, suspended in his arms, filled with his cock, his groan cascading over my senses. On the other side of the glass, the club raged on. I abandoned myself to the wickedly intense pleasure of seemingly exhibitionist sex, an illicit fantasy that always drove us wild. I writhed, unable to bear the decadent pressure. My hand between my legs reached lower, cradled his sack. He was tight and full, so ready, and inside me... Oh, God, you're so hard.
I was made to fuck you,
he whispered, sending shivers of delight through me. Do it. I set both hands on the glass, beyond needy. Do it now. Gideon lowered me to my feet, his hands steadying me as I bent at the waist, opening myself to him so he could slide deep. A low, keening cry escaped as he seized my hips and angled me, knowing just how to position me to make me fit him. He was too big for me, too long and thick. The stretching was intense. Delicious. My core trembled, clenching desperately around him. He made a rough sound of pleasure, pulling out just a little before sliding back slowly, again, then again. The wide crest of his cock massaging the bundle of nerves deep inside me that only he'd ever reached. Fingers clawing restlessly, leaving steamy trails on the glass, I moaned. I was achingly aware of the distant throb of the music, and the mass of people I saw as clearly as if they were in the room with us.
That's it, Angel, he said urgently. Let me hear how much you like it.
Gideon? My legs shook violently on a particularly skillful stroke, my weight supported only by the glass and his secure hold. I was unbearably excited, greedy, feeling both the submission of my pose and the dominance of being serviced. I could do nothing but take what Gideon gave me. The rhythmic slide and retreat, the sounds of his hunger. The scrape of his jeans against my thighs told me he'd pushed them down only far enough to free his cock, a sign of impatience that thrilled me. One of his hands left my hip, then returned to rest atop my ass. I felt the pad of his thumb, wet from his mouth, rubbing over the tight pucker of my rear. No, I begged, afraid I'd lose my mind. But it wasn't my safe word, crossfire. And I flowered open for him. Giving way under the questing pressure, he growled as he claimed that dark place. He came over me, his other hand moving to finger my sex, to spread me and rub my pulsing clit.
Mine, he said gruffly. You're mine.
It was too much. I came with a scream, shaking violently, my hands squeaking on the glass as my sweaty palms slipped. He began pounding the ecstasy into me, his thumb in my rear an irresistible torment, his clever fingers on my clit driving me insane. One orgasm rolled into another, my sex rippling along his plunging cock. He made a rough sound of desire and swelled inside me, chasing his climax. I gasped, "Don't come. Not yet." Gideon's tempo slowed, his breathing harsh in the darkness.
"How do you want me?"
"I want to watch you," I moaned as my core tightened again. "Want to see your face." He withdrew and pulled me upright, turned and lifted me, pressed me to the glass and thrust hard into me. In that moment of possession, he gave me what I needed, the glazed look of helpless pleasure, the instant of vulnerability before the lust seized his control.
"You want to watch me lose it?"
he said hoarsely. "Yes." I pulled the straps from my shoulders and exposed my breasts, lifting and squeezing them, toying with my nipples. The glass was vibrating with the beat against my back. Gideon was vibrating against my front, his body barely reined. I pressed my lips to his, absorbing his panting breaths. "Let go," I whispered. Holding me effortlessly, he withdrew, dragging the thick, heavy crown across the hypersensitive tissues inside me. Then he powered into me, taking me to my limits. "Oh, God!" I writhed in his grip. "You're so deep."
"Eva."
He fucked me hard, thrusting like a man possessed. I held on, trembling, spread wide for the relentless drives of his rigid penis. He was lost to instinct, the insistent desire to mate. Raw moans spilled from him, making me so hot and slick that my body offered no resistance, welcoming his desperate need. It was rough and messy and sexy as hell. His neck arched and he gasped my name. "Come for me," I demanded, tightening around him, squeezing. His whole body jerked hard, then shuddered. His mouth twisted in a grimace of agonized bliss, his eyes losing their focus as the climax built. Gideon came with an animal roar, spurting so hard I felt it. Over and over, heating me from the inside with thick washes of semen. My lips were all over him, my arms and legs holding tight. He collapsed against me, his lungs heaving for breath, still coming. 10. The first thing I saw when I woke up Sunday morning was an amber bottle labeled Hangover Cure, in an old-fashioned font. A raffia bow adorned the neck and a cork stopper kept the stomach-turning contents safe. The cure worked, as I'd learned the last time Gideon had given me the stuff, but the sight of it reminded me of how much alcohol I'd consumed the night before. Squeezing my eyes shut, I groaned and buried my head in the pillow, willing myself back to sleep. The bed shifted. Warm, firm lips drifted down my bare spine.
"Good morning, angel mine."
"You sound ridiculously pleased with yourself," I muttered.
"Pleased with you, actually."
"Fiend."
"I was referring to your crisis management suggestions, but of course the sex was phenomenal, as always."
His hand slid beneath the sheet that was pooled around my waist, and he squeezed my ass. I lifted my head and found him propped against the headboard beside me with his laptop on his thighs. He looked mouth-watering, as usual, completely relaxed in drawstring lounging pants. I was certain I was looking far less attractive. I'd taken the limo home with the girls, then met up with Gideon at his apartment. It was nearly dawn before I'd finished with him, and I'd been so tired. I crashed with hair still wet from a hasty shower. A tingle of pleasure moved through me at finding him next to me. He'd slept in the guest room, and he had an office to work in. The fact that he chose to work in the bed I slept in meant he just wanted to be near me, even while I was unconscious. I turned my head to look at the bedside clock, but my gaze snagged on my wrist instead. "Gideon." The watch that had been placed on my arm while I slept enchanted me. The Art Deco-inspired timepiece sparkled with hundreds of tiny diamonds. The band was a creamy satin, and the mother-of-pearl face was branded with both Patek Philippe and Tiffany & Company.
It's gorgeous. There are only 25 of those in the world, which isn't nearly as unique as you are, but then, what is?
He smiled down at me. I love it. I pushed up onto my knees. I love you. He shoved his laptop aside in time for me to straddle him and hug him tightly. Thank you, I murmured, touched by his thoughtfulness. He would have gone out for it while I was at my mother's, or maybe just after I left with the girls.
Tell me how to earn one of these naked hugs every day.
Just be you, Ace. I rubbed my cheek against his. You're all I need. I slid out of bed and padded over to the bathroom, with the small amber bottle in my hand. I guzzled the contents down with a shudder, brushed my teeth and hair, and then washed my face. I pulled on a robe and returned to the bedroom, finding Gideon gone, and his laptop lying open in the middle of the bed. I passed him in his office, seeing him standing with his feet planted wide and his arms crossed, facing the window. The city stretched out in front of him. Not the skyline view he had in his Crossfire office or his penthouse, but a closer vantage, more grounded and immediate, the connection with the city more intimate.
I don't share your concern, he said briskly into his earpiece mic. I'm aware of the risk. Stop talking. The subject isn't open to debate. Draw up the agreement as specified.
Recognizing that all-business note of steel in his voice, I kept walking. I still wasn't sure exactly what was in the bottle, but I suspected it was vitamins and liquor of some sort, hair of the dog. It was warming my belly and making me feel lethargic, so I went to the kitchen and made a cup of coffee. Supplied with caffeine, I plopped down on the couch and checked my smartphone for messages. I frowned when I saw that I'd missed 3 calls from my dad, all before 8 in the morning in California. I also noted a dozen missed calls from my mom, but I figured Monday was soon enough to deal with her again. And there was a text from Carrie that shouted, "Call me." I called my dad back first, trying to swallow a quick drink of coffee before he answered.
Eva?
The anxious way my dad said my name told me something was wrong. I sat up straighter. Dad, is everything all right?
Why didn't you tell me about Nathan Barker?
His voice was hoarse and filled with pain. Goosebumps swept across my skin. Oh, fuck. He knew. My hand shook so badly I spilled hot coffee on my hand and thigh. I didn't even feel it. I was so panicked by my father's anguish. Dad, I
can't believe you didn't tell me. Or Monica. My God. She should have said something. Should have told me.
He sucked in a shaky breath.
I had the right to know.
Sorrow spread through my chest like acid. My dad, a man whose self-control rivaled Gideon's, sounded like he was crying. I set my mug on the coffee table, my breathing fast and shallow. Nathan's sealed juvenile records had broken open upon his death, exposing the horror of my past to anyone who had the knowledge and means to find it. As a cop, my dad had those means. There's nothing you could have done, I told him, stunned, but trying to hold it together for his sake. My smartphone beeped with an incoming call, but I ignored it. Before or after?
I could have been there for you. I could have taken care of you.
Daddy, you did. Putting me together with Dr. Travis changed my life. I didn't really start dealing with anything until then. I can't tell you how much that helped. He groaned, and it was a low sound of torment.
I should have fought your mother for you. You should have been with me.
Oh, God. My stomach cramped. You can't blame Mom. She didn't know what was happening for a long time, and when she did find out, she did everything.
She didn't tell me,
he shouted, making me jump.
She should have fucking told me. And how could she not know? There must have been signs.
How could she not see them? Jesus! I saw them when you came to California. I sobbed, unable to contain my anguish. I begged her not to tell you. I made her promise. That wasn't your decision to make, Ava. You were a child. She knew better. I'm sorry, I cried. The insistent, relentless beeping of an incoming call pushed me over the edge. I'm so sorry. I just didn't want Nathan to hurt anyone else I loved.
I'm coming to see you, he said with a sudden burst of calm. I'm getting the next flight out. I'll call you when I land.
Dad.
I love you, sweetheart. You're everything.
He hung up. Shattered, I sat there in a daze. I knew the knowledge of what had been done to me would eat my father alive, but I didn't know how to combat that darkness. My phone started vibrating in my hand, and I just stared down at the screen, seeing my mother's name, and unable to think of what to do. Standing on unsteady feet, I dropped my cell on the low table as if it had burned me. I couldn't talk to her then. I didn't want to talk to anyone. I just wanted Gideon. I stumbled down the hallway, my shoulders sliding along the wall. I heard Gideon's voice as I neared his office, and my tears came faster, my steps quickening.
I appreciate that you thought of me, but no, he said in a low, firm voice that was different from the one I'd heard him using before. It was gentler, more intimate. Of course we're friends. You know why? I can't give you what you want from me. I rounded the corner into his office and saw him at his desk, his head down as he listened. Stop, he said icily. This isn't the tack you want to take with me, Corinne.
Gideon? I whispered, my hand gripping the door jamb with white-knuckled force. He glanced up, then straightened abruptly, surging to his feet. The scowl on his face fled.
I have to go,
he said, pulling the earpiece from his ear and dropping it on the desk as he rounded it.
What's wrong? Are you sick?
He caught me as I rushed into him, needing him. Relief flooded me as he pulled me close and held me tight. My dad found out. I pressed my face to his chest, my mind filled with echoes of my father's pain. He knows. Gideon swung me up in his arms, cradling me. His phone started ringing. Cursing under his breath, he walked out of the room. In the hallway, I could hear my phone rattling on the coffee table. The irritating sound of two phones going off simultaneously ratcheted up my anxiety.
Let me know if you need to get that, he said.
It's my mom. I'm sure my dad's called her already, and he's so angry. God, Gideon, he's devastated.
I understand how he feels.
He carried me into the guest bedroom and kicked the door closed behind him. Laying me on the bed, he grabbed the remote off the nightstand and turned on the television, lowering the volume to a level that drowned out all other sound, but my hiccuping sobs. Then he lay down beside me and hugged me, his hands rubbing up and down my back. I cried until my eyes felt raw and I had nothing left.
Tell me what to do, he said when I quieted.
He's coming here, to New York. My stomach nodded at the thought. He's trying to fly out today, I think.
When you find out, I'll go with you to pick him up.
You can't.
The hell I can't, he said without heat.
I offered my mouth and sighed when he kissed me. I should really go alone. He's hurt. He won't want anyone else to see him that way. Gideon nodded.
Take my car.
Which one?
Your new neighbor's DB9.
Huh? He shrugged.
You'll know it when you see it.
I didn't doubt that. Whatever it was, the car would be sleek, fast, and dangerous, just like its owner. I'm scared, I murmured, my legs tangling even tighter with his. He was so strong and solid. I wanted to hang on to him and never let go. His fingers sifted through my hair.
Of what?
Things are already fucked up between my mom and me. If my parents have a falling out, I don't want to get stuck in the middle. I know they wouldn't handle it well, especially my mom. They're crazy in love with each other.
I hadn't realized that.
You didn't see them together. Major sizzle, I explained, remembering that Gideon and I had been separated when I learned the sexual chemistry between my parents was still white hot. And my dad confessed to still being in love with her. Makes me sad to think about it.
Because they're not together?
Yes, but not because I want one big happy family, I qualified. I just hate the thought of going through life without the person you're in love with. When I lost you,
you've never lost me.
It was like part of me died. Going through a whole lifetime like that
would be hell.
Gideon ran his fingertips across my cheek, and I saw the bleakness in his eyes, the lingering specter of Nathan haunting him.
Let me handle Monica.
I blinked at him. How? His lips curled on one side.
I'll call her and ask her how you're dealing with everything and how you're doing. Start the process of publicly working my way back to you.
She knows I told you everything. She might break down on you.
Better me than you.
That was almost enough to make me smile. Thank you.
I'll distract her and get her thinking about something else.
He reached for my hand and touched my ring. Wedding bells. He didn't say it, but I got the message. And of course, that was what my mother would think. A man in Gideon's position didn't come back to a woman through her mother, especially one like Monica Stanton, unless his intentions were serious. That was an issue we'd tackle another day. For the next hour, Gideon pretended like he wasn't hovering. He stayed close, following me from room to room on some pretext or another. When my stomach growled, he tugged me immediately into the kitchen, pulling together a plate of sandwiches, potato chips, and prepared macaroni salad. We ate at the island, and I let the comfort of his attentiveness soothe my nerves. As rough as things were, he was there for me to lean on. It made a lot of the troubles we were facing seem surmountable. What couldn't we accomplish as long as we stayed together? What did Corinne want? I asked. Besides you. His features hardened.
I don't want to talk about Corinne.
There was an edge to his voice that niggled at me. Is everything all right?
What did I just say?
Something lame that I'm choosing to ignore. He made an exasperated noise but relented.
She's upset.
Screaming upset or crying upset?
Does it matter?
Yes. There's a difference between being mad at a guy and being a teary mess over him. For example, Deanna is mad and can plot your destruction. I was a teary mess and can barely crawl out of bed every day.
God. Eva.
He reached over and set his hand over mine.
I'm sorry.
Cut it out with the apologies already. You'll make it up to me having to deal with my mother. So is Corinne mad or teary?
She was crying.
Gideon winced.
Christ, she lost it.
I'm sorry you're dealing with that. Don't let her guilt trip you, though.
I used her, he said quietly, to protect you.
I set my sandwich down and narrowed my gaze at him. Did you or did you not tell her that all you could offer was friendship?
You know I did. But I also deliberately fostered the impression that we might be more, for the sake of the press and the police. I sent her mixed signals. That's what I feel guilty about.
Well, stop. That bitch tried to make me think you'd banged her. I wiggled 2 fingers. Twice. And the first time she did, it hurt so bad I'm still getting over it. Plus, she's married, for fuck's sake. She's got no business making moves on my man when she's got her own.
Back up to the part about banging her. What are you talking about?
I explained the incidents, the lipstick on the cuff disaster at the Crossfire and my impromptu visit to Corinne's apartment, when she'd tried to play it like she'd just got done screwing him.
Well, that changes things considerably, he said. There's nothing more she and I need to say to each other.
Thank you. He reached over to tuck my hair behind my ear.
We'll eventually be on the other side of all this.
Whatever will we do with ourselves then? I muttered.
Oh, I'm sure I can think of something.
Sex, right? I shook my head. I've created a monster.
Don't forget work. Together.
Oh my God. You don't. Quit. He crunched on a chip and swallowed.
I want you to see the revamped Crossroads and Cross Industries websites when we're done with lunch.
I wiped my mouth with a napkin. Really? That was fast. I'm impressed.
Let's have you look at them first before you decide that.
Gideon knew me well. Work was my escape, and he put me to it. He set me up with his laptop in the living room, made my phone stop ringing, then went into his office to call my mother. For the first few minutes after he'd left me alone, I listened to the low murmur of his voice and tried to focus on the websites he'd pulled up for me, but it was no use. I was too scattered to pay attention. I ended up calling Carrie instead. "Where the fuck are you?" he barked by way of greeting. "I know it's been crazy," I said quickly, having no doubt my mother and father would have been calling the apartment Carrie and I shared when I didn't answer my smartphone. "I'm sorry." The background noise on Carrie's end told me he was somewhere out on the streets. "Mind telling me what's going on? Everyone's calling me. Your parents, Stanton, Clancy. They're all looking for you and you're not answering your cell. I've been freaking out wondering what happened to you." Crap. I closed my eyes. My dad found out about Nathan. He was silent, the sounds of distant traffic and honking the only indication he was still on the line. Then, "Holy shit. Oh, baby girl, that's bad." The compassion in his voice made my throat too tight to speak. I didn't want to cry anymore. The background noise suddenly muted, as if he'd stepped into someplace quiet. "How is he?" Carrie asked. "He's torn up." God, Carrie, it was awful. I think he was crying, and he's furious with Mom. That's probably why she's calling so much. "What's he going to do?" "He's flying out to New York. I don't know when, but he said he'd be calling when he landed." "He's flying out now? Like, today?" "I think so," I said miserably. "I'm not sure how he's managing to get time off work again so soon." "I'll fix up the guest room when I get home, if you haven't done it already." "I'll take care of it. Where are you?" "Catching lunch and a matinee with Tatiana. I had to get out for a while." "I'm so sorry you've been fielding my calls." "Not a big deal," he dismissed, in his usual Carrie way. "I was more worried than anything. You haven't been around much lately. I don't know what you're doing or who you're doing. You're not acting like yourself." The note of accusation in his tone deepened my remorse, but there was nothing I could share. "I'm sorry." He waited as if for an explanation, then said something under his breath. "I'll be home in a couple hours." "All right. See you then." I hung up, then called my stepfather.
"Ava."
"Hi, Richard." I dug right in. "Did my dad call Mom?"
"Just a moment."
There was silence on the phone for a minute or two, then I heard a door shut.
"He did call, yes. It was unpleasant for your mother. This weekend has been very hard on her. She's not well, and I'm concerned." "This is hard on all of us," I said. "I wanted to let you know that my dad is coming back to New York and I'll need to spend some quiet time with him." "You need to talk to Victor about being a little more understanding of what your mother went through. She was on her own, with a traumatized child."
"You need to understand that we've got to give him time to come to grips with this," I shot back. My tone was harsher than I intended, but reflective of my feelings. I was not going to be forced to take sides between my parents. "And I need you to deal with Mom and get her to stop calling me and Carrie nonstop. Talk to Dr. Peterson if you have to," I suggested, referring to my mother's therapist.
"Monica's on the phone now. I'll discuss it with her when she's free."
"Don't just discuss it. Do something about it. Hide the phone somewhere if that's what it takes.
That's extreme. And unnecessary.
Not if she doesn't quit. My fingers drummed on the coffee table. You and me, we're both guilty of tiptoeing around Mom. Oh no, don't upset Monica, because we'd rather just give in than deal with her meltdowns. But that's emotional extortion, Richard, and I'm done paying out. He was silent then.
You're under a lot of strain right now, and...
You think? In my head I was screaming. Tell Mom I love her, and I'll call her when I can, which won't be today.
Clancy and I are available if you need anything, he said stiffly.
Thank you, Richard. I appreciate that. I hung up and fought the urge to throw the phone at the wall. I'd managed to calm down enough to go over the Crossroads website before Gideon reappeared from his office. He looked wiped and a bit dazed, which was to be expected, considering. Dealing with my mom when she was upset was a challenge for anyone, and Gideon didn't have much experience to fall back on. I warned you, I said. He lifted his arms over his head and stretched.
She'll be all right. I think she's tougher than she lets on.
She was stoked to hear from you, wasn't she? He smirked. I rolled my eyes. She thinks I need a rich man to take care of me and keep me safe.
You've got one.
I'm going to assume you meant that in a non-caveman way. I stood. I have to head out and get ready for my dad's visit. I'll need to be home at night for however long he's here, and it's probably not wise for you to sneak into my apartment. If he mistakes you for a burglar, it won't be pretty.
It's also disrespectful. I'll use the time to be seen at the penthouse.
So we've got a plan. I stood and scrubbed at my face before admiring my new watch. At least I've got a lovely way to count the minutes until we're together again. He came to me, catching me by the nape. His thumb drew tantalizing circles on the back of my neck.
I need to know you're okay.
I nodded. I'm tired of Nathan running my life. I'm working toward that fresh start. I imagined a future in which my mom wasn't a stalker. My dad was back on solid footing. Carrie was happy. Corinne was in another country far away. And Gideon and I weren't ruled by our pasts. And I was finally ready to fight for it. 11. Monday morning. Time to go to work. I hadn't heard from my dad, so I got ready to head in. I was digging in my closet when a knock came on my bedroom door. "Come in!" I yelled. A minute later, I heard Carrie shout back, "Where the hell are you?" "In here!" His shadow darkened the doorway. "Any word from your dad?" I glanced at him. Not yet. I sent him a text and didn't get a reply.
So he's still on the plane.
Or he missed a connection. Who knows? I scowled at my clothes.
Here.
He came in and stepped around me, pulling a pair of gray linen palazzo pants off the bottom rack and a black lace cap-sleeved shirt. Thank you. And because he was close, I hugged him. His returning hug was so tight it squeezed the air out of me. Startled by his exuberance, I held him for a long while, my cheek over his heart. For the first time in a few days, he was dressed in jeans and a t-shirt, and as usual, he managed to look striking and expensive. "Everything okay?" I asked him.
"I miss you, baby girl,"
he murmured into my hair. "Just trying to make sure you don't get sick of me." I tried to sound like I was teasing, but his tone niggled at me. It lacked all the vivacity I was so used to hearing in it. "I'm taking a cab to work, so I've got some time. Why don't we have a cup of coffee?"
"Yeah."
He pulled back and smiled at me, looking boyishly beautiful. Taking my hand, he led me out of the closet. I tossed my clothes on an armchair before we headed out to the kitchen. "Are you going out?" I asked.
"I've got a shoot today."
"Well, that's good news." I headed to the coffee maker while he went to pull half and half out of the fridge. "Sounds like another occasion to dig into the case of Cristal."
"No way," he scoffed. "Not with everything that's going on with your dad."
"What else are we gonna do? Sit around staring at each other?" There's nothing more that can be done. Nathan is dead, and even if he weren't, what he did to me is long over. I pushed a steaming mug over to him and filled another. I'm ready to shove his memory in a cold, dark hole and forget about him.
Over for you?
He lightened my coffee and slid it back.
It's still news to your dad. He'll want to talk about it.
I am not talking about it with my dad. I'm not talking about it ever.
He might not go along with that.
I turned and faced him, leaning back into the counter with my mug cradled between my hands. All he needs is to see me doing okay. This isn't about him, it's about me, and I'm surviving. Pretty well, I think. He stirred his coffee, a thoughtful look on his face.
Yeah, you are, he said after a few seconds. Are you going to tell him about your mystery man?
He's not a mystery. I just can't talk about him. And that has nothing to do with our friendship. I trust you and love you and rely on you like always. His green eyes challenged me over the rim of his mug.
Doesn't seem like it.
You're my best friend. When I'm old and gray, you'll still be my best friend. Not talking about the guy I'm seeing isn't going to change that.
How am I not supposed to feel like you don't trust me? What's the big deal with this guy that you can't even give me a name or anything?
I sighed and told him a partial truth.
I don't know his name.
Carrie stilled, staring.
You're shitting me.
I never asked him what it was. As evasive answers went, it begged to be challenged. Carrie gave me a long look.
And I'm not supposed to be worried?
Nope. I'm comfortable with the whole thing. We're both getting what we need, and he cares about me. He studied me.
What do you call him when you're coming? You gotta be shouting something if he's any good at it, which I assume he is, since you obviously aren't getting to know each other by talking.
Ugh. That tripped me up. I think I just say, "Oh, God." Throwing his head back, he laughed. How are you holding up with juggling 2 relationships? I asked.
I'm good.
He shoved one hand in his pocket and rocked back on his heels.
I think Tat and Trey are as close to monogamy as I've ever been. It's working out for me so far.
I found the whole arrangement fascinating. Ever worry about shouting out the wrong name when you're coming? His green eyes sparkled.
Nope. I just call him all baby.
Carrie. I shook my head. He was incorrigible. Are you going to introduce Tatiana to Trey? He shrugged.
I don't think that's the best idea.
No?
Tatiana's a bitch on a good day, and Trey's just a nice guy. Not a great combo in my book.
You once told me you didn't like Tatiana very much. Has that changed?
She is who she is, he said dismissively. I can live with it.
I stared at him.
She needs me, Eva, he said quietly. Trey wants me, and I think he loves me, but he doesn't need me.
That I understood. It was nice to be needed sometimes. Gotcha.
Who says there's only one person in the world who can give us everything? He snorted. I'm not sure I'm buying that. Look at you and your no-name guy.
Maybe a mix-and-match situation can work for people who don't get jealous. It wouldn't work for me.
Yeah.
He held out his mug, and I tapped it with my own. So, Cristal and... His lips pursed.
Tapas?
I blinked. You want to take my dad out?
Bad idea?
It's a great idea, if we can get him to go along with it. I smiled. You rock, Carrie. He winked at me, and I felt a little more settled. Everything in my life seemed to be shaken up. Most especially, my relationships with the people I loved most. That was hard for me to deal with, because I relied on them to keep me on an even keel. But maybe when everything settled down, I'd be a bit stronger, able to stand a bit straighter on my own. It would be worth all the turmoil and pain if so.
Want me to fix your hair?
Carrie asked. I nodded. Please. When I got to work, I was disappointed to find a very unhappy Megumi. She gave me a lethargic wave as she buzzed me in, then dropped back into her chair. Girl, you need to kick Michael to the curb, I said. This is not working out for you. I know. She brushed back the long bangs of her asymmetrical bob. I'm going to break it off the next time I see him. I haven't heard from him since Friday, and I'm driving myself crazy wondering if he picked up anyone while doing his bachelor bar hopping thing. Ew. I know, right? It's just not cool worrying about if the guy you're sleeping with is shagging someone else. I couldn't help but be reminded of my earlier conversation with Carrie. Me and Ben and Jerry's are only a phone call away. Holler if you need us. Is that your secret? She gave a short laugh. What flavor got you over Gideon Cross? I'm not over him, I admitted. She nodded sagely. I knew that. But you had fun on Saturday, right? And he's an idiot, by the way. One day he's going to figure that out and come crawling back. He called my mom over the weekend, I said, leaning over the desk and lowering my voice, asking about me. Whoa! Megumi leaned forward, too. What did he say? I don't know the details. Would you get back together with him? I shrugged. I can't say. Depends on how well he grovels. Totally. She high-fived me. Your hair looks great, by the way. I thanked her and headed to my cubicle, mentally preparing my request to take off from work if my dad called. I'd barely turned the corner at the end of the hall when Mark bounded out of his office with a huge grin. Oh my God. I stopped mid-step. You look insanely happy. Let me guess. You're engaged. I am. Yay! I dropped my purse and bag on the floor and clapped. I'm so excited for you. Congratulations. Bending down, he picked up my stuff. Come into my office. He gestured me in ahead of him, then closed the glass door behind us. Was it tough? I asked him, taking a seat in front of his desk. Toughest thing I've ever done. Mark handed me my bags. Sinking into his chair, he rocked back and forth. And Stephen let me stew over it. Can you believe that? He knew all along I was going to propose. Said he could tell by how freaked out I was. I grinned. He knows you well. And he waited a minute or two before he answered me. And let me tell you, it seemed like hours. I bet. So was all of his anti-marriage talk a front? He nodded, still grinning. His pride took a hit when I put him off before, so he wanted a little payback. Said he'd always known I'd come around eventually. Wanted to make me work for it when I finally did. It sounded like Stephen, who was playful and gregarious. So where did you pop the question? He laughed. I couldn't do it somewhere with atmosphere, right? Like the candlelit restaurant or the nice dark bar after the show. No. I had to wait until the limo dropped us off at home at the end of the night and we were standing outside our brownstone, and I knew I was going to lose my chance. So I just blurted it out right there on the street. I think that's really romantic. I think you're a romantic, he shot back. Who cares about wine and roses? Anyone can do that. Showing somebody you can't live without them? That's romance. As usual, you make a good point. I blew on my nails and buffed them on my shirt. What can I say? I'll let Stephen give you all the details at lunch on Wednesday. He's told the story so many times already, he's got the delivery down pat. I can't wait to see him. As excited as Mark was, I was sure Stephen was bouncing off the walls. The big, muscled contractor had a personality as vibrant as his bright red hair. I'm so thrilled for you both. He's going to rope you into helping Shauna with the planning. You know that, right? He sat up and set his elbows on the table. Besides his sister, he's recruiting every woman we know. I'm sure the whole thing will be over-the-top craziness all the way. Sounds fun. You say that now, he warned, his dark eyes laughing. Let's grab some coffee and get this week started, shall we? I stood. I hate to ask this, but my dad is making an emergency trip into the city this week. I'm not sure when he'll be coming in. It could be today. I'll need to pick him up and get him settled when he arrives. Do you need to take some time off? Just to get him situated in my apartment, a few hours at most. Mark nodded.
You said emergency trip. Is everything all right?
It will be.
Okay. I don't have a problem with you taking time when you need it.
Thank you. As I dropped my stuff off at my desk, I thought, for the millionth time, how much I loved my job and my boss. I understood how much Gideon wanted to keep me close, and I appreciated the vision of us building something together. But my work nurtured me as an individual. I didn't want to give that up, and I didn't want to end up resenting him if he kept pushing me to do so. I'd have to come up with an argument Gideon would accept. I started working on it as Mark and I headed to the break room. Although Megumi hadn't yet kissed Michael goodbye, I took her out to lunch at a nearby deli with delicious wraps and a decent selection of Ben & Jerry cups. I chose Chunky Monkey, she went with Cherry Garcia, and we both enjoyed the cool treat in the middle of the hot day. We sat at a small metal table in the back, the remnants of our lunch on a tray between us. The deli wasn't as crazed during the noon hour as some of the other restaurants and full-service eateries in the area were, which suited us both fine. We could hold a conversation without raising our voices. "Mark's floating," she said, licking her spoon. She wore a lime green dress that went really well with her dark hair and pale skin. Megumi always dressed in bold colors and styles. I envied her ability to pull them off so well. "I know," I smiled. "It's so cool to see someone that happy. Guilt-free happiness, unlike this ice cream. What's a little guilt every now and then? A fat ass?" I groaned. "Thanks for the reminder that I have to hit the gym today. I haven't worked out in days. Unless one counted mattress gymnastics." "How do you stay motivated?" she asked me. "I know I should go, but I can always find an excuse not to." "And you keep that amazing figure anyway." I shook my head. "You make me sick." Her lips quirked. "Where do you work out?" "I alternate between a regular gym and a Krav Maga studio in Brooklyn." "Do you go after work or before?" "After. I am not a morning person," I said. "Sleep is my friend." "Would you mind if I tag along sometime? I don't know about that Krav whata, but the gym. Where do you go?" I swallowed a bit of chocolate and was about to reply when I heard a phone ringing. "Are you going to get that?" Megumi asked, which alerted me to the fact that the phone was mine. The burner phone, which was why I didn't recognize it. I dug it out quickly and answered with a breathless, "Hello?"
Angel.
For a second, I savored the rasp of Gideon's voice. "Hey, what's up?"
My attorneys just notified me that the police might have a suspect.
"What?" My heart stopped. My stomach began to revolt against lunch. "Oh my God."
It's not me.
I don't remember getting back to the office. When Megumi asked me for the name of my gym, she had to ask twice. The fear I felt was like nothing I'd ever suffered before. It was so much worse when you felt it on behalf of someone you loved. How could the police possibly suspect someone else? I had the horrible feeling they were just trying to shake Gideon up, shake me up. If that was the goal, it was working, at least on me. Gideon had sounded calm and collected during our brief conversation. He told me not to get upset, that he just wanted to warn me that the police might come by with more questions. Or they might not. Jesus. I walked slowly back to my desk, my nerves shot. I felt like I'd gulped down an entire pot of coffee. My hands were trembling and my heart was beating too fast. I sat down at my desk and tried to get back to work, but I couldn't concentrate. I stared at my monitor and didn't see anything. What if the police did have a suspect who wasn't Gideon? What would we do? We couldn't let an innocent person go to prison. And yet there was a tiny voice in my head whispering that Gideon would be safe from prosecution if someone else were convicted of the crime. The moment the thought entered my mind, I felt sick over it. My gaze went to the photo of my dad. He was in his uniform, looking dashingly handsome, standing next to his patrol car. I was so confused, so frightened. When my smartphone started vibrating on my desk, I jumped. Dad's name and number flashed on the screen. I answered quickly. "Hey, where are you?" "Cincinnati. I'm switching planes." Hang on. Let me write down your flight info. I snagged a pen and jotted down the details he gave me. I'll be waiting for you when you land. I can't wait to see you.
Yeah. Eva. Sweetheart.
He sighed heavily.
I'll see you soon.
He hung up, and the subsequent silence was deafening. I knew then that the strongest emotion he was feeling was guilt. It colored his voice and made my chest ache. Standing, I made my way over to Mark's office. I just heard from my dad. His flight lands at LaGuardia in a couple hours. He looked at me, then frowned, his gaze searching.
So go home, get ready, and pick him up.
Thanks. That one word would have to do. Mark seemed to understand that I didn't want to stick around and talk. I used the burner phone to send a text while I took a cab ride home. Heading to apartment, leaving in 1 hour to get Dad. Can you talk? I needed to know what Gideon was thinking, how he was feeling. I was a wreck and I didn't know what to do about it. When I got home, I changed into a simple, lightweight summer dress and sandals. I answered a text from Martin, agreeing that it was great we'd hung out Saturday night and that we should do it again. I double-checked the kitchen, making sure all of my dad's favorite foods that I'd stocked up on were exactly where I'd put them. I checked the guest room again, even though I'd gone over it the day before. I got online and checked my dad's flight. Done. I had enough time left over to drive myself crazy. I did a search for Corinne Giroux and husband on Google, looking specifically at images. What I discovered was that Jean-Francois Giroux was a really good-looking guy. Hot, actually. Not as hot as Gideon, but then who was? Gideon was in a league by himself. But Jean-Francois was a head-turner in his own right, with dark wavy hair and eyes the color of pale jade. He was tan and had a goatee, which really worked for him. He and Corinne made a stunning couple. My burner phone rang, and I lunged to my feet in a rush, stumbling around the coffee table to get to it. I snatched it out of my purse and answered, "Hello?"
I'm next door, Gideon said. I don't have a lot of time.
I'm coming. I grabbed my purse and left my place. One of my neighbors was just unlocking her door, so I offered a polite, distant smile and pretended to wait for the elevator. The moment I heard her go inside her apartment, I darted over to Gideon's door. It opened before I could use my key. The Gideon who greeted me was in jeans and t-shirt, with a ball cap on his head. He caught my hand and pulled me inside, tugging the hat off before lowering his mouth to mine. His kiss was surprisingly sweet, his firm lips soft and warm. I dropped my purse and wrapped my arms around him, snuggling into him. The feel of his strength eased my anxiety enough to allow me to take a deep breath.
Hi,
he murmured. You didn't have to come home. I could only imagine how doing so had disrupted his day, changing clothes, making the trip back and forth.
Yes, I did. You need me.
His hand slid up my back, and then he pulled away just enough to look down into my face.
Don't worry about this, Eva. I'll take care of it.
How? His blue eyes were cool, his expression one of confidence.
Right now I'm waiting on more information. Who are they looking at? Why are they looking at him? Chances are very good that it won't pan out. You know that.
I searched his face. What if they do?
Will I let someone else pay for my crime?
His jaw tightened.
Is that what you're asking?
No. I smoothed his brow with my fingertips. I know you won't let that happen. I'm just wondering how you'll prevent it. His scowl deepened.
You're asking me to predict the future, Eva. I can't do that. You just have to trust me.
I do, I promised fervently. But I'm still scared. I can't help being freaked out.
I know. I'm worried too.
His thumb brushed over my bottom lip.
Detective Graves is a very intelligent woman.
His observation clicked with me. You're right. That makes me feel better. I didn't know Shelley Graves, not really, but in the few interactions I'd had with her, she'd struck me as being intelligent and street smart. I hadn't factored her into the equation, and I should have. It was odd to be in a position where I both feared who she was and appreciated it.
You set up for your dad?
The reminder brought some of the jitters back. Everything's ready. Except me. His eyes softened.
Any idea how you're going to handle him?
Carrie went back to work today, so we'll celebrate with champagne and then head out to dinner.
You think he's going to be up for that?
I don't know if I'm up for it, I admitted. It's screwy to be making plans to drink Cristal and kick up my heels in the middle of everything going on. But what else can I do? If my dad doesn't see I'm okay, he's not going to get over finding out about Nathan. I have to show him all of that ugliness is in the past.
And you need to let me handle the rest, he admonished. I will take care of you. Of us. Focus on your family for a while.
Stepping back, I grabbed his hand and led him toward the couch. It was weird being home so early after going into work. Seeing the brightness of the afternoon sun beating down on the city outside the windows had me feeling out of step, reinforcing the notion that we'd stolen time to be together. I sat, curled my legs, and faced him, watching as he settled beside me. We were so alike in many ways, including our pasts. Did Gideon need to get everything out in the open with his family too? Is that what he'd need to fully heal? I know you have to get back to work, I said, but I'm glad you came home for me. You're right. I needed to see you. He lifted my hand to his lips.
Do you know when your father's heading back to California?
No.
My appointment with Dr. Peterson would have made tomorrow a late night for us anyway.
Gideon looked at me with a slight smile.
We'll find a way to be together.
Having him near, touching him, seeing him smile, hearing those words. I could get through anything as long as I had him next to me after a long day. Can I have 5 minutes? I asked.
You can have whatever you want, Angel, he said softly.
Just this. I slid closer and curved into his side. Gideon's arm came around my shoulders. Our hands linked together in our laps. We formed a perfect circle, not as glittering as the rings we wore on our fingers, but priceless all the same. After a moment, I felt him lean into me. He sighed.
I needed this too.
I hugged him tighter. It's okay to need me, Ace.
I wish I needed you a little less. Just enough to make it bearable.
What would be the fun in that? His soft laugh made me fall even harder for him. Gideon had been right about the DB9. As I watched the parking attendant pull the sleek metallic gray Aston Martin to a stop in front of me, I thought it was pretty much Gideon on wheels. It was sex with a gas pedal. So much brute elegance it damn near made my toes curl. I was scared as hell to get behind the wheel. Driving in New York was nothing like driving in Southern California. I hesitated before accepting the keys from the bow-tied attendant, debating the wisdom of just calling for a town car. The burner phone started ringing and I fumbled for it, quickly. Hello?
Just do it, Gideon purred. Stop worrying and drive it.
I spun around, my gaze searching for security cameras. Awareness shivered down my spine. I could feel Gideon's gaze on me. What are you doing?
Wishing I were with you. I'd love to spread you across the hood and fuck you real slow. Push my cock deep inside you. Give those shocks a workout. God, I'm hard.
And he was making me wet. I could listen to him endlessly. I loved his voice so much. I'm scared I'm going to screw up your pretty car.
I don't give a shit about the car, only about your safety. So scratch it up all you want, just don't get hurt.
If that was supposed to calm me down, it didn't work.
We could have phone sex until you come. That should do it.
I narrowed my gaze at the parking attendants who were pretending not to watch me. Should I be worried about what got you so horny in the short time since I was with you?
Thinking about you driving the DB9 turns me on.
Does it now? I fought to hold back a smile. Remind me, which one of us has the transportation fetish?
Slide behind the wheel, he coaxed. Imagine I'm in the passenger seat, my hand between your legs, my fingers fucking your soft, slick cunt. Stepping closer to the car on shaky legs, I muttered, You must have a death wish. I'd take my cock out and stroke it with my fist while I fingered you. Get us both good and hot.
Your lack of respect for this vehicle's upholstery is appalling. I settled into the driver's seat and spent a minute figuring out how to move it forward. His voice rasped through the car's sound system.
How does it feel?
I totally figured that he'd synced my burner phone to the car's Bluetooth. Gideon always thought of everything. Expensive, I answered. You're crazy for letting me drive this.
I'm crazy about you, he replied,
sending delight skipping through me.
LaGuardia is programmed in the GPS.
It made me feel good to know that coming home to see me had lightened his mood so much. I knew just how he felt. It meant a lot to know he felt the same way. I pulled up the GPS, then hit the button to put the transmission into drive. You know what, Ace? I want to blow you while you're driving this thing. Throw a pillow across the center console here and suck your cock for miles.
I'm going to take you up on that. Tell me how she feels.
Smooth. Powerful. I waved at the attendants as I eased out of the subterranean parking garage. Very responsive.
Just like you, he murmured. Of course, you're my favorite ride.
Aw, that's sweet, baby. And you're my favorite joystick. I merged carefully into traffic. He laughed.
I better be your only joystick.
But I'm not your only ride, I pointed out, loving him so much in that moment because I knew he was looking out for me, making sure I was comfortable. Back in California, driving had been like breathing to me, but I hadn't been behind the wheel of a car since I moved to New York.
You're the only one I enjoy naked, he said.
That's really lucky for you because I'm very possessive.
I know.
His voice was filled with masculine satisfaction. Where are you?
At work.
Multitasking, I'm sure. I stepped on the gas and prayed as I cut across lanes. What's a little calming distraction for your girlfriend in the midst of world entertainment domination?
I'd stop the world from spinning for you.
That silly line oddly touched me. I love you.
Like that one, did you?
I grinned, startled and pleased by his ridiculous sense of humor. I was hyper-aware of my surroundings. There were signs in every direction prohibiting everything. Driving in Manhattan was a fast trip to nowhere. Hey, I can't turn left or right. I think I'm heading for the Midtown Tunnel. I could lose you.
You'll never lose me, Angel, he vowed. Wherever you go, however far, I'll be right here with you.
When I spotted my dad outside the baggage claim area, I lost all the confidence Gideon had instilled in me since I'd left work. Dad looked drawn and haggard, his eyes reddened and his jaw shadowed by stubble. I felt the sting of tears as I walked toward him, but I blinked them back, determined to reassure him. Holding my arms open, I watched him drop his carry-on, and then all the air left my lungs as he hugged me tightly. Hi, Daddy, I said, with a tremor in my voice I hoped he'd missed.
Eva.
His lips pressed hard to my temple. You look tired. When's the last time you slept?
On the leg out of San Diego.
He pulled back and looked at me with gray eyes that were the same as mine. He searched my face. Do you have more luggage? He shook his head, still studying me. Are you hungry? I asked.
I grabbed something in Cincinnati.
Finally, he backed up and retrieved his bag.
But if you're hungry...
Nope. I'm good. But I was thinking we could take Carrie out for dinner later, if you're up for it. He went back to work today.
Sure.
He paused with his bag in his hand, looking a bit lost and unsure. Dad? I'm okay.
I'm not. I want to hurt something, and there's nothing for me to hit.
That gave me an idea. Grabbing his hand, I started leading him out of the airport. Hold that thought. 12.
He's really making Derek work for it,
Parker noted, wiping the light sheen of sweat off his shaved head with a hand towel. I turned to watch, seeing my father wrestling with the instructor who was twice his size, and my dad wasn't a small guy. Standing over 6 feet tall and weighing in at 200 pounds of solid, rippling muscle, Victor Reyes was a formidable opponent. Plus, he told me he was going to check out Krav Maga himself after I'd shared my interest in it, and it seemed he had. He had some of the moves down pat. Thanks for letting him jump in. Parker looked at me, his dark eyes steady and calm in that way he had. He'd been teaching me more than just how to defend myself. He had also taught me to focus on the steps to be taken, not the fear.
Usually I'd say class isn't the place to bring your anger, he said, but Derek needed the challenge.
Although he didn't ask it, I could feel the unspoken question in the air. I decided it was best to answer it, since Parker was doing me a favor by letting my dad monopolize his co-instructor. He just found out that someone hurt me a long time ago. Now it's too late to do anything about it, and he's having a hard time with that. He reached down and grabbed the bottle of water sitting just off the side of the training mat. After a minute, he said,
I have a daughter. I can imagine how that feels.
When he looked at me before taking a drink, I saw the understanding in his thickly lashed dark eyes, and I was reassured that I'd brought my dad to the right place. Parker was easygoing and had a great smile, and he was genuine in a way that I'd rarely come across. But he had an air about him that warned people to tread carefully. One knew right away that it would be stupid to try to pull anything over on him. His street smarts were as obvious as his tribal tattoos.
So you bring him here, he said, and let him work it out and let him see you taking care of your own protection. Good idea.
I don't know what else to do, I confessed. Parker's studio was located in a revitalizing area of Brooklyn. It was a converted warehouse, and the exposed brick and giant sliding loading bay doors added to the atmosphere of tough chic. It was a place where I felt confident and take charge.
I've got some ideas, he grinned and jerked his chin toward the mat. Let's show him what you can do.
I dropped my towel over my water bottle and nodded. Let's. I didn't see any of the uniformed parking attendants as we pulled into the underground garage of my apartment building. Since I wanted to do the honors myself anyway, that worked for me. I slid the DB9 into an empty slot and cut the engine. Fabulous. Right by the elevator.
So I see, my dad said. Is this your car?
I'd been waiting for that question. No. A neighbor's.
Friendly neighbor,
he said dryly. A cup of sugar, an Aston Martin. It's all the same, right? I glanced at him with a smile. He looked so tired and worn, and not from the workout. The weariness came from the inside, and it was killing me. Turning the car off, I released my seatbelt and turned to look at him. Dad, It's shredding me to see you torn up over this. I can't stand it. Heaving out his breath, he said,
I just need some time.
I never wanted you to find out. I reached out and gripped his hand. But I'll be glad you did, if we can put Nathan behind us for good.
I read the reports.
God. Daddy. I swallowed back a rush of bile. I don't want that stuff in your head.
I knew there was something wrong.
He stared at me with such sorrow and pain in his eyes it hurt to look into them.
The way Carrie went to sit beside you when Detective Graves said Nathan Barker's name, I knew you weren't telling me something. I kept hoping you would.
I've tried very hard to put Nathan in my past. You were one of the few things in my life he hadn't infected. I wanted to keep it that way. His grip on my hand tightened.
Tell me the truth. Are you okay?
Dad, I'm the same daughter you came to see a couple weeks ago. The same daughter who hung out with you in San Diego. I'm okay.
You were pregnant.
His voice broke, and a tear slid down his cheek. I brushed it away, ignoring my own. And I will be again someday. Maybe more than once. Maybe you'll be crawling with grandkids.
Come here.
Leaning across the console, he hugged me. We sat in the car for a long time crying, getting it out. Was Gideon watching the security feeds, sending me silent support? It gave me comfort to think he might be. Dinner out that night wasn't quite as boisterous a meal as usual for Carrie, my dad, and me, but it wasn't as grim as I'd feared it might be. The food was great, the wine better, and Carrie was snarking out.
She was worse than Tatiana, he said, talking about the model he'd shared the shoot with that day. She kept going on about her good side, which I personally thought was her ass as it walked out the door.
You've done shoots with Tatiana? I asked, then explained to my dad. She's a girl Carrie's seeing.
Oh, yeah.
Carrie licked red wine off his lower lip.
We work together a lot, actually. I'm the Tatiana tamer. She starts one of her fits and I calm her down.
How do... Never mind, I said quickly.
I don't want to know how. You already know.
He winked. I looked at my dad and rolled my eyes.
How about you, Victor? Carrie asked around a bite of sautéed mushroom. You seeing anyone?
My dad shrugged.
Nothing serious.
That was by his choice. I'd seen how women acted around him. They fell all over themselves trying to get his attention. My dad was hot, with an amazing body, gorgeous face, and Latin sensuality. He had his pick of women, and I knew he wasn't a saint, but he never seemed to meet anyone who really got to him. I'd recently realized that was because my mother had gotten there first.
You think you'll ever have more kids?
Carrie asked him, surprising me with the question. I'd long ago become resigned to being an only child. My dad shook his head.
Not that I'm opposed to the idea, but Ava's more than I ever thought I'd have in my life.
He looked at me with so much love it made my throat tight.
And she's perfect. Everything I could ever hope for. I'm not sure there's room in my heart for anyone else.
Aw, Daddy. I leaned my head into his shoulder, so glad he was with me, even if it was for the worst possible reason. When we got back to the apartment, we decided to watch a movie before calling it a night. I went to my room to change and was stoked to find a gorgeous bouquet of white roses on my dresser. The card, written in Gideon's distinctive bold penmanship, made me almost giddy.
I'm thinking of you, as always. And I'm here. Yours, G.
I sat on the bed, hugging the card, certain he was thinking of me that very moment. It was also starting to sink in that he'd been thinking of me every moment of the weeks we'd been apart, too. That night, I fell asleep on the couch after watching Dread. I woke briefly to the feeling of being lifted and carried to my room, smiling sleepily as my dad tucked me into bed like a child and kissed my forehead. "Love you, Daddy," I murmured.
Love you too, sweetheart.
I woke up before my alarm the next morning and felt better than I had in a long while. I left a note on the breakfast bar, telling my dad to call me if he wanted to get together for lunch. I wasn't sure if he had anything planned for the day. I knew Carrie had a shoot in the afternoon. During the cab ride to work, I answered a text from Shauna, squeeing over her brother's engagement to Mark. "So happy for all of you," I texted back. "I'm drafting you," she shot back. I smiled down at my phone. "What's that?" "Signal's breaking up." "Can't read you." As the cab stopped in front of the Crossfire, the sight of the Bentley at the curb gave me the usual thrill. When I hopped out, I peeked into the front seat and waved when I saw Angus sitting inside. He stepped out, setting his chauffeur hat on his head. Like Clancy, you couldn't tell he was carrying a sidearm by looking at him. He wore it so comfortably. "Good morning, Miss Trammell," he greeted me. Although he wasn't a young man and his red hair was liberally threaded with silver, I'd never had any doubts about Angus's ability to protect Gideon. "Hi, Angus. It's good to see you."
You're looking lovely today.
I glanced down at my pale yellow dress. I'd chosen it because it was bright and cheery, which was the impression I wanted my dad to have of me. "Thank you," I hope your day rocks. I backed up toward the revolving door. See you later. His pale blue eyes were kind as he tipped his hat to me. When I got upstairs, I found Megumi looking more like her usual self. Her smile was wide and real, and her eyes had the sparkle I enjoyed seeing every morning. I stopped by her desk. How are you? Good. Michael's meeting me for lunch, and I'm ending it. Nice and civilized. That's a killer outfit you've got on, I told her, admiring the emerald green dress she wore. It was fitted and had leather piping that gave it just the right amount of edge. She stood and showed off her knee-high boots. Very Kalinda Sharma, I said. He's going to be scrambling to hold on to you. As if, she scoffed. These boots were made for walking. He didn't call me back until last night, which made it nearly 4 days without contact. Not totally unreasonable, but I'm ready to find a guy who's crazy about me. A guy who thinks about me as much as I'm thinking about him, and hates it when we can't be together. I nodded, thinking about Gideon. It's worth it to hold out for one. Do you want me to give you a bailout phone call during your lunch? She grinned. Nah, but thank you. All right, let me know if you change your mind. I headed back to my desk and dug right into work, determined to get ahead to make up for leaving early the day before. Mark was fired up too, segueing from work only long enough to tell me that Stephen had a binder full of wedding ideas he'd been collecting for years. Why am I not surprised? I said. I shouldn't be. Mark's mouth curved with affection. He's kept it in his office all this time so I wouldn't know about it. Did you get a look at it? He went through the whole thing with me. It took hours. You're going to have the wedding of the century, I teased. Yeah. The word held more than a little exasperation, but his expression remained so happy I couldn't stop smiling. My dad called just before 11. Hey, sweetheart, he said, in reply to my usual work greeting. How's your day going? Great. I leaned back in my chair and looked at the picture of him. How'd you sleep? Hard. I'm still trying to wake up. Why? Go back to bed and be lazy. I wanted to let you know that I'm going to take a rain check on lunch. We'll get together tomorrow. Today, I need to talk to your mom. Oh, I knew that tone. It was the same one he used when he pulled people over, that perfect mixture of authority and disapproval. Listen, I'm not going to step in the middle of this with you two. You're both adults, and I'm not picking sides. But I have to say that Mom wanted to tell you. She should have. She was alone. I pressed on, my feet tapping restlessly on the carpet. Going through a divorce and the trial against Nathan, and dealing with my recovery. I'm sure she desperately wanted a shoulder to lean on. You know how she is. But she was drowning in guilt. I could have gotten her to agree to anything then, and I did. He was quiet on the other end of the line. I just want you to keep that in mind when you talk to her, I finished. All right. When will you be home? A little after 5. Want to go to the gym? Or back to Parker's studio? Let me see how I'm feeling when you get in, he said. Okay. I forced myself to ignore how anxious I was over the upcoming conversation between my parents. Call me if you need anything. We hung up, and I got back to work, grateful for the distraction. When lunch rolled around, I decided to grab something quick and bring it back to my desk to work through the hour. I braved the midday sauna outside to hit the local Duane Reade for a bag of beef jerky and a bottled health drink. I'd skipped my workouts pretty frequently since Gideon and I had gotten back together, and I figured it was time to pay a penalty for that. I was debating the wisdom of sending Gideon an "I'm thinking of you" note when I twirled through the revolving front door of the Crossfire. Just a little something to say thanks for the flowers, which had made a tough day more bearable. Then I saw the woman I'd prefer never to see again. Corinne Giroux. And she was talking to my man, with her palm resting intimately against his chest. They stood off to the side, sheltered by a column outside the stream of traffic heading in and out of the security turnstiles. Corinne's long black hair fell nearly to her waist, a glossy curtain that stood out even against her classic black dress. Both she and Gideon were in profile, so I couldn't see her eyes, but I knew they were a gorgeous aquamarine hue. She was a beautiful woman, and together they made a stunning couple. especially right then, with both of them dressed in black, the only spot of color being Gideon's blue tie, my favorite one. Abruptly, Gideon's head turned and found me, as if he'd felt me watching him. The instant our gazes met, I felt that soul-deep recognition pierce through me, that primitive awareness I'd only ever felt with him. Elementally, something inside me knew he was mine, had known it from the moment I first laid eyes on him, and some other woman had her hands on him. My brows rose in a silent WTF. At that moment, Corinne followed his gaze. She didn't look happy to see me paused in the middle of the massive lobby staring at them. She was lucky I didn't go up to her and yank her away from him by her hair. Then she cupped his jaw, urged his attention back to her, and lifted onto her tiptoes to press a kiss against his hard mouth. And I really considered doing it, even took a step toward them. Gideon's head jerked back just before she accomplished her goal, his hands catching her by the arms and thrusting her away. Reining in my temper, I exhaled my irritation and left him to it. I can't say I didn't feel jealous, because of course I did. Corinne could be with him publicly and I couldn't. But I didn't have the sick fear in my gut I'd felt before, the horrible insecurity that told me I was going to lose the man I loved more than anything. It was weird not to feel that panic. There was still a little voice in my head cautioning me against being too confident, telling me it had been better to be afraid, to guard myself from getting hurt. But for once, I was able to ignore it. After all Gideon and I had been through, all that we were still going through, all he'd done for me, it was harder to disbelieve than to believe. Despite everything, we were stronger than we'd ever been. I hopped on an elevator and headed up to work, my thoughts drifting to my parents. I was choosing to take it as a good sign that neither my mom nor Stanton had called to bitch about my dad. I crossed my fingers and hoped that when I got home, we could all put Nathan behind us for good. I was so ready for that. Beyond ready to move on to the next phase of my life, whatever that might be. The elevator car slowed to a stop on the 10th floor, and the doors opened to the high-pitched whirring sound of power tools and the rhythmic banging of hammers. Directly ahead of the elevator, plastic sheeting hung from the ceiling. I hadn't realized any part of the crossfire was under construction, and I peered around the people in front of me trying to get a look. "Anyone getting out?" the guy nearest the door asked, looking over his shoulder. I straightened and shook my head, even though he hadn't been talking to me personally. No one else moved. We waited for the doors to close and shut out the construction noise, but they didn't move either. When the guy began hitting the elevator buttons to no avail, I realized what was going on. Gideon. Smiling to myself, I said, "Excuse me, please." The occupants of the car shifted to let me out, and another guy stepped out with me. The doors closed behind us, and the car continued on. "What the hell?" the guy said, scowling as he turned and surveyed the other 3 elevators. He was a little taller than me, but not much, and wore dress slacks with a short-sleeved shirt and tie. The ding, announcing the arrival of another car, was nearly drowned out by the construction noise. When the doors to that elevator opened, Gideon stepped out, looking suave and dashing and irritated. I wanted to jump him, he looked so hot. Plus, I'll admit it totally turned me on when he went all alpha male on me.
"I'd stop the world from spinning for you."
Sometimes it felt like he did. Grumbling under his breath, the short-sleeved guy walked into Gideon's vacated elevator and left us. Gideon's hand went to his hips, his jacket parting to reveal the sleekness of his suit. All 3 pieces were black with a subtle sheen that was unmistakably costly. His dress shirt was black, and his cufflinks were familiar gold and onyx. He was dressed as he'd been that very first day I'd met him. At the time, I'd wanted to climb up his scrumptious body and screw him senseless. All these weeks later, that hadn't changed.
"Eva,"
he began in that toe-curlingly sexy voice of his,
"it's not what you think. Corinne came by because I'm not taking her calls."
I held up my hand to cut him off and glanced at his gift, my beautiful watch, on my other wrist. "I've got 30 minutes. I'd rather fuck you than talk about your ex if you don't mind." He stood silent and unmoving for a long minute, staring at me, trying to gauge my mood. I watched his brain and body switch gears, adjusting from aggravation to awareness. His gaze narrowed, his eyes darkened. A flush came to his cheekbones, and his lips parted on a sharp breath. His weight shifted as his blood heated and his cock thickened, his sexuality stirring like a panther stretching for a lazy nap. I could almost feel the sexual current crackle between us, sparking to life. I responded to it as I'd been trained to do, softening and quickening, my core clenching gently, begging for him. The commotion around us only made me hornier, adding urgency to the beat of my heart. Gideon reached into an inner pocket of his jacket and withdrew his phone. He speed-dialed, then lifted the phone to his ear, his eyes locked with mine.
I'm running 30 minutes late. If that won't work for Anderson, reschedule.
He hung up, casually dropping his phone back in his pocket. I'm so hot for you right now, I told him, my voice husky with want. Reaching down, he adjusted himself, then approached me, his eyes smoldering.
Come on.
He set his hand at the small of my back in that way I loved so much, the pressure and warmth hitting a spot that sent tingles of anticipation through me. I looked up at him over my shoulder and saw the slight smile on his mouth, proof that he knew what that innocent touch was doing to me. We pushed through plastic sheeting, leaving the bank of elevators behind us. In front of us was sunlight and cement and hanging sheeting everywhere I looked. Through the plastic, I could see the watery, foggy shadows of workers. I heard music that was nearly drowned out by the din, and men shouting to each other. Gideon led me through the plastic, knowing his way. His silence was spurring me on, the weight of expectation growing with every step we took. We reached a door and he opened it, urging me into a room that would be someone's corner office. The city was spread out before me, the view of the modern urban jungle dotted with buildings that wore their history proudly. Steam billowed into the cloudless blue sky at irregular intervals, and the cars seemed to flow along the streets like tributaries. I heard the door lock behind me and I turned to face Gideon, catching him shrugging out of his jacket. There was furniture in the room, a desk and chairs, and a seating area positioned in the corner. All of it was draped in tarps, the space still unfinished. With methodical deliberation, he removed his vest, tie, and shirt. I watched him, obsessed with the masculine perfection of him.
We could be interrupted, he said, or overheard.
Would that bother you?
Only if it bothers you.
He approached me with his fly open and the waistband of his boxer briefs clearly visible in the gap. You're provoking me. You'd never risk us being interrupted.
Not that I'd stop. I can't think of anything capable of stopping me once I'm inside you.
He took my purse from my hand and dropped it into one of the chairs.
You've got too many clothes on.
Wrapping his arms around me, Gideon lowered the zipper at my back with practiced ease, his lips whispering across mine.
I'll try not to get you too messy.
I like messy. I stepped out of my dress and was about to unhook my bra when he tossed me over his shoulder. I squealed in surprise, smacking his taut ass with both of my hands. He spanked me hard enough to sting, then threw my dress aside so perfectly it landed directly across his jacket. He was walking across the room when his hand reached up and tugged my panties down below the curve of my butt. He caught the edge of the tarp draped over the couch and threw it back, then sat me down, crouching in front of me. As he pulled my underwear past my strappy heels, he asked,
Everything okay, Angel?
Yeah. I smiled and touched his cheek, knowing that question encompassed everything from my parents to my job. He always checked to see where my head was at before he took over my body. Everything's good. Gideon pulled my hips to the very edge of the sofa with my legs on either side of him, exposing my cleft to his gaze.
So tell me what's got this pretty cunt so greedy today.
You.
Excellent answer.
I pushed at his shoulder. You're wearing the suit you wore when I met you. I wanted to fuck you so bad then, but I couldn't do anything about it. Now, I can. He pressed my thighs wide with gentle hands, his thumb stroking over my clit. My sex quivered as pleasure pulsed through me.
"And now I can,"
he murmured, his dark head lowering. I grasped desperately at the cushion beneath me, my stomach tightening as his tongue licked leisurely through my slit. He rimmed the trembling opening to my sex, teasing me before his tongue sank into me. I arched violently, my back bowing while he tormented the tender flesh.
"Let me tell you how I imagined you that day,"
he purred, circling my clit with the tip of his tongue, his hands holding me down when I would have bucked into the caress.
"Spread beneath me on black satin sheets, your hair fanned all around you, your eyes wild and hot from the feel of my cock pounding into your tight, silky cunt."
"God, Gideon," I moaned, seduced by the sight of him savoring me so intimately. It was a fantasy come true, the dark and dangerous sex god in the breathtaking suit, servicing me with that sculpted mouth made for driving women wild.
"I imagined your wrists pinned down by my hands," he went on roughly, "me forcing you to take it over and over, your hard little nipples swollen from my mouth, your lips red and wet from sucking my cock, the room filled with those sexy sounds you make, those helpless whimpers when you can't stop coming."
I whimpered then, biting my lip as he fluttered over my clit with the wicked lash of his tongue. I hooked one leg over his bare shoulder, the heat of his skin scorching the sensitive flesh at the back of my knee. "I want what you want," his grin flashed.
"I know."
He sucked me, drawing on the tight bundle of nerves. I climaxed with a breathless cry, my legs shaking with the rush of release. I was still quivering with pleasure when he urged me back lengthwise on the couch, his big body looming over me, his cock thrusting upward from where he'd shoved his briefs down just enough to free it. I reached for him, wanting to feel him in my hands, but he caught my wrists and pinned my arms.
"I like you like this," he said darkly, held prisoner for my lust.
Gideon's eyes were intent on my face, his lips glistening from my climax, his chest heaving. I was mesmerized by the difference between the virile male about to take me like an animal and the civilized businessman who'd inspired my searing lust to begin with. "I love you," I told him, panting as the broad head of his cock slid heavily through my swollen cleft. He pushed against me, parting the slick opening.
"Angel."
With a groan, he buried his face in my throat and surged inside me, the thick length of his rigid penis tunneling deep. Gasping my name, he ground his hips against me, trying to get deeper, shoving and circling, screwing.
"Christ, I need you."
The desperation in his voice took me by surprise. I wanted to touch him, but he held me down, his hips working restlessly. The feel of him inside me so hot, the wide crest rubbing and massaging, was driving me out of my mind. I screwed him back, unable to stop, the two of us straining together. His lips brushed against my temple.
"When I saw you standing in the lobby just now, in your pretty yellow dress, you looked so bright and beautiful. So perfect."
My throat tightened. "Gideon."
"The sun was shining behind you, and I thought you couldn't possibly be real."
I struggled to get my hands free. "Let me touch you."
"I came after you because I couldn't stay away, and when I found you, you wanted me."
He held both my wrists in one hand and cupped my butt in the other, lifting me as he pulled out, then thrust deep. I moaned, rippling around him, my sex sucking ravenously at his thickness. "Oh, God, it's so good. You feel so good."
"I want to come all over you, come inside you. I want you on your knees and on your back, and you want me this way."
"I need you this way."
"I push inside you, and I can't take it."
His mouth lowered to mine, sucking erotically.
"I need you so much."
"Gideon, let me touch you."
"I've captured an angel."
His kiss was wild and wet, passionate. His lips slanted over mine, his tongue fucking deep and fast.
And I put my greedy hands all over you. I defile you, and you love it.
I love you. He stroked into me, and I writhed, my thighs grasping his pumping hips. Fuck me. Oh, Gideon, fuck me hard. Digging his knees in, he gave me what I begged for, powering into me. His cock plunged into me over and over, his groans and fevered words of lust gusting against my ear. My core tightened, my clit throbbing with every impact of his pelvis against mine. His heavy sack smacked against the curve of my buttocks, and the couch thumped against the bare concrete, inching forward as Gideon pounded into me, every muscle in his body flexing on his downstrokes. The obscene sounds of furious sex drowned out the awareness of the workers only yards away. The race to climax drove us both, our bodies the outlet for the violence of our emotions.
I'm going to come in your mouth,
he growled, sweat sliding down his temple. Just the thought of him finishing that way set me off. My sex spasmed in climax, clutching and grabbing at his driving cock, the endless pulses of orgasm radiating outward to my fingers and toes. And still he didn't stop, his hips circling and lunging, expertly pleasuring me until I sagged limp beneath him.
Eva. Now.
He reared back, and I followed, scrambling to my knees and sliding my mouth down his glistening erection. At the first hint of suction, he was coming, spilling over my tongue in powerful bursts. I swallowed repeatedly, drinking him down, relishing the gruff sounds of satisfaction that rumbled from his chest. His hands were in my hair, his head bowed over me, sweat glistening on his abs. My mouth slid up and down his cock, my cheeks hollowing on drawing pulls.
Stop,
he gasped, pulling me off.
You'll make me hard again.
He was still hard, but I didn't point that out. Gideon cupped my face in his hands and kissed me, our flavors mingling.
Thank you.
What are you thanking me for? You did all the work.
There's no work involved in fucking you, Angel.
His slow smile was pure, satiated male.
I'm grateful for the privilege.
I sank back onto my heels. You're killing me. You can't be that gorgeous and sexy and say stuff like that. It's overload. It fries my brain, sends me into a meltdown. His smile widened, and he kissed me again.
I know the feeling.
13. Maybe it was because I'd just gotten laid myself that I saw the signs on Megumi. Or maybe my sex radar, as Carrie called it, wasn't on the fritz anymore. Whatever the reason, I knew my friend had slept with the guy she'd been planning on breaking up with, and I could tell she wasn't happy about it. Is it on or off? I asked, leaning on the reception counter. Oh, I broke it off, she said glumly. After I hit it with him again first. I figured it'd be liberating. Plus, who knows how long my next dry spell will last. Are you second-guessing your decision to end it? Not really. He just acted all hurt about it, like I'd used him for sex, which I guess I did. But he's a no-strings-attached guy. I figured he wouldn't have a problem with the no-strings-attached nooner. So now your head's all fucked up. I gave her a sympathetic smile. Remember, this is the guy who hadn't called you since Friday. He got lunch with a beautiful girl and an orgasm. Not a bad deal. Her head canted to the side. Yeah. Her mood visibly lifted. Are you working out tonight, Ava? I should, but my dad's in town and I'm playing it on his schedule. If we go, you're welcome to tag along, but I won't know until after work. I don't want to intrude. Is that an excuse I hear? Her grin was sheepish. Maybe a little one. If you want, you can come home with me after work and meet him. If he wants to work out, you can borrow something of mine to wear. If not, we can come up with something else to do. I'd like that. Okay then, we're set. It would be good for both of us. It would give my dad another look at the normalcy in my life, and it would keep Megumi from torturing herself over Michael. We'll head out at 5. You live here? Megumi tipped her head back to look at my apartment building. Nice. Like the others on the tree-lined street, it had history and showed it off with the kinds of architectural detailing contemporary builders didn't use anymore. The building had been updated and now sheltered residents with a modern glass overhang above the entrance. The addition meshed surprisingly well with the facade. Come on, I said to her, smiling at Paul as he opened the door for us. When we exited the elevator on my floor, I forced myself not to glance at Gideon's door. What would it be like to take a friend home to a place I shared with Gideon? I wanted that, wanted to build that with him. I unlocked my apartment and took Megumi's purse when we stepped inside. Make yourself at home. I'm just going to let my dad know we're here. She stared wide-eyed at the open floor plan of the living room and kitchen. This place is huge. We don't need all this room, really, she grinned. But who's going to complain? Right. I was turning toward the hallway leading to the guest room when my mom emerged from the hall leading to my bedroom and Carrie's, which was on the opposite side of the living area. I came to a halt, startled to see her wearing my skirt and blouse. Mom? What are you doing here? Her reddened eyes locked on a point somewhere around my waist, her skin pale enough to make her makeup look overdone. That was when I realized she was wearing my cosmetics, too. Although we'd been mistaken for sisters on occasion, my gray eyes and soft olive skin tone came from my dad and necessitated a different color palette than the pastels my mom used. Queasiness spread through my stomach. Mom? I have to go. She wouldn't meet my gaze. I hadn't realized it was so late. Why are you wearing my clothes? I asked, even though I knew. I spilled something on my dress. I'll get these back to you. She rushed past me, coming to another abrupt stop when she saw Megumi. I couldn't move. My feet felt rooted to the carpet, my hands fisted at my sides. I knew the walk of shame when I saw it. My chest tightened with anger and disappointment. Hi, Monica. Megumi came forward to give her a hug. How are you? Megumi. Hi. My mom clearly scrambled for more to say. It's great to see you. I wish I could stay and hang out with you girls, but I really have to run. Is Clancy here? I asked, not having paid attention to the other vehicles on the street when I'd arrived. No. I'll grab a cab. She still didn't look directly at me, even when she turned her head in my direction. Megumi, would you mind sharing a cab with my mom? I'm sorry to flake on you, but I'm suddenly not feeling well. Oh, sure. She searched my face and I could see her picking up on my change of mood. No problem. My mom looked at me then, and I couldn't think of a thing to say to her. I was almost as disgusted by the look of guilt on her face as I was by the thought of her cheating on Stanton. If she was going to do it, she could at least own it. My dad chose that moment to join us. He walked into the room dressed in jeans and a t-shirt, with bare feet and hair still damp from a shower. As always, my luck was impeccably bad. Dad, this is my friend Megumi. Megumi, this is my dad, Victor Reyes. As my dad walked to Megumi and shook her hand, my parents gave each other a wide berth. The precaution did nothing to stop the electricity arcing between them. I'd thought maybe we could hang out, I told him to fill the sudden awkward silence, but now I'm not feeling up to it. I have to go, my mom said again, grabbing her purse. Megumi, did you want to ride with me? Yes, please. My friend hugged me goodbye. I'll call you later and see how you're feeling. Thanks. I caught her hand and squeezed it before she pulled away. The moment the door shut behind them, I headed to my room. My dad came after me. Ava, wait. I don't want to talk to you right now. Don't be childish about this. Excuse me? I rounded on him. My stepdad pays for this apartment. He wanted me to have a place with great security so I'd be safe from Nathan. Were you thinking about that when you were fucking his wife? Watch your mouth. You're still my daughter. You're right. And you know what? I backed up toward the hallway. I've never been ashamed about that until now. I lay on my bed and stared up at the ceiling, wishing I could be with Gideon, but knowing he was in therapy with Dr. Peterson. I texted Carrie instead. I need you. Come home ASAP. It was close to 7 when the knock came on my bedroom door.
"Baby girl, it's me. Let me in."
I rushed to open it and surged into him, hugging him tight. He picked me up so that my feet left the floor and carried me into the room, kicking the door shut behind him. He dropped me on the bed and took a seat beside me, his arm around my shoulders. He smelled good, his cologne familiar. I leaned into him, grateful for his unconditional friendship. After a few minutes, I told him, "My parents slept with each other."
"Yeah, I know."
I tilted my head back to look up at him. He grimaced.
"I heard him when I was heading out to the shoot this afternoon."
Ew. My stomach churned.
"Yeah, it doesn't work for me either,"
he muttered. His fingers sifted through my hair.
"Your dad's on the couch looking beat. Did you say something to him?"
"Unfortunately, I was mean, and now I'm feeling awful about it. I need to talk to him, but it's weird because the person I'm feeling most loyal to is Stanton. I don't even like the guy half the time."
"He's been good to you and to your mom, and getting cheated on is never cool."
I groaned. "I'd be less freaked out about it if they'd gone somewhere else. I mean, it'd still be wrong, but these are Stanton's digs. That makes it worse."
"It does,"
he agreed. "How would you feel about moving?" His brows rose.
"Because your parents shagged here?"
"No." I stood and started pacing. "Security was the reason we got this place. It made sense to let Stanton help out when Nathan was a threat and safety was a priority, but now—" I looked at him. "It's all different now. It doesn't seem right anymore."
"Move where? Someplace else in New York we can afford on our own? Or out of New York altogether?"
"I don't want to leave New York," I assured him. "Your work is here. Mine, too. And Gideon." Carrie shrugged.
"Sure. Whatever. I'm game."
Walking over to where he still sat on my bed, I hugged him. "Would you mind ordering something in for dinner while I talk to my dad?"
"Got anything particular in mind?"
"Nope. Surprise me." I joined my dad on the couch. He'd been surfing through my tablet, but put it aside when I sat. "I'm sorry about what I said earlier," I began. "I didn't mean it."
"Yeah, you did."
He scrubbed wearily at the back of his neck.
"And I don't blame you. I'm not proud of myself right now, and I have no excuse. I knew better. She knew better."
Pulling my legs up, I sat facing him with my shoulder resting against the back of the sofa. "You guys have a lot of chemistry. I know what that's like." He shot me an examining glance, his gray eyes stormy and serious.
"You have that with Cross. I saw it when he came over for dinner. Are you going to try to work things out with him?"
"I'd like to. Would you have a problem with that?"
"Does he love you?"
"Yes." My mouth curved. "But more than that, I'm necessary to him. There's nothing he wouldn't do for me."
"So why aren't you together?"
"Well, it's complicated."
"Isn't it always?"
he said ruefully.
"Listen, you should know. I've loved your mother since the moment I saw her. What happened today shouldn't have happened, but it meant something to me."
"I get it." I reached for his hand. "So what happens now?"
"I head home tomorrow. Try to get my head on straight."
Carrie and I were talking about coming out to San Diego the weekend after next. We thought we'd drop in and just hang out, see you and Dr. Travis.
"Did you talk to Travis about what happened to you?"
"Yes." "You saved my life hooking me up with him," I said honestly. "I can't thank you enough for that. Mom had been sending me to all these stuffy shrinks and I just couldn't connect with any of them. I felt like a case study. Dr. Travis made me feel like I was normal. Plus, I met Carrie."
"Are you two done talking about me?"
As if on cue, Carrie walked into the room waving a takeout menu.
"I know I'm fascinating, but you might want to save your jaws for the Thai food we've got coming. I ordered a ton of it."
My dad caught an 11 o'clock flight out of New York, so I had to leave it to Carrie to see him off. We said our goodbyes before I left for work, promising to make plans for the trip to San Diego the next time we talked. I was in the back of a cab on the way to work when Brett called. For just a moment, I debated letting the call go to voicemail. And then I got over it and answered, "Hi, you."
Hello, gorgeous.
His voice rolled over my senses like warm chocolate.
Ready for tomorrow?
I will be. What time is the video launch? When do we need to be in Times Square?
We're supposed to arrive at 6.
Okay. I don't know what to wear.
You'll look amazing no matter what you've got on.
Let's hope. How's the tour going?
I'm having the time of my life.
He laughed, and the husky, sexy sound brought back memories.
It's a hell of a long way from Pete's.
Ah, Pete's. I'd never forget that bar, although some of the nights I'd spent there were a bit hazy. Are you excited about tomorrow?
Yeah, I get to see you. I can't wait.
That's not what I meant, and you know it.
I'm excited about the video launch, too.
He laughed again.
I wish I could see you tonight, but I'm taking a red-eye into JFK. Plan on dinner tomorrow, though.
Can Carrie come? I invited him to the video launch already. You two know each other, so I figured you wouldn't mind. Too much, anyway.
He snorted. You don't need a cock blocker, Ava. I can restrain myself.
The cab pulled over in front of the crossfire and the driver stopped the meter. I pushed cash through the plexiglass slot and slid out, leaving the door open for the guy rushing over to hop in. I thought you liked Carrie.
I do, but not as much as I like having you to myself. How about we compromise and agree that Carrie comes to the launch and you come to dinner alone?
All right. I figured it wouldn't hurt to make the situation easier for Gideon to deal with by picking a restaurant he owned. How about I make the reservation?
Awesome.
I've got to run. I'm just getting to work.
Text me your address so I know where to pick you up.
Will do. I spun through the revolving door and headed toward the turnstiles. We'll talk tomorrow.
I'm looking forward to it. See you around 5.
Tucking my phone away, I entered the nearest open elevator. When I got upstairs and was buzzed through the glass security doors, I was greeted by Megumi's phone thrust in my face. "Can you believe this?" she asked. I pulled back enough to bring the screen into focus. 3 missed calls from Michael. "I hate guys like him," she complained. "Hot and cold and all over the place. They want you until they have you, then they want something else. So tell him that." "Really?" "Straight up. You could just avoid his calls, but that'll drive you crazy. Don't agree to meet with him, though. Having sex with him again would be bad." "Right," Megumi nodded. "Sex is bad, even when it's really good." Laughing, I headed back to my cubicle. I had other things to do besides referee someone else's love life. Mark was juggling several accounts at once, with 3 campaigns rolling into the final stages. Creatives were at work, and mock-ups were slowly making their way across his desk. That was my favorite part, seeing all the strategizing come together. By 10 o'clock, Mark and I were deep into debating the various approaches to a divorce attorney's ad campaign. We were trying to find the right mix of sympathy for a difficult time in a person's life and the most prized qualities of a lawyer, the ability to be cunning and ruthless.
"I'm never going to need one of these,"
he said, somewhat out of the blue. "No," I replied, once my brain caught up to the fact that he was talking about divorce attorneys. "You never will." I'm dying to congratulate Stephen at lunch. I'm really so thrilled for you two. Mark's grin exposed his slightly crooked teeth, which I thought were cute.
"I've never been happier."
It was nearing 11, and we'd switched to a guitar manufacturer's campaign when my desk phone rang. I ran out to my cubicle to grab it and had my usual greeting cut off by a squeal. "Oh my God, Ava! I just found out we're both going to be at the 6 Nights thing tomorrow." "Ireland? Who else?" Gideon's sister was so excited she sounded younger than her 17 years. "I love 6 Nights. Brett Klein is so freaking hot. So is Darren Rumsfeld. He's the drummer. He's fine as hell." I laughed. "Do you happen to like their music, too?" "Pfft, that's a given. Listen." Her voice turned serious. "I think you should try talking to Gideon tomorrow. Just kind of walk by and say hi. If you open the door, he'll totally barge through it, I swear. He misses you like crazy. Leaning back in my chair, I played along. You think so? It's so obvious. Really? How? I don't know. Like how his voice changes when he talks about you. I can't explain it, but I'm telling you, he's dying to get you back. You're the one who told him to bring me along tomorrow, didn't you? Not precisely. Ha! I knew it. He always does what you tell him. She laughed. Thanks, by the way. Thank him. I'm just looking forward to seeing you again. Ireland was the one person in Gideon's family for whom he felt untarnished affection, although he tried hard not to show it. I thought maybe he was afraid to be disappointed or afraid he might ruin it somehow. I wasn't sure what the deal was, but Ireland hero-worshipped her brother, and he'd kept his distance, even though he needed love terribly. Promise me you'll try to talk to him, she pressed. You still love him, right? More than ever, I said fervently. She was quiet for a minute then, said, He's changed since he met you. I think so. I've changed too. I straightened when Mark stepped out of his office. I have to get back to work, but we'll catch up tomorrow and make plans for that girls' day we talked about. Sweet. Catch you later. I hung up, pleased that Gideon had followed through and made plans with Ireland. We were making progress, both together and on our own. Baby steps, I whispered. Then I got back to work. At noon, Mark and I headed out to meet Stephen at a French bistro. Once we entered the restaurant, it was easy to spot Mark's partner, even with the size of the place and the number of diners. Stephen Ellison was a big guy, tall, broad-shouldered, and heavily muscled. He owned his own construction business and preferred to be working the job sites with his crew. But it was his gloriously red hair that really drew the eye. His sister Shauna had the same hair, and the same fun-loving nature. Hey, you! I greeted him with a kiss on the cheek, able to be more familiar with him than I was with my boss. Congratulations! Thank you, darling. Mark is finally going to make an honest man out of me. It'd take more than marriage to do that, Mark shot back, pulling out my chair for me. When haven't I been honest with you? Stephen protested. Let's see. Mark got me settled in my seat, then took the one beside me. How about when you swore marriage wasn't for you? Ah, I never said it wasn't for me. Stephen winked at me, his blue eyes full of mischief. Just that it wasn't for most people. He was really twisted up over asking you, I told him. I felt bad for the guy. Yeah, Mark flipped through the menu. She's my witness to your cruel and unusual punishment. Feel bad for me, Stephen retorted. I wooed him with wine, roses, and violin players. I spent days practicing my proposal. I still got shot down. He rolled his eyes, but I could tell there was a wound there that hadn't quite healed. When Mark placed his hand over his partner's and squeezed, I knew I was right. So, how did he do it? I asked, even though Mark had told me. The waitress, asking if we wanted water, interrupted us. We held her back a minute and ordered our food too, and then Stephen started relaying their anniversary night out. He was sweating like mad, he went on, wiping at his face every other minute. It's summer, Mark muttered. And restaurants and theaters are climate-controlled, Stephen shot back. We went through the whole night with him like that and finally headed home. I got to thinking he wasn't going to do it. That the night was going to end and he still wasn't going to get the damn words out. And there I am wondering if I'll have to ask him again, just to get it over with. And if he says no again... I didn't say no the first time, Mark interjected. I'm going to deck him. Just knock his ass out, toss him on a plane and head to Vegas. Because I'm not getting any younger here. Definitely not mellowing with age either, Mark grumbled. Stephen gave him a look. So we're climbing out of the limo, and I'm trying to remember that fan-fucking-tastic proposal I came up with before, and he grabs my elbow and blurts out, Steve, damn it, you have to marry me. I laughed, leaning back as the waitress put my side salad in front of me. Just like that, Just like that, Stephen said, with an emphatic nod. Very heartfelt. I gave Mark a thumbs up. You rocked it. See? Mark said. I got it done. Are you writing your own vows? I asked. Because that'll be really interesting. Stephen guffawed, snagging the attention of everyone nearby. I swallowed the cherry tomato I was munching on and said, You know I'm dying to see your wedding binder, right? Well, it just so happens you didn't. Mark shook his head as Stephen reached down and pulled a bulging binder out of a messenger bag on the floor by his chair. It was so packed that papers were sticking out of the top, bottom, and side. Wait till you see this cake I found. Stephen pushed the breadbasket aside to make room to open the binder. I bit back a grin when I saw the dividers and table of contents. We are not having a wedding cake in the shape of a skyscraper with cranes and billboards, Mark said firmly. Really? I asked, intrigued. Let me see. When I got home that night, I dropped my purse and bag off in their usual place, kicked off my shoes, and went straight to the couch. I sprawled across it, staring up at the ceiling. Megumi was going to meet me at cross trainer at 6:30, so I didn't have a lot of time, but I felt like I just needed a breather. Starting my period the afternoon before had me riding the edge of irritation and grumpiness, with a dash of exhaustion tossed in for shits and giggles. I sighed, knowing I was going to have to deal with my mom at some point. We had a ton of crap to work through, and putting it off was starting to bug me. I wished it were as easy to work things out with her as it was with my dad, but that wasn't an excuse to avoid addressing our issues. She was my mother, and I loved her. It was hard on me when we weren't getting along. Then my thoughts drifted to Corinne. I guess I should have figured that a woman who would leave her husband and move from Paris to New York for a man wasn't going to give up on him easily. But still, she had to know Gideon well enough to realize hounding him wasn't going to work. And Brett? What was I going to do about him? The intercom buzzed. Frowning, I pushed to my feet and headed over to it. Had Megumi misunderstood and thought we were meeting here? Not that I minded, but... Yes? Hi, Eva, the guy at the front desk said cheerfully. NYPD detectives Mishna and Graves are here. Crap. Everything else lost significance in that moment. Fear spread through me with crawling fingers of ice. I wanted a lawyer with me. Too much was on the line. But I didn't want to seem like I had anything to hide. I had to swallow twice before I could answer. Thanks. Can you send them up, please? 14. My heart was pounding as I hurried to my purse and silenced the burner phone, tucking it into a zippered pocket. I turned around, looking for anything that might be out of place, anything I should hide. There were the flowers in my bedroom and the card. Unless the detectives had a warrant, though, they could only take note of what was in plain sight. I ran to shut my door, then went ahead and shut Carrie's, too. I was breathing hard when the doorbell rang. I had to force myself to slow down and walk calmly to the living room. When I reached the front door, I took a deep, calming breath before opening it. Hello, detectives. Graves, a rail-thin woman with a severe face and fox-like blue eyes, was in the lead. Her partner, Mishna, was the quieter of the two. An older man with receding gray hair and a paunch. They had a rhythm between the two of them. Graves was the heavy who kept the subjects occupied and off balance. Mishna was obviously good at fading into the background while the cop's eyes cataloged everything and missed nothing. Their success rate had to be pretty high. Can we come in, Miss Trammell? Graves asked in a tone that made the question a demand. She'd tied her curly brown hair back and wore a jacket to cover her holstered gun. There was a satchel in her hand. Sure. I pulled the door open wider. Can I get you anything? Coffee? Water? Water would be great, Mishna said. I led them to the kitchen and pulled bottled water out of the fridge. The detectives waited at the breakfast bar. Graves with her eyes pinned to me while Mishna scoped out his surroundings. You just get home from work? He asked. I figured they knew the answer, but replied anyway. A few minutes ago. Would you like to sit in the living room? Here's good. Graves said in her no-nonsense way, putting the worn leather satchel on the counter. "We'd just like to ask you a few questions, if you don't mind, and show you some photos." I stilled. Could I bear to see any of the photos Nathan had taken of me? For a wild moment, I thought they might be pictures taken at the death scene or even autopsy shots, but I knew that was highly unlikely. "What's this about?"
"Some new information has come to light that could be related to Nathan Barker's death," Mishna said. "We're pursuing all leads, and you may be able to help."
I took a deep, shaky breath. I'm happy to try, of course, but I don't see how I can. "Are you familiar with Andrei Yademsky?" Graves asked. I frowned at her. "No. Who's that?" She dug in her bag and pulled out a sheaf of 8x10 photos, setting them down in front of me. "This man. Have you seen him before?" Reaching out with shaking fingers, I pulled the top photo toward me. It was of a man in a trench coat, talking to another man, about to climb into the back of a waiting town car. He was attractive, with extremely blonde hair and tanned skin. No, he's not someone you'd forget meeting, either. I looked up at her. Should I know him? "He had pictures of you in his home, candid shots of you on the street, coming and going. Barker had the same photos." I don't understand. How did he get them?
"Presumably from Barker," Mishna said.
Is that what this Yademsky guy said? Why would Nathan give him pictures of me? "Yademsky didn't say anything," Graves said. "He's dead. Murdered." I felt a headache coming on. I don't understand. I don't know anything about this man, and I have no idea why he'd know anything about me.
"Andrei Yademsky is a known member of the Russian mob," Mishna explained. "In addition to smuggling alcohol and assault weapons, they've also been suspected of trafficking women. It's possible Barker was making arrangements to sell or trade you for that purpose."
I backed away from the counter, shaking my head, unable to process what they were saying. Nathan stalking me was something I could believe. He'd hated me on sight, hated that his father had remarried instead of mourning his mother forever. He'd hated me for getting him locked up in psychiatric treatment, and my being awarded the $5 million settlement he thought of as his inheritance. But the Russian mob? Sex trafficking? I couldn't comprehend that at all. Graves slipped through the photos until she came to one of a platinum sapphire bracelet. An L-square ruler framed it, unmistakably a forensic shot. "Do you recognize this?" "Yes. That belonged to Nathan's mother. He had it altered to fit him. He never went anywhere without it." "Yademsky was wearing it when he died," she said without inflection. "Possibly as a souvenir." "Of what?"
"Of Barker's murder."
I stared at Graves, who knew better. "You're suggesting Yademsky could be responsible for Nathan's death? Then who killed Yademsky?" She held my gaze, understanding the motivation behind my question.
"He was taken out by his own people."
"You're sure about that?" I needed to know that they knew Gideon wasn't involved. Yes, he'd killed for me, to protect me, but he'd never killed just to avoid going to jail. Mishna frowned at my query. It was Graves who replied. "There's no doubt. We have the hit on surveillance footage. One of his associates didn't take too kindly to Yademsky sleeping with his underage daughter." Hope surged, followed by chilling fear. So what happens now? What does this mean?
"Do you know anyone who has connections to the Russian mob?"
Mishna asked. "God, no," I said vehemently. "That's another world. I'm having trouble believing Nathan had any connections, but then it's been years since I knew him." I rubbed at the tightness in my chest and looked at Graves. I want to put this behind me. I want him to stop ruining my life. Is that ever going to happen? Is he going to haunt me even after he's dead? She quickly and efficiently collected the photos, her face impassive.
"We've done all we can. Where you go from here is up to you."
I showed up at Cross Trainer at 6:15. I went because I'd told Megumi I would, and I'd already flaked on her once. I also felt a tremendous restlessness, an urge to move that I had to exhaust before it drove me insane. I'd sent a text to Gideon as soon as the detectives left, telling him I needed to see him later, but I hadn't heard back by the time I'd put my purse in a locker. Like all things Gideon, Cross Trainer was impressive in both size and amenities. The 3-story club, one of hundreds around the country, had everything a fitness enthusiast could want, as well as spa services and a smoothie bar. Megumi was slightly overwhelmed and needed help with some of the high-tech machinery, so she was taking advantage of the trainer-supervised workout for new members and guests. I got on a treadmill. I started out at a brisk walk, warming up, and then eventually progressed to a run. Once I hit my stride, I let my thoughts run, too. Was it possible that Gideon and I were free to pick up the pieces of our lives and move on? How? Why? My mind raced with questions that I needed to ask Gideon, with the hope that he was as clueless as I was. He couldn't be involved in Yademski's death. I wouldn't believe he was. I ran until my thighs and calves burned, until sweat ran down my body in steady streams and my lungs ached with the effort of breathing. It was Megumi who finally got me to stop, waving her hand in my line of sight as she moved in front of my treadmill. I am so totally impressed right now. You're a machine. I slowed my pace to a jog, then a walk, before stopping altogether. Grabbing my towel and water bottle, I stepped off, feeling the effects of pushing myself too long and hard. I hate running, I confessed, still panting. How did your workout go? Megumi looked chic even in gym clothes. Her chartreuse racerback tank had bright blue threading that matched her spandex leggings. The ensemble was summer bright and stylish. She bumped shoulders with me. You make me feel like an underachiever. I just did a circuit and checked out the hot guys. The trainer I worked with was good, but I wish I'd gotten that guy instead. I followed the point of her finger. That's Daniel. Want to meet him? Yes! I walked with her toward the mats in the center of the open space, waving at Daniel when he lifted his gaze and caught sight of us. Megumi quickly yanked out the rubber band holding her hair back, but I thought she'd looked great with it on, too. She had beautiful skin, and I envied her mouth.
Eva, great seeing you.
Daniel extended his hand to me for a shake.
Who's this you have with you?
My friend Megumi. She just joined today.
I saw you working with Tara.
He flashed Megumi his megawatt smile.
I'm Daniel. If you ever need help with anything, just let me know.
I'm going to take you up on that, she warned, as she shook his hand.
Please do. Do you have any particular fitness goals?
As they started talking more in depth, my gaze wandered. I checked out the equipment, looking for something easy I could do while I waited for them to wrap it up. Instead, I found a familiar sight. Tossing my towel over my shoulder, I noticed my not-so-favorite reporter on the floor. I took a deep breath and walked over, watching her do curls with a 10-pound hand weight. Her dark brown hair was in a fishtail braid, her long legs on display in skin-tight shorts, and her stomach tight and flat. She looked great. Hi, Deanna. I'd ask if you come here often, she replied, setting the weight back on the rack and standing. But that's too cliched. How are you, Eva? I'm good. You? Her smile had the edge that never failed to get my back up. Doesn't it bother you that Gideon Cross buries his sins under all his money? So Gideon had been right about Ian Hager disappearing once he'd gotten paid. If I really thought you were after the truth, I'd give it to you. It's all true, Eva. I've talked to Corinne Giroux. Oh? How's her husband? Deanna laughed. Gideon should hire you to manage his public image. That struck uncomfortably close to home. Why don't you just go to his office and chew him out? Let him have it. Throw a drink in his face or slap him. He wouldn't care. It wouldn't make a damn bit of difference to him. I wiped at the sweat still sliding down my temples and admitted that might be true. I knew damn well Gideon could be a cold-hearted ass. Either way, you'd probably feel a whole lot better. Deanna snatched her towel off the bench. I know exactly what'll make me feel better. Enjoy the rest of your workout, Eva. I'm sure we'll be talking again soon. She sauntered off, and I couldn't shake the feeling that she was onto something. It made me twitchy not knowing what it was. Okay, I'm done, Megumi said, joining me. Who's that? No one important. My stomach chose that moment to growl, loudly announcing that I'd burned off the boeuf bourguignon I'd had for lunch. Working out always makes me hungry, too. You want to grab dinner? Sure. We set off toward the showers, skirting equipment and other members. I'll call Carrie and see if he wants to join us. Oh, yes. She licked her lips. Have I told you I think he's delicious? More than once. I waved bye to Daniel before we left the floor. We reached the locker room and Megumi tossed her towel in the discard bin just inside the entrance. I paused before dropping mine, my thumb rubbing over the embroidered cross-trainer logo. I thought of the towels hanging in Gideon's bathroom. Maybe next time I'd be calling him, too, asking him to join friends and me for dinner. Maybe the worst was over. We found an Indian restaurant near the gym, and Carrie showed up for dinner with Trey, the two of them walking in with their hands linked together. Our table was right in front of the street-level window by the entrance, which lent the pulse of the city to our dining experience. We sat on cushions on the floor, drank a little too much wine, and let Carrie run commentary on the people passing by. I could almost see little hearts in Trey's eyes when he looked at my best friend, and I was happy to see Carrie being openly affectionate in return. When Carrie was really into someone, he held himself back from touching him or her. I deliberately chose to see his frequent, casual touching with Trey as a sign of the two men growing closer, rather than Carrie losing interest. Megumi got another call from Michael while we were eating, which she ignored. When Carrie asked if she was playing hard to get, she told him the story. If he calls again, let me answer it, he said. Oh, God, no, I groaned. What? Carrie blinked innocently. I can say she's too tied up to get to the phone and Trey can bark out sex commands in the background. Diabolical! Megumi rubbed her hands together. Michael's not the right guy for that, but I'm sure I'll take you up on that offer someday, knowing my luck with men. Shaking my head, I dug stealthily into my purse for the burner phone and was bummed to see there was still no reply from Gideon. Carrie made a show of peering over the table. You hoping for a booty call from Loverman? What? Megumi's mouth fell open. You're seeing someone and didn't tell me? I shot a narrow-eyed look at Carrie. It's complicated. It's the total opposite of complicated, Carrie drawled, rocking back on his pillow. It's straight-up lust. What about Cross? She asked. Who? Carrie shot back. Megumi persisted. He wants her back. It was Carrie's turn to glare at me. When did you talk to him? I shook my head. He called Mom, and he didn't say he wanted me back. Carrie's smile was sly. Would you ditch your new lover man for a repeat with Cross, the marathon man? Megumi poked me in the leg. Gideon Cross is a marathon man in bed? Holy shit! And he looks like that? Jesus! She fanned herself with her hand. Can we please stop talking about my sex life? I muttered, looking to Trey for a little support. He jumped in. Carrie tells me you two are going to a video premiere tomorrow. I didn't realize music videos were a big thing anymore. I grasped at the lifeline gratefully. I know, right? Surprises me too. And then there's good old Brett, Carrie said, leaning across the table toward Megumi like he was about to impart a secret. We'll call him Backstage Man, or Backseat Man. I stuck my fingers in my glass and flicked water at him. Why, Eva, you're making me wet. Keep it up, I warned, and you'll be soaked. I still hadn't heard from Gideon by the time we got home at 9:45. Megumi had taken the subway back to her place, while Carrie, Trey, and I shared a cab back to the apartment. The guys headed straight to Carrie's room, but I lingered in the kitchen, debating whether I should run next door and see if Gideon was there. I was about to pull my keys out of my purse when Carrie came into the kitchen, shirtless and barefoot. He grabbed whipped cream out of the fridge but paused before he headed back out. "You okay?"
"Yeah, I'm good."
"You talked to your mom yet?"
"No, but I'm planning on it."
He leaned his hip against the counter. "Anything else on your mind?"
I shooed him off. "Go have fun. I'm all right. We can talk tomorrow."
"About that. What time should I be ready?"
"Brett wants to pick us up at 5, so can you meet me at the Crossfire?"
"No problem."
He leaned over and pressed a kiss to the top of my head.
"Sweet dreams, baby girl."
I waited until I heard Carrie's door shut, then grabbed my keys and went next door. The moment I entered the dark and quiet apartment, I knew Gideon wasn't there. But I searched the rooms anyway. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Where was he? Deciding to call Angus, I walked back to my apartment, grabbed the burner phone, and took it into my bedroom. And found Gideon gripped in a nightmare. Startled, I shoved my door shut and locked it. He thrashed on my bed, his back arching with a hiss of pain. He was still dressed in jeans and a t-shirt, his big body stretched atop the comforter as if he'd fallen asleep waiting for me. His laptop had been knocked to the floor, still opened, and papers were crackling under the violence of his movements. I rushed to him, trying to figure out a way to wake him that wouldn't put me in danger, knowing he'd hate himself if he hurt me by accident. He growled, a low, feral sound of aggression.
"Never,"
he bit out.
"You'll never
touch her again." I froze. His body jerked violently, and then he moaned and curled to his side, shuddering. The sound of his pain galvanized me. I climbed onto the bed, my hand touching his shoulder. The next moment I was on my back, pinned as he loomed over me, his eyes fixed and sightless. Fear paralyzed me.
"You're going to know what it feels like,"
he whispered darkly, his hips ramming against mine in a sick imitation of the love we shared. I turned my head and bit his biceps, my teeth barely denting the rigid muscle.
"Fuck!"
He yanked away from me and I dislodged him as Parker had taught me to do, throwing him to the side and freeing myself to leap from the bed and run.
"Eva!"
Spinning, I faced him, my body poised to fight. He slid from the bed, nearly landing on his knees before he found his balance and straightened.
"I'm sorry. I fell asleep. Christ, I'm sorry."
"I'm fine," I said with forced calm. "Relax." He raked a hand through his hair, his chest heaving. His face was sheened with sweat, his eyes reddened.
"God."
I stepped closer, fighting the lingering fear. This was part of our lives. We both had to face it. "Do you remember the dream?" Gideon swallowed hard and shook his head. "I don't believe you."
"Damn it. You have to."
"You were dreaming about Nathan. How often do you do that?" I reached him and took his hand.
"I don't know."
"Don't lie to me."
"I'm not,"
he snapped, bristling.
"I rarely remember my dreams."
I pulled him toward the bathroom, deliberately keeping him moving forward both physically and mentally. "The detectives came to see me today."
"I know."
The hoarseness of his voice concerned me. How long had he been asleep and dreaming? The thought of him tormented by his own mind alone and in pain wounded me. "Did they visit you too?"
"No, but they've been making inquiries."
I flicked the lights on and he stopped, his grip tightening to make me stop too.
"Eva."
"Hop in the shower, Ace. We'll talk when you're done." He cupped my face in his hands, his thumbs brushing over my cheekbone.
"You're moving too fast. Slow down."
"I don't want to get hung up every time you have a nightmare."
"Take a minute,"
he murmured, lowering his forehead to rest against mine.
"I frightened you. I'm frightened. Let's just take a minute and deal with that."
I softened, my hand coming to rest over his racing heart. He buried his nose in my hair. Let me smell you, Angel. Feel you. Say I'm sorry.
I'm okay.
It's not okay,
he argued, his voice still low and coaxing.
I should have waited for you at our place.
I rested my cheek against his chest, loving the idea of our place. I've been checking my phone all night, waiting for a text or message.
I worked late.
His hand slid under my shirt, brushing over the bare skin of my back.
Then I came here. I wanted to surprise you, make love to you.
I think we might be free, I whispered, clutching at his shirt. The detectives? I think we're going to be okay.
Explain.
Nathan had this bracelet he always wore.
Sapphires. Very feminine.
I looked up at him. Yes.
Go on.
They found it on the arm of a dead mob guy, Russian mafia. They're running with the theory that it was a criminal association gone bad. Gideon stood very still, his gaze narrowed.
That's interesting.
It's weird. They were talking about photos of me and sex trafficking, which just doesn't mesh with... His fingers pressed against my lips, quieting me.
It's interesting because Nathan was wearing that bracelet when I left him.
I watched Gideon take a shower while I brushed my teeth. His soapy hands slid over his body with economical indifference, his movements brisk and rough. There was none of the intimate worship I caressed him with, none of the awe or love. He was done in minutes, stepping out of the shower in all his nude glory before grabbing a towel and scrubbing away the water on his skin. He came up behind me when he was done, gripping my hips and pressing a kiss to my nape.
I don't have any underworld ties, he murmured.
I finished rinsing my mouth and looked at him through the mirror. Does it bother you to have to say that to me?
I'd rather say it than have you ask.
Someone went to a lot of trouble to protect you. Turning, I faced him. Could it be Angus?
No. Tell me how the mob guy died.
My fingertips drifted over the ridges of his abdomen, loving the way the muscles flexed and clenched in response to my touch. One of his own took him out. Retaliation. He was under surveillance, so Graves said they've got proof of that.
So it's someone connected, then? To either the mob or the authorities, or both. Whoever's responsible, they chose a fall guy who could take the blame and not pay for it.
I don't care who arranged it, just so long as you're safe. He kissed my forehead.
We need to care, he said softly. To protect me, they have to know what I did.
15. Shortly after 5 in the morning, I went from unconscious to wide awake in a heartbeat. The remnants of a dream clung to me, one in which I'd still believed Gideon and I had broken up. Loneliness and grief weighed me down, pinning me to the bed for several minutes. I wished Gideon were beside me. I wished I could just roll over and press my body to his. Partly due to my period, we hadn't had sex the night before. Instead, we had enjoyed the simple comfort of just being together. We'd curled up on my bed and watched television until the exhaustion of my overkill run on the treadmill pulled me under. I loved those quiet moments when we just held each other, when the sexual attraction simmered just beneath the surface. I loved the feel of his breath on my skin and the way my curves fit into his hard planes, as if we'd been designed for each other. Sighing, I knew what had me on edge. It was Thursday, and Brett was coming to New York, if he wasn't in the city already. Gideon and I were just starting to find a new rhythm again, which made it the worst possible time for Brett to come back into my life. I was anxious about something going wrong, some gesture or look that would be misconstrued and cause fresh problems for Gideon and me to work through. It'd be the first time Gideon and I would be out together in public since our breakup. That was going to be torture. Standing next to Brett while my heart was with Gideon. Sliding from the bed, I went to the bathroom and cleaned up, and then pulled on a pair of shorts and a tank top. I needed to be with Gideon. We needed to spend some time together before the day started with a vengeance. I moved quietly from my apartment to his, feeling slightly naughty as I ran down the corridor to his our front door. Once I'd gone inside, I tossed my keys on the breakfast bar and headed down the hallway to the guest room. He wasn't there, and my heart sank, but I kept searching because I could feel him. There was a tingling awareness I experienced only when he was nearby. I found him in the master bedroom, his arms wrapped around my pillow as he slept partially on his stomach. The sheet clung to his hips, leaving his powerful back and sculpted arms bare, and revealing just a hint of the topmost curve of his amazing ass. He looked like an erotic fantasy come to life, and he was mine. I loved him so much, and I wanted him to wake up to me, at least once, with pleasure instead of fear, sadness, and regret. I undressed quietly in the early light of dawn, my thoughts spinning with ways I could pleasure my man. I wanted to run my hands and mouth all over him, make him breathless and hot, feel his body quiver. I wanted to reaffirm our connection to each other, my whole and irrevocable commitment to him, before the harsh realities we faced came between us. As my knee sank into the mattress, he stirred. I crawled to him, pressing my lips to the small of his back and working my way up slowly.
Eva?
He said in a husky voice, lightly stretching beneath me. You better hope it's me, Ace. I nipped his shoulder blade. This would turn out bad for you if not. I lowered onto him, laying my body over his. His warmth was divine, and I took a moment to savor it.
It's early for you,
he murmured, resting easily, just as content as I was to be touching each other. Way, I agreed. You're hugging my pillow.
Smells like you. Helps me sleep.
I brushed his hair aside and pressed my lips to his throat. That's a beautiful thing to say. I wish I could lie around like this with you for the entire day.
You remember I want to take you away this weekend?
Yes. I ran my hand over his biceps, my fingers gliding over the hard muscle. I can't wait.
We'll leave as soon as you get off work on Friday and fly back just in time for work Monday. You won't need anything but your passport.
And you? I kissed his shoulder, then spoke in a nervous rush. I want you, and came prepared to have you, but it could be messy. I mean, it's the tail end, so maybe not, but if period sex isn't your thing, which I totally get because it has never been my thing.
You're my thing, Angel. I'll take you any way I can get you.
He flexed, warning me he was going to turn around. I slid to the side, watching his body roll with a fluid rippling of muscle. Sit up for me, I told him, thinking he was even more amazing than I'd given him credit for. Or more horny, which I would never hold against him. With your back against the headboard. He arranged himself to my liking, looking sleepy-eyed and sexy, his jaw shadowed with stubble. I climbed into his lap, straddling him. I took a long moment to savor the attraction between us, the delicious and provocative edge of danger he exuded even while at rest. Because Gideon wasn't tamed and never would be, just like a panther still had its claws, even when they were sheathed. That was one of my joys. He gentled for me but remained true to himself. He was still the man I'd fallen in love with, hard with rough edges. Yet he'd changed, too. He was all things to me, everything I wanted and needed in one imperfect man. Smoothing his hair back from his face, I traced the curve of his lower lip with the tip of my tongue. His hands, so warm and strong, gripped my hips. His mouth opened, his tongue touching mine. I love you, I whispered.
Eva.
Tilting his head, he took over the kiss, deepening it. His lips, so firm yet soft, pressed against mine. His tongue stroked deep, licking and tasting. The soft rasp of it against the tender flesh inside my mouth caused goosebumps to spread in a wave over my skin. His cock began to thicken and lengthen between us, the silky flesh hot against my lower belly. My nipples tightened, aching, and I shimmied, rubbing them against his chest. One of his hands cupped my nape, capturing me, holding me steady as he kissed me passionately. His mouth slanted across mine, seeking and ravenous, sucking on my lips and tongue. Moaning, I arched into him, my fingers clutching at his black hair.
"Christ, you turn me on,"
he growled, pulling his knees up. He urged me back, his body forming a cradle that supported me. His hands cupped my breasts, his thumbs circling the hard points of my nipples.
"Look at you. You're so fucking gorgeous."
Warmth spread through me. "Gideon."
"Sometimes you're this icy, hands-off blonde."
His jaw tightened, and he slipped one hand between my legs, his fingers gliding gently through my cleft.
"And then you're like this, so hot and needy, wanting my hands all over you, my cock inside you."
"I'm like this for you. This is what you do to me, what you've been doing to me from the moment I met you." Gideon's gaze slid over me, followed by his hand. As his fingertips caressed the outside curve of my breast and stroked over my clit at the same time, I shivered.
"I want you,"
he said gruffly, and here I am, naked. His mouth curved in a slow, sexy smile.
"I couldn't miss that."
The tip of his finger circled my opening. I lifted a little to give him better access, my hands sliding over his shoulders.
"But I wasn't talking about sex," he murmured, "although I want that too."
"With me."
"Only you," he agreed.
His thumb brushed feather light over my nipple.
"Forever and always."
I moaned and reached for his cock, gripping him in my hands, stroking him from root to tip.
"I look at you, Angel, and I want you so badly. I want to be with you, listen to you, talk to you. I want to hear you laugh and hold you when you cry. I want to sit next to you, breathe the same air, share the same life. I want to wake up to you like this every day forever. I want you."
"Gideon." I leaned forward and kissed him softly. "I want you too." He teased the tip of my breast, tugging and rolling the hardened peak between his fingers. He rubbed my clit, and a soft sound escaped me. Gideon hardened in my hands, his body responding to my growing desire. The room was lightening as the sun rose higher, but the world outside seemed a lifetime away. The intimacy of the moment was both searing and sweet, filling me with joy. My hands caressed his erection with tender reverence, my only goal to please him and show him how much I loved him. He touched me the same way, his eyes windows to a wounded soul that needed me as much as I needed him.
"I'm happy with you, Eva. You make me happy."
"I'll make you happy the rest of your life," I promised him. My hips churned, desire sliding hot and thick through my veins. There's nothing I want more. Leaning forward, Gideon flicked the tip of his tongue over my nipple. A quick swipe that sent a sharp ache through my breast.
"I love your tits. Did you know that?"
"Ah, so that's what did you in. The rack."
"Keep teasing me, Angel. Give me an excuse to spank you. I love your ass, too."
He pressed a hand to my back, arching me toward his mouth. Hot wetness surrounded the sensitive peak of my breast. His cheeks hollowed on a deep suck, and my sex echoed his mouth, hungry for his cock. I felt him everywhere, all around me and inside me, his heat and warmth, his passion. In my hands, his cock was hard and throbbing, the plush head slick with pre-cum. "Tell me you love me," I pleaded. Gideon's eyes met mine.
"You know I do."
"Imagine if I never said the words to you, if you never heard them from me." His chest expanded on a deep breath.
"Crossfire."
My hands stilled on him. He swallowed, his throat working.
"It's your word for when things get to be too much, when it's too intense. It's my word, too, because that's how you make me feel, all the time."
"Gideon, He'd made me speechless.
When you say it, it means stop.
His fingertips left my breast and slid down my cheek.
When I say it, it means never stop. Whatever you're doing to me, I need you to keep doing it.
Lifting, I hovered above him. Let me.
Yes.
His fingers left my cleft, and a heartbeat later his cock was filling me, the flared crown stretching sensitive tissues.
Slow,
he ordered softly, his gaze hooded as he licked his fingers with long, sensuous laps of his tongue. He looked so wicked, so shamelessly decadent. Help me. It was always more difficult for me to take him this way, using only gravity and the weight of my body. As desperate as he'd made me, he was still a tight fit. He caught my hips, sliding me up and down leisurely, working me onto his thick erection.
Feel every inch, Angel,
he crooned.
Feel how hard you make me.
My thighs trembled as he rubbed over a tender spot inside me. I gripped his wrists, my sex rippling.
Don't come,
he warned, with that authoritative bite that practically ensured I would.
Not until you've taken all of me.
Gideon. The slow, steady friction of his careful penetration was driving me insane.
Think of how good it feels when I'm in you, Angel. When your greedy little cunt has something to tighten down on, when you're coming.
I tightened down on him then, seduced by the coaxing rasp in his voice. Hurry.
You're the one who has to let me in.
His eyes gleamed with humor. He urged me to lean back, changing the angle of my descent. I slid onto him, taking him to the root in one smooth, slick glide.
Fuck.
His head fell back, his breathing quick and rough.
You feel amazing. You're squeezing me like a fist.
Baby. I couldn't hide the plea in my voice. He was so hard and thick inside me, so deep I could barely catch my breath. He shot me a look that scorched.
I want this. You and me, nothing between us.
Nothing, I said, fervently panting. Wriggling, losing my mind. I needed to come so badly.
Shh, I've got you.
Lifting his thumb to his mouth, Gideon licked the pad, then reached between us, rubbing my clit with expertly applied pressure. Heat bloomed across my skin in a mist of sweat, the flush spreading until I felt feverish. I climaxed in a searing rush of pleasure, my sex spasming in hard, desperate clutches. His growl was a sound of pure animal sexuality, his cock swelling in response to the covetous milking of my body. But he didn't come, which made my orgasm all the more intimate. I was open, vulnerable, wrenched by desire, and he watched me fall apart with those haunting blue eyes, his control absolute. The fact that he didn't move, just held himself deep, enhanced the feeling of connection between us. A tear slid down my cheek, the orgasm pushing my emotions over the edge.
Come here,
he said hoarsely, his hands sliding up my back and pulling me into him. He licked the tear away, then nudged me sweetly with the tip of his nose. My breasts pressed against his chest, my arms went around his waist, slipping into the space between him and the headboard. I held him close, my body quivering with aftershocks.
You're so beautiful,
he murmured.
So soft and sweet. Kiss me, Angel.
Tilting my head, I offered him my mouth. The melding was hot and wet, an erotic mixture of his unsated lust and my overwhelming love. I pushed my fingers into his hair, cupping the back of his head to hold him still. He did the same to me, the two of us communicating without words. His lips sealed over mine, his tongue fucking my mouth even as his cock remained unmoving inside me. I felt the undercurrent of strain in his kiss and his touch, and I knew he worried about the day's events too. I arched my back, curving into him, wishing I could make us inseparable. His teeth caught my lower lip, sinking gently into the swollen curve. I whimpered, and he murmured, soothing me with rhythmic strokes of his tongue.
Don't move,
he said hoarsely, restraining me with his grip at my nape.
I want to come just feeling you around me.
Please, I breathed. Come in me. Let me feel you. We were completely entwined, grasping and pulling at each other, his cock rigid inside me, our hands in each other's hair, our lips and tongues mating frantically. Gideon was mine, completely. Yet still some part of my mind was stunned that I had him like this, that he was naked in a bed we shared, in an apartment we shared, that he was inside me, a part of me, taking every bit of my love and passion, giving me back so much more. I love you, I moaned, tightening my core and squeezing him. I love you so much.
Eva. God.
He shuddered, coming. He groaned into my mouth, his hands flexing against my scalp, his breath gusting hard across my lips. I felt him spurting inside me, filling me, and I trembled with another orgasm, the pleasure pulsing gently through me. His hands roamed restlessly, rubbing up and down my back, his kiss that perfect blend of love and desire. I felt his gratitude and need, recognized it, because I felt the same way. It was a miracle that I'd found him, that he could make me feel this way, that I could love a man so deeply and completely and sexually with all the baggage I carried, and that I could offer the same refuge to him in return. Laying my cheek against his chest, I listened to his heart pounding, his perspiration mingling with mine.
Eva,
he exhaled harshly.
Those answers you want from me, I need you to ask the questions.
I held him for a long minute, waiting for our bodies to recover and my own panic to subside. He was still inside me. We were as close as we could be, but it wasn't enough for him. He had to have more. On every front. He wasn't going to quit until he possessed every part of me and infiltrated every aspect of my life. Pulling back, I looked at him. I'm not going anywhere, Gideon. You don't have to push yourself if you're not ready.
I am ready.
His gaze held mine, blazing with power and determination.
I need you to be ready, because it won't be long before I'm going to ask you a question, Eva, and I'm going to need you to give me the right answer.
It's too soon, I whispered, my throat tight. I lifted slightly, trying to gain some distance, but he pulled me back and held me down. I don't know if I can.
But you're not going anywhere,
he reminded, his jaw set.
And neither am I. Why put off the inevitable?
That's not the way you need to look at it. We've got too many triggers. If we're not careful, one or both of us will shut down, cut the other one.
Ask me, Eva,
he commanded. Gideon,
now.
Frustrated by his obstinacy, I stewed for a minute, then decided that whatever the reason, there were questions that needed answers no matter what. Dr. Lucas, do you know why he lied to your mother? His jaw worked as he clenched his teeth, his eyes turning hard and cold.
He was protecting his brother-in-law.
What? I sat back, my thoughts spinning. Anne's brother? The woman you were sleeping with?
Fucking,
he corrected harshly.
Everyone in Anne's family is in the mental health field. The whole fucked up lot of them. She's a shrink. Did any of your Google searches dig that up?
I nodded absently, more concerned with the vehemence with which he said the word shrink, practically spitting it out. Was that why he hadn't gotten help before? And how much did he love me to make the effort to see Dr. Peterson despite his loathing?
I didn't know it right away,
he went on.
I couldn't figure out why Lucas lied. He's a pediatrician, for Christ's sakes. He's supposed to care about kids.
Screw that. He's supposed to be human. Rage filled me, a white-hot desire to find Lucas and hurt him. I can't believe he could look me in the eye like he did and say all that shit he said. Blaming Gideon for everything, trying to drive a wedge between us.
It wasn't until I met you that I finally started to get it,
he said, his hands tightening around my waist.
He loves Anne, maybe as much as I love you, enough to overlook her cheating and cover up for her brother to spare her the truth. or embarrassment.
He shouldn't be practicing medicine.
I don't disagree.
So why is his office in one of your buildings?
I bought the building because his practice is in it. Helps me keep an eye on him and how well he's doing. Or not.
Something about the way he said, or not, led me to wonder. Did he have anything to do with Lucas's less profitable times? I remembered when Carrie had been taken to the hospital, and how special arrangements had been made for him and for me because Gideon was such a generous benefactor. How much could he influence? If there were ways to put Lucas at a disadvantage, I was certain Gideon knew them all. And the brother-in-law? I asked. What happened to him? Gideon's chin lifted and his gaze narrowed.
The statute of limitations ran out for me, but I confronted him, told him if he ever went into practice or laid a hand on another child, I'd set up an unlimited fund dedicated to prosecuting him civilly and criminally on behalf of his victims. Shortly after that, he killed himself.
The last was said without inflection, which made the hairs on my nape stand on end. I shivered with the sudden chill that came from inside me. He rubbed his hands up and down my arms, trying to warm me, but he didn't pull me into him.
He was married, had a child, a boy, just a few years old.
Gideon. I hugged him, understanding. He'd lost a father to suicide, too. What Hugh chose to do isn't your fault. You're not responsible for the decisions he made.
Aren't I?
He asked, with that ice in his voice. No, you're not. I held him as tight as I could, willing my love into his tense, rigid body. And the boy? His father's death might have prevented him from experiencing what you did. Have you thought of that? His chest lifted and fell roughly.
Yes, I've thought of it. But he doesn't know what his father was. He only knows that his dad is gone by choice and he's left behind. He'll believe his father didn't care enough about him to stay.
Baby. I pulled his head toward me, urging him to rest against me. I didn't know what to say. I couldn't make excuses for Jeffrey Cross, and I knew Gideon was thinking of him, as well as the boy he himself had once been. You didn't do anything wrong.
I need you to stay, Eva,
he whispered, his arms finally coming around me.
And you're holding back. It's driving me crazy.
I rocked gently, cradling him. I'm being cautious because you're so important to me.
I know it's not fair to ask you to be with me.
His head tilted back.
When we can't even sleep in the same bed. But I'll love you better than anyone else could. I'll take care of you and make you happy. I know I can.
You do. I brushed his hair back from his temples and wanted to cry when I saw the longing on his face. I want you to believe I'll stay with you.
You're afraid?
Not of you. I sighed, trying to pull the words together in a way that made sense. I can't just be an extension of you.
Eva?
His features softened.
I can't change who I am, and I don't want to change who you are. I just want us to be who we are, together.
I kissed him. I didn't know what to say. I wanted us to live the same life too, to be together in every way we could be. But I also believed that neither of us was ready. Gideon. I kissed him again, my lips clinging to his. You and me, we're barely strong enough on our own. We're getting better all the time, but we're not there yet. It's not just about the nightmares.
Tell me what it's about, then.
Everything. I don't know. It's not right for me to live in a place Stanton pays for anymore now that Nathan isn't a threat, and especially not now that my parents hooked up.
His brows shot up. Excuse me?
Yeah, I confirmed. Total mess.
Move in with me,
he said, rubbing my back to comfort me. So, I skip right over making it on my own? Am I always going to live off someone else?
For fuck's sake.
He made a frustrated noise.
Would you feel better if we shared the rent?
Like I could afford your penthouse, even paying just a third of it, and there's no way Carrie could.
So we'll move in here or next door if you want, and take over the lease. I don't care where, Ava.
I stared at him, wanting what he was offering, but afraid I'd miss a big pitfall that would hurt us.
You came to me as soon as you got up this morning, he pointed out. You don't like being away from me either. Why torture ourselves? Sharing the same space should be the least of our problems.
I don't want to screw this up, I told him, my fingers brushing over his chest. I need us to work, Gideon. He caught my hand and pressed it over his heart.
I need us to work too, Angel. And I want mornings like this and nights like last night while we do it.
No one even knows we're seeing each other. How do we go from being broken up to living together?
We start today. You're taking Carrie with you to the video launch. I'll come up to the both of you with Ireland, say hi.
She called me, I interrupted, and told me to go up to you. She wants us back together.
She's a smart girl.
He smiled, and I felt a little thrill at the thought that he might be opening up to her.
So one of us will approach the other, make small talk, and I'll say hi to Carrie. You and I won't have to fake the attraction between us. Tomorrow I'll take you out to lunch. Bryant Park Grill would be ideal. We'll make a show of it.
It all sounded wonderful and easy, but... Is it safe?
Finding Nathan's bracelet on a criminal's corpse opens the door to reasonable doubt. That's all we need.
We looked at each other, sharing the feeling of hope, the sense of excitement and expectation in a future that had seemed so much more uncertain just yesterday. He touched my cheek.
You made a reservation at Tableau 1 for tonight.
I nodded. Yeah, I had to use your name to get on the list, but Brett asked me out to dinner, and I wanted us to go to a place connected with you.
Ireland and I have a reservation at the same time. We'll join you.
I shifted awkwardly, nervous at the thought, and Gideon thickened inside me.
Don't worry,
he murmured, his focus clearly shifting to more heated thoughts.
It'll be fun.
Yeah, right. Banding his arms around my hips and shoulder blades, Gideon scooped me up and moved, rolling and putting me beneath him.
Trust me.
I was going to reply, but he kissed me quiet and fucked me senseless. I showered and dressed at Gideon's, then hurried back down the hallway to my apartment for my purse and bag, trying not to look like I was sneaking around. It was easy to get ready at Gideon's apartment, since he'd stocked the bathroom with all my usual toiletries and cosmetics, and had purchased enough clothes and underwear for me to never have to wear anything from my own closet. It was too much, but that was the way he was. I was rinsing off the mug I'd used for a quick cup of coffee when Trey came into the kitchen. He smiled sheepishly, dressed in a pair of Carrie's sweats, and his own shirt from last night. He looked right at home.
Good morning.
Back at ya. I put the mug in the dishwasher and faced him. I'm glad you came to dinner.
Me too. I had fun.
Coffee? I asked him.
Please. I have to get ready for work, but I'm dragging.
I've had those days. I fixed him a cup and slid it over. He took the mug and lifted it in a salute of thanks.
Can I ask you something?
Shoot.
Do you like Tatiana too? Is it weird for you having us both around?
I shrugged. I don't really know Tatiana, to be honest. She doesn't hang with Carrie and me the way you do.
Oh.
I started heading out and squeezed his shoulder before I passed him. Have a good one.
You too.
I checked my phone while taking a cab to work. I almost wished I'd walked, since the cabbie kept the front windows down and was apparently averse to wearing deodorant. The only saving grace was that it was faster than walking. There was a text from Brett sent around 6 a.m. On the ground. Can't wait to see you tonight. I sent him back a smiley face. Megumi looked good when I met up with her at work, which made me happy, but Will was looking glum. As I was putting my purse in a drawer, he stopped by my cubicle and rested his crossed arms along the low wall. What's the matter? I asked him, looking up at him from my chair.
Help. Need carbs.
Laughing, I shook my head. I think it's sweet that you're suffering through this diet for your girl. I shouldn't complain, he said. She's lost like 5 pounds. That I didn't think she had to lose, mind you. And she looks amazing and has all this energy. But God, I feel like a slug. My body's not built for this. Are you asking me out to lunch? Please. He clasped his hands together like he was praying. You're one of the few women I know who actually enjoys eating. I've got the butt to show for it, too, I said ruefully. But sure, I'm game. You're the best, Eva. He backed up and bumped into Mark. Oops. Sorry. Mark grinned. No problem. Will headed back to his cubicle and Mark turned his smile to me. We've got the Drysdale team coming in at 9:30, I reminded him. Right. And I've got an idea I'd like to run past strategy before they get here. I grabbed my tablet and stood, thinking we'd be running down to the wire. You're living on the edge, boss. Only way to do it. Come on. The day flew by, and I rushed full bore all through it, filled with restless energy. Getting up so early, then eating a plate of pierogi for lunch didn't slow me down. I wrapped up exactly at 5 and did a quick change in the bathroom, switching from my skirt and blouse into a more casual jersey dress in pale blue. I slipped on a pair of wedge sandals, swapped out my diamond studs for silver hoops, and turned my ponytail into a messy bun. Then I headed down to the lobby. As I moved toward the revolving entrance door, I saw Carrie standing outside on the sidewalk talking to Brett. I slowed, giving myself a minute to absorb the sight of my old flame. Brett's short-cropped hair was naturally dark blonde, but he'd had the tips dyed platinum, and the look was a good one for him, with his tan skin and irises of a beautiful emerald green. On stage, he was usually shirtless, but today he was dressed in black cargo pants and blood-red t-shirt, his arms covered in sleeves of tattoos that writhed over his muscles. He turned his head then, looking inside the lobby, and I started walking again, my stomach fluttering a little when he caught sight of me, and his ruggedly handsome face was softened by a smile that revealed a killer dimple. Jesus, he was sexy as hell. Feeling a little too exposed, I pulled out my sunglasses and slipped them on. Then I took a deep breath as I spun through the revolving doors, my gaze shifting to the Bentley parked just behind Brett's limo. Brett whistled. Damn, Eva. You're more gorgeous every time I see you. I shot a strained smile at Carrie, my pulse racing madly. Hey. You look great, baby girl, he said, reaching for my hand. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Angus step out of the Bentley. In that moment of distraction, I totally missed Brett reaching for me. A split second after I registered his hands at my waist, I realized he was going to kiss me, and barely turned my head in time. His lips touched the corner of my mouth, feeling warm and familiar. I stumbled back, tripping over Carrie, who caught me by the shoulders. Flushed with embarrassment and disoriented, I looked anywhere but at Brett, and found myself looking into the icy blue eyes of Gideon. 16. Standing frozen just outside the revolving doors of the Crossfire, Gideon stared at me with such intensity I squirmed. Sorry, I mouthed, feeling awful, knowing how I would have felt if Corinne had gotten her lips on him the other day. Hi, Brett greeted me, too focused on me to pay attention to the dark figure standing with his fists and jaw clenched just a few feet away. Hey, I could feel Gideon watching me, and it was painful not to go to him. Ready? Without waiting for the guys, I yanked the limo door open and crawled in. I'd barely gotten my ass on the seat when I pulled the burner phone out of my purse and sent a quick text to Gideon. I love you. Brett settled on the bench seat beside me, and then Carrie slid in. I've been seeing your pretty mug everywhere, man, Brett said, talking to Carrie. Yeah. Carrie shot me a crooked smile. He looked great in distressed jeans and a designer t-shirt, with leather cuffs on his wrists that matched his boots. Did the rest of the band fly in with you? I asked. Yep. They're all here. Brett flashed that dimple at me again. Darren crashed the minute we got to the hotel. I don't know how he drums for hours. It's exhausting just watching.
When you're high off the rush of being on stage, energy isn't a problem. How's Eric?
Carrie asked with more than casual interest, making me wonder, not for the first time, if he and the band's bassist had ever hooked up. As far as I knew, Eric was straight, but there had been little signs here and there that made me think he might have experimented a little with my best friend.
Eric's dealing with some issues that have come up on the tour, Brett replied. And Lance hooked up with a girl he met when we were in New York the last time. You'll be seeing them all in a few minutes.
The life of a rock star, I teased. Brett shrugged and smiled. I looked away, regretting my decision to bring Carrie along. Because having him there meant I couldn't say what I needed to say to Brett, that I was in love with someone else and there was no hope for us. A relationship with Brett would be entirely different from what I had with Gideon. I'd have had a lot of time on my own while he was on tour. I could do all the things I thought I should do before settling down, living by my own means and spending time unattached with friends and by myself. Kind of the best of both worlds, having a boyfriend but enjoying plenty of individuality. But although I was worried about jumping from college into a lifetime commitment, I had no doubts that Gideon was the man I wanted. We were just out of sync with our timing. I thought there was no reason to rush, while he thought there was no reason to wait.
We're here,
Brett said, looking out the window at the crowd. Despite the muggy heat of the day, Times Square was packed as usual. The ruby-red glass stairs in Duffy Square were full of people taking pictures of each other, and pedestrian traffic clogged the overflowing sidewalks. Police officers dotted the corners, keeping a sharp eye out for trouble. Street performers outshouted each other, and the smells emanating from food carts competed with the much less savory smell of the street itself. Massive electronic billboards plastered on the sides of buildings fought for attention, including one of Carrie with a female model wrapped around him from behind. Cameramen and boom operators loitered around a mobile video screen, which was attached to a traveling platform and positioned in front of the bleacher-like stair seating. Brett climbed out of the limo first and was immediately bombarded by the excited screams of avid fans. Most were female. He flashed that killer smile and waved, then reached in a hand to help me out. My reception was much less warm, especially after Brett put his arm around my waist. Carrie's appearance, however, started a hum of murmurs. When he slipped on a pair of shades, he elicited his own swell of excited yells and catcalls. I was overwhelmed by the sensory input, but quickly focused when I spotted Christopher Vidal, Jr., talking with the host of an entertainment gossip show. Gideon's brother was dressed for business in shirt, tie, and navy slacks. His dark auburn hair caught the eye, even in the early evening shade cast by the towering buildings surrounding us. He waved when he caught sight of me, which turned the host's gaze to me as well. I waved back. The rest of 6/9 stood in front of the bleachers signing autographs, clearly enjoying the attention. I looked at Brett. Go do your thing.
Yeah?
He studied me, trying to make sure I was okay with him abandoning me. Yeah. I waved him off. This is for you. Enjoy it. I'll be here when it's time for the show.
Okay.
He smiled.
Don't go anywhere.
He bounded off. Carrie and I walked over to the tent, bearing the Vidal Records logo. Protected from the crowds by private security, it was a tiny oasis in the madness of Times Square.
Well, baby girl, you got your hands full with him. I forgot how it was with you two.
Was being the operative word, I pointed out.
He's different from before, he went on. More subtled.
That's great for him, especially with all that's going on in his life right now. He scoped me out.
Aren't you even the slightest bit interested in seeing if he can still bang you brainless?
I shot him a look. Chemistry is chemistry, and I'm sure he's had plenty of chances to bone up on his already fabulous skills.
Bone up! That's punny.
He waggled his brows at me.
You seem solid.
Ah, now that would be an illusion.
Well, look who's here,
he murmured, turning my attention to Gideon, who was approaching with Ireland at his side.
And heading straight toward us.
If there's a brawl over you, I'm watching from the bleachers. I shoved at him. Thanks. It amazed me that Gideon could look so cool in his suit when it was still so hot. Ireland looked fantastic in a low-rise flared skirt and tummy-bearing fitted tank top. Eva! She shouted, running over and leaving her brother behind. She met me with a hug, then pulled back to check me out. Awesome! He's got to be kicking himself. I looked around her at Gideon, searching his face for any signs that he was pissed about Brett. Ireland turned and hugged Carrie, too, surprising him. In the meantime, Gideon walked straight up to me, grabbed me gently by the upper arms, and kissed both of my cheeks, French style.
Hello, Eva.
His voice was flavored with a soft rasp that had my toes curling.
It's good to see you.
I blinked up at him, not having to fake my astonishment at all. Hi, Gideon. Doesn't she look delish? Ireland asked, making no attempt at subtlety. Gideon's eyes never left my face.
She always does. I need a minute of your time, Eva.
Sure. I shot a what-the-fuck look at Carrie and let Gideon lead me to a corner of the tent. We'd taken a few steps when I said, Are you mad? Please don't be.
Of course I am, he said evenly, but not at you or him.
Okay. I had no idea what that meant. He stopped and faced me, raking a hand through his gorgeous hair.
This situation is intolerable. I could stand it when there was no other choice, but now?
His gaze was fierce on my face.
You're mine. I need the world to know that.
I've told Brett that I'm in love with you. Carrie, too. My dad. Megumi. I've never lied about how I feel about you. Eva! Christopher came up to me and pulled me into him for a kiss on the cheek. I'm so glad Brett brought you. You know, I had no idea you two used to be an item. I managed to smile, hyper-aware of Gideon's gaze. It was a long time ago. Not that long, he grinned. You're here, aren't you?
Christopher, Gideon said by way of greeting.
Gideon. Christopher's smile didn't waver, but he noticeably cooled. You didn't have to come. I've got this covered. They were half-brothers, but had so little in common physically. Gideon was taller, bigger, and undeniably dark in both coloring and demeanor. Christopher was a handsome man with a sexy smile, but he had none of Gideon's sizzling magnetism.
I'm here for Eva, Gideon said smoothly. Not the show.
Really? Christopher looked at me. I thought you and Brett were working things out. Brett's a friend, I replied.
Eva's personal life is none of your business, Gideon said.
It shouldn't be yours either. Christopher looked at him with such hostility it made me uncomfortable. The fact that Golden is a true story and that Brett and Eva are here together is a great marketing angle for Vidal and the band.
The song is the end of that story.
Christopher frowned and reached into his pocket, pulling out his smartphone. He read the screen, then scowled at his brother. Call Corinne, will you? She's going nuts trying to reach you.
I talked to her an hour ago,
Gideon said. Stop giving her mixed signals, Christopher snapped. If you didn't want to talk to her, you shouldn't have gone over to her place last night. I tensed, my pulse leaping. I looked at Gideon, saw his jaw tighten, and remembered how I'd waited for a reply text from him. He'd been at my place when I got home, but he'd never explained why he hadn't texted me back. He certainly hadn't said anything about going to Corinne's apartment. And hadn't he said he wasn't taking her calls? I backed away with my stomach in knots. I'd felt off all day, and facing the simmering dislike between Gideon and Christopher was too much on top of it. Excuse me.
Eva,
Gideon said sharply. It was good seeing you both, I murmured, playing my scripted part before turning away and heading the few feet over to Carrie. Gideon caught up with me after only 2 steps, gripping me by the elbow and whispering in my ear.
She's calling my phone in work all the time. I had to talk with her.
You should have told me.
We had more important things to talk about.
Brett glanced over at us. He was too far away for me to see his expression, but his posture looked tight. People, all of them pushing to get closer, surrounded him, and he was focused on me instead. Damn it. He'd seen me with Gideon, and it was spoiling what should be a wonderful experience for him. As I'd feared, the whole outing was a mess.
Gideon,
Christopher said tightly from behind us.
I wasn't finished talking to you.
Gideon glanced at him.
I'll get to you in a minute.
You'll talk to me now.
Walk away, Christopher.
Gideon stared at his brother so coldly I shivered despite the heat.
Before you make a scene that takes all the attention away from 6th Ninths.
Christopher seethed for a long minute, then seemed to realize his brother wasn't kidding. He cursed under his breath and turned, only to be confronted by Ireland. "Leave them alone," she said with her hands on her hips. "I want them to get back together."
You stay out of this.
Whatever. She wrinkled her nose at him. "Come show me around." He paused, his gaze narrowed. Then he sighed and took her by the elbow, leading her away. I realized they were close. It made me sad that Gideon didn't have that kind of bond with them. Gideon brought my attention back to him with a brush of his fingertips to my cheek, a soft caress that conveyed so much love and possession. No one looking at us could mistake the claim.
Tell me you know nothing happened with Corinne.
I sighed. I know you didn't do anything with her.
Good. She's not acting like herself. I've never seen her so... Damn it. I don't know. Needy. Irrational.
Devastated?
Maybe. Yes.
His face softened.
She wasn't like this when she broke our engagement.
I felt bad for both of them. Ugly goodbyes weren't fun for anyone. She walked away that time. This time it's you. It's always harder being the one left behind.
I'm trying to settle her down, but I need you to promise me that she's not going to get in between us.
I won't let her. And you're not going to worry about Brett. It took him a few seconds, but he finally said,
I'll worry, but I'll handle it.
I could tell it wasn't an easy concession for him to make. His lips thinned.
I have to go deal with Christopher. Are we okay?
Nodding, I said, I'm good. You?
As long as Klein doesn't kiss you. The warning was clear in his voice.
Same goes.
If he kisses me, he's getting decked.
I laughed. You know what I meant. He caught my hand and rubbed his thumb over my ring.
Crossfire.
My heart hurt in the best way. Love you too, Ace. Brett disengaged from his fans and headed over to the tent, looking grim. Having fun yet? I asked him, hoping to keep him feeling positive.
He wants you back,
he said bluntly. I didn't hesitate. Yes.
If you're going to give him a second chance, I should get one too.
Brett.
I know it's tough with me being on the road.
And based in San Diego, I pointed out.
But I can make it out here often enough and you can always meet up with me. See some new places. Plus the tour ends in November. I can come stay out here for the holidays.
He looked at me with those green eyes of his, and the attraction hummed between us.
Your dad's still in SoCal, so you've got more than one reason to come out.
You'd be reason enough. But Brett, I don't know what to say. I'm in love with him. He crossed his arms and looked exactly like the wickedly delicious bad boy he was.
I don't care. It's not going to work out for you with him. And I'll be around, Eva.
Staring at him, I realized nothing would convince him but time. Brett stepped closer, then reached out to run his hand down my arm. He stood over me, his body curved into mine. I remembered other times we'd stood like this, the moments right before he pressed me back against something and fucked me hard.
It's only going to take once,
he murmured in my ear, his voice sinful as always.
One time inside you and you'll remember how it is between us.
I swallowed past a dry throat. That's not going to happen, Brett. His mouth curved in a slow smile, revealing that decadent dimple.
We'll see about that.
I can't believe they're so much hotter in person, Ireland said, looking over at where the guys were doing their pre-launch interview with the TV show host. You too, Carrie. He smiled, his teeth dazzlingly white.
Well, thank you, darling.
So, She looked at me with those blue eyes that were so like Gideon's. You used to date Brett Klein? Not really. Honestly, we just used to mess around. Did you love him? I thought about that for a minute. I think I was close, maybe. I could have fallen in love with him under different circumstances. He's a great guy. Her lips pursed. What about you? I asked. Are you seeing anyone? Yes. Her lips twisted ruefully. I really like him, a lot, but it's weird, because he can't let his parents know he's dating me. Why not? His grandparents lost most of their money to that scheme Gideon's dad ran. My gaze went to Carrie, whose brows were lifted above the line of his shades. That's not your fault, I said, angry on her behalf. Rick says his parents think it's convenient that Gideon is so rich now, she muttered. Convenient? They think it's convenient?
Angel.
I turned around at the sound of Gideon's voice, not having realized he'd come up behind me. What? He just stared at me. I was irritated enough that it took me a minute to note the hint of a smile on his face. Don't start, I told him, narrowing my gaze in warning. I turned back to Ireland. Tell Rick's parents to look up the Crossroads Foundation.
If you're done being offended for my sake, Gideon said,
coming up so close behind me that he brushed up against me.
They're about 5 minutes from starting the video.
My gaze searched out Brett, who'd rejoined the crowd, and found him waving me over. I looked at Carrie. Go on, he said with a jerk of his chin. I'll hang here with Ireland and Cross. I headed over to the band, smiling when I saw how excited they were. Big moment, guys, I said to them. Ah, well, Darren grinned. This whole event was set up just to get us on this TV show and internet simulcast. It was the only way Vidal could get them to give us any coverage. Let's hope it pays off, because fucking A, it's hot as hell out here. The host announced the exclusive premiere of the video, and then the screen switched from showing the logo of the show to the start of the video and the first chords of the song began. The black screen suddenly lit up, revealing Brett sitting on a stool in front of a mic in a puddle of light, just as he'd been at the concert. He began to sing, his voice deep and rough, crazy sexy. The effect his voice had on me was powerful and immediate, just as it had always been. The camera slowly backed away from Brett, revealing a dance floor in front of the stage where he sang. There was a crowd dancing, but they were cast in black and white, while a lone blonde was strikingly colored. I stilled as shock spread through me. The camera was careful to film only her backside in profile, but the girl was undeniably meant to be me. She was my height, with the same hair color and style as mine, before I'd recently cut it. She had my curvy butt and hips, and her profile was similar enough to mine to understand immediately who she was meant to be. The next 3 minutes of my life passed in a horrified daze. Golden was a sexually charged song, and the actress did all the things Brett sang about, dropping to her knees for a Brett look-alike, making out with him in a bar restroom, and straddling his lap in the back of a classic '67 Mustang, just like the one Brett owned. Those intimate memories were intercut with shots of the real Brett singing on stage with the rest of the guys in the band. The fact that actors were playing us helped me deal with it a little better, but one glance at Gideon's stony face told me it didn't matter to him. He was seeing one of the wildest times in my life relived before his eyes, and it was very real to him. The video ended with a shot of Brett looking soulful and tormented, a single tear sliding down his cheek. I pulled away and faced him. His smile slowly faded when he got a good look at my expression. I couldn't believe how personal the video was. I was freaking out that millions of people were going to see it. Wow, the host said, leaning into the band with mic in hand. Brett, you really put yourself out there with this. Was it the song that brought you and Eva back together?
In a roundabout way, yeah.
And Eva, did you play yourself in the video? I blinked, realizing he was outing me as the Eva on national television. No, that's not me. How do you feel about Golden? I licked my dry lips. It's an amazing song by an amazing band. About an amazing love story. The host smiled into the camera and rambled on. But I tuned him out, my gaze searching for Gideon. I couldn't spot him anywhere. The host talked to the band a bit more, and I wandered away, searching. Carrie came up to me with Ireland in tow. "Some video," he drawled. I looked at him miserably before my gaze slid over to Ireland. "Do you know where your brother is?" "Christopher's schmoozing. Gideon left." She winced apologetically. "He asked Christopher to take me home with him." Damn it. I dug in my purse for the burner phone and typed out a quick text. "I love you. Tell me you'll see me tonight." I waited for a reply. When it didn't come after a few minutes, I just held the phone in my hand, willing it to vibrate. Brett ambled up to me. "We're done here. Want to bail?" "Sure." I turned to Ireland. "I'm out of town the next 2 weekends, but let's get together after that." "I'll keep my schedule open," she said, hugging me hard. Turning to Carrie, I caught his hand and squeezed it. "Thanks for coming." "Are you kidding? I haven't been this entertained in a long time." He and Brett did some complicated handshake. "Good job, man. I'm stoked for you." "Thanks for coming. We'll catch you later." Brett set his hand at the small of my back, and we took off. 17. Gideon didn't show up at Tableau 1. In a way, I was grateful because I didn't want Brett thinking I'd planned the interruption. Outside his long-term hopes for our relationship, Brett was someone who'd been important to me in the past, and I wanted to be friends with him, if possible. But I was preoccupied with imagining what Gideon was thinking and feeling. I picked at my dinner, too unsettled to eat, when Arnaldo Ricci stopped by to say hello, looking very dashing and handsome in his white chef coat. I felt bad that so much of his fine food was still on my plate. The celebrity chef was a friend of Gideon's. Gideon was a silent partner in Tableau 1, which was the reason I'd chosen the restaurant. If he had any doubts about how the dinner with Brett would go, he'd have people to ask that he trusted. Of course, I hoped Gideon would trust me enough to believe me, but I knew our relationship had its issues, and our mutual possessiveness was just one of them. "It's good to see you, Eva," Arnaldo said with his lovely Italian accent. He pressed a kiss to my cheek, then pulled out one of the empty chairs at our table and sat. Arnaldo extended his hand to Brett. "Welcome to Tableau 1. "Arnaldo's a Six Nights fan," I explained. "He came to the concert with Gideon and me." Brett's lips twisted ruefully as the two men shook hands. "Nice to meet you. Did you see both shows?" He was referring to the brawl he'd had with Gideon. Arnaldo understood. "I did. Eva is very important to Gideon." "She's important to me, too," Brett said, grabbing his frosty mug of Nostro Azzurro beer. "Well, then," Arnaldo smiled. "Che vince migliore. May the best man win." Ugh. I sat back in my chair. I'm not a prize. Or I should say, I'm no prize. Arnaldo shot me a look. Obviously, he didn't wholly disagree with me. I didn't blame him. He knew I'd kissed Brett, and had seen the effect it had on Gideon. "Is there a problem with your meal, Eva?" Arnaldo asked. "If you liked it, your plate would be empty." "You serve big helpings," Brett pointed out. "And Eva is a big eater." Brett looked at me. "You are?" I shrugged. Was he catching on to how little we really knew about each other? "One of my many flaws." "Not to me," Arnaldo said. "How did the video show go?" "I think it went well." Brett searched my face as he answered. I nodded, not wanting to spoil what was supposed to be a celebratory time for the band. What was done was done. I couldn't fault Brett's intentions, only his execution. "They are well on the road to mega-stardom." "And I can say I knew you when." Arnaldo smiled at Brett. "I bought your first single on iTunes when it was still your only single." "Appreciate the support, man," Brett said. "We wouldn't have made it without our fans." "You wouldn't have made it if you weren't so good." Arnaldo looked at me. "You will have dessert, won't you? And more wine." As Arnaldo settled back in his chair, I realized he intended to fill the role of chaperone. When I glanced at Brett, I could tell from his wry smile that he caught that too. "So," Arnaldo began, "tell me how Sean is doing, Eva." I sighed inwardly. At least Arnaldo was a babysitter who was fun to look at. Brett's hired driver dropped me off at my apartment a little after 10. I invited Brett up because I couldn't see any way to avoid it that wasn't rude. He took in the exterior of the building with some surprise, as well as the night doorman and the front desk. "You must have a smoking job," he said as we walked toward the elevators. The clicking of heels on marble chased after me. "Eva!" I cringed at the sound of Deanna's voice. "Reporter alert," I whispered before turning around. "That's a bad thing?" he asked, turning with me. "Hi, Deanna." I greeted her with a strained smile. "Hello." Her dark eyes raked Brett from head to toe, and then she thrust her hand at him. "Brett Klein, right? Deanna Johnson." "A pleasure, Deanna," he said, turning on the charm. "What can I do for you?" I asked her as they shook hands. "Sorry for interrupting you on your date. I didn't realize you two were back together until I saw you at the Vidal event earlier." She smiled at Brett. "I take it there's no harm done from your altercation with Gideon Cross?" Brett's brows rose. "You lost me." "I'd heard you and Cross exchanged a few blows in an argument." "Someone's got a big imagination." Had Gideon talked to him? Or had media training taught Brett the pitfalls to avoid? I hated that Deanna had been nearby earlier watching me, or more accurately, watching Gideon. He was the one she was fixated on. I was just easier to access. Her answering smile was brittle. "Bad source, I guess." "It happens," he said easily. She turned her attention back to me. "I saw Gideon with you today, Eva. My photographer got some great shots of you two. I stopped by to ask you for a statement. But now that I see who you're with, would you comment on the status of your relationship with Brett?" She directed the question at me, but Brett stepped in, grinning and flashing that dazzling dimple. "I think Golden says it all. We've got history and friendship." "That's a great quote, thanks." Deanna eyed me. I eyed her right back. "Okay, I don't want to hold you up. I appreciate your time." "Sure." I caught Brett's hand and tugged it. "Good night." I hurried him to the elevators and didn't relax until the doors closed. "Can I ask why a reporter's so interested in who you're dating?" I glanced at him. He was lounging against the handrail, his hands gripping the brass on either side of his hips. The pose was hot, and he was undeniably sexy, but my thoughts were with Gideon. I was anxious to be with him and talk to him. She's an ex of Gideon's with a grudge. "And that doesn't send up any flags for you?" I shook my head. "Not like you're probably thinking." The elevator arrived on my floor, and I led the way to my apartment, hating that I had to walk by Gideon's to get there. Had he felt like this when he'd spent time with Corinne? Weighted with guilt and worry? I opened the door and was sorry that Carrie wasn't hanging out on the couch. It didn't even seem like my roommate was home. The lights were off, which was a strong indicator that he was out. He always left lights on in his wake when he was around. Hitting the switch, I turned in time to see Brett's face when the recessed ceiling fixtures lit up the place. I always felt weird when people first realized I had money. He looked at me with a frown. "I'm rethinking my career choice." "My job doesn't pay for this. My stepdad does. For now, anyway." I went to the kitchen and dropped my purse and bag off on a bar stool. "You and Cross hang in the same circles?" "Sometimes." "Am I too different for you?" The question unsettled me, even though it was perfectly valid. "I don't judge people by their money, Brett. Do you want something to drink?" "Nah, I'm good." I gestured toward the couch and we settled there. "So you didn't like the video," he said, laying his arm over the back of the sofa. "I didn't say that." "Didn't have to. I saw your face." "It's just really personal." His green eyes were hot enough to make me flush. "I haven't forgotten one thing about you, Eva. The video proves that." "That's because there wasn't a whole lot for you to remember," I pointed out. "You think I don't know you, but I bet I've seen sides of you Cross never has and never will." "That's true in reverse." "Maybe," he conceded. his fingers tapping silently into the cushion. I'm supposed to fly out at the butt crack of dawn tomorrow, but I'll catch a later flight. Come with me. We've got shows in Seattle and San Francisco over the weekend. You can head back Sunday night. I can't. I have plans. The weekend after that, we're in San Diego. Come there. His fingers slid down my arm. It'll be like old times, with 20,000 extra people. I blinked. What were the chances that we'd be home at the same time? I've got plans to be in SoCal then. Just me and Carrie. So we'll hook up next weekend. Meet up, I corrected, standing when he did. Are you leaving? He stepped closer. Are you asking me to stay? Brett. Right. He gave me a rueful smile and my heart raced a little. We'll see each other next weekend. We walked together to the door. Thank you for inviting me along today, I told him, feeling oddly sorry that he was going so soon. I'm sorry you didn't like the video. I do like it. I caught his hand. I do. You did a great job with it. It's just weird seeing myself from the outside, you know? Yeah, I get it. He cupped my cheek with his other hand and bent in for a kiss. I turned my head, and he nuzzled me instead, the tip of his nose rubbing up and down my cheek. The light scent of his cologne, mingled with the scent of his skin, teased my senses and brought back heated memories. The feel of his body standing so close to mine was achingly familiar. I'd once had a mad crush on him. I had wanted him to feel the same way about me in return, and now that he did, it was bittersweet. Brett gripped my upper arms and groaned softly, the sound vibrating through me. I remember how you feel, he whispered, his voice deep and husky. On the inside. I can't wait to feel it again. I was breathing too fast. Thank you for dinner. His lips curved against my cheek. Call me. I'll call you no matter what. But it would be nice for you to call me sometime, okay? I nodded and had to swallow before speaking. Okay. He was gone a moment later, and I was running to my purse for the burner phone. There was no message from Gideon, no missed call or text. Grabbing my keys, I left my apartment and hurried to his. But it was dark and lifeless. I knew the moment I entered that he wasn't there without having to check the artfully colored glass bowl he emptied his pockets into. Feeling like something was very off, I headed back to my place. I dropped my keys on the counter and went to my room, heading straight for the bathroom and a shower. The unsettled feeling in my stomach wouldn't go away, even as I washed the stickiness and grime of the hot afternoon down the drain. I scrubbed shampoo into my scalp and thought over the day, growing angrier by the moment because Gideon was off somewhere doing whatever, instead of being home with me working things out. And then I sensed him. Rinsing soap out of my eyes, I turned and found him yanking off his tie as he stepped into the room. He looked tired and worn, which troubled me more than anger would have. Hey, I greeted him. He watched me as he stripped with quick, methodical movements. Magnificently naked, he joined me in the shower, walking right into me and pulling me into a tight embrace. Hey, I said again, hugging him back. What's the matter? Are you upset about the video? I hate the video, he said bluntly. I should have screened the damn thing when I realized the song was about you. I'm sorry. He pulled back and looked down at me. The mist from the shower was slowly dampening his hair. He was infinitely sexier than Brett, and the way he felt about me, and I felt about him in return, was infinitely deeper. Corinne called right before the video finished. She was hysterical, out of control. It concerned me, and I went to see her. I took a deep breath, fighting off a flare of jealousy. I had no right to feel that way, especially after the time I'd spent with Brett. How did that go? He urged my head back with gentle fingers. Close your eyes. Talk to me, Gideon. I will. As he rinsed the suds from my hair, he said, I think I figured out what the problem is. She's been taking antidepressants, and they're not the right prescription for her. Oh, wow. She was supposed to let the doctor know how they were working out, but she didn't even realize she's been acting so bizarre.
It took hours of talking to her to get her to see it, and then pinpoint why.
I straightened and wiped my eyes, trying to stem my growing irritation over another woman monopolizing my man's attention. I couldn't discount her making up a problem just to keep Gideon spending time with her. He swapped places with me, sidestepping under the shower spray. Water coursed down his amazing body, running lovingly over the hard ridges and slabs of muscle. "So, what now?" I asked. He shrugged grimly.
She'll see her doctor tomorrow to discuss getting off the pills or switching to something else.
"Are you supposed to walk her through that?" I complained.
She's not my responsibility.
His gaze held mine, telling me without words that he understood my fear and worry and anger, just as he'd always understood me.
I told her as much. Then I called Giroux and told him too. He needs to come take care of his wife.
He reached for his shampoo, which rested on a glass shelf with the rest of his personal shower items. He'd moved his stuff into my place pretty much the minute I agreed to date him, just as he had stocked his place with duplicates of my everyday items.
She was provoked, though, Eva. Deanna visited her earlier tonight with pictures she took of you and me at the video launch.
"Fabulous," I muttered. "That explains why Deanna was here, waiting to ambush me."
Was she really?
He purred dangerously, making me pity Deanna. For about half a second, she was digging herself a nice grave. "She probably got shots of you showing up at Corinne's place and wanted to rile me." I crossed my arms. "She's stalking you." Gideon tipped his head back into the water to rinse, his biceps flexing as he ran his fingers through his hair. He was so flagrantly, sexually beautifully male. I licked my lips, aroused by the sight of him despite my irritation with his exes. I closed the distance between us and squeezed some of his body wash into my palm. Then I ran my hands over his chest. Groaning, he looked down at me.
"I love your hands on me."
"That's good, since I can't keep my hands off you." He touched my cheek, his eyes soft. He searched my face, maybe gauging whether I was wearing the fuck me look or not. I didn't think I was. I wanted him. That never stopped. But I also wanted to enjoy just being with him. That was hard when he was blowing my mind.
"I needed this," he said. "Being with you."
"It seems like so much is coming at us, doesn't it? We can't catch a break. If it's not one thing, it's another." My fingertips traced the hard ridges of his abdomen. Desire hummed between us, and that wonderful sense of being near someone who was precious and necessary. "But we're doing okay, aren't we?" His lips touched my forehead.
"We're hanging in pretty good, I'd say. But I can't wait to take you away tomorrow. Get out of here for a while, away from everyone, and just have you all to myself."
I smiled, delighted by the thought. I can't wait either. I woke when Gideon slipped out of my bed. Blinking, I noted that the television was still on, though muted. I'd fallen asleep, curled up with him, enjoying our time alone together after all the hours and days we'd been forced to spend apart. "Where are you going?" I whispered.
"To bed."
He touched my cheek.
"I'm crashing hard."
"Don't go."
"Don't ask me to stay."
I sighed, understanding his fear. "I love you." Bending over me, Gideon pressed his lips to mine.
"Don't forget to put your passport in your purse."
"I won't forget. Are you sure I shouldn't pack something?"
"Nothing."
He kissed me again, his lips clinging to mine. Then he was gone. I wore a light jersey wrap dress to work on Friday, something that could go from work to a long flight easily. I had no idea how far Gideon was taking me, but knew I'd be comfortable no matter what. When I got to work, I found Megumi on the phone, so we waved at each other and I headed straight to my cubicle. Miss Field stopped by just as I settled into my chair. The executive chairman of Waters, Field and Lehman looked powerful and confident in a soft gray pantsuit. "Good morning, Eva," she said. "Have Mark stop by my office when he gets in." I nodded, admiring her triple-strand black pearl necklace. "Will do." When I passed along the request to Mark 5 minutes later, he shook his head. "Betcha we didn't get the Adriana Vineyards account." "You think?"
I hate those damned cattle call RFPs. They're not looking for quality and experience. They just want someone who's hungry enough to give their services away.
We'd dropped everything to meet the deadline for the request for proposal, which had been given to Mark to spearhead because he'd done such an amazing job with the Kingsman vodka account. Their loss, I told him.
I know, but still. I want to win 'em all. Wish me luck that I'm wrong.
I gave him a thumbs up, and he headed to Christine Field's office. My desk phone rang as I was pushing to my feet to grab a cup of coffee from the break room. Mark Garrity's office, I answered. Eva Trammell speaking. Eva, honey. I exhaled at the sound of my mother's watery voice. Hi, Mom. How are you? Will you see me? Maybe we could have lunch? Sure. Today? If you could. She took a breath that sounded like a sob. I really need to see you. Okay. My stomach nodded with concern. I hated hearing my mother so upset. Do you want me to meet you somewhere? Clancy and I will come get you. You take lunch at noon, right? Yes, I'll meet you at the curb. Good. She paused. I love you. I know, Mom. I love you too. We hung up and I stared down at the phone. How was our family going to move forward from here? I sent a quick text to Gideon letting him know I'd have to take a rain check on lunch. I needed to get my relationship with my mom back on track. Knowing I needed more coffee to tackle the day ahead, I set off to fill up. I left my desk exactly at noon and headed down to the lobby. As the hours passed, I grew more and more excited about getting away with Gideon, away from Corinne and Deanna and Brett. I'd just passed through the security turnstiles when I saw him. Jean-Francois Giroux stood at the security desk, looking distinctly European and very attractive. His wavy dark hair was longer than it had been in the pictures I'd seen of him, his face less tan and his mouth harder, framed by a goatee. The pale green of his eyes was even more striking in person, even though they were red with weariness. From the small carry-on at his feet, I suspected he'd come straight to the crossfire from the airport.
Mon Dieu.
How slow are the elevators in this building?
He asked the security guard in a clipped French accent.
It's impossible that it should take 20 minutes to come down from the top.
Mr. Cross is on his way, the guard replied staunchly, remaining in his chair.
As if he sensed my gaze, Giroux's head swiveled toward me, and his gaze narrowed. He pushed away from the counter, striding toward me. The cut of his suit was tighter than Gideon's, narrower at the waist and calves. The impression I got of him was too neat and rigid, a man who assumed power by enforcing rules.
Eva Trammell?
He asked, startling me with his recognition.
Mr. Giroux?
I offered my hand. He took it, then surprised me by leaning in and kissing both of my cheeks. Perfunctory, absent-minded kisses, but that wasn't the point. Even for a Frenchman, it was a familiar gesture for someone who was a total stranger to me. When he stepped back, I looked at him with raised brows.
Would you have time to speak with me?
He asked, still holding my hand.
I'm afraid not today.
I tugged away gently. Anonymity was created just by being in a massive space crowded with people rushing to and fro. But with Deanna lurking around, I couldn't be too careful about who I was seen with.
I have a lunch date, and then I'm leaving directly after work. Tomorrow, perhaps?
I'll be out of town this weekend. Monday would be the earliest.
Out of town? With Cross?
My head canted to the side as I examined him, trying to read him.
That's really none of your business, but yes.
I told the truth so he'd know that Gideon had a woman in his life who wasn't Corinne.
Does it not bother you,
he said, his tone noticeably cooling,
that he used my wife to make you jealous and bring you back to him?
Gideon wants to be friends with Corinne. Friends spend time together.
You're blonde, but surely you can't be so naive as to believe that.
You're stressed, I countered, but surely you know you're being an ass. I registered Gideon's presence before I felt his hand on my arm.
You'll apologize, Giroux.
he interjected with dangerous softness.
And do so sincerely.
Giroux shot him a look so filled with anger and loathing, it made me shift restlessly on my feet. Making me wait is classless, Cross, even for you.
If the insult were intentional, you'd know it.
Gideon's mouth thinned into a line as sharp as a blade.
The apology, Giroux. I've never been anything but polite and respectful to Corinne. You will show Eva the same courtesy.
To the casual observer, his pose was loose and relaxed, but I felt the fury in him. I sensed it in both men, one hot and one icy cool, the tension building by the moment. The space around us felt like it was closing in, which was insane considering how wide and deep the lobby was and how high the ceiling soared. Afraid they'd come to blows right there, regardless of being in such a populated space, I reached over and caught Gideon's hand in mine, giving it a light squeeze. Giroux's gaze dropped to our linked hands, then rose to meet my eyes. Pardonnez-moi, he said, inclining his head slightly to me. You are not at fault here.
Don't let us hold you up,
Gideon murmured to me, his thumb brushing over my knuckles. But I lingered, hating to walk away. You should be with your wife, I said to Giroux. She should be with me, he corrected. I reminded myself that he hadn't come after her when she'd left him. He'd been too busy blaming Gideon instead of fixing his marriage. Eva, my mom called, having come inside to find me. She approached on nude Louboutins, her slender body draped in a soft silk halter dress in a matching hue. In the dark marble-lined lobby, she was a bright spot.
Let's get you on your way, Angel,
Gideon said.
Give me a minute, Giroux.
I hesitated before walking away. Goodbye, Monsieur Giroux. Miss Ramel, he said, tearing his gaze away from Gideon. Until next time? I left because I didn't have a choice, but I didn't like it. Gideon walked me over to intercept my mom, and I looked at him, letting him see the worry on my face. His eyes reassured me. I saw the same latent power and uncompromising control that I'd recognized when we first met. He could handle Giroux. He could handle anything.
Enjoy your lunch,
Gideon said, kissing my mom's cheek before facing me and giving me a quick, hard kiss on the mouth. I watched him walk away and was unnerved by the intensity with which Giroux's eyes followed his return. My mom's arm linking with mine brought my attention to her. Hi, I said, trying to push my unease away. I waited for her to ask if the guys were going to join us, since she loved nothing more than spending time with rich, handsome men, but she didn't. Are you and Gideon trying to work things out? She asked instead. Yes. I glanced at her before I preceded her through the revolving door. She looked more fragile than ever, her skin pale and her eyes lacking their usual sparkle. I waited until she joined me outside, my senses struggling to adjust to the change wrought by stepping out of the cool, cavernous lobby into the sweltering heat and explosion of noise and activity on the street. I smiled at Clancy as he opened the back door to the town car. Hey, Clancy. As my mom slid gracefully into the back of the car, he smiled back. At least I think it was a smile. His mouth twitched a little. How are you? I asked him. He gave me a brisk nod in reply. And you? Hanging in there? You'll be all right, he said, just as I slid into the car beside my mom. He sounded a lot more confident about that than I felt. The first few minutes of lunch were filled with an awkward silence. Sunlight flooded the new American bistro my mom had selected, which only made the unease between us more obvious. I waited for my mom to start things off, since she was the one who wanted to talk. I had plenty to say, but first I needed to know what the priority was for her. Was it the trust she'd broken by putting a tracking device in my Rolex? Was it her cheating on Stanton with my dad? That's a beautiful watch, she said, looking at my new one. Thank you. My hand covered it, protecting it. The timepiece was priceless to me and deeply personal. Gideon bought it for me. She looked horrified. You didn't tell him about the tracker, did you? I tell him everything, Mom. We don't have any secrets. Maybe you don't. What about him? We're solid, I said confidently, and getting stronger every day. Oh, She nodded, her short curls swaying gently. That's wonderful, Eva. He can take good care of you. He already does, and the way I need him to, which has nothing to do with his money. My mother's lips tightened at my bitter tone. She didn't actually frown, something she studiously avoided to protect the flawlessness of her skin. Don't be so quick to dismiss money, Eva. You never know when or why you'll need it. Irritation simmered through me. She'd put money first my whole life, no matter who she hurt, like my father, in the process. I don't, I argued. I just don't let it rule my life. And before you blurt out something like, oh, it's easy for me to say that, I can guarantee if Gideon lost every cent he had, I'd still be with him. He's too smart to lose it all, she said tightly, and if you're lucky, you'll never have anything happen that will drain you financially. I sighed, exasperated with the topic. We're never going to see eye to eye on this, you know. Her beautifully manicured fingers stroked over the handle of her silverware. You're so angry at me. Do you realize Dad's in love with you? He's so in love with you, he can't move on. I don't think he'll ever get married. He'll never have a steady woman in his life who'll take care of him. She swallowed hard, and a tear slid down her cheek. Don't you dare cry, I ordered, leaning forward. This isn't about you. You're not the victim here. I'm not allowed to feel pain? She retorted, her voice harder than I'd ever heard it. I'm not allowed to cry over a broken heart. I love your father, too. I would give anything for him to be happy. You don't love him enough. Everything I've done is for love. Everything. She laughed humorously. My God, I wonder how you can stand to be with me when you hold such a low opinion. You're my mother, and you've always been on my side. You're always trying to protect me, even if you go about it the wrong way. I love you and Dad both. He's a good man who deserves to be happy. She took a shaky sip of water. If it weren't for you, I'd wish we had never met. We both would have been happier that way. There's nothing I can do about it now. You could be with him. Make him happy. You seem to be the only woman who can. That's impossible, she whispered. Why? Because he's not rich? Yes. Her hand went to her throat. Because he's not rich. Brutal honesty. My heart sank. There was a bleak look in her blue eyes I'd never seen before. What drove her to need money so desperately? Would I ever know or understand? But you're rich. Isn't that enough? Over the course of 3 divorces, she'd amassed millions in personal wealth. No. I stared at her, incredulous. She looked away, her 3-carat diamond studs catching the light and glittering with a rainbow of colors. You don't understand. So explain it to me, Mom. Please. Her gaze returned to me. Maybe someday, when you're not so upset with me. Sitting back in my chair, I felt a headache building. Fine. I'm upset because I don't understand, and you won't explain because I'm upset. We're getting nowhere fast. I'm sorry, honey. Her expression was pleading. What happened between your father and me, Victor? Why don't you ever say his name? She flinched. How long will you punish me? She asked quietly. I'm not trying to punish you. I just don't get it. It was crazy that we were sitting in a bright, busy space filled with people and dealing with painful personal crap. I wished she'd had me over to her place instead, the home she shared with Stanton. But I guessed she had wanted the buffer of an audience to keep me from totally losing it. Listen, I said, feeling tired. Carrie and I are going to move out of the apartment, get something on our own. My mom's shoulders straightened. What? Why? Don't be reckless, Eva. There's no need. There is, though. Nathan's gone, and Gideon and I want to spend more time together. What does that have to do with you moving away? Her eyes flooded with tears. I'm sorry, Eva. What more can I say? This isn't about you, Mom. I tucked my hair behind my ear, fidgeting because her crying always got to me.
Okay, honestly, it does feel weird living in a place Stanton pays for after what happened between you and Dad. But more than that, Gideon and I want to live together. It just makes sense to start fresh someplace. Live together? My mother's tears dried up. Before marriage? Ava, no. That would be a horrible mistake. What about Carrie? You brought him out to New York with you. And he'll stay with me. I didn't feel like telling her I hadn't brought up the Gideon as a roommate idea to Carrie yet, but I was confident he'd be okay with it. I would be around more and the rent would be easier to bear when split in thirds. It'll be the three of us. You don't live with a man like Gideon Cross if you're not married to him. She leaned forward. You have to trust me on this. Wait for the ring. I'm not in a rush to get married, I said, even as my thumb rubbed over the back of my ring. Oh my God. My mother shook her head. What are you saying? You love him. It's too soon. I'm too young. You're 24. That's the perfect age. Determination straightened my mother's spine. For once, that didn't bother me because it restored some of her spirit. I'm not going to let you ruin this, Ava. Mom, no! Her eyes took on a calculating gleam. Trust me and slow down. I'll handle this. Crap. That wasn't at all reassuring when she was on Gideon's side of the marriage argument and not mine. 18. I was still thinking about Mom when I left the Crossfire at 5 o'clock. The Bentley waited at the curb, and as I walked up to it, Angus climbed out and smiled at me.
Good evening, Ava.
Hi.
I smiled back.
How are you, Angus?
Excellent.
He rounded the rear of the car and opened the back door for me. I searched his face. How much did he know about Nathan and Gideon? Did he know as much as Clancy? Or even more than that? Slipping into the cool back seat, I pulled out my smartphone and called Carrie. It went to voicemail, so I left a message. Hey, just reminding you that I'll be gone this weekend. Would you do me a favor and think about moving into a place we share with Gideon, and we can talk about it when I get back? Someplace new that we can all afford. Not that he has to worry about that, I added, imagining Carrie's expression. Okay, if you need me and you can't reach me on my cell, send me an email. Love you. I just hit the end button when the door opened and Gideon joined me. Hi, Ace. He caught me by the back of the neck and kissed me, his mouth sealing over mine. His tongue licked into my mouth, tasting me, making my thoughts grind to a halt. I was breathless when he let me go.
Hi, Angel, he said roughly.
Wow. His mouth curved.
How was your lunch with your mom?
I groaned.
That good, huh?
He caught my hand.
Tell me about it.
I don't know. It was weird. Angus got in the driver's seat and pulled into traffic.
Weird?
Gideon prompted.
Or uncomfortable?
Both. I looked out the tinted window as we slowed due to traffic. The sidewalks were clogged with people, but they were moving briskly. It was the cars that were stuck. She's so focused on money. That's nothing new. But I'm used to her acting like it's just common sense to want financial security. Today, she seemed sad, resigned. His thumb stroked soothingly over my knuckles.
Maybe she's feeling guilty for cheating.
She should. But I don't think that's it. I'm thinking something else, but I don't have a clue.
Do you want me to look into it?
I turned my head to meet his gaze. I didn't answer right away, thinking it over. I do. Yes. But I feel icky about it, too. I researched you, Dr. Lucas, Corinne. I kept digging for people's secrets instead of just asking about them outright.
So ask her,
he said, in that matter-of-fact male way. I did. She said she'd talk about it when I wasn't upset.
Women,
he scoffed, with warm amusement in his eyes. What did Giroux want? Did he know he was coming by? He shook his head.
He wants someone to blame for his marriage troubles. I'm convenient.
Why doesn't he stop blaming and start fixing? They need to go into counseling.
Or get a divorce.
I stiffened. Is that what you want?
What I want is you.
He purred, releasing my hand to grab me instead and pull me onto his lap. Fiend.
You have no idea. I have diabolical plans for you this weekend.
The heated look he raked me with had my thoughts shifting in a much naughtier direction. I was pulling his head down for a kiss when the Bentley turned, and it was suddenly dark. Looking around, I realized we'd pulled into a parking garage. We drove around 2 levels, pulled into a spot, then immediately pulled out again, along with 4 other black Bentley SUVs. "What's going on?" I asked, as we headed back toward the exit with 2 Bentleys in front of us and 2 behind us.
"Shell game,"
he said, nuzzling my throat. We pulled back out into traffic, heading in different directions. "Are we being followed?" I asked.
"Just being cautious."
His teeth sank gently into my flesh, making my nipples hard. Supporting my back with one arm, he brushed the side of my breast with his thumb.
"This weekend is ours."
He'd taken my mouth in a lush, deep kiss when we pulled into another parking garage. We slid into a spot and the door was yanked open. I was trying to figure out what was going on when Gideon swung his legs to the side and slipped out of the Bentley with me held firmly in his arms, only to immediately step into the back of another car. We were on the road again in less than a minute, with the Bentley pulling out into traffic in front of us and heading in the opposite direction. "This is insane," I said. "I thought we were leaving the country."
"We are. Trust me."
"I do." His eyes were soft on my face.
"I know you do."
We didn't have any more stops on the way to the airport. We pulled right onto the tarmac after a brief security check, and I preceded Gideon up the short flight of steps into one of the private jets. The cabin was luxurious yet understated in its elegance, with sofa seating on the right and table and chairs on the left. The flight attendant was a handsome young guy with black dress slacks and vest embroidered with the Cross Industries logo, and his name, Eric.
"Good evening, Mr. Cross. Miss Trammell."
Eric greeted us with a smile.
"Would you like something to drink as we prepare for takeoff?"
"Cranberry and Kingsman for me," I said.
"The same,"
Gideon replied, shrugging out of his jacket and handing it over to Eric, who waited while Gideon stripped off his vest and tie, too. I watched appreciatively, throwing in a whistle for good measure. "I'm liking this trip already."
"Angel."
He shook his head, his eyes laughing. A gentleman in a navy suit entered the plane. He greeted Gideon warmly, shook my hand when introduced, then requested our passports. He was gone as quickly as he'd come, and the cabin door was closed. Gideon and I were buckled in at the table with our drinks when the plane started taxiing down the runway. "Are you going to tell me where we're headed?" I asked, lifting my drink in a toast. He clinked his crystal tumbler against mine.
"Don't you want it to be a surprise?"
"Depends on how long it takes to get there. I might go crazy with curiosity before we land."
"I expect you'll be too busy to think about it." His mouth curved. "This is a mode of transportation, after all."
"Oh." I glanced back, seeing the little hallway of doors at the back of the plane. One would be a lavatory, one an office, and the other a bedroom. Expectation coursed through me. "How much time have we got to kill?"
"Hours,"
he purred. My toes curled. "Oh, Ace, the things I'm going to do to you." He shook his head.
"You're forgetting this is my weekend to have you any way I want. That was the deal."
"On our trip? That doesn't seem fair."
"You said that before."
"It was true then, too." His smile widened, and he took a drink.
"As soon as the captain gives the go-ahead to get up, I want you to head into the bedroom and get naked, then lie in the bed and wait for me."
One of my brows arched. "You love the idea of having me rolling around naked, waiting for you to fuck me."
"I do, yes. I recall the reverse being a fantasy of yours."
I took a drink, relishing the way the vodka went down icy and smooth, then heated in my stomach. The plane leveled out and the captain made a brief announcement freeing us to move about the cabin. Gideon shot me a look that said,
"Well, run along now."
Narrowing my gaze at him, I got up, taking my drink with me. I took my time, provoking him, and making myself more excited. I loved being at his mercy, as much as I loved making him lose his mind over me. I couldn't deny that his control was a major turn-on. I knew how absolute that control could be, which made it possible for me to trust him completely. I didn't think there was anything I wouldn't allow him to do to me. Which was a conviction that would be tested sooner rather than later, I realized when I entered the sleeping cabin and saw the red silken suede restraints lying so prettily on the white comforter. Turning my head, I looked at Gideon only to find him gone. His empty glass sat on the table, the square cubes of ice glittering like diamonds. My heart thudded. I stepped into the room, tossing back the rest of my drink. I couldn't bear to be restrained during sex, unless it was by Gideon. By his hands, or the weight of his muscled body. We'd never gone beyond that. I wasn't sure I could. I set my empty tumbler on the nightstand, my hand shaking slightly. I didn't know if that was due to fear or excitement. I knew Gideon would never hurt me. He worked so hard to make sure I was never afraid. But what if I disappointed him? What if I couldn't give him what he needed? He'd mentioned bondage before, and I knew one of his fantasies was to have me completely restrained and open to him, my body spread and helpless for him to use. I understood that desire, the need to feel total and utter possession. I felt that way toward him. I undressed. My movements were slow and careful, because my pulse was already thrumming too quickly. I was practically panting, the anticipation painfully acute. I hung my clothes on a hanger in the small closet, then climbed gingerly onto the raised bed. I was holding the restraints in my hands, doubting and second-guessing myself, when Gideon walked in.
"You're not lying down,"
he said gently, closing and locking the door behind him. I held up the restraints.
"Custom made, just for you."
He approached, his nimble fingers already freeing the buttons of his shirt.
"Crimson is your color."
Gideon undressed as slowly as I had, affording me the opportunity to appreciate every inch of skin he exposed. He knew the rippling of his muscles beneath the rough silk of his tanned flesh would be an aphrodisiac to me. "Am I ready for this?" I asked softly. His gaze stayed on my face as he removed his pants. When he stood in just his black boxer briefs, his cock a thick bulge in the front, he answered, "Never more than you can take, Angel. I promise you that." Taking a deep breath, I lay back, setting the cuffs on my belly. He came to me, his face tight with lust. He settled on the bed beside me and lifted my hand to his mouth, kissing my wrist.
"Your pulse is racing."
I nodded, not knowing what to say. He picked up the cuffs, deftly unhooking the strip of crimson silk that held the two suede wrist pieces together.
"Being bound helps you surrender. But it doesn't have to be literal. It just has to be enough to get you in the right headspace."
My stomach quivered as he laid the strap across it. He set one cuff on his thigh and held up the other.
"Give me your wrist, Angel."
I extended my hand to him, my breathing quickening as he fastened the suede snugly. The feel of the primitive material against my fluttering pulse was surprisingly arousing.
"That's not too tight, is it?"
he asked. "No."
"You should feel the constriction enough to be constantly aware of it, but it shouldn't hurt you."
I swallowed. "It doesn't hurt."
"Good."
He bound my other wrist similarly, then straightened to admire his handiwork.
"Beautiful," he murmured. "Reminds me of the red dress you wore the first time I had you. That was it for me, you know. You devastated me. There was no coming back from that."
"Gideon?" My apprehension left me, chased away by the warmth of his love and desire. I was precious to him. He would never push me further than I could go.
"Reach up and grip the sides of the pillow," he ordered.
I did, and the tightening of my wrists made me even more aware of the cuffs. I felt bound, captured.
"Feel it?"
he asked, and I understood. I loved him so much in that moment it hurt. "Yes."
"I'm going to tell you to close your eyes,"
he went on, standing and taking off the final bit of clothing he wore. He was heavily aroused, his thick cock bobbing under its own weight, the wide crown shiny with pre-cum. My mouth flooded, hunger pulsing through me. He was so hot for me, so hungry, and yet you'd never know it from his voice or the calm he radiated. His perfect restraint made me wet. Gideon was the best of everything for me, a man who wanted me ferociously, which I so urgently needed to feel secure, but with enough self-possession to keep from overwhelming me.
I want you to keep your eyes closed if you can,
he continued, his voice low and soothing.
But if it gets to be too much, open them. But say your safe word first.
Okay. He picked up the satin strap and ran it lightly over my skin. The cool metal of the fastener at one end caught on my nipple, making it pucker.
Let's be very clear about this, Eva. Your safe word isn't for me. It's for you. All you have to say to me is no or stop. But just like wearing the cuffs makes you feel bound, saying your safe word will put your mind in the right place. Do you understand?
I nodded, growing more comfortable and eager by the moment.
Close your eyes.
I followed the command. Almost instantly, I became sharply aware of the pressure at my wrists. The vibration and dull hum of the plane's engines became more pronounced. My lips parted, my breathing sped up. The strap glided over my cleavage to my other breast.
You're so beautiful, Angel. Perfect. You have no idea what it does to me seeing you like this.
Gideon, I whispered, desperately in love with him. Tell me. His splayed fingertips touched my throat, and then began a slow slide down my torso.
My heart's beating as fast as yours.
I arched and shivered beneath his slightly ticklish touch. Good.
I'm so hard it hurts.
I'm wet.
Show me, he said roughly. Spread your legs.
His fingers slid through my cleft.
Yes, you're slick and hot, Angel.
My sex clenched hungrily, my entire body responding to his touch.
Oh, Eva, you've got the greediest cunt. I'm going to spend the rest of my life keeping it satisfied.
You should start now, he laughed softly.
Actually, we're starting with your mouth. I need you to suck me off so I can fuck you straight through until we land.
Oh my God, I moaned. Please tell me it's not a 10-hour flight.
I might have to spank you for that, he purred.
But I'm a good girl. The mattress dipped as he climbed onto it. I felt him work his way toward me until he knelt beside my shoulder.
Be a good girl now, Eva. Turn toward me and open your mouth.
Eager, I obeyed. The silky soft crest of his cock brushed over my lips, and I opened wider, absorbing the shock of pleasure I felt at the sound of his tormented groan. His fingers pushed into my hair, his palm cupping the back of my neck, holding me where he wanted me.
God,
he gasped.
Your mouth is just as greedy.
The position I was in, on my back with my hands gripping the pillow, prevented me from taking more than the thick head. I mouthed him, my tongue flickering over the sensitive hole at the tip, thrilled by the joy of focusing on Gideon. Going down on him wasn't selfless for me. In fact, it was mostly for me that I loved it so much.
That's it, he encouraged, rocking his hips to fuck my mouth. Suck my cock just like that. So good, Angel. You make me come so hard.
I breathed him in, feeling my body respond to his scent, instinctively reacting to its mate. With all of my senses saturated with Gideon, I gave myself over to our mutual pleasure. I dreamed I was falling, and it jerked me awake. My heart raced from the surprise, and then I realized the plane had dropped suddenly. Turbulence. I was fine, and so was Gideon, who'd fallen asleep beside me. That made me smile. I'd almost passed out when he'd finally given me an orgasm. After fucking me so thoroughly, I was nearly incoherent with the need to come. It was only fair that he'd be a little wiped out, too. A quick glance at my watch told me we'd been in the air almost 3 hours. I guessed we'd napped about 20 minutes, maybe even less than that. I was pretty sure he'd been at me for close to 2 hours. I could still feel the echo of his thick cock sliding in and out of me, stroking and rubbing all of my sensitive spots. I slid carefully out of bed, not wanting to wake him, and was super quiet when closing the pocket door that concealed the ensuite lavatory. Outfitted with dark wood and chrome fixtures, the lavatory was both masculine and elegant. The toilet had armrests, which made it look like a throne, and a frosted window allowed sunlight into the space. A walk-in shower had a hand-wand showerhead that looked very tempting, but I was still wearing the crimson cuffs. So I took care of business, washed my hands, then spotted hand lotion in one of the drawers. The fragrance was subtle, but wonderful. As I rubbed it on, a wicked idea entered my mind. Grabbing the tube, I took it back to the bedroom with me. The sight that greeted me when I re-entered made my breath catch. Gideon sprawled across the queen-size bed, dwarfing it with his beautiful golden body. One arm was tossed over his head, the other draped across his pecs. He had one leg bent and fallen off to the side, while the other stretched out until his foot hung off the end of the mattress. His cock lay heavily across his lower abs, the crown nearly reaching his navel. God, he was so virile, stunningly so, and powerful, his entire body a study in physical strength and grace. And yet I could bring him to his knees. That humbled me. He woke when I climbed onto the bed, blinking up at me.
"Hey," he said gruffly. "Come here."
"I love you," I told him, lowering into his outstretched arms. His skin felt like warm silk, and I snuggled into him.
"Eva."
He took my mouth in a sweet, hungry kiss.
"I'm not nearly done with you."
Taking a deep breath of courage, I set the tube of lotion on his stomach. "I want to be inside you, Ace." He glanced down, frowning, then stilled. I was close enough to feel his breathing change.
"That isn't our deal,"
he said carefully. "I think we need to revisit and revise. Besides, it's still Friday, so it's not quite the weekend yet."
"Eva."
"It turns me on just thinking about it," I whispered, wrapping my legs around his thigh and rubbing against him, letting him feel that I was wet. The coarse hair sliding against my sensitive sex made me moan, as did the sense of being shameless and naughty. "You say stop and I will. Just let me try." His teeth ground audibly. I kissed him, pressed my body against him. When Gideon was walking me through something new, he talked me through it. But with him, sometimes talking wasn't the answer. Sometimes it was best to help him turn his mind off.
"Angel."
I slid over him, straddling him, setting the lotion aside so he wasn't thinking about it so much. If I took him someplace new, I didn't want either of us to overthink it. And if it didn't feel natural, I wouldn't do it. What we had together was too precious to spoil. Running my hands down his chest, I gentled him, let him feel my love for him, how I worshipped him. There was nothing I wouldn't do for him, except give up. His arms came around me, one hand pushing into my hair, the other settling at the small of my back, urging me closer. His mouth was open to me, his tongue licking and tasting. I sank into the kiss, angling my head to get at him. His cock hardened between us, thickening against my belly. He arched his hips upward, increasing the pressure between us, and moaned into my mouth. I moved across his cheek to his throat, licking the salt from his skin before latching on. I sucked rhythmically, scoring him with my teeth, marking him. With his hand at my nape, he held me close, rough sounds of pleasure vibrating against my lips. Pulling back, I looked at the bright red hickey I'd left him with. "Mine," I whispered.
"Yours,"
he vowed roughly, his eyes hooded and hot. "Every inch of you." I moved lower, finding and teasing the flat discs of his nipples. I licked over the tiny points, then around them, my touch feather light until I suckled him. Gideon hissed as my cheeks hollowed on a drawing pull, his hands falling away to grip the comforter on either side of his hips. "Inside and out," I said softly, as I turned to his other nipple and lavished similar attention on it. As I made my way down his straining body, I felt his tension grow. When my tongue rimmed his navel, he jerked violently. "Shh," I soothed him, rubbing my cheek against his throbbing cock. He'd washed up after our earlier round, leaving him smelling clean and delectable. His sack hung heavily between his legs, the satiny flesh bared by his meticulous grooming. I loved that he was as smooth as I was. When he was inside me, the connection was complete in every way, the sensations emphasized by touching skin to skin. With my hands on his inner thighs, I urged him to spread open wider, giving me room to settle comfortably. Then I licked along the seam of his taut sack. Gideon growled. The untamed animalistic sound sent a ripple of apprehension through me. Still, I didn't stop. I couldn't. I wanted him too much. Using only my mouth, I worshipped him, sucking softly and caressing him with my tongue. Then I suspended his testicles on the pads of my thumbs, lifting them to access the sensitive skin beneath. His balls drew up, the skin tightening and pulling close to his body. My tongue reached a little lower, an exploratory foray toward my ultimate goal.
"Eva, stop,"
he panted.
"I can't. Don't."
My mind raced as I continued to touch him, my hand gripping his cock and stroking it. He was still too much inside his own head, too focused on what was to come instead of what was happening now. But I knew how to get him to focus on something else. "Why don't we do this together, Ace?" Shifting, I turned around, straddling him backward. His hands grabbed my hips before I was fully balanced, yanking my sex down to his waiting mouth. I cried out in surprise as he latched onto my clit, sucking hungrily. Swollen and sensitive from earlier, I could hardly bear the sudden rush of pleasure. He was wild and ravenous, his passion driven by his frustration and fear. Wrapping my lips around his cock, I gave him back what he was giving to me. As I sucked hard on the head of his erection, his groan vibrated against my clit and nearly made me come. He held me to him, his fingers digging into my hips with bruising force. I loved it. He was unraveling, and while he was afraid of what that meant, it thrilled me. He didn't trust himself with me, but I trusted him. It was a level of trust we'd worked hard for, shed tears and blood for, and I valued it more than anything else in my life. Fisting his cock, I pumped him, lapping up the surges of pre-cum that spilled from him. I'd just realized he was trembling when he wrenched us to our sides, placing us side by side instead of one on top of the other. He ate me hard and fast, his tongue pushing into my sex and driving me mad with furious thrusts. I touched the pucker of his anus with the tip of my finger, my mouth sliding feverishly up and down his thickness. He shuddered, and the low sound that escaped him sent goosebumps racing across my sweat-misted skin. My hips were working without volition, grinding my slick sex against his working mouth. I was moaning uncontrollably, my core trembling with tiny shivers of delight. He was fucking me so good with his tongue, driving me insane. And then his fingertip was mimicking mine, rubbing against my rear entrance. My free hand searched blindly for the lotion. Gideon pushed the tube into my grip, a much-needed sign of consent. I'd barely flipped the cap open when his finger pushed inside me. As I arched my back, his cock slipped out of my mouth, and I gasped his name, my body absorbing the shock of his unexpected entry. He'd lubed his fingers before passing the tube. For a moment, I was overwhelmed by him. He was everywhere, around me, inside me, plastered against me, and he wasn't gentle. His finger in my rear plunged and retreated, fucking me. His forcefulness still tinged with that hint of anger. I was pushing him where he didn't want to go, and he was punishing me with pleasure that came too quick to manage. I was gentler with him. Opening my mouth, I sucked his cock. I let the lotion warm on my fingers before I rubbed it against him, and I waited for him to push out for me.
to flower open before I pushed inside with a single finger. The sound that rattled from him then was nothing like I'd ever heard. It was the cry of a wounded animal, but filled with soul-deep pain. He froze against me, breathing hard against my sex, his finger buried deep, his hard body quivering. I pulled my mouth off him and crooned, "I'm in you now, baby. You're doing so good. I'm going to make you feel so good." He gasped when I slid a little deeper, my fingertip gliding over his prostate.
Eva!
His cock swelled even further, turning red, the thick veins standing out along its length, pre-ejaculate spurting onto his lower belly. He was hard as stone, curving up to a point just past his navel. I'd never seen him so aroused, and it made me so hot. "I've got you." I stroked gently inside him, my tongue licking along his raging hard-on. "I love you so much, Gideon. I love touching you like this, seeing you this way."
Oh, Christ!
He shook violently.
"Fuck me, Angel. Now!"
he bit out as I rubbed him again.
"Hard!"
I swallowed his erection and gave him what he demanded, massaging the spot inside him that made him curse and writhe, his body fighting the bombardment of sensation. His hands left me, his big frame arching away, but I held on with my lips and hands, driving him onward.
"Oh, God!"
he sobbed, ripping the comforter in his fists, the tearing sound reverberating through the enclosed space.
"Stop! Eva! No more! Damn it!"
I pressed inside the same moment I sucked hard outside, and he came with such force I choked on the heated flood. He spurted across my lips as I pulled away, over his stomach and my breasts, releasing in a gushing torrent that made it hard to believe he'd already come twice in as many hours. I could feel the contractions against my fingertip, the wrenching pulses that propelled the semen from his cock. It wasn't until his body stilled that I pulled away, turning around shakily to pull him into my arms. We were a sweaty, sticky mess, and I loved that it didn't matter. Gideon buried his damp face between my breasts and cried. 19. Gideon's chosen location was paradise. His pilot took us over the Windward Islands, flying low over the impossibly beautiful blue waters of the tranquil Caribbean, into a private airport not far from our ultimate destination, the Crosswinds Resort. We were both still pretty shell-shocked when the plane landed. Gideon had had the orgasm of his life, after all. We had our passports stamped with our hair still wet, our hands linked tightly together. We hardly spoke, either to each other or to anyone else. I think we were both too raw. We slid into a waiting limousine and Gideon poured himself a stiff drink. His face gave nothing away, his guard up and impenetrable. I shook my head when he held up the crystal decanter in silent query. He settled on the seat beside me and put his arm around my shoulders. I snuggled into him, draping my legs over his lap. "Are we okay?" He pressed a hard kiss to my forehead.
"Yes."
"I love you."
"I know."
He tossed back his drink and set the empty tumbler in a cup holder. We didn't say anything else on the long drive from the airport to the resort. It was dark by the time we arrived, but the open-air lobby was brightly lit. Framed by lush potted plants and decorated in dark woods and colorful ceramic tiles, the front desk welcomed guests with a carefree yet elegant style. The hotel manager was waiting on the circular front drive as we rolled to a stop. His appearance was immaculate, his smile wide. He was clearly excited to have Gideon in residence, and doubly so that Gideon knew his name, Claude. Claude spoke animatedly, as we followed along behind him with our hands linked firmly together. No one could tell from looking at Gideon how intimate and exposed to each other we'd been only an hour or so before. While my hair had dried in a messy mop, his looked as gorgeous and sexy as ever. His suit was perfectly pressed and beautifully worn, while my dress looked a little limp after the long day. My makeup had washed off in the shower, leaving me pale with the remnants of raccoon eyes. Yet Gideon's possessiveness towards me was clear in the way he gripped me, and how he steered me into our suite in front of him with his hand at the small of my back. He made me feel safe and accepted, even though he was in his work persona and I wasn't at my best, which reflected on him. I loved him for that. I just wished he weren't so quiet. It made me worry. And it totally made me doubt my decision to push him after he'd told me to stop more than once. What the hell did I know about what he needed to get better? As the manager continued to talk to Gideon, I moved slowly through the massive living area, with its wide-open terrace and white couches spread across bamboo floors. The master bedroom was equally impressive, with a large bed framed by mosquito netting and another open terrace that led directly to a private swimming pool with an infinity edge that made it look like part of the shimmering ocean just beyond it. A warm breeze blew in, kissing my face and sifting through my hair. The rising moon cast a trail over the ocean, and the distant sounds of laughter and reggae made me feel isolated in a way that wasn't quite pleasant. Nothing was right when Gideon was off.
"Do you like it?"
he asked quietly. I turned to face him and heard the front door shut in the other room. "It's fantastic." He gave a curt nod.
"I ordered dinner in. Tilapia and rice, some fresh fruit and cheese."
"Awesome. I'm starving."
"There are clothes for you in the closet and drawers. You'll find bikinis, too, but the pool and beach are private, so you don't need them unless you want them. If there's anything missing, just let me know and we'll get it brought in."
I stared at him, noting the several feet between us. His eyes glittered in the soft light cast by the dimmed cam lighting and bedside table lamps. He was edgy and distant, and I felt tears building in the back of my throat. "Gideon?" I held my hand out to him. "Did I make a mistake? Did I break something between us?"
"Angel."
He sighed. He came close enough to catch my hand and lift it to his lips. Up close, I could see how his gaze darted away, as if he had a hard time looking at me. A sick feeling settled in my gut.
"Crossfire."
The one word came out so low. I almost thought I'd imagined it. Then he pulled me into his arms and kissed me sweetly. "Ace." Pushing onto my tiptoes, I cupped the back of his neck and kissed him back with everything I had. He pulled away too quickly.
"Let's change for dinner before it gets here. I could stand being in less clothes."
I stepped back reluctantly, acknowledging that he had to be hot in his suit, but still sensing that something wasn't right. That feeling worsened when Gideon left the room to change and I realized we wouldn't be sharing the same bedroom. I kicked off my shoes in the walk-in closet that was filled with way too many clothes for a weekend trip. Most were white. Gideon liked me in white. I suspected it was because he thought of me as his angel. Did he still think of me that way now? Or was I the devil? A selfish bitch who made him face demons he'd rather forget? I changed into a simple cotton slip dress in black, which matched my funeral mood. I felt like something had died between us. Gideon and I had stumbled many times before, but I'd never felt this level of withdrawal from him, this discomfort and unease. I'd felt it with other guys when they were getting ready to tell me they didn't want to see me anymore. Dinner arrived and was neatly laid out on the terrace table overlooking the secluded beach. I saw a white tent cabana on the sand and remembered Gideon's dream of us rolling around on a chaise for two by the water, making love. My heart hurt. I gulped 2 glasses of crisp, fruity white wine and went through the motions of eating, even though I'd lost my appetite. Gideon sat across from me in loose white linen drawstring pants and nothing else, which just made everything worse. He was so handsome, so goddamned sexy it was impossible not to stare at him. But he was miles away from me, a silent, forceful presence that made me want with every fiber of my soul. The emotional gulf between us was growing. I couldn't reach across it. I pushed my plate away once I'd cleared it and realized Gideon had hardly eaten at all. He just forked his food around and helped me drain the bottle of wine. Taking a deep breath, I told him, "I'm sorry. I didn't." I swallowed hard. "I'm sorry, baby," I whispered. Shoving back from the table with a loud screech of the chair legs across the tile, I hurried away from the patio.
Eva, wait.
My feet hit the warm sand and I ran toward the ocean, pulling my dress off and colliding with water that felt as hot as a bath. It was shallow for several feet, then dropped off suddenly, plunging me in below my head. I bent my knees and sank, grateful to be submerged and hidden as I cried. The weightlessness soothed my heavy heart. My hair billowed around me and I felt the soft brush of fish as they darted past the invader in their silent, peaceful world. Being yanked back into reality had me sputtering and flailing.
Angel,
Gideon growled and took my mouth, kissing me hard and furious as he stalked out of the water and up the beach. He took me to the cabana and dropped me onto the chaise, covering me with his body before I fully caught my breath. I was still dizzy when he groaned and said,
"Marry me."
But that wasn't why I said, "Yes." Gideon had gone into the water after me with his pants on. The soaked linen clung to my bare legs as he sprawled over me and kissed me as if he were dying of a thirst only I could quench. His hands were in my hair, holding me still. His mouth was frantic, his lips swollen like mine, his tongue greedy and possessive. I lay beneath him unmoving, shocked. My startled brain quickly caught up. He'd been agonizing over popping the question, not because he was leaving me.
"Tomorrow,"
he bit out, rubbing his cheek against mine. The first tingle of stubble roughened his jaw, the sensation jolting me into a deeper awareness of where we were and what he wanted. My mind stuttered to a halt again.
"The word is yes, Eva."
He pushed up and stared down at me fiercely.
"Real simple. Yes."
I swallowed hard. "We can't get married tomorrow."
"We can," he said emphatically, "and we will. I need it, Eva. I need the vows, the legality. I'm going crazy without them."
I felt the world spinning, like I was on one of those funhouse barrel rides that revolve so fast you're stuck to the wall with centrifugal force when the floor drops away from your feet. "It's too soon," I protested.
"You can say that to me after the flight over?"
he snapped.
"You fucking own me, Eva. I'll be damned if I don't own you back."
"I can't breathe," I gasped, inexplicably panicked. Gideon rolled, pulling me on top of him, his arms banding around me, possessing me.
"You want this," he insisted. "You love me."
"I do, yes." I dropped my forehead to his chest. "But you're rushing into—"
"You think I'd ask you this on the fly? For God's sake, Ava, you know me better than that. I've been planning this for weeks. It's all I've thought about."
"Gideon, we can't just run off and elope."
"The hell we can't."
"What about our families, our friends?"
"We'll get married again for them. I want that too."
He brushed the wet hair off my cheek.
"I want pictures of us in the newspapers, magazines, everywhere. But that will take months. I can't wait that long. This is for us. We don't have to tell anyone if you don't want. We can call it an engagement. It can be our secret."
I stared at him, not knowing what to say. His urgency was both romantic and terrifying.
"I asked your dad,"
he went on, shocking me all over again.
"He didn't have any—"
"What? When?"
"When he was in town. I had an opportunity and I took it."
For some reason that hurt. "He didn't tell me."
"I told him not to. Told him it wasn't going to happen right away, that I was still working on getting you back. I recorded it so you can listen to the conversation if you don't believe me."
I blinked down at him. "You recorded it?" I repeated.
"I wasn't leaving anything to chance," he said unapologetically.
"You told him it wouldn't be right away. You lied to him." His smile was razor sharp.
"I didn't lie. It's been a few days.
Oh, my God. You're crazy.
Possibly. If so, you've made me this way.
He pressed a hard kiss to my cheek.
I can't live without you, Eva. I can't even imagine trying. Just the thought makes me insane.
This is insane.
Why?
He frowned.
You know there's no one else for either of us. What are you waiting for?
Arguments rushed through my mind. Every reason we should wait, every possible pitfall seemed crystal clear, but nothing came out of my mouth.
I'm not giving you any options here,
he said decisively, twisting up and standing with me cradled in his arms.
We're doing this, Eva. Enjoy your last remaining hours as a single woman.
Gideon, I gasped, my head thrashing as the orgasm poured through me. His sweat dripped onto my chest, his hips tireless as he stroked his magnificent penis into me over and over, rolling and thrusting, shallow, then deep.
That's it, he praised hoarsely. Squeeze my dick just like that. You feel so good, Angel. You're going to make me come again.
I panted for breath, boneless and tired from his unrelenting demands. He'd woken me twice before, taking me with skilled precision, imprinting on my brain and my body that I belonged to him, that I was his and he could do whatever he wanted to me. It made me so hot.
He purred, sliding his cock deep. You're so creamy with my cum. I love the way you feel when I've been at you all night. A lifetime of this, Eva. I'll never stop.
I draped my leg over his hip, holding him in me. Kiss me. His wickedly curved mouth brushed over mine. Love me, I demanded, my nails digging into his hips as he flexed inside me.
I do, Angel,
he whispered, his smile widening.
I do.
When I woke, he was gone. I stretched in a tangle of sheets that smelled of sex and Gideon and breathed in the salt-tinged breeze, drifting through the open patio doors. I lay there for a while, thinking over the night and the day before. Then the weeks before, and the few months since I'd met Gideon. Then beyond that, back to Brett and others I had dated. Back to a time when I'd been so certain I would never find a man who loved me for who I was, with all my emotional scars and baggage and neediness. What else could I say besides yes? Now that by some miracle I'd found him? Rolling out of bed, I felt a flutter of excitement at the thought of finding Gideon and agreeing to marry him without reservation. I loved the idea of eloping with him, of our first vows spoken in private, with no one watching who harbored doubts or dislike or bad wishes. After all we'd both been through, it made perfect sense for our new beginning to be filled with nothing but love and hope and happiness. I should have known he'd planned it all perfectly, from the privacy to the exclusive locale. Of course we'd get married on a beach. Beaches held fond memories for both of us, not the least of which was our last time away at the Outer Banks. When I saw the breakfast tray on the coffee table in the bedroom seating area, I smiled. There was a white silk robe draped over the back of the chair, too. Gideon never missed a trick. I pulled the robe on and reached to pour myself a cup of coffee, wanting a caffeine boost before I searched for him in the suite and gave him my answer. That was when I saw the prenuptial agreement tucked beneath the covered breakfast plate. My hand froze halfway to the carafe. The agreement was tastefully arranged beneath the single red rose in a slender white vase, with the silverware gleaming from an artfully folded cloth napkin. I don't know why I was so surprised and crushed. Of course Gideon would have planned everything down to the last detail, starting with the prenup. After all, hadn't he tried to start our relationship with an agreement? All of my giddy happiness left me in a rush. Deflated, I turned away from the tray and headed into the shower instead. I took my time washing up, moving in slow motion. I decided I'd rather say no than read a legal document that put a price on my love, a love that was precious and priceless to me. Still, I feared it was too late, that the damage was already done.
Just knowing he'd had a prenup drafted changed everything, and I couldn't blame him for that. For God's sake, he was Gideon Cross, one of the 25 richest men in the world. It was inconceivable that he wouldn't demand a prenuptial agreement. And I wasn't naive. I knew better than to dream of Prince Charming and castles in the sky. Showered and clothed in a light sundress, I pulled my hair back in a wet ponytail and went for the coffee. I poured a cup, added cream and sweetener, then slid the prenup free and stepped out to the patio. Down on the beach, preparations were underway for the wedding. A flower-covered arch had been placed by the shoreline, and braided white ribbon had been draped across the sand to mark an impromptu aisle. I chose to sit with my back to the view because it hurt to look at it. I took a sip of coffee, let it soak into me, then took another. I was halfway done with my cup when I gathered enough courage to read the damn legalese. The opening few pages detailed the assets we owned separately prior to marriage. Gideon's holdings were staggering. When did he find time to sleep? I thought the dollar amount attributed to me was wrong, until I considered how long the principal had been sitting in investments. Stanton had taken my $5 million and doubled it. It struck me then how stupid I was for just sitting on it, instead of investing it where it could help those who needed it. I'd been acting like that blood money didn't exist when I should have been putting it to work. I made a mental note to tackle that project as soon as I got back to New York. After that, the reading got interesting. Gideon's first stipulation was that I take the Cross name as my own. I could keep Trammell as an additional middle name, but with no hyphenation as a surname. Eva Cross. It was non-negotiable, and so very like him. My domineering lover made no apologies for his caveman tendencies. His second stipulation was that I accept $10 million from him upon the wedding, doubling my personal estate just for saying I do. Every year thereafter, he gave me more. I would receive bonuses for each child we had together, be paid for going to couples therapy with him. I agreed to counseling and mediation in the event of a divorce. I agreed to share a residence with him, bi-monthly vacations, date nights. The more I read, the more I understood. The prenup didn't protect Gideon's assets at all. He gave them freely, going so far as to stipulate up front that 50% of everything he acquired from our marriage onward was irrefutably mine, unless he cheated. If that happened, it cost him severely. The prenup was designed to protect his heart, to bind me and bribe me to stay with him no matter what. He was giving everything he had. He joined me on the terrace when I flipped to the last page, strolling out in a pair of partially buttoned jeans and nothing else. I knew his perfectly timed arrival wasn't coincidental. He'd been watching me from somewhere, gauging my reaction. I brushed the tears from my cheeks with studied nonchalance. "Good morning, Ace."
"Morning, Angel."
He bent and pressed a kiss to my cheek before taking the chair at the end of the table to my left. A member of the staff came out with breakfast and coffee, arranging the place settings quickly and efficiently before disappearing as swiftly as he'd appeared. I looked at Gideon, at the way the tropical breeze adored him, and played with that sexy mane of hair. Sitting there as he was, so virile and casual, he wasn't at all the cut-and-dried presentation of dollar signs I'd seen in the prenup. Allowing the pages to flip back to the first page, I set my hand on top of it and said, "Nothing in this document can keep me married to you." He took a quick, deep breath.
"Then we'll revisit and revise. Name your terms."
"I don't want your money. I want this." I gestured at him, "Especially this." I leaned forward and placed my hand over his heart. "You're the only thing that can hold me, Gideon."
"I don't know how to do this, Ava."
He caught my hand and held it pressed flat to his chest.
"I'm going to fuck up, and you'll want to run."
"Not anymore," I argued. "Haven't you noticed?"
"I noticed you running into the ocean last night and sinking like a damn stone."
Leaning forward, he held my gaze.
"Don't argue the prenup on principle. If there are no deal breakers for you in it, live with it. For me."
I sat back. "You and I have a long way to go," I said softly. "A document can't force us to believe in each other. I'm talking about trust, Gideon."
"Yeah, well,
He hesitated.
I don't trust myself not to fuck this up, and you don't trust that you've got what I need. We trust each other just fine. We can work on the rest together.
Okay. I watched his eyes light up and knew I was making the right decision, even if I was still partially convinced that it was a decision we were making too soon. I do have one revision.
Name it.
You just did. The name issue.
Non-negotiable,
he said flatly, with an emphatic swipe of his hand for good measure. I arched a brow. Don't be a fucking Neanderthal. I want to take my dad's name too. He's wanted that and it's bothered him my whole life. This is my chance to fix it.
So, Eva Lauren Reyes Cross?
Eva Lauren Trammell Reyes Cross.
That's a mouthful, Angel, he drawled. But do what makes you happy. That's all I want.
All I want is you, I told him, leaning forward to offer him my mouth for a kiss. His lips touched mine.
Let's make it official.
I married Gideon Jeffrey Cross, barefoot on a Caribbean beach with the hotel manager and Angus MacLeod as witnesses. I hadn't realized Angus was there, but I was pleased that he was. It was a quick, beautifully simple ceremony. I could tell from the beaming smiles of the Reverend and Claude that they were honored to officiate over Gideon's nuptials. I wore the prettiest dress I'd found in the closet, strapless and ruched from breasts to hips, with petals of organza floating down to my feet. It was a sweet yet sexy romantic gown. My hair was up in an elegantly messy knot, with a red rose tucked into it. The hotel provided a bouquet of white ribbon jasmine. Gideon wore graphite gray slacks and an untucked white dress shirt. He went barefoot too. I cried when he repeated his vows, his voice strong and sure, even while his eyes betrayed a heated yearning. He loved me so much. The entire ceremony was intimate and deeply personal. Perfect. I missed my mom and dad and Carrie. I missed Ireland and Stanton and Clancy. But when Gideon bent to seal our marriage with a kiss, he whispered,
We'll do this again, as many times as you want.
I loved him so much. Angus stepped up to kiss me on both cheeks.
It does me good to see you both happy.
Thank you, Angus. You've taken good care of him for a long time. He smiled, his eyes glistening as he turned to Gideon. He said something so heavily accented by his Scottish heritage, I couldn't be sure if it was any form of English at all. Whatever it was, it made Gideon's eyes shine too. How much of a surrogate father had Angus been to Gideon over the years? I would always be grateful to him for giving Gideon support and affection when he desperately needed it. We cut a small cake and toasted with champagne on the terrace of our suite. We signed the register the Reverend offered and were given our certificate of marriage to sign as well. Gideon's fingers brushed over it reverently. Is this what you needed? I teased him. This piece of paper?
I need you, Mrs. Cross.
He pulled me close.
I wanted this.
Angus took both the certificate and prenup with him when he made himself scarce. Both had been duly notarized by the hotel manager and would end up wherever Gideon kept such things. As for Gideon and me, we ended up in the cabana, tangled naked with each other. We sipped chilled champagne, touched each other playfully and greedily, and kissed lazily as the day crawled by. That was perfect, too. So, how are we handling this when we get back? I asked him, as we ate a candlelit dinner in the dining room of our suite. The whole "we ran off and got hitched" explanation. Gideon shrugged and licked melted butter off his thumb.
However you want.
I pulled the meat out of a crab leg and considered the options. I want to tell Carrie for sure, and I think my dad will be okay with it. I kind of talked around it when I called him earlier, and he told me you'd asked him, so he's prepared. I don't think Stanton will care much either way, no offense.
None taken.
I'm worried about my mom, though. Things are already rough between us. She'll be totally stoked that we're married. I paused a minute, absorbing that for the millionth time. But I don't want her to think that I left her out because I'm mad at her.
Let's just tell her and everyone else we're engaged.
I dunked the crab meat into drawn butter, thinking I wanted to get very used to seeing Gideon shirtless and sated and relaxed. She'll have a conniption if we live together before the wedding.
Well, then she'll have to plan fast, he said dryly. You're my wife, Eva. I don't care if anyone else knows it or not. I know it. And I want to come home to you, have coffee in the morning with you, zip up the back of your dresses, and unzip them at night.
Watching him snap a crab leg with his hands, I asked, "Will you wear a wedding band?"
I'm looking forward to it.
That made me smile. He paused and stared at me. "What?" I prompted, when he didn't say anything. "Do I have butter splashed on my face?" He sat back with a deep exhalation.
You're beautiful. I love looking at you.
I felt my face heat. You're not so bad yourself.
It's starting to go away,
he murmured. My smile faded. What? What's going away?
The worry. It feels safe, doesn't it?
He sipped his wine.
Settled. It's a good feeling. I like it. A lot.
I hadn't had as much time to get used to the idea of being married, but as I sat back and really thought about it, I had to agree. He was mine. No one could doubt it now. I like it too. He lifted my hand to his lips. The ring he'd given me caught the candlelight and glimmered with multi-hued fire. It was a tastefully large, Asher-cut diamond in a vintage setting. I loved the timeless sophistication of it, but more so because it was the ring his father had married his mother with. Even though Gideon was deeply wounded by his parents' betrayals, their time together as a family of 3 was the last true happiness he remembered before meeting me, and he swore he wasn't romantic. He caught me admiring the ring.
You like it?
I do. I looked at him. It's one of a kind. I was thinking we could do something unusual with our home, too.
Oh?
He squeezed my hand and resumed eating. I understand the need to sleep apart, but I don't like having doors and walls between us.
I don't either, but your safety comes first.
How about a master suite with 2 bedrooms connected by a bathroom with no doors? Just archways or passageways. So technically, we're still in the same open space. He considered that a minute, then nodded.
Draw it up and we'll bring in a designer to make it happen. We'll continue staying on the Upper West Side for now while we have the penthouse refinished. Carrie can take a look at the adjoining 1-bedroom apartment and make any changes he wants at the same time.
I rubbed my bare foot along the back of his calf as a thank you. The sounds of music drifted in on the evening wind, reminding me that we weren't alone on a deserted island. Was Angus having a good time somewhere? Or was he stuck standing outside the door to our suite? Where's Angus? I asked.
Around.
Is Raoul here too?
No. He's in New York working out how Nathan's bracelet ended up where it did.
Oh. I suddenly lost my appetite. Picking up my napkin, I wiped my fingers. Should I be worried? It was a rhetorical question, since I'd never stopped worrying. The mystery of who was responsible for sending the police in another direction was always there, niggling at the back of my mind.
Someone handed me a get-out-of-jail-free card, he said evenly, licking his lower lip. I expected that was going to cost me something, but no one's approached me yet. So, I'll approach them.
Once you find them.
Oh, I'll find them, he murmured darkly. Then we'll know why.
Beneath the table, I wrapped my legs around his and held on. We danced on the beach by the light of the moon. The lush humidity was sensuous at night, and we reveled in it. Gideon shared my bed that night, even though I could tell how difficult it was for him to take the risk. I couldn't imagine sleeping alone on my wedding night, and trusted that his prescription combined with the previous night's lack of sleep would help him sleep deeply. It did. Sunday, he gave me the choice of going to a fabulous waterfall or taking the resort's catamaran out to sea or rafting down a jungle river. I smiled and told him next time, and then I had my wicked way with him. We lazed around all day, skinny dipping in the private pool and napping when the mood struck us. It was after midnight when we left, and I was sorry to go. The weekend had been far too short.
"We've got a lifetime of weekends,"
he murmured as we drove back to the airport, reading my mind. I'm selfish with you. I want you all to myself. When we boarded the jet, the clothes we'd had at our disposal at the resort came with us. It made me smile thinking of how little we'd worn over the 2 days. I took the cosmetic case into the bedroom so I could brush my teeth before sleeping the duration of the flight home. That was when I saw the patent leather and brass luggage tag attached to it, engraved with Eva Cross. Gideon slipped into the lavatory behind me and kissed my shoulder.
"Let's crash, Angel. We need some sleep before work."
Pointing at the luggage tag, I said, "Was my saying yes really that much of a foregone conclusion?"
"I was prepared to hold you hostage until you did."
I didn't doubt him. I'm flattered.
"You're married."
He smacked me on the ass.
"Now hurry up, Mrs. Cross."
I hurried and slipped into the bed beside him. He immediately spooned behind me, tucking me close. "Sweet dreams, baby," I whispered, wrapping my arms over his around my middle. His mouth curved against my neck.
"My dreams already came true."
20. It was weird going to work on Monday morning and having no one realize my life was profoundly different. Who knew how much saying a few words and slipping on a ring of metal could change a person's perception of themselves? I wasn't just Eva, the New York newbie trying to make it on her own in the big city with her best friend. I was a mogul's wife. I had a whole new set of responsibilities and expectations. Just thinking about it intimidated me. Megumi stood as she buzzed me through the security doors at Waters Field in Lehman. She was dressed with unusual sedateness in a black sleeveless dress with an asymmetrical hemline and bright fuchsia heels. "Wow, you've got an amazing tan. I'm so jealous." "Thanks. How did your weekend go?" Same old, same old. Michael stopped calling." Her nose wrinkled. "I missed the harassment. Made me feel wanted." I shook my head at her. "You're nuts." "I know. So tell me where you went. And did you go with the rock star or Cross?" My lips are sealed. Although I was tempted to reveal everything, the only thing that held me back was that I hadn't told Carrie yet, and he needed to come first. "No way." Her dark eyes narrowed. "Are you seriously not going to tell me?" "Of course I will," I winked. "Just not right now." "I know where you work, you know," she called after me as I headed down the hallway to my cubicle. When I reached my desk, I got ready to type a quick text to Carrie and discover that he'd sent me a few over the weekend that hadn't come through until later. They certainly hadn't been there when I'd placed my usual Saturday call to my dad. "Wanna have lunch?" I texted. When I didn't get a reply right away, I silenced my phone and set it in my top drawer. "Where did you spend the weekend?" Mark asked me as he came into work. "You've got a great tan." "Thanks. I lazed it up in the Caribbean." "Really? I've been scoping out the islands for possible honeymoon spots. Would you recommend it for that, wherever you stayed?" I laughed, happier than I'd been in a long time, maybe in forever. "Absolutely. Get me the deets. I'll add the spot to the list of possibilities." "You have honeymoon scouting duty?" I stood so we could grab coffee together before we started the day. "Yep." Mark's mouth quirked on one side. "I'll leave the wedding stuff to Steven since he's been planning for so long, but the honeymoon is mine." He sounded so happy, and I knew just how he felt. His good mood made the start of my day even better. The smooth sailing ended when Carrie called my desk phone shortly after 10 o'clock. "Mark Garrity's office," I answered. "Ava Trammell." "Needs an ass kicking," Carrie finished. "I can't remember the last time I was this mad at you." I frowned, my stomach tightening. "Carrie, what's wrong?" "I'm not going to talk about important shit on the phone, Ava, unlike some people I know. I'll meet you for lunch. And just so you're aware, I turned down a go-see this afternoon to set you straight, because that's what friends do," he said angrily. "They make time in their schedule to talk about things that matter. They don't leave cutesy voicemail messages and think that handles it."
The line went dead. I sat there, shocked and a bit scared. Everything in my life ground to a screeching halt. Carrie was my anchor. When things weren't right with us, I scattered real quick. And I knew it was the same for him. When we were out of touch, he started fucking up. I dug out my cell phone and called him back. "What?" he snapped, but it was a good sign that he'd answered. "If I screwed up," I said quickly, "I'm sorry and I'll fix it, okay?" He made a rough sound. "You fucking pissed me off, Eva." "Yeah, well, I'm good at pissing people off, if you haven't noticed, but I hate when I do it to you." I sighed. "It's going to drive me nuts, Carrie, until we can work it out. I need a solid, you know that." "You haven't acted like it matters lately," he said gruffly. "I'm an afterthought and that fucking hurts." "I'm always thinking about you. If I haven't shown it, that's my bad." He didn't say anything. "I love you, Carrie, even when I'm messing up." He exhaled into the receiver. "Get back to work and don't stress about this. We'll deal with it at lunch." "I'm sorry. Really." "See you at noon." I hung up and tried to concentrate, but it was hard. It was one thing having Carrie angry with me. It was totally another to know I'd hurt him. I was one of the very few people in his life he trusted not to let him down. At 11:30, I received a small pile of inter-office envelopes. I was thrilled when one of them revealed a note from Gideon.
My gorgeous, sexy wife, I never stop thinking about you. Yours, X.
My feet tapped out a little happy dance beneath my desk. My skewed day righted itself a little. I wrote him back. "Dark and dangerous. I'm madly in love with you. Your ball and chain, Mrs. X." I tucked it in an envelope and dropped it in my outbox. I was drafting a reply to the artist working on a gift card campaign when my desk phone rang. I answered with my usual greeting and heard a reply in a familiar French accent. "Eva? Is Jean-Francois Giroux?" Sitting back in my chair, I said, "Bonjour, Monsieur Giroux. What time is best for us to meet today?" What the hell did he want from me? I supposed if I wanted to know, I'd have to follow through. 5 o'clock? There's a wine bar not too far from the Crossfire. That would be fine. I gave him directions and he hung up, leaving me feeling somewhat whiplashed by the call. I swiveled in my chair thinking. Gideon and I were trying to move forward with our lives, but people and issues from our pasts were still trying to hold us back. Would the announcement of our marriage, or even an engagement, change that? God, I hoped so. But was anything ever that easy? Glancing at the clock, I refocused on work and returned to writing my email. I was down in the lobby by 5 afternoon, but Carrie hadn't arrived yet. As I waited for him, my nerves started getting to me. I'd gone over my brief conversation with Carrie again and again and knew he was right. I had convinced myself he'd be okay with having Gideon join our living arrangements because I couldn't imagine facing the alternative, having to choose between my best friend and my boyfriend. And now there was no choice. I was married, ecstatically so. Still, I found myself grateful that I'd tucked my wedding ring into the zippered pocket of my purse. If Carrie felt a growing distance between us, finding out I'd gotten hitched over the weekend wouldn't help. My stomach twisted. The secrets between us were mounting. I couldn't stand it.
Eva.
I jerked out of my thoughts at the sound of my best friend's voice. He was striding toward me wearing loose-fitting cargo shorts and a V-neck t-shirt. He kept his shades on, and with his hands shoved in his pockets, he seemed distant and cool. Heads turned as he walked by and he didn't notice, his attention on me. My feet moved. I was hurrying toward him before I thought of it, then ran straight into him so hard, his breath left him with a grunt. I hugged him, my cheek pressed to his chest. "I missed you," I said, meaning it with all my heart, even though he wouldn't know exactly why. He muttered something under his breath and hugged me.
Pain in the ass sometimes, baby girl.
Pulling back, I looked up at him. "I'm sorry." He linked his fingers with mine and led me out of the Crossfire. We went to the place with the great tacos that we'd gone to the last time he had met me for lunch. They also had great slushy virgin margaritas, which were perfect on a steamy summer day. After waiting in line about 10 minutes, I ordered only 2 tacos, since I hadn't hit the gym in way too long. Carrie ordered 6. We snagged a table just as its former occupants cleared away, and Carrie inhaled a taco before I'd barely taken the wrapper off my straw. "I'm sorry about the voicemail," I said.
You don't get it.
He swiped a napkin across lips that turned sane women into giggling girls when he smiled.
It's a whole situation, Eva. You leave me a message telling me to think about sharing a place with Cross after you tell your mom that it's a done deal and before you fall off the face of the earth for the weekend. I guess however I feel about it means jack shit to you.
That's not true.
Why would you want a roommate when you're living with a boyfriend, anyway?
He asked, clearly getting warmed up.
And why would you think I'd want to be a third wheel?
Carrie,
I don't need any fucking handouts, Eva.
His emerald eyes narrowed.
I've got places I can crash, other people I can room with. Don't do me any favors.
My chest tightened. I wasn't ready to let Carrie go yet. Someday in the future, we'd be heading our separate ways, maybe only seeing each other on special occasions. But that time wasn't now. It couldn't be. Just thinking about it screwed with my head.
"Who says I'm doing it for you?"
I shot back.
"Maybe I just can't bear the thought of not having you nearby."
He snorted and ripped a bite out of his taco. Chewing angrily, he swallowed his food down with a long draw on his straw.
What am I? Your 3-year chip marking your recovery? Your celebratory token for Eva Anonymous?
"Excuse me," I leaned forward. "You're mad. I get it. I've said I'm sorry. I love you and I love having you in my life, but I'm not going to sit here and get kicked because I fucked up."
I pushed away from the table and stood. "I'll catch you later."
You and Cross getting married?
Pausing, I looked down at him. He asked. I said yes. Carrie nodded, as if that were no surprise, and took another bite. I grabbed my purse from where it hung on the back of my chair.
Are you afraid of living alone with him?
He asked, around his chewing. Of course he'd think that. No, he'll be sleeping in his own bedroom.
Has he been sleeping in a separate room the last few weekends you've been shacking up with him?
I stared. Did he know for a fact that Gideon was the lover man I'd been spending time with, or was he just fishing? I decided I didn't care. I was tired of lying to him. Mostly, yes. He set his taco down.
Finally some truth out of you. I was beginning to think you'd forgotten how to be honest.
Fuck you! Grinning, he gestured at my vacant chair.
Sit your ass back down, baby girl. We're not done talking.
You're being a jerk. His smile faded and his gaze hardened.
Being lied to for weeks makes me cranky. Sit down.
I sat and glared at him. There. Happy?
Eat. I've got shit to say.
Exhaling my frustration, I slung my purse over the chair again and faced him with my brows raised.
If you think, he began, that being sober and working steadily broke my bullshit meter, now you know better. I knew you were nailing Cross again from the moment you started back up.
Biting into my taco, I shot him a skeptical look.
Ava, honey, don't you think that if there were another man in New York who could bang it out all night like Cross, I would have found him by now?
I coughed and nearly spit out my food.
No one's lucky enough to find 2 guys like that in a row, he drawled. Not even you. You should have had a dry spell or at least a couple of really bad lays first.
I threw my wadded-up straw wrapper at him, which he dodged with a laugh. Then he sobered.
Did you think I would judge you for getting back together with him after he jacked up?
It's more complicated than that, Carrie. Things were a mess. There was a lot of pressure. Still is, with that reporter stalking Gideon.
Stalking him?
Totally. I just didn't want you exposed, vulnerable, open to accusation as an accomplice after the fact. I just had to let it play out, I finished lamely. He let that sink in, then nodded.
And now you're going to marry him?
Yes. I took a drink, needing to loosen the lump in my throat. But you're the only one who knows that besides us.
Finally, a secret you let me in on.
His lips pursed for a few seconds.
And you still want me to live with you?
I leaned forward again, holding out my hand for his. I know you can do something else, go somewhere else. But I'd rather you didn't. I'm not ready to be without you yet, married or not. He gripped my hand so tightly my bones pressed together.
Ava.
Wait, I said quickly. He was far too serious all of a sudden. I didn't want him to cut me off before I put everything out there. Gideon's penthouse has an adjacent one-bedroom apartment he doesn't use.
A one-bedroom apartment? On Fifth Avenue?
Yeah, great, right? All yours. Your own space, an entrance, and view of Central Park. But still connected to me. The best of both worlds. I rushed on, hoping to say something he'd latch on to. We'll stay on the Upper West Side for a bit, while I make changes to the penthouse. Gideon says we can have whatever changes you want made to your apartment done at the same time.
My apartment.
He stared at me, which made me even more nervous. A man and a woman tried to squeeze between our table and the back of an occupied chair that was pushed too far out into the walkway, but I ignored them. I'm not talking about a handout, I assured him. I've been thinking that I'd like to put that money I've been sitting on to work. Create a foundation or something to decide how to use it in support of causes and charities we believe in. I need your help, and I'll pay you for it. Not just for your input, but for your face. I want you to be the foundation's first spokesperson. Carrie's grip on my hand slackened. Alarmed, I tightened mine. Carrie? His shoulders sagged.
Tatiana's pregnant.
What? I felt the blood drain from my face. The little restaurant was hopping, and the shouting of orders behind the counter and the clatter of trays and utensils made it hard to hear. But I'd caught the two words that fell out of Carrie's mouth as if he'd shouted them at me. Are you kidding?
I wish.
He pulled his hand away and scooped back the bangs that draped over one eye.
Not that I don't want a kid. That part's cool. But... fuck. Not now, you know? And not with her.
How the hell did she get pregnant? Carrie was religious about protecting himself, knowing damn well he lived a high-risk lifestyle.
Well, I shoved my dick in her and pushed it around.
Shut up, I bit out. You're careful.
Yeah, well, putting a sock on it isn't guaranteed protection, he said wearily. And Tot doesn't take the pill because she says it makes her break out and eat too much.
Jesus. My eyes stung. Are you sure it's yours? He snorted.
No, but that doesn't mean it's not. She's 6 weeks along, so it's possible.
I had to ask. Is she going to keep it?
I don't know. She's thinking it over.
Carrie? I couldn't hold back the tear that slid down my cheek. My heart was aching for him. What are you going to do?
What can I do?
He slumped back in his chair.
It's her decision.
His powerlessness had to be killing him. After his mother had given birth to him, unwanted, she'd used abortion as birth control. I knew that haunted him. He told me so. And if she decides to go through with the pregnancy, you'll have a paternity test done, right?
God, Ava.
He looked at me with reddened eyes.
I haven't thought that far ahead yet. What the hell am I supposed to say to Trey? Things are just starting to smooth out between us, and I've got to hit him with this. He's going to dump me. It's over.
Sucking in a deep breath, I straightened in my chair. I couldn't let Carrie and Trey fall apart. Now that Gideon and I were good, it was time to fix all the other areas of my life I'd been neglecting. We'll take it a step at a time. Figure things out as we go. We'll get through this. He swallowed hard.
I need you.
I need you too. We'll stick together and work it out. I managed to smile. I'm not going anywhere, and neither are you. Except to San Diego this weekend, I amended hastily, reminding myself to talk to Gideon about that.
Thank God.
Carrie sat forward again.
What I wouldn't give to shoot hoops at Dr. Travis's right now.
Yeah. I didn't play basketball, but I knew I could use a one-on-one with Dr. Travis myself. What would he say when he learned how far off the rails we'd slid in the few months we'd been in New York? We had spun some big dreams the last time we'd all sat down together. Carrie had wanted to star in a Super Bowl ad, and I'd wanted to be the one behind the scenes of that ad. Now he was facing the possibility of a baby, and I was married to the most complicated man I had ever met.
Dr. Trav's gonna flip,
Carrie muttered, reading my mind. For some reason, that made us both laugh till we cried. When I got back to my desk, I found another small pile of inter-office envelopes. Catching my lower lip between my teeth, I searched each one until I found the one I was hoping for.
I can think of many uses for that chain, Mrs. X. You will enjoy them all immensely. Yours, X.
Some of the dark clouds from lunch floated away. After Carrie's mind-blowing revelation, meeting Giroux after work barely registered on my what else could possibly go wrong next scale. He was already at the wine bar when I arrived, dressed in perfectly pressed khakis and white dress shirt rolled up at the sleeves and open at the throat. He looked good. Casual, but that didn't make him seem more relaxed. The man was strung tight as a bow, vibrating with tension and whatever else was eating at him. "Eva?" he greeted me, with that overt friendliness I hadn't liked the first time. He kissed me on both cheeks again. "Enchanté." "Not too blonde for you today, I take it." "Ah." He gave me a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "I deserve that." I joined him at his table by the window, and we were served shortly after. The place had the look of an establishment that had been around a long time. Tin tiles covered the ceiling, while the aged hardwood floors and intricately carved bar suggested the place had been a pub at some point in its history. It had been modernized with chrome fixtures and a wine rack behind the bar that could have been an abstract sculpture. Giroux openly studied me as the server poured our wine. I had no idea what he was looking for, but he was definitely searching for something. As I took a sip of the lovely Shiraz, he settled comfortably in his chair and swirled his wine around in his glass. "You've met my wife?" "I have, yes."
"She's very beautiful."
"Yes, she is." His gaze dropped to his wine. "What else did you think of her?" "Why does it matter what I think?" He looked at me again. "Do you see her as a rival? Or a threat?" "Neither." I took another drink and noticed a black Bentley SUV easing into a tight spot at the curb just outside the window I sat beside. Angus was behind the wheel and apparently uncaring of the no parking sign he was camping out in front of. "You are that certain of Cross?" My attention returned to Giroux. "Yes, but that doesn't mean I don't wish you would pack up your wife and take her back to France with you." His mouth quirked on one side in a grim smile. "You are in love with Cross, yes?" "Yes." "Why?" That made me smile. If you think you can figure out what Corinne sees in him by what I see in him, forget it. He and we're different with each other than we are with other people.
"I saw that. With him?"
Giroux took a drink, savoring it before swallowing. "Forgive me, but I don't know why we're sitting here. What do you want from me?" "Are you always so direct?" "Yes." I shrugged. I get impatient with being confused. "Then I will be direct as well." He reached out and caught my left hand. "You have a tan line from a ring. A sizable one, it appears. An engagement ring, perhaps?" I looked at my hand and saw he was right. There was a square-sized spot on my ring finger that was a few shades lighter than the rest of my skin. Unlike my mother, who was pale, I'd inherited my father's warm skin tone and I tanned easily. "You're very perceptive, but I would appreciate you keeping your speculations to yourself." He smiled, and for the first time, it was genuine. "Perhaps I will get my wife back after all." "I think you could if you tried." I sat up, deciding it was time to leave. "You know what your wife told me once? She said you're indifferent. Instead of waiting for her to come back, you should just take her back. I think that's what she wants." He stood when I did, standing over me. "She has chased Cross. I do not think a woman who chases will find the man chasing her attractive." "I don't know about that." I pulled a 20 out of my pocket and set it on the table, despite his scowl at the sight of it. "She said yes when you asked her to marry you, didn't she? Whatever you did before, do it again. Goodbye, Jean-Francois." He opened his mouth to speak, but I was already halfway out the door. Angus was waiting beside the Bentley when I exited the wine bar.
Would you like to go home, Mrs. Cross? He asked, as I slipped into the back.
His greeting made me grin. Combined with my recent conversation with Giroux, it sparked an idea. Actually, I'd like to make a stop if you don't mind.
Not at all.
I gave him directions, then sat back and relished the building anticipation. It was 6:30 when I was ready to call it a day, but when I asked Angus where Gideon was, I learned he was still in his office. Will you take me to him? I asked.
Of course.
Returning to the Crossfire after hours was weird. Although there were still people moving through the lobby, it had a different feel from the daytime. When I reached the top floor, I found the glass security doors to Cross Industries propped open, and a cleaning crew at work emptying trash cans, wiping down the glass, and vacuuming. I headed directly to Gideon's office, noting the number of empty desks, which included that of Scott, his assistant. Gideon stood behind his, an earpiece in his ear, and his jacket hung on the coat rack in the corner. His hands were on his hips and he was talking, his lips moving rapidly and his face a mask of concentration. The wall across from him was covered in flat screens, streaming news from around the world. To the right of that was a bar with jeweled decanters on lighted glass shelves that were the only spot of color in the office's cool palette of black, white, and gray. 3 distinct seating areas offered comfortable spaces for less formal meetings, while Gideon's black desk was a miracle of modern technology, serving as the conduit for all the electronics in the room. Surrounded by his expensive toys, my husband looked nothing short of edible. The beautifully tailored lines of his vest and pants showed off the perfection of his body, and the sight of him at his command center, wielding the power that had built his empire, did crazy things to my heart. The floor-to-ceiling windows that surrounded him on 2 sides allowed the view of the city to make an imposing backdrop, yet the vista didn't diminish him in any way. Gideon was master of all he surveyed, and it showed. Reaching into my purse, I unzipped the small pocket and drew out the rings inside it, slipping mine on. Then I stepped closer to the glass wall and double doors that separated him from everyone else. His head swiveled toward me, and his gaze heated at the sight of me. He hit a button on his desk, and the double doors swung open automatically. A moment later, the glass turned opaque, ensuring that no one lingering in the office would be able to see us. I went in.
I agree, he said, to whomever he was talking to. Get it done and report back to me.
As he pulled off his earpiece and dropped it on his desk, his gaze never left me.
You're a welcome surprise, Angel. Tell me about your meeting with Giroux.
I shrugged. How did you know? His mouth tilted up on one side, and he shot me a look that said, Really? You're going to ask? Are you here for a while? I queried.
I have a conference call with the Japanese division in half an hour. Then I'm done. We'll go to dinner afterward.
Let's get something to take home and eat with Carrie. He's having a baby.
Gideon's brows shot up. Come again?
Well, he might be having a baby. I sighed. He's messed up over it, and I want to be there for him. Plus, he should get used to having you around again. He raked me with an assessing glance.
You're messed up over it, too. Come here.
He rounded the desk and opened his arms.
Let me hold you.
I dropped my purse on the floor, kicked off my heels, and walked right into him. His arms came around me, and his lips, so firm and warm, pressed against my forehead.
We'll figure it out, he murmured. Don't worry.
I love you, Gideon. His embrace tightened. Leaning back, I looked up into his gorgeous face. His eyes were so blue, seemingly even more so with the touch of sun he'd gotten during our trip away. I have something for you.
Oh?
I backed up, catching his left hand before it dropped away from me. Holding it, I slid the ring I'd just bought him onto his finger, twisting it to fit over his last knuckle. He was still the entire time. When I released his hand so he could get a better look, it didn't move at all from where it had been when I was holding it, as if he'd frozen in place. Canting my head, I admired the ring on him, thinking it had just the effect I was looking for. But when a moment passed without a word from him, I looked up and saw him staring at his hand as if he'd never seen it before. My heart sank. You don't like it. His nostrils flared on a deep breath,
and he turned over his hand to look at the backside, which was the same. The design I'd chosen wrapped continuously around. The platinum wedding band was very much like the ring he wore on his right hand. It had the same beveled grooves cut into the precious metal, which gave it a similar industrial, masculine look. But the wedding band was garnished with rubies, making it impossible to miss. The blood-red hue stood out against his tanned skin and dark suits, a conspicuous sign of my possession. "It's too much," I said quietly.
"It's always too much,"
he said hoarsely. And then he was on me, his hands cupping my head and his lips on mine, kissing me fiercely. I grabbed his wrists, but he moved too quickly, lifting me up by the waist so my feet left the floor, and then carrying me to the same couch where he'd first laid his body over mine so many weeks ago. "You don't have time for this," I gasped. He sat me down with my butt on the edge of the sofa.
"This won't take long."
He wasn't kidding. Reaching beneath my skirt, he slid my panties down my legs, then spread them wide and lowered his head. There in his office, where I'd just admired his power and commanding presence, Gideon Cross knelt between my thighs and ate me with ruthless skill. His tongue fluttered over my clit until I writhed with the need to come, but it was the sight of him, in his suit, in his office, servicing me so thoroughly, that brought me to climax with a cry of his name. I was shivering with pleasure while he licked inside me, the sensitive tissues trembling around the shallow plunges of his wickedly knowledgeable tongue. When he opened his fly and freed his erection, I was desperate for him, my body arching toward him in a shameless, silent plea. Gideon took the heavy length of his cock in hand and stroked the thick crest through my cleft, coating himself in the slickness of my orgasm. The fact that we were both still dressed except for what we needed to get out of the way made it all the hotter.
"I want you to submit," he said darkly. "Bend over and spread wide. I'm going to fuck you deep."
A whimper escaped me at the thought, and I scrambled to obey. Aware of how tall he was, I moved to the side of the couch and folded over the armrest, reaching behind me to pull up my skirt. He didn't hesitate. With a powerful thrust of his hips, he was inside me, stretching me.
"Eva."
Gasping, I clawed at the sofa cushions. He was thick and hard and so deep. With my stomach pressed over the curve of the couch arm, I swore I could feel him pressing outward from the inside. Folding over me, he wrapped his arms around me and sank his teeth into the side of my neck. The primitive claiming made my sex clench around him, caressing him. He growled and ran his lips over me, lightly abrading me with the hint of evening stubble on his jaw.
"You feel so good," he said hoarsely. "I love fucking you."
"Gideon?"
"Give me your hands."
Unsure of what he wanted, I slid my arms closer to my body, and he circled my wrists with his fingers, pulling my hands gently around to the small of my back. Then he was fucking me, pounding into my sex with relentless drives, using my arms to pull me back to meet the thrusts of his hips. His heavy sack smacked against my clitoris, the rhythmic slap spurring me toward another orgasm. He grunted on every plunge, mirroring my cries. His race to orgasm was wildly exciting, as was his complete control of my body. I could only lie there and take his lust and hunger, servicing him as he had me. The friction of his thrusts was delicious, a steady rubbing and pulling that made me crazed with desire. I wished I could see him, see his eyes when they lost their focus and pleasure took him, his face a grimace of agonized ecstasy. I loved that I could affect him so fiercely, that my body felt so good to him, that sex with me shattered his defenses. He shuddered and cursed, his cock lengthened, thickening as his balls tightened and drew up.
"Eva, Christ, I love you."
I felt the lash of his semen inside me pumping hot and thick. I bit my lip to stem my cry. I was so hot for him, so close. Releasing my wrists, he wrapped me up, the fingers of one hand sliding into my cleft and rubbing my swollen clit. I came while he was still pumping, my sex milking his spurting cock as he emptied himself inside me. His lips were on my cheek,
his breath gusting hot and moist across my skin, low rumbles spilling from his chest as he came hard and long. We were both panting as our orgasms eased, leaning heavily on each other. Swallowing hard, I spoke breathlessly. I guess you like the ring. His rough laugh filled me with joy. 5 minutes later, I lay wilted and sated on the couch, unable to move. Gideon sat at his desk looking pristine and perfect, radiating the health and vitality of a well-fucked male. He went through the teleconference without a hitch in his stride, speaking mostly English, but opening and closing with conversational Japanese. His voice deep and smooth. His gaze slid over me now and again, his mouth curving in a ghost of a smile laced with undeniable masculine triumph. I supposed he was entitled to it, considering I had so many post-orgasmic endorphins floating through my system, I felt almost drunk. Gideon finished his call and stood, shrugging out of his jacket again. The gleam in his eyes told me why. Mustering the energy to raise my brows, I asked, "We're not leaving?"
Of course we are, but not yet.
Maybe you should cut back on those vitamins, Ace. His lips twitched as he freed the buttons of his vest.
I've spent too many days fantasizing about fucking you on that couch. We haven't covered even half of those fantasies yet.
I stretched, deliberately enticing him. Can we still be naughty now that we're married? From the spark that lit his amazing eyes, I could guess his views on that. By the time we left the crossfire at nearly 9 o'clock, Gideon had answered the question definitively. 21. Gideon and I were sitting on the floor of my living room eating pizza in our sweats when Carrie came in a little after 10 o'clock. Tatiana was with him. I reached across Gideon for a packet of Parmesan cheese and whispered, "Baby mama." He winced.
She's trouble. Poor guy.
That was my thought exactly as the tall blonde walked in and wrinkled her nose rudely at our pizza. Then she caught sight of Gideon and flashed a come-hither smile. I took a deep breath and told myself to let it go.
"Hey, Carrie."
Gideon greeted my best friend before tossing his arm over my shoulder and burying his face in my neck.
"Hey,"
Carrie said.
"What are you guys watching?"
"End of watch," I answered. "It's really good. You two want to join us?"
"Sure."
Carrie caught Tatiana's hand and led her toward the couch. She didn't have the grace to hide her disapproval of the idea. They sat on the couch and settled into a comfortable tangle that was obviously familiar for them. Gideon pushed the pizza box their way.
"Help yourselves if you're hungry."
Carrie snagged a slice while Tatiana complained about him jostling her. I was bummed that she couldn't be more comfortable hanging out. If she was going to have Carrie's baby, she was going to be in my life, and I hated the thought of that relationship being awkward. In the end, they didn't stay in the living room long. She insisted that the handheld camera shots in the movie made her queasy, and Carrie took her back to his room. A short while later, I thought I heard her laughing, making me think her biggest problem was the need to keep Carrie all to herself. I could understand that insecurity. I was intimately familiar with it myself.
"Relax,"
Gideon murmured, urging me to lean into his chest.
"We'll work it out with them. Give it some time."
I caught his left hand hanging over my shoulder and toyed with his ring. He pressed his lips to my temple, and we finished watching the movie. Although Gideon slept in his apartment next door, he came over early enough to zip me into a sheath dress and fix me some coffee. I just finished putting on some pearl earrings and was stepping into the hallway when Tatiana appeared heading from the direction of the kitchen with 2 water bottles in her hands. She was buck naked. My temper almost boiled over, but I kept my tone calm. The pregnancy certainly didn't show, but knowing about it was reason enough to skip the shouting match. "Excuse me, you need to have clothes on if you're going to walk around my apartment." "It's not just your apartment," she shot back, tossing her tawny mane over her shoulder as she moved to pass me. I thrust my arm across the hallway, blocking her. "You don't want to play games with me, Tatiana." "Or what?" "You'll lose." She stared at me for a long minute. "He'll pick me." "If it came to that, he'd resent you and you'd lose anyway." I dropped my arm. "Think about that."
Carrie's door opened behind me.
What the fuck are you doing, Tot?
Turning my head, I saw my best friend filling his doorway wearing only his boxers. Giving you a good excuse to buy her a nice robe, Carrie. His jaw tightened and he waved me off, opening his door wider in a silent order for Tatiana to get her bare ass back in there. I resumed my trek to the kitchen, my teeth grinding together. My mood worsened when I found Gideon in the kitchen, leaning back into the counter and leisurely drinking his coffee. He wore a black suit and pale gray tie and looked unbearably handsome. "Enjoy the show?" I asked tightly. I hated that he'd seen another woman naked, and not just any woman, but a model with the lean, willowy body type he'd been known to prefer. He lifted one shoulder in a careless shrug.
Not especially.
You like 'em tall and skinny. I reached for the cup of coffee waiting for me on the counter beside him. Gideon set his left hand over mine. The rubies on his wedding band sparkled in the bright kitchen lights.
Last I checked, the wife I can't resist was petite and voluptuous. Spectacularly so.
I closed my eyes, trying to push past my jealousy. Do you know why I chose your ring?
Red is our color,
he said quietly.
Red dresses in limos. Red fuck-me heels at garden parties. A red rose in your hair when you married me.
That he understood soothed me. I turned into him, pressing my body to his.
He purred,
hugging me close.
You're a soft, delicious little handful, Angel.
I shook my head, my anger melting into exasperation. He nuzzled his nose against my cheek.
I love you.
Gideon? Tilting my head back, I offered my mouth and let him kiss my bad mood away. The feel of his lips on mine never stopped making my toes curl. I was slightly dazed when he pulled back and murmured,
I have my appointment with Dr. Peterson tonight. I'll call you when I'm finished, and we'll see what we want to do about dinner.
Okay. He smiled at my blissfully nonchalant reply.
I can set up an appointment for us to see him Thursday.
Make it for next Thursday, please, I said, sobering. I hate to miss any more therapy, but Mom wants me and Carrie to go to a charity gala this Thursday. She bought me a dress and everything. I'm afraid if I don't go, she'll take it the wrong way.
We'll go together.
Yeah? Gideon in a tuxedo was an aphrodisiac to me. Of course, Gideon in anything, or nothing, turned me on too. But in a tux? Dear God, he was sizzling.
Yes, it's as good a time as any to be seen out together again. And to announce our engagement.
I licked my lips. Can I take advantage of you in the limo? His eyes laughed at me.
By all means, angel mine.
When I got to work, Megumi wasn't at her desk, so I didn't get to see how she was faring. It kind of gave me an excuse to call Martin, though, and see if things with him and Lacey had panned out after our wild night at Primal. I pulled out my smartphone to program a reminder and saw that my mom had left a voicemail the night before. I listened to it on the way to my desk. She wanted to see if I wanted hair and makeup done before the dinner on Thursday, suggesting that she come over with a beauty crew and we could get dolled up together. When I reached my desk, I texted her back, letting her know I loved the idea, but time would be tight, since I wouldn't be getting off work until 5. I was settling in for the day when Will stopped by.
Got plans for lunch?
He asked, looking cute in a plaid shirt only he could pull off so well in a solid navy tie. Not another carb feast, please. My butt can't take it.
No, he grinned. Natalie's past the brutal phase of her diet, so it's getting better. I was thinking a soup and salad bar.
I smiled. I'm game for that. Want to see if Megumi wants to come?
She's not here today.
Oh, is she sick?
Don't know. I only heard about it because I was the one who had to call the temp agency for someone to cover for her.
I sat back with a frown. I'll give her a call on my break and see how she's feeling.
Tell her I said hi.
He drummed a beat on the top of my cubicle wall and headed off. The rest of the day passed in a blur. I left a message for Megumi on my break, then tried to reach her again after work as Clancy drove me to Brooklyn for my Krav Maga class. Have Lacey call me back if you're feeling too sick,
I said in my voicemail message. I just want to know you're okay. I killed the call, then sat back and appreciated the grandeur of the Brooklyn Bridge. Going through the massive stone arches soaring over the East River always felt like traveling to a different world. Below, the waterway was dotted with commuter ferries and a lone sailboat heading out into the busy New York harbor. We reached the long off-ramp in less than a minute, and I turned my attention back to my phone. I called Martin. "Eva," he answered cheerfully, clearly recognizing my number from his contact list. "I'm glad to hear from you. How are you?" "I'm good. You?" "Hanging in there. We should get together sometime." I smiled at a cop who was artfully directing traffic at the hugely complicated intersection on the Brooklyn side. She kept things moving with a whistle between her teeth and fluid hand gestures that had serious sass to them. "We could grab a drink after work or double date for dinner." "I'd like that. Are you seeing someone in particular?" "Gideon and I are working things out." "Gideon Cross? Well, if anyone can hook him, it'd be you." I laughed and wished I had my ring on. I didn't wear it around during the day the way Gideon wore his. He didn't care who knew he was taken or by whom, but I still had everyone in my life to tell. "Thanks for the vote of confidence. What about you? You seeing anyone?" "Lacey and I are dabbling. I like her. She's a lot of fun." "That's great. I'm glad to hear it. Listen, if you talk to her today, can you ask her to let me know how Megumi's doing? She's out sick, and I just want to make sure she's all right and doesn't need anything." "Sure thing." The receiver filled with a sudden rush of noise, the unmistakable sound of him stepping outside. "Lacey's out of town, but she's supposed to give me a call tonight." "Thank you. I appreciate it. You're on the move, so I'll let you go. Let's plan on getting together next week, and we'll work out the details in the next couple of days." "Sounds good. I'm glad you called." I smiled. "Me too." We hung up, and because I felt like reaching out, I sent a text to Shauna and another to Brett. Just quick hellos with smiley faces. When I looked up, I caught Clancy looking at me in the rearview mirror. "How's Mom?" I asked. "She'll be fine," he said, in his usual no-nonsense way. I nodded and looked out the window, catching sight of a gleaming steel bus stop shelter displaying Carrie's billboard. "Family is so hard sometimes, you know." "I know." "You have any brothers or sisters, Clancy?" "One of each." "What were they like? Were they tough as nails and deadly like Clancy, or was he the black sheep? Are you close, if you don't mind me asking?" "We're tight. My sister lives out of state, so I don't see her much, but we talk on the phone once a week at least. My brother's in New York, so we catch up more often." "Cool." I tried to picture a relaxed Clancy tossing back beers with someone who resembled him, but couldn't pull it off. "Does he work security too?" "Not yet." His mouth did that little lip twitch, almost smile thing. "He's with the FBI for now." "Is your sister in law enforcement?" "She's in the Marines." "Whoa. Awesome." "Yes, she is." I studied him in his military crew cut. "You were in the service too, weren't you?" "I was." He didn't volunteer any more than that. When I opened my mouth to pry further, we turned a corner and I realized we'd reached the former warehouse where Parker had his studio. I grabbed my gym bag and got out before Clancy could open the door for me. "See you in an hour." "Knock 'em out, Ava," he said, watching me until I got inside. The door had barely closed behind me when I saw a familiar brunette I would have rather not seen again. Ever. She stood to the side, just off the training mats, with her arms crossed. She was dressed in black workout pants with a bright blue stripe down the sides that matched her fitted long-sleeve shirt. Her brown curly hair was scraped back into an unforgiving ponytail. She turned. Cool blue eyes raked me from head to toe. Facing the inevitable, I took a deep breath and approached her. "Detective Graves?" "Ava." She gave me a curt nod. "Great tan." "Thanks." "Cross take you away for the weekend?" Not exactly a casual question. My back went up. I had some time off. Her thin mouth quirked on one side. "Still cautious." "Good. What does your dad think of Cross?" "I believe my dad trusts my judgment." Graves nodded.
I'd keep thinking about Nathan Barker's bracelet if I were you. But then, loose ends make me twitchy. A shiver of unease ran down my back. The whole thing made me twitchy, but who could I talk to about it? No one but Gideon. And I knew him too well to doubt that he was doing everything in his considerable power to solve that mystery. I need a sparring partner, the detective said suddenly. You're up. What? I blinked at her. Is that... Can we... The case has gone cold, Eva. She stalked onto the mat and began to stretch. Hurry up. I don't have all night. Graves kicked my ass. For such a rail-thin, wiry woman, she packed some strength. She was focused, precise, and ruthless. I actually learned a lot from her over the hour and a half we sparred. Most especially, never to let down my guard. She was lightning quick and swift to exploit any advantage. When I stumbled into my apartment, a little after 8, I headed straight to the bathtub. I soaked in vanilla-scented water, surrounded by candles, and hoped Gideon would show up before I pruned. He ended up coming in just as I was wrapping a towel around me, his damp hair and jeans telling me he'd showered after a visit with his trainer. Hi, Ace.
Hi, wife.
He came up to me, tugged open my towel, and lowered his head to my breast. My breath left me when he sucked a nipple into his mouth. Drawing rhythmically until it hardened. Straightening, he admired his handiwork.
God, you're sexy.
I lifted onto my tiptoes and kissed his chin. How did things go tonight? He looked at me with a wry curve to his lips.
Dr. Peterson congratulated us, then went on about how important couples therapy would be.
He thinks we got married too soon.
Gideon laughed. He didn't even want us having sex, Ava.
Wrinkling my nose, I resecured my towel and grabbed a comb for my wet hair.
Let me,
he said, taking the comb and leading me to the wide lip of the tub. He urged me to sit. As he combed my hair, I told him about seeing Detective Graves at my Krav Maga class.
My lawyers tell me the case has been shelved,
Gideon said. How do you feel about that?
You are safe. That's all that matters.
There was no inflection in his voice, which told me it mattered to him more than he'd tell me. I knew that somewhere, deep down inside him, Nathan's murder was haunting him. Because I was haunted by what Gideon had done for me, and we were two halves of the same soul. That was why Gideon had wanted us to get married so badly. I was his safe place. I was the one person who knew every dark, tormented secret he had, and I loved him desperately anyway, and he needed love more than anyone I'd ever met. There was a vibration against my shoulder, and I teased. Is that a new toy in your pocket, Ace?
Should have turned the damn thing off,
he muttered, digging his phone out. He looked at the screen, then answered with a clipped, Cross. I heard a woman's agitated voice coming through the receiver, but I couldn't make out the words.
When?
After hearing the answer, he asked,
Where? Yes, I'm on my way.
He hung up and raked a hand through his hair. I stood. What's wrong?
Corinne's in the hospital. My mother says it's bad.
I'll get dressed. What happened? Gideon looked at me. Goosebumps swept across my skin. I'd never seen him look so shattered.
Pills, he said hoarsely. She swallowed a bottle of pills.
We took the DB9. While we waited for the attendant to bring the car to us, Gideon called Raoul, telling him to meet us at the hospital to take over the Aston Martin when we arrived. When Gideon slid behind the wheel, he drove with tight focus. Every turn of the wheel and press of the accelerator was skilled and precise. Enclosed in the small space with him, I knew he'd shut down. Emotionally, he was unreachable. When I placed my hand on his knee to offer comfort and support, he didn't even twitch. I wasn't sure he even felt it. Raoul was waiting for us when we pulled up to the emergency room. He opened the door for me, then rounded the hood and took the driver's seat after Gideon got out. The gleaming car was moved out of the drop-off driveway before we walked through the automatic doors. I took Gideon's hand, but I wasn't sure he felt that either. His attention was riveted on his mother, who stood when we entered the private waiting area we'd been directed to.
Elizabeth Vidal barely glanced at me, going straight to her son and hugging him. He didn't hug her back, but he also didn't pull away. His grip on my hand tightened. Mrs. Vidal didn't even acknowledge me. Instead, she turned her back to me and gestured at the couple seated together nearby. They were clearly Corinne's parents. They'd been talking to Elizabeth when Gideon and I came in, which seemed odd to me since Jean-Francois Giroux was standing alone by the window, looking as much like an outsider as Elizabeth was making me feel. Gideon's hold on my hand slackened as his mother pulled him toward Corinne's family. Feeling awkward standing in the doorway alone, I went to Jean-Francois. I greeted him softly. "I'm very sorry." He looked at me with dead eyes, his face seeming to have aged a decade since we'd met at the wine bar the day before. "What are you doing here?" "Mrs. Vidal called Gideon." "Of course she did." He looked over to the seating area. "One would think he was her husband and not I." I followed his gaze. Gideon was crouched in front of Corinne's parents, holding her mother's hand. A sick feeling of dread spread through me, making me cold. "She would rather be dead than live without him," he said tonelessly. I looked back at him. Suddenly, I understood. "You told her, didn't you, about our engagement? And look how well she took the news." Jesus. I took a shaky step toward the wall, needing the support. How could she not know what a suicide attempt would do to Gideon? She couldn't be that blind. Or had his reaction, his guilt, been her aim all along? It made me sick to think of anyone being that manipulative, but there was no denying the result. Gideon was back at her side, at least for now. A doctor entered the room, a kind-looking woman with cropped silvery blonde hair and faded blue eyes. "Mr. Giroux?" "Oui?" Jean-Francois stepped forward. "I'm Dr. Steinberg. I'm treating your wife. Could we speak privately for a moment?" Corinne's father stood.
"We're her family."
Dr. Steinberg smiled gently. "I understand. However, it's Corinne's husband I need to speak with. I can tell you that Corinne will be fine after a few days' rest." She and Giroux stepped out of the room, which effectively cut off the sound of their voices, but they were still visible through a glass wall. Giroux towered over the much shorter doctor, but whatever she said to him had him crumbling visibly. The tension in the waiting room ratcheted up to an unbearable degree. Gideon stood beside his mother, his attention snared by the heart-rending scene unfolding before us. Dr. Steinberg reached out and placed a hand on Jean-Francois's arm, still speaking. After a moment, she stopped and left him. He just stood there staring at the floor, his shoulders slumped as if a great weight pressed down on them. I was about to go to him when Gideon moved first. The moment he stepped outside the waiting room, Giroux lunged at him. The thud as the two men collided was teeth-rattling in its violence. The room shook as Gideon slammed into the thick glass wall. Someone shouted in surprise, then yelled for security. Gideon threw Giroux off and blocked a punch. Then he ducked, avoiding a blow to the face. Jean-Francois bellowed something, his face contorted with fury and pain. Corinne's father rushed out at the same moment security arrived with stun guns drawn and aimed. Gideon shoved Jean-Francois off again, defending himself without once throwing a punch of his own. His face was stony, his eyes cold and nearly as lifeless as Giroux's. Giroux shouted at Gideon. With the door left open by Corinne's father, I caught part of what was said. The word enfant needed no translation. Everything inside me went deathly still, all sound lost to the buzzing in my ears. Everyone rushed out of the room as both Gideon and Giroux were flex-cuffed and hustled toward a service elevator by the guards. I blinked when Angus appeared in the doorway, certain I was imagining him.
"Mrs. Cross," he said softly, approaching me carefully with his cap in his hands.
I could only imagine how I looked. I was stuck on the word baby, and what that could possibly mean. After all, Corinne had been in New York as long as I'd known Gideon. But her husband hadn't been.
"I've come to take you home."
I frowned. "Where's Gideon?"
"He texted me and asked me to come get you."
My confusion turned into a sharp pain. But he needs me. Angus took a deep breath, his eyes filled with something that looked like pity.
Come with me, Eva. It's late.
He doesn't want me here, I said flatly, latching onto the one thing I was beginning to comprehend.
He wants you home and comfortable.
My feet felt rooted to the floor. Is that what the text said?
That's what he's thinking.
You're being kind. I started to walk, running on autopilot. I passed one of the orderlies picking up the mess made when Giroux had been shoved into a cart of supplies. The way he avoided looking at me seemed to confirm the harsh reality. I'd been set aside. 22. Gideon didn't come home that night. When I checked his apartment on my way out to work, I found the beds neatly made. Wherever he'd spent the night, it hadn't been near me. After the revelation of Corinne's pregnancy, I was stunned that I'd been left on my own with no explanation. I felt like this huge bomb had exploded in front of me, and I was left standing in the rumble, alone and confused. Angus and the Bentley were waiting for me downstairs when I stepped outside. Irritation simmered. Every time Gideon pulled away from me, he sent Angus in as a surrogate. I should have married you, Angus, I muttered as I slid into the back seat. You're always there for me.
Gideon makes sure of it,
he said, before shutting the door. Always loyal, I thought bitterly. When I got to work and learned that Megumi was still out sick, I was equally concerned about her and relieved for me. It wasn't like her to miss work. She was always at her desk early, so the repeated absences told me something was really wrong with her. But not having her there meant she couldn't catch my mood and ask questions I didn't want to answer. Couldn't answer, actually. I had no idea where my husband was, what he was doing or feeling. And I was angry and hurt about it. The one thing I wasn't was scared. Gideon was right about marriage fostering a settled feeling. I had a grip on him he'd have to work to break. He couldn't just disappear or ignore me forever. No matter what, he would have to deal with me at some point. The only question was, when? Focusing on work, I willed the hours to rush by. When I got off at 5, I still hadn't heard from Gideon, and I hadn't reached out to him either. As far as I was concerned, he needed to bridge the gap he'd created between us. I headed to my Krav Maga class after work, where Parker worked one-on-one with me for an hour. "You're on fire tonight," he said when I threw him to the mat for the 6th or 7th time. I didn't tell him I was imagining Gideon in his place. When I got home, I found Carrie and Trey hanging out in the living room. They were eating torpedo sandwiches and watching a comedy show.
"We've got plenty,"
Trey said, pushing half of his sandwich toward me.
"There's beer in the fridge, too."
He was a great guy, with an awesome personality to match, and he loved my best friend. I looked at Carrie, and for a second, he let me see his confusion and pain. Then he hid it behind his bright, gorgeous smile. He patted the cushion next to him. "Come sit, baby girl." "Sure," I agreed, partly because I couldn't bear the thought of being alone in my room with my thoughts driving me crazy. "Just let me take a shower first." Once I was freshly scrubbed and cozy in worn sweats, I joined the two men on the couch. I brooded over getting a not found error when I tried to track Gideon's smartphone with the instructions he'd given me. I ended up sleeping in the living room, preferring the couch to a bed that might smell like my missing husband. I woke up to the smell of him anyway, and the feel of his arms around me as he lifted me. Weary, I rested my head against Gideon's chest and listened to the sound of his heart beating strong and sure. He carried me to my bedroom. "Where have you been?" I muttered.
"California."
I jolted. "What?" He shook his head.
"We'll talk in the morning."
"Gideon."
"In the morning, Eva,"
he said sternly, putting me to bed, and pressed a rough kiss to my forehead. I caught his wrist as he straightened. "Don't you dare leave me."
"I haven't slept in damn near 2 days."
There was an edge to his voice that set off alarms. Pushing onto my elbows, I tried to see his face in the semi-darkness. But it was too hard, and I was still trying to shrug off sleep. I could tell he was wearing jeans and a long-sleeved shirt, and that was about it.
So, got a bed right here. He heaved out an exasperated, weary breath.
Lie down. I'll get my prescription.
It wasn't until he'd been gone too long that I remembered he kept a bottle of pills in my bathroom. He'd left for no other reason than to leave. I shoved the blankets off me and stumbled out of the room, making my way through my darkened living room to find my keys. I went to Gideon's apartment and let myself in, nearly tripping over a suitcase left carelessly by the door. He must have taken just enough time to drop it off before coming to me, and yet he hadn't intended to spend the night in my bed. Why had he come? Just to see me sleep? To check up on me? Fuck. Would I ever understand him? I searched for him and found him sprawled face down on the master bed, his head on my pillow and his clothes still on. His boots lay a few feet apart from each other at the end of the bed, as if he'd kicked them off in a rush, and a smartphone and wallet were tossed on the nightstand. The phone was irresistible. I picked it up, typed in Angel as the password, and scrolled through it without shame. If he caught me doing it, I wouldn't care. If he wasn't going to give me answers, I had every right to search for them myself. The last thing I expected to find were so many pictures of me in his photo album. There were dozens, some of us together taken by paparazzi, others that he'd taken with his phone when I was unaware. Candid shots that afforded me the opportunity to see myself through his eyes. I stopped worrying. He loved me, adored me. No man could take the pictures he did of me otherwise. With messy hair and no makeup, doing nothing more interesting than reading something or standing in front of an open refrigerator contemplating what I wanted. Pictures of me sleeping and eating and frowning in concentration. Boring, commonplace things. His phone log showed mostly calls placed between him and Angus, Raoul, or Scott. There were voicemails from Corinne I refused to torture myself by listening to, but I could see he hadn't answered her or called her in a while. There were calls between him and business associates, a couple with Arnaldo and several with his attorneys, and 3 calls exchanged between him and Deanna Johnson. My gaze narrowed. Those ranged from several minutes long to a quarter of an hour. I checked his text messages and found the one he'd sent to Angus when we were at the hospital.
I need her out of here.
Sinking into the armchair in the corner of the room, I stared at the message. Need, not want. For some reason, the word choice changed my perception of what happened. I still didn't get it completely, but I didn't feel quite so pushed aside. There were also texts between him and Ireland, which made me happy. I didn't read them, but could see that the last one had come in on Monday. Returning the phone to its former spot, I watched the man I loved sink into the deep sleep of exhaustion. Sprawled as he was, dressed as he was, he looked his age. He carried so much responsibility, and he made it look so effortless, so innately artless, that it was easy to forget he was as vulnerable to being overworked and stressed out as anyone. It was my job as his wife to help him deal with that. But that was impossible for me to do if he shut me out. In saving me worry, he took more onto himself. We'd be talking about that as soon as he caught some sleep. I woke with a crick in my neck and the lingering sense that something was wrong. Moving gingerly so as not to pull something, I unfolded from my curled-up position in the armchair and noted that the dawn was well on its way. Pinkish orange light was visible through the windows, and a quick glance at the bedside clock told me it was creeping into morning. Gideon groaned, and I stilled, dread sliding through me at the sound. It was a terrible noise, the sound of a creature wounded in both body and soul. A chill swept over me as he moaned again, everything in me reacting violently to his torment. Rushing to the bed, I climbed on it, kneeling as I pushed at his shoulder. "Gideon, wake up!" He flinched away from me, curling around my pillow and squeezing it. His body jerked as a sob escaped him. I spooned behind him, wrapping one arm around his waist. "Shh, baby," I whispered. "I've got you. I'm here." I rocked him as he cried in his sleep, my tears wetting his shirt.
"Wake up, angel mine,"
Gideon murmured, his lips brushing over my jaw.
"I need you."
I stretched,
feeling lingering aches from the last 2 nights of hard training, and the few hours I'd spent sleeping in the armchair before moving to the bed and joining him. My t-shirt was pushed up, exposing my breasts to his avid, hungry mouth. A hand pushed beneath the waistband of my sweats, and then my panties, finding my cleft and expertly coaxing me to a swift arousal. "Gideon." I could feel the need in his touch, the desire that was far more than skin deep. He took my mouth, hushing me with a kiss. My hips arched as his fingers pushed into me, fucking me gently. Eager to answer his silent demand for more, I pushed at my sweats, kicking restlessly until I got them off. I reached for the button fly of his jeans, yanking it open and shoving the denim and cotton boxer briefs out of the way.
"Put me inside you,"
he whispered against my lips. I circled his thick erection with my fingers, positioning him and then lifting to take the first inch of him inside me. Burying his face in my neck, he thrust, sinking into me, moaning with pleasure as I closed tight around him.
"Christ, Eva, I need you so much."
My arms and legs caged him, holding him tight. Time and everything else in the world ceased to matter. Gideon renewed all the promises he'd made to me on the sands of a Caribbean beach, and I tried to heal him, hoping to give him the strength he needed to face another day. I was putting on my makeup when Gideon joined me in the bathroom, setting a steaming mug of creamy sweet coffee on the marble counter next to me. He wore nothing but pajama pants, so I guessed he wasn't going into the office, or at least not right away. Eyeing him in the mirror, I searched for signs that he remembered his dreams. I'd never seen him so deeply troubled, as if his heart were breaking.
"Eva," he said quietly, "we need to talk."
I'm on board with that. Leaning back against the counter, he held his mug in both hands. He stared down into his coffee for a long minute before asking,
"Did you make a sex tape with Brett Klein?"
"What?" I faced him, my hand tightening on the handle of my makeup brush. "No! Fuck no! Why would you ask me that?" He held my gaze.
"When I came back from the hospital the other night, Deanna caught up with me in the lobby. After the situation with Corinne, I knew brushing her off was the wrong approach."
"I told you that."
"I know. You were right. So I took her to the bar up the street, bought her a glass of wine, and apologized."
"You took her out for wine," I repeated.
"No. I took her out to tell her I'm sorry for how I treated her. I bought her the wine so we had a reason to be sitting in the damn bar," he said irritably. "I figured you'd prefer a public place over bringing her up to the apartment, which would have been more convenient and private."
He was right, and I appreciated his thinking of how I'd react and making accommodations for it. But I was still annoyed that Deanna had snagged a pseudo-date with him. Gideon must have known what I was feeling because his lips tilted up on one side.
"So possessive, Angel. You're lucky I like it so much."
"Shut up. What does Deanna have to do with a sex tape? Did she tell you there was one? It's a lie. She's lying."
"She's not. My apology smoothed things over enough for her to throw me a bone. She told me about the tape and that an auction for it was imminent."
"I'm telling you she's full of shit," I argued.
"You know a guy named Sam Yamara?"
Everything stopped. Anxiety pooled in the pit of my stomach. Yes, he was the band's wannabe videographer.
"Right."
He took a sip of his coffee, his eyes hard as they looked at me over the rim of his mug.
"He apparently set up remote cameras at some of the band's shows to gather backstage material. He claims to have recreated the Golden video with actual explicit footage."
Oh my God. I covered my mouth, feeling sick. It was bad enough thinking about strangers watching Brett and me fucking, but it was a million times worse imagining Gideon seeing it. I could still picture the look on his face when he'd watched the music video, and that had been terrible. He and I would never be the same if he viewed the real deal. I knew I'd never be able to scrub images of him and another woman out of my mind, and over time, they'd eat at me like acid. "That's why you went to California," I whispered,
horrified.
Deanna gave me what information she had, and I secured a temporary injunction barring Yamara from licensing or selling the video.
I couldn't get a clue about what he was thinking or feeling from his body language. He was closed tight and restrained, rigidly in control, while I felt like I was coming apart at the seams.
"You can't stop it from getting out," I whispered.
"We have a temporary seal on the court proceedings."
"That video hits one of those file-sharing sites and it'll spread like the plague." He shook his head, the ends of his inky hair brushing over his shoulders.
"I've got an IT team dedicated to nothing but looking 24/7 for that file on the internet. But Yamara won't make any money giving the footage away. It's only worth something as an exclusive. He's not going to fuck that up before he exhausts all other options, including selling it to me."
"Deanna will tell. It's her job to expose secrets, not keep them."
"I offered her a 48-hour exclusive on our wedding photos, if she keeps a lid on this."
"And she was okay with that?" I asked skeptically.
"That woman's hot for you. She can't have been happy about you being off the market. Permanently."
"There is a point at which it becomes clear there's no hope," he said dryly. "I think I managed to make that point. Trust me, she was happy enough with the money to be made on the wedding exclusive."
I moved to the toilet, dropped the lid down, and sat. The reality of what he'd told me sank in.
"I'm sick over this, Gideon."
He set his coffee down next to mine and came to a crouch in front of me.
"Look at me."
I did as he ordered, but it was hard.
"I will never let anyone hurt you," he said. "Do you understand? I will take care of this."
"I'm sorry," I breathed.
"I'm so sorry you have to deal with this. And with everything else you have going on." Gideon caught my hands.
"Someone violated your privacy, Eva. Don't apologize for that. As for dealing with this, that's my right, my honor. You'll always come first."
"It didn't seem like I came first at the hospital," I argued, needing to get the resentment out before it festered, and needing him to explain why he was always pushing me away when he was trying to protect me. "Everything went to hell, and you shoved me at Angus when I wanted to be there for you. You took off to another state and didn't call, didn't say anything." His jaw tightened.
"And I didn't sleep. It took every minute I had and too many favors to count to get that injunction done in the time I had to work with. You have to trust me, Eva. Even if you don't understand what I'm doing, trust that I'm always thinking of you and doing what's best for you, for us."
I looked away, hating that answer. "Corinne's pregnant," he exhaled harshly.
"She was, yes. 4 months along."
One word chilled me. "Was?"
"She miscarried as the doctors were treating the overdose. I'm choosing to believe she didn't know about the baby."
I searched his face and tried to hide the pitiful relief on my own.
4 months? The baby was Giroux's then."
"I would hope so," he said curtly. "He seems to think it was his, and that I'm responsible for her losing it."
"Jesus."
Gideon's head dropped to my lap, his cheek resting on my thigh.
"She had to be clueless. She couldn't risk a baby over something so stupid."
"I won't let you blame yourself for this, Gideon," I told him sternly. He wrapped his arms around my waist.
"Christ, am I cursed?"
I hated Corinne so much in that moment I felt violent. She'd known Gideon's father had committed suicide. If she knew Gideon at all, she would know how much her attempt would devastate him. "You are not responsible for this." I ran my fingers through his hair, offering comfort. "Do you hear me? Only Corinne is responsible for what happened. She'll have to live with what she's done, not you and me."
"Eva."
He hugged me, his breath warm through the silk of my robe. A quarter hour after Gideon left me in the bathroom to take a call from Raoul, I was still standing at the vanity, staring into the sink.
"You'll be late for work,"
he said gently, joining me and hugging me from behind. "I'm thinking about just calling in. I never did that, but I was tired and feeling worn out. I couldn't imagine pulling it together enough to give my job the focus it deserved."
"You could, but it won't look good when you're photographed at the gala tonight."
I looked at him in the mirror. We're not going.
Yes, we are.
Gideon, if that footage of me and Brett gets out, you don't want your name linked to mine. His body went stiff, and then he turned me around to face him.
Say that again?
You heard me. The Cross name has been through enough, don't you think?
Angel, I'm as close as I've ever been to taking you across my knee. Luckily for you, I don't play rough when I'm mad.
His gruff teasing didn't distract me from the fact that he was determined to protect the girl I'd been, the girl I was ashamed of. He was willing to stand between me and scandal, shielding me as best he could and taking the hit alongside me, if it came to that. I didn't think it was possible to love him more than I did, but he kept proving me wrong. He cupped my face in his hands.
Whatever we face together. And you'll do it with my name.
Gideon,
I can't tell you how proud I am for you to have it.
He brushed his mouth across my brow.
How much it means to me that you've taken it and made it yours.
Oh, Gideon. I pushed onto my tiptoes and surged into him. I love you so much. I was a half-hour late to work and found a temp at Megumi's desk. I smiled and said hi, but worry ate at me. I popped my head into Mark's office and apologized profusely for being late. Then I called Megumi's cell when I got to my cubicle, but she didn't answer. I headed over to Will's. Got a question for you, I said when I reached him. Let's hope I have the answer, he shot back, swiveling in his chair to look up at me through his stylish glasses. Who does Megumi call to say she's sick? She reports to Daphne for everything. Why? I'm just worried. She hasn't called me back. I'm wondering if I pissed her off somehow. I shifted on my feet. I hate not knowing or being able to help. Well, for what it's worth, Daphne said she sounds horrible. That sucks. But thanks. I headed back to my cubicle. Mark gestured me into his office as I walked by. They're hanging this 6-story banner for tungsten scarves today. Yeah? He grinned. Want to check it out? Really? As scattered as I was feeling, getting out in the muggy August heat was preferable to sitting at my cool desk. That'd be awesome. He grabbed his jacket off the back of his chair. Let's go. When I got home shortly after 5 o'clock, I found my living room taken over by a team of white-coated beauty technicians. Carrie and Trey were kicked back on the couch with green goop on their faces, and towels under their heads to protect the white upholstery. My mother was chatting away while her hair was styled in a sexy cap of waves and curls. I took a quick shower, then joined them. In an hour, they managed to take me from bedraggled to glamorous, affording me the time to think about everything I'd ruthlessly suppressed all day: the video, Corinne, Giroux, Deanna, and Brett. Someone was going to have to tell Brett. That someone was me. When the beautician came toward me with a lip brush, I held up my hand. Red, please. She paused a minute, her head canting as she examined me. Yes, you're right. I was holding my breath through a finishing blast of hairspray when my smartphone vibrated in the pocket of my robe. Seeing Gideon's name on the screen, I answered, Hi, Ace.
What color are you wearing?
He asked, without a hello. Silver.
Really?
His voice took on a warm purr that made my toes flex.
I can't wait to see you in it, and out of it.
You won't be waiting, I admonished. You'd better have your fine ass over here in about 10 minutes.
Yes, ma'am.
My eyes narrowed. Hurry up, or we won't have any limo time.
I'll be there in 5.
He hung up, and I held my phone for a minute, smiling. Who was that? My mom asked, coming up beside me.
Gideon.
Her eyes lit up. He's escorting you tonight? Yes. Oh, Eva, she hugged me. I'm so glad. With my arms around her, I figured it was as good a time as any to start spreading the engagement news. I knew Gideon wasn't going to wait long before insisting on sharing our marriage with the world. I said quietly, He asked Dad for permission to marry me. Did he? When she pulled back, she was smiling. He talked to Richard, too, which I think is such a nice touch, don't you? I've already started planning. I was thinking June, At the Pierre, of course.
I suggest December at the latest. My mother gasped, her eyes widening.
Don't be ridiculous. There's no way to pull off a wedding in that amount of time. It's impossible.
I shrugged. Tell Gideon you're thinking of June next year. See what he says.
Well, I have to wait until he actually proposes first.
Right. I kissed her cheek. I'm going to get dressed. 23. I was in my room, sliding the strapless gown up over my matching bustier, when Gideon came in. I literally stopped breathing, my gaze drinking in his reflection in my cheval mirror. Standing behind me in a tuxedo tailored just for him, with a lovely gray tie that matched my dress so well, he was dazzling. I'd never seen him look so gorgeous. Wow, I breathed, entranced. You are so getting laid tonight. His mouth quirked.
Does that mean I can skip zipping you up?
Does that mean we can skip going to this thing?
Not a chance, Angel. I'm showing off my wife tonight.
No one knows I'm your wife.
I know it.
He came up behind me and secured my zipper.
And soon, really soon, the world will know it.
I leaned back into him, admiring our joint reflection. We took great pictures together, which made me think of other pictures. Promise me, I said, that you'll never watch the video. When he didn't answer me, I turned to look at him directly. When I saw the closed-off look on his face, I started freaking out. Gideon, did you watch it already? His jaw tightened.
A minute or two. Nothing explicit. Just enough to prove validity.
Oh my God. Promise me you won't watch it. My voice rose and grew sharp as panic spread through me. Promise me! His hands encircled my wrists and squeezed hard enough to make my breath catch. I stared at him wide-eyed, confused by the sudden aggression.
Calm down,
he said quietly. The oddest rush of warmth spread outward from where he touched me. My heart beat faster, but also steadier. I stared at our hands, my attention catching on his ruby ring. Red, like the cuffs he'd bought for me. I felt similarly captured and bound now, and it soothed me in a way I didn't understand. But Gideon obviously did. That was why I'd been afraid to marry him so quickly, I realized. He was taking me on a journey that had an unknown destination, and I had agreed to follow him blindfolded. It wasn't about where we'd end up as a couple, because that was never in question. We were obsessed, dependent on each other in the unrelenting way of addicts. Where I would end up, who I'd be at the end, was what I didn't know. Gideon's transformation had been almost violent, happening in a moment of sharp clarity when he'd comprehended that he couldn't live without me. My change was more gradual, so painstakingly measured that I'd believed I wouldn't have to change at all. I was wrong. Swallowing past the lump in my throat, I spoke more steadily. Gideon, listen. Whatever's on that video, it's nothing compared to what you and I have. The only memories I want in your head are ones we make. What we've got together, that's the only thing that's real, the only thing that matters, so please, promise me. He closed his eyes briefly, then nodded.
All right. I promise.
I breathed out a sigh of relief. Thank you. Lifting my hands to his mouth, he kissed them.
You're mine, Eva.
By silent mutual agreement, we refrained from mussing each other up in the limo before our first public appearance as a married couple. I was nervous, and while an orgasm or two would help alleviate that, looking less than perfect would only make it worse. And people would notice. Not only was my silver gown eye-catching, with its brilliant sheen and short train, but my arm-candy husband was an impossible-to-miss accessory. Attention would be on us, and Gideon seemed determined to keep it that way. He helped me out of the limo when we arrived at Fifth Avenue in Central Park South, taking a moment to slide his lips across my temple.
That dress is going to look amazing on my bedroom floor.
I laughed at the cheesy line, which I knew he'd intended, and camera flashes went off in a storm of blinding light. Once he turned away from me, all warmth left his face.
the beautiful planes settling into a closed expression that gave nothing away. He set his hand at the small of my back and led me across the red carpet and into Cipriani's. Once inside, he found a spot he approved of, and we stayed there for an hour as business associates and acquaintances circled around us. He wanted me at his side, and he wanted to be at mine as well, something he proved a short while later when we were headed to the dance floor.
"Introduce me,"
he said simply, and I followed his gaze to where Christine Field and Walter Lehman, of Waters, Field and Lehman, were laughing along with the group of people they were standing with. Christine looked restrained and elegant in a black beaded dress that covered her from throat to wrists to ankles, except for the plunging back, and Walter, who was a large man, looked successful and confident in a nicely cut tuxedo and bow tie. "They know who you are," I pointed out.
"Do they know who I am to you?"
I wrinkled my nose a little, knowing my world was going to change drastically once my single girl self was subsumed by my identity as Eva Cross. "Come on, Ace." We headed over there, weaving through round tables covered in white linens and decorated with candelabras wrapped in floral garlands that lent a wonderful fragrance to the room. My bosses spotted Gideon first, of course. I don't think they even recognized me until Gideon quite obviously deferred to me by letting me speak first. "Good evening," I said, shaking Christine's and Walter's hands. "I know you're both familiar with Gideon Cross, I paused, my brain grinding to a halt.
"Fiancé,"
Gideon finished, shaking hands. Congratulations were exchanged, smiles got bigger, eyes brighter. "This doesn't mean we're losing you, does it?" Christine asked, diamond drop earrings glinting in the soft light of the chandeliers. "No, I'm not going anywhere." That earned me a sharp pinch on my butt from Gideon. We were going to have to deal with the work issue at some point, but I figured I could hold him off at least until our next wedding. We talked a bit about the Kingsman vodka campaign, which was mostly a way to emphasize what a good job Watersfield and Lehman had done, so the agency could hook more cross-industries business. Gideon knew the game, of course, and played it well. He was polite, charming, and clearly not a man who could be easily influenced. After that, we ran out of things to talk about. Gideon made our excuses.
"Let's dance," he murmured in my ear. "I want to hold you."
We moved on to the dance floor, where Carrie was drawing attention with a stunning redhead. Flashes of a pale, shapely leg could be seen through the risque slit in her emerald green dress. He moved her into a spin, then a dip, undeniably suave. Trey hadn't been able to come because of an evening class, and I was sorry about that. I was sorry, too, that I was glad Carrie hadn't brought Tatiana instead. Thinking that way made me feel bitchy, and I seriously disliked catty bitches.
"Look at me."
I tilted my head at Gideon's command and found his eyes on me. "Hi, Ace." With his hand at my back, and my hand in his, he swept casually around the dance floor.
"Crossfire,"
he whispered, his gaze hot on my face. I touched his cheek with my fingertips. "We're learning from our mistakes."
"You read my mind."
"It feels good." He smiled, his eyes so blue and his hair so damn sexy I wanted to run my fingers through it right then and there. He pulled me closer.
"Not as good as you feel."
We stayed on the dance floor through 2 songs, then the music ended when the band leader turned to the mic and made an announcement. Dinner was about to be served. Seated at our table were my mother and Richard, Carrie, a plastic surgeon and his wife, and a guy who said he'd just wrapped up shooting the pilot episode to a new television show he hoped would be picked up for a full-season run. The meal was some sort of Asian fusion, and I ate everything because it was good, and the portions weren't that big. Gideon had his hand on my thigh beneath the table, his thumb rubbing lightly in small circles that made me squirm. He leaned over.
"Sit still."
"Stop it," I whispered back.
"Keep wiggling and I'll put my fingers inside you."
"You wouldn't dare." He smirked.
"Try me and see."
Because I wouldn't put it past him, I sat still, even though it killed me. "Excuse me," Carrie said abruptly, pushing back from the table. I watched him walk away and caught his gaze lingering on a nearby table. When the redhead in green followed him out of the room a few moments later, I wasn't too surprised, but I was very disappointed. I knew the situation with Tatiana was stressing him out, and I knew mindless sex was Carrie's cure-all. But it also fucked with his self-esteem and led to more problems than it fixed. It was good that we were only a couple of days away from seeing Dr. Travis. Leaning into Gideon, I whispered, "Carrie and I are going to San Diego this weekend." His head swiveled toward me.
"You're telling me this now?"
"Well, between your exes and my ex, my parents, Carrie, and everything else, it keeps slipping my mind. I figured I'd better tell you before I forgot again."
"Angel."
He shook his head. "Hang on." I pushed to my feet. I needed to remind him that Brett had a tour stop in San Diego at the same time, but I had to catch Carrie first. He looked at me quizzically as he stood. "Be right back," I told him, adding very quietly, "Got some cock-blocking to do."
"Eva."
I heard the warning in his tone and ignored it, lifting my skirt and hurrying after Carrie. I'd just made it past the ballroom entrance when I ran into a familiar face. "Magdalena," I said in surprise, stopping. "I didn't know you were here." "Gage was wrapped up in a project, so we ran a little late. Missed dinner entirely, but at least I got my hands on one of those chocolate mousse things they served for dessert." "Kick-ass," I agreed. "Totally," Magdalena smiled. I thought to myself that she looked really good, softer, sweeter, still stunning and sultry in a one-shouldered red lace dress, her dark hair framing a delicate face and crimson lips. Getting away from Christopher Vidal had done her a lot of good, and having a new man in her life surely helped. I remembered her mentioning a guy named Gage when she'd visited me at work a couple weeks before. "I saw you with Gideon," she said, "and I noticed your ring." "You should have come over and said hi." "I was eating that dessert." I laughed. A girl's gotta have her priorities. Magdalena reached out and touched my arm briefly. "I'm happy for you, Eva. Happy for Gideon." "Thank you. You should stop by our table and tell him that." "I will. Catch you later." She walked off, and I stared after her for a minute, still wary but thinking she might not be so bad after all. The one negative about running into Magdalena was losing Carrie. By the time I resumed chasing after him, he'd already ducked out of sight somewhere. I headed back to Gideon, mentally preparing the ass-chewing I was going to give Carrie. Elizabeth Vidal halted me in my tracks. "Excuse me," I said when I nearly bumped into her. She grabbed me by the elbow and pulled me over to a dark corner. Then she caught my hand and looked at my gorgeous Asher diamond. "That's my ring." I tugged free. "It was your ring. It's mine now. Your son gave it to me around the time he asked me to marry him." She looked at me with those blue eyes that were so like her son's, so like Ireland's. She was a beautiful woman, glamorous and elegant. As much a head-turner as my mother, really, but she had Gideon's iciness. "I won't let you take him away from me," she bit out between brilliantly white teeth. "You've got it all wrong." I crossed my arms. "I want to get you two together, so we can put everything out in the open. You're filling his head with lies." "Oh my God, seriously? The next time he tells you what happened, and I'll make sure he does, you're going to believe him. And you're going to apologize and find some fucking way to make it easier for him to bear, because I want him healed and healthy and whole." Elizabeth stared at me, clearly fuming. She obviously wasn't on board with that plan. "Are we done?" I asked, disgusted with her deliberate blindness. "Not even close," she hissed, leaning into me. "I know about you and that lead singer. I'm on to you." I shook my head. Had Christopher talked to her? What would he have said? Knowing what he'd done to Magdalena, I believed him capable of pretty much anything. Unbelievable. You believe the lies and ignore the truth. I started walking away but stopped. What I think is really interesting is that after I confronted you last time, you didn't ask Gideon about what happened. "Hey, son, your crazy girlfriend told me this crazy story." I can't figure out why you didn't ask him. I don't suppose you'd want to explain? Fuck you. Yeah, I didn't think you would. I left her behind before she opened her mouth again and ruined my night. Unfortunately, when I started heading toward my table, I saw Deanna Johnson sitting in my seat, talking to Gideon. Are you kidding me? I muttered, my gaze narrowing at the way the reporter kept putting her hand on his forearm as she talked. Carrie was off doing what he shouldn't be doing. My mom and Stanton were on the dance floor, and Deanna had slid in like a snake. Whatever Gideon thought, it was obvious to me that her interest in him was as hot as ever. And while he offered no encouragement aside from listening to whatever she was saying, just the fact that he was giving her attention was watering that weed. She must be great in bed. He fucks her a lot. I stiffened and turned toward the woman talking to me. It was Carrie's redhead, who had the flushed, bright-eyed look of a woman who'd just had a very nice orgasm. Still, she was older than I'd first thought from a distance. You should watch out for him, she said, looking at Gideon. He uses women. I've seen it happen, more than it should. I can handle myself. They all say that. Her sympathetic smile rubbed me the wrong way. I know of 2 women who've experienced severe depression over him. Certainly they won't be the last. You shouldn't listen to gossip, I snapped. She walked away with an irritatingly serene smile, reaching up to pat her hair as she skirted tables on the way to her own. It wasn't until she was halfway across the room that I placed her face. Crap. I hurried back to Gideon. He stood when I reached him. I need you real quick, I said briskly, before shooting a look at the brunette in my chair. Deanna, always a pleasure. She ignored the dig. Hi, Eva. I was just leaving. But I'd already tuned her out. I caught Gideon's hand and tugged. Come on.
All right, hang on.
He said something to Deanna, but I didn't catch it, pulling him along instead.
Christ, Eva, what the hell is the rush?
I stopped by the wall and looked out over the room, searching for green and red. Seemed to me he would have noticed his former lover, unless she'd been deliberately avoiding him. Of course, she looked so different without her former pixie haircut, and I hadn't seen her white-haired husband, which would have made it easier to identify her sooner. Do you know if Anne Lucas is here? His hand tightened on mine.
I haven't seen her. Why?
Emerald green dress, long red hair. Seen that woman?
No.
She was dancing with Carrie earlier.
I wasn't paying attention.
I looked at him, getting aggravated. Jesus, Gideon, it was hard to miss her.
Forgive me for having eyes only for my wife, he said dryly.
I squeezed his hand. I'm sorry, I just need to know if it was her.
Explain why. Did she come up to you?
Yeah, she did. Shoveled some shit my way, then wandered off. I think Carrie sneaked off with her too, for a quickie. Gideon's face turned hard. He turned his attention to the room, sweeping it from one side to the other with a slow, searching glance.
I don't see her. Or anyone like you described.
Isn't Anne a therapist?
Psychiatrist.
A sense of foreboding made me restless. Can we go now? He studied me.
Tell me what she said to you.
Nothing I haven't heard before.
That's reassuring, he muttered. Yes, let's go.
We went back to our table for my clutch and to say goodbye to everyone. Can I hitch a ride with you? Carrie asked after I hugged my mom goodbye. Gideon nodded.
Come on.
Angus shut the door of the limo. Carrie, Gideon, and I settled back into the bench seats, and just a couple of minutes later we pulled away from Cipriani's and into traffic. My best friend shot me a look. Don't start. He hated when I laid into him about his behavior, and I didn't blame him. I wasn't his mother, but I was someone who loved him and wanted good things for him. I knew how self-destructive he could be when left unchecked, but that wasn't my biggest concern at that moment. What was her name? I asked, praying he knew so I could identify the redhead once and for all. Who cares? Jesus. My hands flexed restlessly around my clutch. Do you know it or not? I didn't ask, he retorted. Drop it.
Watch the tone, Carrie,
Gideon admonished quietly.
You got a problem, fine. Don't take it out on Eva for giving a shit about you.
Carrie's jaw tightened, and he looked out the window. I sat back, and Gideon drew me into the curve of his shoulder, his hand running up and down my bare arm. No one said another word on the ride home. When we reached my apartment, Gideon headed into the kitchen to grab a bottle of water and ended up on the phone, his gaze meeting mine across the breakfast bar and the several feet separating us. Carrie stalked off to his bedroom, then turned abruptly at the hallway and came back to hug me. Hard. With his face in the curve of my shoulder, he whispered,
Sorry, baby girl.
I hugged him back. You deserve better than the way you treat yourself.
I didn't do her,
he said quietly, pulling back to look at me.
I was going to. I thought I wanted to. But when it came down to it, it hit me that I have a kid coming. A kid, Eva. And I don't want him, or her, growing up thinking of me the way I do my mom. I gotta get my shit straight.
I hugged him again. I'm proud of you.
Yeah, well.
He pulled back, looking sheepish.
I still rubbed her off, since I'd taken it that far, but my dick stayed tucked in my pants.
TMI, Carrie, I said. Totally TMI.
We still heading out to San Diego tomorrow?
His hopeful look twisted my heart. Hell yeah, I'm looking forward to it. His grin was tinged with relief.
Good. I've got us flying out at 8:30.
Gideon rejoined us just then, and the look he gave me told me we weren't done talking about my going away for the weekend. But when Carrie headed down the hallway to his room, I grabbed Gideon and kissed him hard, delaying that conversation. As I'd hoped, he didn't hesitate to pull me in and take over, his mouth eating at mine with lush, deep licks. Moaning, I let him sweep me away. The world could go crazy by itself for a night. Tomorrow was soon enough to face it, and everything we had to deal with. I grabbed him by the tie. Tonight, you're mine.
I'm yours every night,
he said in that warm, raspy voice that stirred the hottest fantasies. Start now. I walked backward, pulling him toward my room. And don't stop. He didn't. Not till morning. Author's note. Yes, dear reader, you're right. This can't possibly be the end. Gideon and Eva's journey isn't quite finished yet. I look forward to seeing where they'll take us next. All my best, Sylvia. We hope you have enjoyed our presentation of Entwined with You by Sylvia Day. Copyright 2013 by Sylvia Day. Performed by Jill Redfield. Directed by Tommy A. Gomez. Performance copyright 2013 by Brilliance Audio. All rights reserved. For further information concerning this program or other Brilliance Audio titles, please call the following toll-free number, 1-800-222-3225, or visit our website at www.brillianceaudio.com. No part of this recording may be played for an audience or reproduced in any form. It may not be streamed, downloaded, broadcast, or copied without written permission. Address all inquiries to Brilliance Audio, P.O. Box 887, Grand Haven, Michigan, 49417.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
This is Audible.
Brilliance Audio presents the unabridged recording of Captivated by You by Sylvia Day. Performed by Jill Redfield and Jeremy York. This one is for all the readers who waited patiently for this next chapter in Gideon and Eva's story. I hope you love it as much as I do.
1. Icy needles of water bombarded my overheated skin, the sting chasing away the clinging shadows of a nightmare I couldn't fully remember. Closing my eyes, I stepped deeper into the spray, willing the lingering fear and nausea to circle the drain at my feet. A shiver racked me, and my thoughts shifted to my wife, my angel who slept peacefully in the apartment next door. I wanted her urgently, wanted to lose myself in her, and hated that I couldn't. Couldn't hold her close, couldn't pull her lush body under mine and sink into it, letting her touch chase the memories away. Fuck! I placed my palms flat against the cool tile and absorbed the chill of the punishing deluge into my bones. I was a selfish asshole. If I'd been a better man, I would have walked away from Eva Cross the moment I saw her. Instead, I'd made her my wife, and I wanted the news of our marriage broadcast via every medium known to man, rather than hidden away as a secret between less than a handful of people. Worse, since I had no intention of letting her go, I would have to find a way to make up for the fact that I was such a fucking mess we couldn't even sleep in the same room together. I lathered, quickly washing away the sticky sweat I'd woken up in. Within minutes, I was heading out to the bedroom, where I pulled on a pair of sweats before heading to my home office. It was just barely 7 in the morning. I'd left the apartment Eva shared with her best friend, Carrie Taylor, only a couple of hours earlier, wanting to give her time to catch a few hours of sleep before she headed into work. We had been at each other all night, both of us too needy and greedy. But there'd been something else, too, an urgency on Ava's part that gnawed at me and left me uneasy. Something was bothering my wife. My gaze drifted to the window and its view of Manhattan beyond it, then settled on the empty wall where photos of her and us hung in the same space in my penthouse office in our home on Fifth Avenue. I could imagine the collage clearly, having spent countless hours studying it over the last few months. Looking out at the city had once been the way I encapsulated my world. Now I accomplished that by looking at Eva. I sat at my desk and woke my computer with a shake of the mouse, taking a deep, slow breath as my wife's face filled my monitor. She wore no makeup in the photo that was my desktop wallpaper, and a smattering of light freckles on her nose made her appear younger than her 24 years. My gaze slid over her features, the curve of her brows, the brightness of her gray eyes, the fullness of her lips. In the moments when I let myself think of it, I could almost feel those lips against my skin. Her kisses were benedictions, promises from my angel that made my life worth living. With a determined exhalation, I picked up the phone and speed-dialed Raul Huerta. Despite the earliness of the hour, he answered swiftly and alertly. "Mrs. Cross and Carrie Taylor are heading to San Diego today," I said, my hand curling into a fist at the thought. I didn't have to say more. "Got it. I want a recent photo of Ann Lucas and a detailed rundown of where she was last night on my desk by noon." "At the latest," he affirmed. I hung up and stared at Ava's captivatingly beautiful face. I'd caught her in a happy, unguarded moment, a state of being I was determined to keep her in for the rest of her life. But last night she'd been distressed by a possible run-in with a woman I'd once used. It had been a while since I'd crossed paths with Anne, but if she was responsible for aggravating my wife, she'd be seeing me again. Soon. Opening my inbox, I started sifting through my emails, drafting quick answers when required, and working my way toward the subject line that had caught my eye the moment my email opened. I felt Eva before I saw her. I lifted my head and my keystrokes slowed. A sudden rush of desire soothed the agitation I felt whenever I wasn't with her. I leaned back to better appreciate the view. "You're up early, Angel." Eva stood in the doorway with her keys in hand, her blonde hair a sexy tangle around her shoulders, her cheeks and lips flushed from sleep, her curvy body clad in a tank top and shorts. She was braless, her lush tits swelling softly beneath the ribbed cotton. Petite and built to take a man to his knees, she often pointed out how different she was from the women I'd been photographed with before her. "I woke up missing you," she replied, with the throaty voice that never failed to make me hard. "How long have you been up?" "Not long." I pushed the keyboard drawer in to make room for her on my desk. She padded over on bare feet, effortlessly seducing me. The moment I first saw her, I'd known she would wreck me. The promise was there in her eyes and the way she moved. Everywhere she went, men stared at her, coveted her, just like I did. I caught her by the waist when she came close enough, choosing to pull her onto my lap instead. Bending my head, I caught her nipple in my mouth, drawing on her with long, deep sucks. I heard her gasp, felt her body jolt at the sensation, and smiled inwardly. I could do whatever I wanted to her. She'd given me that right. It was the greatest gift I had ever been given. "Gideon." Her hands went to my hair, sifting through it. I felt infinitely better already. Lifting my head, I kissed her, tasting the cinnamon of her toothpaste and the underlying flavor that was uniquely her. She touched my face, her gaze searching. "Did you have another nightmare?" I exhaled in a rush. She'd always been able to see right through me. I wasn't sure I would ever get used to it. I stroked the pad of my thumb over the damp cotton clinging to her nipple. "I'd rather talk about the wet dreams you're inspiring right now." "What was it about?" My lips thinned at her persistence. "I don't remember." "Gideon." "Drop it, Angel." Eva stiffened. "I just want to help you." "You know how to do that." She snorted. "Sex fiend." I cuddled her closer. I couldn't find the words to tell her how she felt in my arms, so I nuzzled her neck, breathing in the well-loved scent of her skin. "Ace." Something in the tone of her voice set me on edge. I pulled back slowly, my gaze gliding over her face. "Talk to me." "About San Diego." Her eyes dropped, and she caught her lower lip between her teeth. I stilled, waiting to see where the conversation would go. 6/9 is going to be there, she said finally. She hadn't tried to hide what I'd already known, which was a relief, but a different kind of tension flooded me instead. "You're telling me that's a problem." My voice remained steady, but I was anything but calm. "No, it's not a problem," she said softly. But her fingers were tangling restlessly in my hair. "Don't lie to me." "I'm not." She took a deep breath and then held my gaze. "Something's not right. I'm confused." "About what exactly?" "Don't be like that," she said quietly. "Don't get all icy and freeze me out." "You'll have to forgive me. Listening to my wife tell me she's confused over another man doesn't put me in a good mood." She squirmed out of my lap, and I let her, so I could watch her, gauge her, with some distance between us. "I don't know how to explain it." I deliberately ignored the cold knot in my gut. Try. It's just... Looking down, she chewed on her lip. There's something not finished. My chest grew tight and hot. Does he turn you on, Eva? She stiffened. It's not like that. Is it the voice, the tattoos, his magic dick? Stop it. It's not easy talking about this. Don't make it harder. It's damned hard for me, too, I snapped, pushing to my feet. I raked her from head to toe, wanting to fuck her and punish her at the same time. I wanted to tie her up, lock her up, safe from anyone who could threaten my grip on her. He treated you like shit, Eva. Did seeing the Golden video make you forget that? Is there something you need that I'm not giving you? Don't be an ass. Her arms crossed, a defensive pose that angered me further. I needed her open and soft. I needed her completely. And there were times when I was maddened by how much she meant to me. She was the one thing I couldn't imagine losing, and she was saying the one thing I couldn't bear hearing. Please don't be ugly about this, she whispered. I'm being remarkably civilized, considering how violent I feel at the moment. Gideon. Guilt darkened her gray eyes, and then tears glistened. I looked away. Don't. But she saw into me the way she always did. I didn't mean to hurt you. The diamond on her ring finger, my claim to her, caught the light and shot sparks of multi-hued fire against the wall. I hate that you're upset and pissed off at me. It hurts me too, Gideon. I don't want him. I swear I don't. Restless, I went to the window, trying to find the calm I needed to deal with the danger Brett Klein presented. I'd done everything I could. I had said the vows, slid the ring on her finger, bound her to me in every way. Yet it still wasn't enough. The city spread out before me, the view obstructed by taller buildings. From the penthouse, I could see for miles. But from the Upper West Side apartment I'd taken next door to Eva's, the vista was limited. I couldn't see the endless ribbons of streets clogged with yellow taxis, or sunlight glinting off the many skyscraper windows. I could give Eva New York. I could give her the world. I couldn't love her more than I did. It consumed me. And still an asshole from her past was making strides on edging me out. I remembered her in Klein's arms, kissing him with a desperation she should feel only for me. The possibility that lust for him might still affect her made me want to tear something apart. My knuckles popped as my hands fisted. Do we need to take a break already? Take some time for Klein to clear up your confusion? Maybe I should do the same and help Corinne deal with hers. She sucked in a shaky breath at the mention of my former fiancé. Are you serious? There was a terrible stretch of silence. Then, congratulations, dickhead! You just hurt me worse than he ever did. I turned in time to see her stalking out of the room, her back rigid and tense. The keys she'd used to let herself in were left on my desk, and the sight of them abandoned triggered something desperate. Stop! I caught her, and she struggled, the dynamic between us so familiar. Eva running, me chasing. Let me go! My eyes closed, and I pressed my face against her. I won't let him have you. I'm so mad at you right now, I could hit you. I wanted her to, wanted the pain. Do it. She clawed at my forearms. Put me down, Gideon! I turned her around and pinned her to the hallway wall. What am I supposed to do when you tell me you're confused about Brett Klein? I feel like I'm hanging on the edge of a cliff and my grip is slipping. So you're going to tear at me to hold on? Why don't you get that I'm not going anywhere? I stared down at her, scrambling for something to say that would make things right between us. Her lower lip began to quiver, and I unraveled. "Tell me how to handle this," I said hoarsely, circling her wrists and exerting gentle pressure. "Tell me what to do." "Handle me, you mean?" Her shoulders went back. "Because I'm what's wrong here. I knew Brett during a time in my life when I hated myself but wanted other people to love me. And now he's acting the way I wanted him to back then, and it's giving me a head trip." "Christ, Eva." I pressed harder, flattening my body against her. "How am I not supposed to feel threatened by that?" "You're supposed to trust me. I told you because I didn't want you to get weird vibes and jump to conclusions. I wanted to be honest about it so you wouldn't feel threatened. I know I've got some stuff to work out in my head. I'm going to see Dr. Travis this weekend, and shrinks aren't a cure-all. Don't yell at me." I fought the urge to slam my fist into the plaster behind her. My wife's blind faith in the healing properties of therapy frustrated the hell out of me. "We're not running to a damned doctor every time we've got a problem. It's you and me in this marriage, not the goddamn psychiatric community." Her chin lifted, her jaw taking on the determined slant that drove me crazy. She never gave me an inch unless my cock was inside her. Then she gave me everything. "You may think you don't need help, Ace, but I know I do. What I need is you." I cupped her head in my hands. "I need my wife, and I need her thinking about me and not some other guy. You're making me wish I hadn't said anything." My lip curled in a sneer. "I knew how you felt. I've seen it." "God, you jealous, crazy," she moaned softly. "Why don't you understand how much I love you? Brett's got nothing on you. Nothing. But honestly, I don't want to be around you right now." I felt her resistance, the pushback of her trying to get away. I clutched her like a lifeline. "Can't you see what you're doing to me?" Eva softened in my arms. "I don't get you, Gideon. How can you just flip a switch and turn your feelings off? Knowing how I feel about Corinne, how could you throw her in my face like that?" "You're the reason I breathe. I can't turn it off." I slid my mouth across her cheek. "I think of nothing but you. All day. Every day. Everything I do with you in mind. There's no room for anyone else. It kills me that you have room for him." "You're not listening." "Just stay the hell away from him." "That's avoidance, not a solution." Her fingers dug into my waist. "I'm broken, Gideon. You know that. I'm piecing myself back together." I loved her just the way she was. Why wasn't that enough? "Thanks to you, I'm stronger than I've ever been," she went on. "But there are still cracks, and when I find them, I have to figure out what made them and how to seal them up. Permanently." "What the fuck does that mean?" My hands pushed beneath her top, seeking her bare skin. She stiffened and pushed at me, rejecting me. "Gideon, no." I sealed my mouth over hers. Lifting her off her feet, I took her to the floor. She struggled and I growled, "Don't fight me." "You can't just screw our problems away." "I just want to screw you." My thumbs hooked into the waistband of her shorts and shoved them down. I was frantic to be in her, possessing her, feeling her surrender. Anything to drown out the voice in my head telling me I'd fucked up. Again. And this time, I wouldn't be forgiven. "Let me go!" She rolled onto her stomach. My arms banded around her hips when she tried to crawl away. She could throw me off as she'd been trained to do, and she could cut me off with a word. Her safe word. Crossfire. Eva froze at the sound of my voice, and the one word meant to convey the riot of emotions she shattered me with. It was in that eye of the storm that something snapped. A fierce and familiar quiet exploded within me, silencing the panic, shaking my confidence. I stilled, absorbing the sudden absence of turmoil. It had been a long time since I'd last felt the dizzying switch between chaos and control. Only Eva could rock me so deeply, sending me hurtling back to a time when I'd been at the mercy of everything and everyone. "You're going to stop fighting me," I told her calmly. "And I'm going to apologize." She went lax in my arms. Her submission was total and swift. I had the upper hand again. I pulled her up and back so that she was sitting on my thighs. Eva needed me in control. When I was reeling, she scattered, which only shook me more. It was a vicious cycle, and I had to get a better grip on it. "I'm sorry. Sorry for hurting her. Sorry for losing my command of the situation. I'd been edgy after the nightmare, something she'd intuited, and getting hit with Klein immediately after hadn't given me the time to get my shit together. I would deal with him. I'd keep a tight grasp on her. Period. There were no other options. I need your support, Gideon. I need you to tell him you're married." She leaned her temple against my cheek. "I'm going to." I shifted her to sit across my lap and leaned back against the wall, cradling her close. Her arms wrapped around my neck, and my world righted itself again. Her hand slid down my chest. "Ace." The coaxing note in her voice was one I knew well. I was hard in an instant, my blood hot and thick. Submitting to me turned Eva on, and that reaction from her fired me up like nothing else. I pushed my hand into her hair and fisted the soft gold strands, watching the way her eyes grew heavy-lidded at the feel of the gentle tug. She was restrained and at my mercy, and she loved it, needed it, just as much as I did. I took her mouth. Then I took her. While Angus drove Eva and me to work, I scrolled through my appointment calendar and thought of my wife's 8:30 flight. I glanced at her. "You'll take one of the jets to California." She had been looking out the window of the Bentley, city-scoping with her usual eager interest. She turned her gaze to me. I was born in New York. I'd grown up in and near the city and eventually began to make it my own. At some point, I'd stopped noticing it. But Ava's fascination and delight with my hometown had reintroduced it to me. I didn't study the city with the intensity she did, but I saw it with fresh eyes all the same. "Will I?" she challenged, her eyes betraying her countering attraction to me. Her fuck-me look kept me red-lined constantly. "Yes." I closed my tablet case. "It's faster, more comfortable, and safer." Her mouth curved. "All right." That hint of teasing amusement captivated me, made me want to do everything wicked and raw to her until only complete surrender remained. "You get to tell Carrie," she went on, switching the cross of her legs and revealing the lacy edge of her stockings and a peak of her garter. She was wearing a red sleeveless shirt and a white skirt with strappy heels. A perfectly acceptable businesslike outfit that was elevated by the body inside it to understated sexiness. Electricity arced between us, the instinctive recognition that we had been made to fit together perfectly. "Ask me to come with you," I said. hating the thought of her being away from me for an entire weekend. Her smile faded. I can't. If I'm going to start telling people we're married, I have to start with Carrie, and I can't do that with you around. I don't want him to feel like he's on the outside of a life I'm creating with you. I don't want to be on the outside either. She linked her fingers with mine. Spending private time with friends doesn't make us any less of a couple. I prefer to spend time with you. You're the most interesting person I know. Her eyes widened and she stared at me. Then she exploded into movement, hitching up her skirt and straddling me before I realized what she was doing. Cupping my face in her hands, she pressed her gloss-slick lips to mine and kissed me senseless. I moaned as she pulled away breathlessly. My fingers flexed into the generous curve of her gorgeous ass. Do that again. I'm so hot for you right now, she breathed, rubbing my lips clean with her thumb. I'm good with that. Her husky laugh slid all around me. I feel so awesome right now. Better than you did in the hallway? Her joy was infectious. If I could have stopped time, I would have at that moment. That's a different kind of awesome. Her fingertips tap-danced on my shoulders. She was radiant when she was happy, and her pleasure brightened everything around her, even me. That was the best compliment, Ace, especially coming from the Gideon Cross. You meet fascinating people every day. And wish they'd go away so I can get back to you. Her eyes glistened. God, I love you so much it hurts. My hands shook, and I dug them into the backs of her thighs to hide it from her. My gaze wandered, trying to latch on to something that would anchor me. If she only knew what she did to me with those 3 little words. She hugged me. I want you to do something for me, she murmured. Anything. Everything. Let's have a party. Seizing the opportunity to move on to other topics. Great. I'll set up the swing. Pulling back, Eva shoved at my shoulder. Not that kind of party, fiend. I sighed. Bummer. She gave me a wicked smile. How about I promise the swing in return for the party? Ah, now we're talking. I settled back, enjoying her immensely. Tell me what you have in mind. Booze and friends, yours and mine. All right. I considered the possibilities. I'll see you your booze and friends, and raise you a quickie in a dark corner somewhere during. Her throat worked on a quick swallow, and I smiled inwardly. I knew my angel well. Indulging her closet exhibitionism was a complete 360 turnaround for me, and though it still amazed me when I thought about it, I didn't mind it in the least. There was nothing I wouldn't do for those moments when the only thing that mattered to her was being filled with my cock. You drive a hard bargain, she said. Exactly my intention. Okay, then. She licked her lips. I'll see your quickie and raise you a hand job under the table. My brows rose. Clothed, I countered. Something that sounded like a purr rumbled in the air between us. I think you need to revisit and revise, Mr. Cross. I think you'll need to work harder to convince me, Mrs. Cross. She was, as always, the most invigorating negotiation of my day. We separated on the 20th floor, where she exited the elevator into the Waters, Field, and Lehman foyer. I was determined to get her on my team and working for me. It was an objective I strategized every day. When I reached my office, my assistant was already at his desk. "Good morning," Scott greeted me, standing as I approached. "PR called a few minutes ago. They're fielding an unusual amount of inquiries about a rumored engagement between you and Miss Trammell. They'd like to know how to respond." "They should confirm." I passed him and went to the coat rack in the corner behind my desk. He followed. "Congratulations." "Thank you." I shrugged out of my jacket and slung it on a hook. When I glanced at him again, he was grinning. Scott Reed handled myriad tasks for me with quiet care, which led others to often underestimate him and allow him to go unnoticed. On more than one occasion, his detailed observations of individuals had proven extremely insightful, and so I overpaid him for his position to keep him from going anywhere else. "Miss Trammell and I will marry before the end of the year," I told him. "All interview and photo requests for either of us should be routed through Cross Industries. And tell security downstairs the same. No one should get to her without going through me first." "I'll let them know. Also, Mr. Madani wanted to be notified when you got in. He'd like a few minutes with you before the meeting this morning." "I'm ready when he is." "Great," Arash Madani said, walking in. "There used to be days when you were here before 7. You're slacking off, Cross." I shot the lawyer a warning look that carried no heat. Arash lived to work, and was damned good at it, which is why I hired him away from his former employer. He'd been the toughest counsel I had ever run across, and in the years since, that hadn't changed. Gesturing at one of the 2 chairs in front of my desk, I took my seat and watched him take his. His dark blue suit was simple but bespoke, his wavy black hair tamed by a precision cut. Sharp intelligence marked his dark brown eyes, extending to a smile that was more warning than greeting. He was a friend as well as an employee, and I valued his lack of bullshit. "We've received a respectable bid on the property on 36th, he said. "Oh?" A tangle of emotions held my reply for a moment. The hotel Eva hated remained a problem as long as I owned it. "That's good. That's curious," he shot back, setting one ankle on the opposite knee. "Considering how slowly the market's recovering, I had to dig through several layers, but the bidder is a subsidiary of Landcorp." "Interesting." "Cocky. Landon knows the next highest bid is a ways off, about 10 million ways. I recommend we pull the property off the market and revisit in a year or 2. "No." Sitting back, I waved away the suggestion. "Let him have it." Arash blinked. "Are you shitting me? Why are you in such a hurry to get rid of that hotel?" "Because I can't keep it in my holdings without hurting my wife." "I have my reasons." "That's what you said when I advised you to sell it a few years ago, and you chose to sink millions in renovations into it instead. An expense that you're just finally breaking even on, and now you want to offload it in a still shaky market to a guy who wants your head?" "It's never a bad time to sell real estate in Manhattan. And certainly never a bad time to dump something Eva called my fuck pad." "There are better times, and you know it. Landon knows it. You sell to him, you'll only be encouraging him." "Good. Maybe he'll up his game." Ryan Landon had an axe to grind. I didn't hold it against him. My father had decimated the Landon fortune, and Ryan wanted a cross to pay for that. He wasn't the first or last businessman to come after me because of my father, but he was the most tenacious, and he was young enough to have plenty of time to dedicate to the task. I looked at the photo of Eva on my desk. All other considerations were secondary. "Hey," Arash said, lifting his hands in mock surrender. "It's your business. I just need to know if the rules have changed." "Nothing's changed." "If you believe that, Cross, you're further out of the game than I thought. While Landon's plotting your ruin, you're off at the beach. Stop kicking my ass for taking a weekend off, Arash. I'd do it again in an instant. Those days I'd spent with Eva in the Outer Banks had been every fucking dream I'd never allowed myself to have. I stood and walked to the window. Land Corps' offices were in the high-rise 2 blocks over, and Ryan Landon's office had a prime view of the Crossfire building. I suspected he spent more than a few moments every day staring at my office and planning his next move. Occasionally, I stared back and dared him to bring it harder. My father was a criminal who destroyed countless lives. He was also the man who taught me how to ride a bike and to sign my name with pride. I couldn't save Jeffrey Cross's reputation, but I could damn sure protect what I'd built out of his ashes. Arash joined me at the window. I'm not going to say I wouldn't hole up with a babe like Ava Trammell if I could, but I'd have my goddamn cell phone with me, especially in the middle of a high-stakes negotiation. Remembering how melted chocolate tasted on Ava's skin, I thought a hurricane could have been ripping the shingles off the roof, and I wouldn't have given it a second's attention. You're making me pity you. Land Corps' acquisition of that software set you back years in research and development, and it's made him cocky. That was what really got Arash's blood up, Landon's pleasure in his own success. That software's next to worthless without POSIT's hardware. He glanced at me. So? Agenda item number 3. He faced me. It said to be determined on my copy. Well, it says POSIT on mine. That game enough for you? Damn. My desk phone beeped, followed by Scott's voice projecting from the speaker. A couple things, Mr. Cross. Miss Trammell is on line 1. Thank you, Scott. I headed for the receiver with the thrill of the hunt coursing through my blood. If we acquired POSIT, Landon would be back to square one. When I'm clear, I need Victor Reyes on the line. Will do. Also, Mrs. Vidal is at reception, he went on, stopping me in my tracks. Would you like me to postpone the morning meeting? I looked out the glass partition that divided my office from the rest of the floor, even though I couldn't see my mother from that distance. My hands clenched at my sides. According to the clock on my phone, I had 10 minutes to spare, and my wife on the line. The urge was there to make my mother wait until I could fit her in my schedule, not hers, but I shoved it down. Buy me 20 minutes, I told him. I'll take the calls with Miss Trammell and Reyes, then you can bring Mrs. Vidal back. Got it. I waited a beat. Then I picked up the phone and hit the rapidly blinking button.
2.
Angel.
The impact of Gideon's voice on my senses was as hard-hitting as it had been the first time I'd heard it. Cultured yet smoky with sensuality, it knocked me for a loop both in the darkness of my bedroom and over the phone, where I couldn't be distracted by that incomparably gorgeous face of his. Hi. I slid my swivel chair a little closer to my desk. Is it a bad time?
If you need me, I'm here.
Something in his voice didn't hit me right. I can call back later.
Ava.
The authoritative bite when he said my name had my toes flexing in my nude slingback Louboutins.
Say what you need.
You? I almost said, which was more than a little insane considering he'd just fucked my brains out only a couple hours before, after he'd fucked my brains out damn near all night long. Instead, I told him, I need a favor.
I'll enjoy the payback.
Some of the tension left my shoulders. He'd hurt me by mentioning Corinne the way he had, and the argument that followed was still fresh in my mind, but I had to push it aside, let it go. Does security have the home addresses of everyone who works in the Crossfire?
They have copies of IDs. Tell me why you're asking.
The receptionist here at work is a friend of mine, and she's been out sick all week. I'm worried about her.
If you're hoping to head over to her place and check up on her, you should get the address from her.
I would, if she'd return my calls. I ran my fingertip around the lip of my coffee mug and stared at the collage of pictures of Gideon and me that decorated my desk.
Are you not on speaking terms at the moment?
No, we're not fighting or anything. It's just not like her to not get in touch with me, especially when she's calling in sick to work every day. She's a chatty girl, you know?
No, he drawled. I have no idea.
If it had been any other guy who'd said that, I would think he was being sarcastic. But not Gideon. I didn't think he'd ever really talked with women in any meaningful way. He was too often clueless when interacting with me, as if his social development hadn't quite been well-rounded when it came to dealing with the opposite sex. Then you'll have to take my word for it, Ace. I want to make sure she's all right.
My lawyer's standing right here, but I don't have to ask him about the legality of giving you the information you're asking for via the means you've suggested. Call Raoul. He'll find her.
Really? An image of the dark-haired, dark-eyed security specialist ran through my mind. Is he going to be okay with that?
Angel, he's paid to be okay with everything.
Oh. I fiddled with my pen. I knew I shouldn't feel uncomfortable using Gideon's resources, but it made me feel as if our relationship were unbalanced in his favor. While I didn't believe he would ever hold that over me, I didn't think he'd see me as equal to him either, and that was really important to me. He had already taken care of issues on his own that I should have been a part of, like Sam Yamara's horrid sex tape of Brett and me, and Nathan. Still, I asked, how do I reach him?
I'll text you his number.
Okay. Thanks.
I want either myself, Angus, or Raoul with you when you go see her.
And that wouldn't be awkward at all. I glanced at Mark's office to make sure my boss didn't need me for anything. I tried not to make personal calls at work, but Megumi had been out for 4 days straight without a single returned call or text the whole time.
Don't throw me that chicks before dicks line, Eva. You need to give me something here.
I got the subtext. He was worried about me going to San Diego and was letting that issue slide. I had to bend a little somewhere else in return. Okay. If she's not back in the office on Monday, we'll figure out how to handle it.
Good. Anything else?
No, that's it. My gaze returned to a photo of him and my heart hurt, just a little, the way it always did when I looked at him. Thank you. I hope you have an amazing day. I love you madly, you know. And no, I don't expect you to say it back while your lawyer's hanging around.
Eva.
There was an aching note in his voice that moved me more than words ever could.
Come see me when you get off work.
Sure. Don't forget to call Carrie about taking your jet.
Consider it done.
I hung up and sat back in my chair. Good morning, Eva. I swiveled to face Christine Field, the executive chairman. Good morning. I wanted to congratulate you again on your engagement. Her gaze went past my shoulder to the framed photos behind me. I'm sorry I hadn't realized you and Gideon Cross were dating. That's okay. I try not to talk about my personal life at work. I made the statement casually because I didn't want to antagonize one of the partners. Still, I hoped she'd got the hint. Gideon was the center of my life, but I needed some parts of it to belong only to me. She laughed. That's good, but just goes to show that I'm not keeping my ear close enough to the ground. I doubt you're missing anything important. Are you the reason Cross approached us with the Kingsman campaign? I winced inwardly. Of course she'd think I would recommend my employer to my boyfriend, because she'd assume Gideon and I had been dating at least long enough to make an engagement plausible. Telling her I had been with Watersfield and Lehman longer than I'd been with Gideon, when I had been employed there only a couple of months, would open up speculation I didn't want floating around. Worse, I was pretty certain Gideon had used the vodka campaign as an excuse to draw me into his world on his terms. That didn't mean Mark hadn't done a phenomenal job on the request for proposal. I didn't want my relationship with Gideon to shift any of the focus away from my boss and his accomplishments. Mr. Cross approached the agency on his own, I replied, sticking to the truth. Which was a great decision. Mark rocked that RFP. Christine nodded. He did. All right, I'll let you get back to work. Mark's been singing your praises too, by the way. We're glad to have you on our team. I managed to smile, but my day was off to a rocky start. First, Gideon knocked me sideways with his Corinne bullshit. Then, finding Megumi still out sick. Now, I'd rolled into being treated differently at work because my name was connected to Gideon's in a significant way. Opening my inbox, I started going through the morning's email. I understood that Gideon wanted to make me feel what he was feeling, so he'd leveraged Corinne against me. I'd known talking about Brett was going to be a problem, which was why I'd put it off, but I hadn't had an ulterior motive in bringing it up, or when I'd kissed Brett either. I had hurt Gideon, yes, but could sincerely say I hadn't consciously intended to do so. On the flip side, Gideon had deliberately set out to hurt me. I hadn't realized he was capable of that or willing to do it. Something important had shifted between us that morning. I felt as if a core column of trust had been shaken. Did he know that? Did he understand how big a problem that was? My desk phone rang and I answered with my usual greeting. How long were you going to wait to tell me about your engagement? A sigh escaped me before I could hold it back. My Friday really was shaping up to be a trial. Hi, Mom. I was going to call you during my lunch. You knew last night, she accused. Did he ask you on the way to dinner? Because you didn't say anything about a proposal when we talked about him asking your father and Richard for permission. I saw the ring at Cipriani's and was pretty sure. But when you didn't say anything, I didn't push because you've been so touchy lately, and you've been violating the law lately, I shot back. Gideon was wearing a ring too, so I thought maybe it was some kind of promise thing or something. It is. And then I read about your engagement online. I mean, really, Ava. No mother should find out on the internet that her daughter is getting married. I stared at my monitor blankly, my heart rate kicking up. What? Where on the internet? Take your pick. Page 6, HuffPost. And let me tell you again, there is no way I can pull together a proper wedding before the end of the year. My daily Google alert hadn't hit my inbox yet, so I did a quick search, typing so quickly I spelled my own name wrong. It didn't matter. Socialite Ava Trammell has nabbed the brass ring. Not literally, of course. Multi-billionaire entrepreneur Gideon Cross, whose name is synonymous with excess and luxury, wouldn't slide anything less than platinum onto the finger of the woman who will bear his name. See photo at left. A source at Cross Industries confirmed the significance of the giant rock on Trammell's left hand. No comment was made regarding the ring Cross has been seen wearing. See photo at right. A wedding is planned before year's end. We have to wonder what the rush is. Operation Godiva Baby Bump Watch has commenced. Oh my God, I breathed, horrified. I have to go. I have to call Dad. Ava, you need to come over after work. We have to talk about the wedding. Thankfully, my dad was on the West Coast, which bought me at least 3 hours, depending on his work schedule. I can't. I'm going to San Diego this weekend with Carrie. I think you need to put off any travel for a while. You need to start without me, Mom, I said desperately, glancing at the clock. I don't have anything specific in mind. You can't be serious. Gotta go. Have to work." I hung up, then pulled open the desk drawer that held my smartphone. "Hey." Mark Garrity leaned over the top of my cubicle and offered me one of his charming crooked smiles. "Ready to roll?" My finger hovered over the home button on my phone. I was torn between doing what I was paid to do, work, and making sure my dad heard about the engagement from me. Usually it wouldn't be a dilemma at all to choose. I loved my job too much to risk it by slacking off. But my dad had been in a funk since he'd messed around with my mom, and I was worried about him. He wasn't the kind of guy to take sleeping with a married woman lightly, even one he was in love with. I put the phone back in the drawer. "Absolutely," I replied, pushing back from my desk and grabbing my tablet. When I settled into my usual seat in front of Mark's desk, I sent my dad a quick text from my tablet saying I had something important to share with him and that I'd call him at noon. It was the best I could do. I could only hope it was enough.
3. Man, you are smooth. I looked up at Arash after setting the receiver back in its cradle. Are you still here? The attorney laughed and settled back in his seat on my office sofa. The view wasn't nearly as pleasant as the one my wife had given me not too long ago. "Schmoozing the father-in-law," he said. "I'm impressed. I expect Eva will be impressed too. Bet you're counting on that heading into the weekend." Damn right. I would need all the points I could earn when I met up with Eva in San Diego. She's about to go out of town, and you have to head into the conference room before they get too restless in there. I'll join you as soon as I can. He stood. "Yes, I heard. Your mother's here. Let the wedding insanity begin. Since you're free this weekend, how about we round up some of the usual suspects at my place tonight? It's been a while, and your bachelor days are numbered. Well, technically they're over, but no one else knows that." And he was bound by attorney-client privilege. It took me a beat to decide. "All right. What time?" 8-ish. I nodded, then caught Scott's eye. He got the message and rounded his desk to head up to reception. "Great." Arash grinned. "See you at the meeting." During the 2 minutes I had alone, I texted Angus about getting to California. I still had unfinished business there, and taking care of it while Eva was visiting her dad gave me a legitimate excuse to be where she was. Not that I absolutely needed one. "Gideon." As my mother entered, my fingers curled into my palms. Scott followed and asked, "Are you sure I can't get you something, Mrs. Vidal? Coffee, maybe? Or water?" She shook her head. "No, thank you. I'm fine." "All right." He smiled and left, pulling the door closed behind him. I hit the remote on my desk that controlled the opacity of the glass wall, blocking the view from everyone on the main floor. My mother approached, looking slim and elegant in dark blue slacks and white blouse. She'd pulled her hair back into a sleek ebony bun, showing off the flawless face that my father had adored. Once I'd adored it too. Now I had trouble looking at her. And since we looked so much alike, I sometimes had trouble looking at myself. "Hello, Mother. What brings you into the city?" She set her purse on the edge of my desk. "Why is Eva wearing my ring?" The small pleasure I'd felt at seeing her dissipated instantly. It's my ring. And the answer to your question is obvious. She's wearing the ring because I gave it to her when I proposed. "Gideon." She pulled her shoulders back. "You don't know what you're getting into with her." I forced myself to remain facing her. I hated when she looked at me with hurt in her eyes. Blue eyes that were so like mine. "I don't have time for this." I've put an important meeting on hold to see you." "I wouldn't have come to your office if you'd answer my calls or come home once in a while." Her pretty pink mouth tightened with disapproval. "That is not my home." "She's using you, Gideon." I retrieved my coat. "We've had this discussion." She folded her arms across her chest like a shield. I knew my mother. She was just getting started. "She's involved with that singer, Brett Klein. Did you know that? And she's got an ugly side you've never seen. She was downright vicious to me last night." "I'll speak with her." Straightening my coat with a brisk tug on the lapels, I headed toward the door. She shouldn't be wasting her time. My mother's breath caught. "I'm trying to help you." "It's a little late for that, don't you think?" She took a shaky step back from the look I gave her. "I know Jeffrey's death was hard on you. It was a difficult time for all of us. I tried to give you—" "I'm not doing this here," I snapped, furious that she would bring up something as personal as my father's suicide while I was working, that she would bring it up at all. "You've hijacked my morning and pissed me off. Let me make it clear to you. There is no scenario pitting you against Eva where you come out on top." "You're not listening to me." "There's nothing you could say that would affect anything. If she wanted my money, I'd give her every cent. If she wanted another man, I'd make her forget him." She lifted an unsteady hand to her hair, smoothing it, although not a single glossy strand was out of place. "I only want the best for you, and she's stirring up crap that has been put away a long time. It can't be a healthy relationship for you. She's creating a rift with your family that—" "We've been estranged, Mother. Eva has nothing to do with that." "I don't want it to be like this." Stepping closer, she held out her hand. A strand of black pearls peeked out from between the lapels of her blouse, and a sapphire-faced Patek Philippe adorned her wrist. She hadn't rebooted her life after my father's death. She'd done a complete wipe and restart, and never looked back. "I miss you. I love you." "Not enough." "That's not fair, Gideon. You won't give me a chance." "If you need a ride, Angus is at your service." I caught the handle of the door and paused. "Don't come here again, Mother. I don't like arguing with you. It would be best for both of us if you just stay away." I left the door open behind me and headed toward the conference room. "You took this shot today?" I looked up at Raoul, who stood in front of my desk. Dressed in a plain black suit, he had the steady, watchful gaze of a man who made his living by seeing and hearing everything. "Yes," he answered. "Not more than an hour ago." I returned my attention to the photo in front of me. It was difficult looking at Anne Lucas. The sight of her fox-like face, with its sharp chin and sharper eyes, brought back memories I wished I could erase from my mind. Not just of her, but of her brother, who'd been similar in ways that made my skin crawl. "Eva said the woman had long hair," I murmured, noting that Anne still had cropped hair. I remembered the plastic feel of it, the sharp gelled spikes scratching my thighs as she deep-throated my cock, working desperately to get me hard enough to fuck her. I handed the tablet back to Raoul. "Find out who it was." "Will do." "Did Eva call you?" He frowned. "No." But he pulled out his smartphone and checked it. "No," he said again. "She may wait until you fly out to San Diego. She wants you to find a friend of hers." "No problem. I'll take care of it." "Take care of her," I said, holding his gaze. "Doesn't need to be said." "I know. Thank you." As he left my office, I sat back in my chair. There were a number of women in my past who might cause problems for me with my wife. The women I'd slept with were aggressive by nature, ones who put me in the position of needing to take the upper hand. Eva was the only woman who'd ever grabbed the lead, and made me want more. It was getting harder to let her be away from me, not easier. "The team from Envoy is here," Scott said through the speaker. "Send them in." I powered through my day, wrapping up the week's agenda and laying the groundwork for more to come. There was a lot I needed to get off my plate before I could take time off with Eva. Our day-long honeymoon had been perfect, but far too short. I wanted at least 2 weeks away with her, preferably a month. Someplace far away from work and other commitments, where I could have her all to myself with no interruptions. My smartphone vibrated on my desktop, and I looked at it, surprised to see my sister's face on the screen. I'd texted Ireland earlier to let her know about the engagement. Her reply had been a short and simple, "Yay! Stoked. Congrats, bro." I'd barely answered the call with a quick hello when she cut me off. "I'm so fucking excited!" she yelled, forcing me to pull the phone away from my ear. Watch the mouth. "Are you kidding? I'm 17, not 7. This is so awesome. I've wanted a sister forever, but figured I'd be old and gray before you and Christopher stopped bouncing around and settled down." I sat back in my chair. "I live to serve." "Ha! Yeah, right. You done good, you know. Ava's a keeper." "Yes, I know." "Thanks to her, I get to harass you now. Always a highlight of my day." My chest tightened, forcing me to take a minute before I could reply in an easy tone of voice. "Oddly enough, it's a highlight of mine as well." "Well, yeah, it should be." Her voice lowered. "I heard Mom losing her shit over it earlier. She told Dad she went to your work and you guys got in a fight or something. I think she's kinda jealous. She'll get over it." "Don't worry about it. Everything's fine." "I know. It just sucks that she couldn't keep it together today of all days. Anyway, I'm thrilled and wanted you to know that." "Thank you." "But I'm not going to be the flower girl. I'm too old for that. I'm up for being a bridesmaid, though. Even a groomswoman or whatever. Just saying." "All right." My mouth curved. "I'll pass that along to Eva." I'd just hung up when Scott buzzed through my office line. "Miss Trammell is here," he announced, making me realize how late in the day it was. "And as a reminder, your video conference with the development team in California is in 5 minutes. Pushing back from the desk, I saw Eva round the corner and come into view. I could watch her walk for hours. She had a sway to her hips that made me ache to fuck her, and a determined tilt to her chin that challenged every dominant instinct I had. I wanted to fist her ponytail in my hand, take her mouth and grind against her. Just the way I'd wanted to the first time I saw her, and every time since. "Send along the proposal deck to the team," I told Scott. "Tell them to review and I'll join in shortly." "Yes, sir." Eva swept through the door. "Eva," I stood. "How was your day?" She rounded the desk, then grabbed me by the tie. I was instantly hard and totally focused on her. "I fucking love you," she said, before yanking my mouth down to meet hers. I hooked one arm around her waist and felt around for the opacity controls with my other hand, all the while letting her kiss me as if she owned me. Which she did. Absolutely. The feel of her lips against mine, and the unmistakable possessiveness of her actions, were exactly what I needed after the day I'd had. Holding her close, I turned and half sat on the edge of the desk, pulling her in between my thighs. I could say it was a more secure way to hold her, but honestly, My knees were weak. Her kisses did that to me. Did what 3 hours of sparring with my trainer couldn't do. Inhaling through the rising lust, I breathed her in, allowing the delicate fragrance of her perfume and the provocative scent that was hers alone to intoxicate me. Her lips were soft and damp against mine, demanding in the subtlest of ways. Her tongue licked delicately, savoring, teasing and arousing me effortlessly. Eva kissed me as if I were the most delicious thing she'd ever tasted, a flavor she craved and was helplessly addicted to. The feeling was heady and had become necessary. I'd lived for her kisses. When she kissed me, I knew I belonged right where I was. Tilting her head, she moaned into my mouth, a soft sound of pleasure and surrender. Her fingers were in my hair, sliding through it, tugging it. That sensation of being caught, claimed, challenged me on the deepest level. I drew her closer, until the firmness of her belly pressed against the hardness of my erection. My dick was throbbing, aching. "You'll make me come," I murmured. All the effort I'd once had to expend to become aroused enough to orgasm was unnecessary with my wife. The fact that she existed stirred my blood. The strength of her desire was enough to set me off. She leaned back slightly, breathless like me. "I don't mind." "I wouldn't either if I didn't have a meeting waiting." "I don't want to hold you up. I just want to thank you for what you said to my dad." Smiling, I gave her ass a two-handed squeeze. My lawyer said I'd score major points for that. "Work was so busy, and I didn't have a chance to call him until lunch. I was so worried he'd hear about our engagement before I could tell him." She shoved at my shoulder. "You could have given me a heads up that you were announcing it to the world." I shrugged. It wasn't planned, but I wasn't going to deny it when asked. Her lips twisted wryly. "Of course not. Did you see that ridiculous post about a baby bump?" "A frightening thought at this point," I said, trying to keep my tone light despite the sudden rush of alarm I felt. "I'm planning on keeping you all to myself for a while." "I know, right?" She shook her head. "I was freaked out that my dad would think I was engaged and pregnant, and just couldn't be bothered to let him know. It was such a relief to call him and find out you'd explained everything and smoothed the way." "My pleasure. I would set the world on fire to clear a path for her, if that's what it took." Her hands went to work unbuttoning my vest. My brows arched in silent query, but I wasn't going to stop her. "I haven't even left yet, and I'm missing you already," she said quietly, straightening my tie. "Don't go." "If I were just going to hole up with Carrie for a bit, I'd do it here at home and not in San Diego." She lifted her gaze to my face. "But he's a head case over Tatiana being pregnant. Plus, I need to spend time with my dad, especially now." "Is there something you should be telling me?" "No. He sounded good when I talked to him, but I think he was hoping we'd have more time together before I got married. To him, it seems like you and I just met." I knew I should keep my mouth shut, but I couldn't. "And we can't forget Klein?" Her jaw hardened. She dropped her attention back to where her fingers were buttoning my vest. "I'm leaving soon. I don't want to fight again." I caught her hands. "Eva, look at me." Staring into her stormy eyes, I felt the tug in my chest, a slow wrenching that could turn me upside down. She hadn't stopped being angry with me, and I couldn't stand it. "You still don't understand what you do to me. How crazy you make me." "Don't give me that. You shouldn't have brought up Corinne the way you did." "Maybe not, But be honest. You brought up Klein this morning because you're worried about seeing him. I'm not worried. Angel. I gave her a patient look. You're worried. I don't think you'd sleep with him, but I do think you're anxious about crossing a line you shouldn't. You needed a strong reaction from me, so you were blunt and you got it. You needed to see what it would do to me, how just the thought of you with him makes me insane. Gideon. She gripped my biceps. Nothing is going to happen. I'm not making excuses. I brushed my fingertips across her cheek. I hurt you, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry too. I wanted to avoid causing any problems, and they happened anyway. I knew she regretted our fight. I could see it in her eyes. We're learning as we go. We'll fuck up now and again. You just have to trust me, Angel. I have, Gideon. It's why we've gotten so far. But the fact that you'd hurt me at all, on purpose. She shook her head, and I could see how what I'd said was eating at her. You were always supposed to be the one I could count on to never hurt me deliberately. Hearing her doubt her trust in me was a hard blow. I took the hit, then explained myself the way I'd only ever done with her. I would explain anything, talk for hours, write the promise in blood, if that was what it took to make her believe in me. There's a difference between deliberation and malicious intent, wouldn't you agree? I cupped her face in my hands. I promise I'll never cause you pain just to hurt you. Don't you see that I'm just as vulnerable? You have the same power to hurt me. Her face softened, became even more stunning. I wouldn't. But I did. You'll have to forgive me. She stepped back. I hate when you use that tone of voice. Inclined toward self-preservation, I didn't allow the smile I felt to show. But it makes you wet. Tossing a glare at me over her shoulder, Eva moved to the window and stood in the same spot I'd occupied that morning. Her ponytail showed off her beauty, and left her no way to conceal her emotions. Hot color rose in her cheeks. Did she know how often I thought about tying her up when she was riled like this? Not to cage her or leash her, but to hold that vibrant energy of hers, that lust for life I'd never learned to have. She gave that to me, surrendered it fully. Don't try to control me with sex, Gideon, she said with her back to me. I don't want to control you at all. You manipulate me. You do things, say things, just to get a particular response out of me. My arms crossed as I remembered her kissing Klein. As do you, which we just discussed. She faced me. I'm allowed to. I'm a woman. Ah, I smiled then. I knew that. You're such an enigma to me. She sighed, and I could see her letting the lingering resentment go. But you've got me pegged. You know all my buttons and just how to push them. If you think I don't spend a good percentage of every day trying to figure you out, you're not paying attention. Think about that while I handle this meeting, and then we'll say goodbye properly. As I sat in my chair, her gaze followed me. I adjusted the fit of my headset and paused when I realized she was staring. She liked looking at me, and hers was the only avid hunger that had ever made me feel good about myself. I'd never had the knee-jerk defensive reaction to her sexual interest that others provoked. She made me feel loved and wanted in a way that wasn't the least threatening. Watching you get into business mode makes me hot, she explained, her voice just husky enough to prevent me from fully focusing on work. Sexy as hell. My lips twisted wryly. Angel, behave for 15 minutes. What would be the fun in that? Besides, you like me bad. Damn straight. 15 minutes, I reiterated. Considering I'd planned for the meeting to take close to an hour, that was a major concession. Do what you have to do. Eva stopped by my chair and bent over like a pin-up girl to breathe in my ear. I'll find something to occupy myself with while you're on the phone playing with your millions. My cock was abruptly, painfully hard. She had said something similar to me when we'd first started dating, and I had dreamed of it in the weeks since. I would have told her to wait, but I knew she wouldn't. She had a determined look in her eye and a taunting swing to her hips as she circled my desk. I'd fucked up, and she wanted to get a piece of her own back. Some couples punished each other with pain or deprivation. Eva and we punished each other with pleasure. The moment she stepped out of view, I logged into the meeting without activating my camera, and I muted my microphone. All half-dozen participants were actively discussing the materials Scott had provided. I gave them a moment to register that I'd logged in, and used the time to stand and open my fly. Eva kicked off her heels. Good. It'll go easier on you if you cooperate. You don't actually believe having your mouth wrapped around my dick while I'm on a video conference is going to be easy at any level. Even then, the team in California was chiming in with greetings through my headset. I ignored them for the moment, thinking only of what was about to happen right there in my office. Only weeks ago, the possibility that I'd play while working would have been non-existent. If Eva had been wired any differently, I would have made her wait until I had the time and attention to devote fully to her. But my angel was a dangerous lover, one who got off on the thrill of being this close to discovery. I would never have known I enjoyed that edge if not for her. There were times I wanted to fuck her for the entire world to see, so it would be known definitively how completely I possessed her. Her grin was pure wickedness. If you liked things easy, you wouldn't have married me. And I was going to marry her again, as soon as possible. It wouldn't be the last time. We'd be renewing our vows often, reminding each other that we made a promise to be together forever, no matter what life threw at us. Lowering gracefully to her knees on the far side of my desk, Eva set her hands on the floor and prowled toward me like a lioness on the hunt. Through the smoked glass surface of my desktop, I watched her move into place, her tongue darting out to wet her lips. Anticipation coursed through me, the rush of the challenge and erotic expectation. Everything about my wife gave me pleasure, but her mouth was in a class by itself. She sucked me off as if she were starved for my cum, as if the taste were something she was hooked on. Eva gave me head because she loved it. Watching me unravel while she did it was just a bonus. I adjusted the spread of my fly and pushed down the waistband of my boxer briefs, studying her face as I revealed how she'd affected me. Her lips parted as her breath quickened, her body shifting back until she was sitting on her heels like a supplicant. Settling into my chair, I absorbed the unaccustomed feeling of restraint around my thighs and the pull of elastic beneath my balls. My reaction was swift and unpleasant, the sensation of being bound dredging up memories I kept ruthlessly buried. Reconsidering, I started to roll back in my desk chair, my heart rate rising. Eva swallowed me. Fuck, I hissed, my fingers digging into the armrests as her fingers dug into my hips. The rush of wet heat over the sensitive crown of my cock was shockingly intense. Hard suction tightened around me, and a satin-soft tongue massaged the perfect spot. Through the pounding of my heart, I heard the teen questioning whether my webcam and headset were working properly. Straightening my spine, I slid forward and activated my feeds. "Excuse the delay," I said briskly, as Eva took more of me. "Now that you've had the chance to review the deck, let's discuss the steps you'll be taking to implement the recommended adjustments." Eva hummed her approval, and the vibration reverberated through me. I was hard enough to drive nails, and her slender fingers were teasing me, stroking with just enough pressure to make me want more. Tim Henderson, the project manager and team leader, spoke first. I could barely focus, seeing him more from memory than the monitor in front of me. A tall, painfully thin man with pale skin and a wild mane of dark curls, he liked to talk, which was a blessing considering how dry my mouth had become. "I'd like more time to review this," he began. "But off the cuff, I'm thinking this is a seriously accelerated schedule. Some of this is great, and I'm excited about seeing what we can do with it, but phasing into consumer beta testing is at least a year away, not 6 months. "That's what you told me 6 months ago," I reminded him, my fist clenching as Eva took my cock to the back of her throat. Sweat bloomed on the back of my neck when she pulled off, her mouth a hot velvet suction. "We lost our top designer to Landcore, and I offered a replacement, which you declined." Henderson's jaw tightened. He was a coding genius with a brilliant creative mind, but he didn't play well with others and was resistant to outside intervention. That would be his prerogative, if he weren't eating my time and money. "A creative team is a delicate balance," he argued. "You can't just plug a random person into the void. We've got the right man on the job now." "Thank you," Jeff Simmons interjected, his angular face breaking into a grin at the praise. "And we're making progress," Tim went on. "We keep blowing through your self-imposed deadlines." My tone was gruffer than I intended, due to my wife's wickedly agile tongue. Soft, playful licks from root to tip were driving me half out of my mind. My thighs ached with strain, the muscles hardened by the force it took to keep me in my chair. She was following the line of every sensitive vein, stroking over the throbbing ridges with the flat of her tongue. "While creating an exceptional and groundbreaking user experience," he shot back. "We're getting the job done, and we're doing it right." I wanted to bend Eva over my desk and fuck her. Hard. To do that, I needed to get through the damn meeting. "Excellent. Now you just need to do it faster. I'm sending out a team to help you achieve the objectives on time. They'll—" "Now, wait a minute, Cross," Henderson snapped, leaning closer to the webcam. "You send some corporate bean counters over to breathe down our necks, and you're only going to slow us down. You need to leave the development to us. If we need your help, we'll ask for it." "If you thought I'd give you my money and be a silent partner, you didn't do your homework." "Uh-oh," Eva murmured, her eyes bright with laughter beneath the glass. I reached beneath the desk and cupped her nape, squeezing. "The app space is highly competitive. That's why you approached me. You presented me with a unique and intriguing gaming concept, and a 1-year development to rollout timeline, which was judged by my team to be reasonable and achievable." I paused on a breath, tormented by the feel of warm lips gliding up and down my raging dick. Eva was working with purpose now, driving me on with hard pumps of her fist. There was no more build-up, no teasing. She wanted me to come. Now. "You're looking at this from the wrong perspective, Mr. Cross," Ken Harada said, running his hand over a blue goatee. Technical timelines don't make allowances for an organic, creative process. You don't understand how— Don't make me the villain here. The urge to thrust, to fuck, was clawing. Aggression built in me like a tidal wave, forcing me to fight for any semblance of civility. You guaranteed on-time delivery of all elements on a schedule you created, and you're not holding up your end. I'm now forced to help you keep the promises you made. The artist slumped back in his seat, muttering under his breath. Tightening my grip on Eva's neck, I tried to slow her down. Then I gave up and started moving her, urging her roughly to suck faster, harder, to drain me. This is how this is going to play out. You'll work with the team I'm sending. If you miss another deadline, I'm pulling Tim off oversight. Bullshit, he shouted. This is my fucking app. You can't take it from me. I needed finesse, but had none, my brain hazed with the animal need to mate. You should have read the contract more carefully. Do that tonight, and we'll revisit tomorrow after the team arrives. After I come. Tingles raced along my spine. My balls drew up. I was a minute away, and Eva knew it. Her cheeks were hollowing with the force of her suction, her tongue fluttering over the sensitive underside of my cockhead. My heart was pounding, my palms damp with perspiration. Staring into a half-dozen angry faces with a riot of protests exploding from my earpiece, I felt the orgasm hit me like a freight train. I fumbled for the mute button and let the groan tear from my throat as I spurted powerfully into Eva's greedily working mouth. She moaned and milked my dick with both hands, pulling and squeezing as I kept coming in a flood I couldn't stop. I felt the heat race up into my face. Staring stonily into my monitor, I fought the urge to close my eyes and throw my head back, to free myself to absorb the singular pleasure of coming from my wife. Coming because of her. As the pressure eased, I released her hair and touched her cheek with my fingertips. I unmuted my microphone. My admin will call you in a few minutes. I cut in, my voice hoarse, to arrange tomorrow's meeting. I hope we can come to an amicable agreement. Until then. I shut down my browser and yanked off my headset. Come here, Angel. My chair was shoved back, and I'd hauled her out before she had the chance to come out on her own. You're a machine, she gasped, her voice as rough as mine, her lips red and swollen. I can't believe you didn't even twitch. How can you— Oh. The tiny scrap of lace she wore as underwear dropped to the floor in pieces. I liked those panties, she said breathlessly. Lifting her, I set her bare ass on the cool glass, aligning her perfectly to take my cock. You'll like this more. Angel. Like a sleepy kitten, Eva blinked at me as I stepped out of my office washroom. I grinned at finding her still slumped in my desk chair. I assume you're okay. Never better. She reached up and ran a hand over her hair. Missing the brain you just fucked out of me, but otherwise I'm feeling excellent. Thank you very much. You're welcome. I headed toward her with a warm, damp washcloth. Are you trying to set a new record for most orgasms in a single day? An intriguing proposition. I'm willing to give it a shot. She held out her hand as if to ward me off. No more, maniac. You screw me again and I'll be a drooling, babbling idiot. Let me know if you change your mind. I kneeled in front of her and urged her legs open. Waxed smooth and pretty pink, her cunt was lovely. Perfect. She watched me as I cleaned her, her fingers reaching out to comb through my hair. Don't work too hard this weekend, okay? As if there's something else worth doing without you around, I murmured. Sleep in, read a book, plan a party. My mouth quirked. I haven't forgotten. I'm asking the guys tonight. Oh? The laziness left her eyes. I pulled back before her legs closed. What guys? The ones you want to meet. You're calling them? I stood. We're getting together. To do what? Drink? Hang out? Returning to the bathroom, I tossed the washcloth in the hamper and washed my hands. Eva followed me. At a club? Maybe. Probably not. She lounged against the door jamb and crossed her arms. Are any of them married? Yes. I slung the hand towel back on the rack. Me. That's it? Is Arnaldo going to be there? Maybe. Likely. What's up with the short answers? What's up with the interrogation? I asked the question, but I knew. My wife was a jealous, possessive woman. Lucky for both of us, I liked it. A lot. She shrugged, but it was a defensive gesture. I just want to know what you're doing, that's all. I'll stay home if you will. I'm not asking you to do that. There was a smudge of dark makeup beneath her eyes. I loved mussing her up and giving her that just fucked look. No woman wore it better. Get to the point, then. She made a frustrated noise. Why won't you tell me what you guys have planned? I don't know, Eva. Usually we meet at one of our places and drink, play cards. Sometimes we go out. Trolling. A group of hot guys who've got a buzz and want a good time. That's not a crime. And who said they're attractive? She shot me a look. They're trolling with you. That means they're either hot enough not to completely pale in your shadow or too confident to worry about it. I held up my left hand. The blood-red rubies in my wedding band caught the light. I never took the ring off, and never would. Remember this. I'm not worried about you, she muttered, her arms dropping to her sides. If I'm not fucking you enough, you need help, says the wife who couldn't wait 15 minutes. She stuck her tongue out at me. That's what got you fucked right there. Arnaldo doesn't trust me, Gideon. He doesn't really want you with me. It's not his decision to make. And some of your friends aren't going to like me either. I know Carrie's on the fence. What if Arnaldo tells the others how he feels about me? Angel. I went to her and caught her by the hips. Talking about feelings is predominantly female territory. Don't be sexist. You know I'm right. Besides, Arnaldo knows how it is. He's been in love before. She looked up at me with those uniquely beautiful eyes. Are you in love, Mr. Cross? Irrevocably. Manuel Alcoa slapped me on the back as he rounded me. You just cost me $1,000, Cross. I leaned against the kitchen island and shoved my hand into the pocket of my jeans, wrapping it around my smartphone. Eva was mid-flight, and I was alert for any word from her or Raoul. I'd never feared flying, never worried over someone's safety while traveling. Until now. How so? I asked, before taking a swig of my beer. You are the last man I figured would tie the knot, and you turn out to be the first. Manuel shook his head. Kills me. I lowered the bottle. You bet against me? Yeah. Although I suspect someone had the inside scoop. The portfolio manager narrowed his eyes across the island at Arnaldo Ricci, who lifted one shoulder in a shrug. If it's any consolation, I said, I'd have bet against me, too. Manuel grinned. Latinas rule, my friend. Sexy, curvy, more than a handful in bed and out. Hot-tempered, passionate. He hummed. Good choice. Manuel, Arash yelled from the living room. Bring those limes over here. I watched Manuel leave the kitchen with a bowl of lime slices. Arash's condo was modern and spacious, with a panoramic view of the East River. There was a notable lack of walls, except for those hiding the bathrooms. Circling the granite-topped island, I approached Arnaldo. How are you? Good. His gaze dropped to the amber liquid he swirled in a tumbler. I'd ask you the same, but you look well. I'm glad. I didn't waste time with small talk. Eva worries that you've got a problem with her. He glanced at me. I've never been disrespectful to your woman. She never said you were. Arnaldo drank, taking a moment to savor the fine liquor before swallowing it. I understand that you are, what's the word, held captive by this woman. Captivated, I provided, wondering why he didn't just speak in Italian. Ah, yes. He gave me a slight smile. I have been there, my friend, as you know. I don't judge you. I knew Arnaldo understood. I'd found him in Florence, recovering from the loss of a woman by drowning in liquor and cooking like a madman, producing so much five-star cuisine he was giving it away. I had been fascinated by the totality of his despair, and unable to relate. I'd been so certain I would never know anything like it, like the opacity and soundproofing of the glass wall in my office. My view of life had been dulled. I knew I'd never be able to explain to Eva how she appeared to me the first time I saw her, so vibrant and warm, a colorful explosion in a black and white landscape. Voglio che sia felice. It was a simple statement, but the crux of the issue. I want her to be happy. If her happiness depends on what I think, he answered in Italian, you ask too much. I will never say anything against her. I'll always treat her with the respect I feel for you as long as you are together. But what I believe is my choice and my right, Gideon. I looked over at Arash, who was lining up shot glasses on the bar in the living room. As my lead attorney, he knew about both my marriage and Eva's sex tape, and he didn't have a problem with either one. Our relationship is complex, I explained quietly. I've hurt her as much as she's ever hurt me, likely more. I'm not surprised to hear that, but I am sorry. Arnaldo studied me. You couldn't choose one of the other women who've loved you and would give you no trouble? A comfortable ornament who would settle into your life without a ripple? As Eva says, what would be the fun in that? My smile faded. She challenges me, Arnaldo. Makes me see things, think about things, in ways I didn't before. And she loves me, not like the others. I reached for my phone again. You didn't allow the others to love you. I couldn't. I was waiting for her. A thoughtful expression crossed his face, and I said, I can't imagine your Bianca was hassle-free. He laughed. No, but my life is simple. I can use complications. My life was ordered. Now it's an adventure. Arnaldo sobered, his dark eyes growing serious. But that wildness in her that you love is what worries me most. Stop worrying. I will mention this only once, then never again. You may be angry with me for what I say, but understand that my heart is in the right place. My jaw tightened. Get it off your chest. I sat with Eva and Brett Klein at dinner. I observed them together. There is chemistry there, not unlike what I saw between Bianca and the man she left me for. I wish I believed Eva would ignore it, but she's already proven that she can't. I held his gaze. She had her reasons. Reasons I gave her. Arnaldo took another drink. Then I'll pray that you don't give her more reasons. Hey! Arash shouted. Cut it out with the Italian and get your asses in here. Arnaldo touched his glass to my bottle before passing me. I finished my beer alone, taking a moment to consider what Arnaldo had said. Then I joined the party.
4.
What's got you frowning, baby girl?
Carrie asked, his voice low and sleepy from the Dramamine he'd downed at takeoff. Staring at the choices in the drop-down menu my cursor hovered over, I debated which to pick. Engaged or it's complicated. Since married also applied, I thought all of the above should have been an option. Wouldn't that be fun to explain? Glancing across the luxurious cabin of Gideon's private jet, I found my best friend sprawled along the white leather sofa with his hands tucked behind his head. Long and lean, he was a pretty picture with his shirt riding high and his cargo pants riding low, exposing the amazing abs that were helping Grey Isles to sell jeans, underwear, and other men's clothing. Carrie had no problem whatsoever accustoming himself to the luxurious conveniences of Gideon's immense wealth. He'd settled immediately and comfortably into the elegant appointments of the ultra-modern cabin, and somehow, even casually dressed, he looked perfectly at home amid the brushed steel and gray oak. I'm trying to set up some social media accounts, I answered.
Whoa.
He sat up with effortless grace, his posture surprisingly and instantly alert.
Big step.
Yeah. Nathan had kept me hiding, afraid to put myself out there and risk making it easy for him to find me. But it's time. I feel like... Never mind. It's just time.
All right.
He set his elbows on his knees and tapped his fingertips together.
And why is your face all scrunched up like that?
Well, there's a lot to consider. I mean, how much do I share out there? I don't have to worry about Nathan anymore, but Gideon is under constant scrutiny. With my thoughts on Gideon, I ran a search for his profile. It popped up with the little blue checkmark that told me it was verified as belonging to him. The sight of his picture, a shot of him in a black three-piece suit and the blue tie I loved, sent a pang of longing through me. He'd been photographed on a rooftop with the skyline of Manhattan fuzzily out of focus behind him, while he was sharply and vividly captured by the camera's lens. He was even sharper and more vibrant in reality. I stared into Gideon's eyes, getting lost in that impossible blue. His black hair framed that perfect fallen angel face in strands of glossy, inky silk. Poetic? Yes. But then his looks could inspire sonnets, to say nothing of spur-of-the-moment marriage. When had the photo been taken? Before we'd met? He had the implacable, remote look that made him seem like such an impossible dream. "I'm married," I blurted out, tearing my gaze away from the most gorgeous man I'd ever seen. To Gideon, of course. Who else would I be married to? Carrie froze while I rambled.
Come again?
I rubbed my palms on my yoga pants. It was a cop-out telling him the news while motion sickness drugs lulled his brain, but I'd take any advantage I could get. When we went away last weekend, we eloped. He was quiet for a long, waited minute. Then he exploded to his feet.
Are you shitting me?
Raoul's head turned in our direction. The movement was casual and unhurried, but his gaze was vigilant and watchful. He sat in the far corner, being eerily unobtrusive for such a hard-to-miss guy.
"What's the damned rush?"
Carrie snapped. It just happened. I couldn't explain it. I thought it was too soon, still did, but Gideon was the only man I would ever love so completely. When I considered that, I knew Gideon had been right. We'd only be postponing the inevitable. And Gideon needed my promise that I was his forever. My amazing husband who found it so hard to believe he could be loved. I'm not sorry.
"Not yet."
Carrie shoved both hands into his hair.
"Jesus, Ava! You don't up and marry the first guy you have a serious relationship with."
It's not like that, I protested, awkwardly avoiding looking at Raoul. You know how we feel about each other.
"Sure. You two are whack jobs separately. Together, you're a goddamn nut house."
I flipped him the bird. We'll work on it. Wearing a ring doesn't mean we stop figuring things out. He dropped into the chair across from me.
"What incentive has he got to fix anything? He's bagged and tagged the prize. You're stuck with his psychotic dreams and Grand Canyon-sized mood swings."
Wait a minute, I said tightly, feeling the sting of truth in his words. You didn't get upset when I told you we were engaged.
"Because I figured it'd be a year at the very least before Monica got the wedding worked out. Maybe a year and a half. At least some time for you two to try living together."
I let him rant. Better that he did it at 30,000 feet than in some public venue where the whole world could hear. He leaned closer, his green eyes fierce.
"I'm having a baby, and I'm not getting married. You know why? Because I'm too fucked up and I know it. I've got no business hitching a passenger on this wild ride. If he loved you, he'd be thinking about you and what's best for you."
I'm so glad you're happy for me, Carrie. That means a lot. The words dripped with sarcasm, but they were honest in their own way. There were girlfriends I could call who would tell me what an amazingly lucky bitch I was. Carrie was my closest friend because he always gave it to me straight, even when I desperately wanted sugarcoating. But Carrie was thinking only about the darkness. He didn't understand the light Gideon brought into my life, the acceptance and the love, the safety. Gideon had given me my freedom back, a life without terror. Giving him vows in return was too simple a repayment for that. I turned my attention back to Gideon's profile, scrolling down to see that the most recent post was a link to an article about our engagement. I doubted he'd posted it himself. He was too busy to bother with something like that. But I figured he had approved it. If not, he had somehow already made it clear that I was important enough to become the one bit of personal news that was okay to be shared on an otherwise business-focused profile. Gideon was proud of me, proud to be marrying me, a hot mess with a history of bad choices. Whatever anyone else thought, I knew I was the one who'd bagged and tagged the prize.
"Fuck!"
Carrie slouched into the chair.
"Make me feel like an ass."
"If the shoe fits," I muttered, clicking on the link to view other photos of Gideon. It was a mistake. All the pictures posted by his social media admin were business-related, but the unofficial pictures he'd been tagged in weren't. There, in living color, were images of him with beautiful women. And they hit me hard. Jealousy clawed and twisted my stomach. God, he looked amazing in a tuxedo, dark and dangerous. His face savagely beautiful, his cheekbones and mouth chiseled perfection, his posture confident and more than a little arrogant, an alpha male in his prime. I knew the photos weren't recent. I knew the women in them didn't have first-hand knowledge of his insanely mad skills in bed. He had a rule about that, neither of which stopped the images from making me twitchy.
"Am I the last to know?"
Carrie asked. You're the only one. I glanced at Raoul. At least on my side. Gideon wants to tell the world, but we're going to keep it under wraps. He studied me. For how long? Forever. The next wedding we have will be our first as far as anyone else is concerned.
You having second thoughts?
It killed me that Carrie didn't care that we had an audience. I was hyper-aware that every move I made, every word I said, was being witnessed. Not that Raoul's presence had any effect on my answer. No, I'm glad we're married. I love him, Carrie. I was glad Gideon was mine, and I missed him. Worse after seeing those pictures.
I know you do, Carrie said with a sigh.
Unable to help myself, I opened the messaging app on my laptop and sent Gideon a text. I miss you. He texted back almost instantly. Turn the plane around. That made me smile. It was so like him, and so unlike me. Wasting the pilot's time, the fuel. It seemed so frivolous to me. More than that, though, would be the proof of how dependent on Gideon I'd become. That would be the kiss of death in our relationship. He could have anything, any woman at any time. If I ever became too easy for him, we'd both lose respect for me. Losing his love wouldn't be far behind. I returned to my new profile and uploaded a selfie I'd taken with Gideon that I synced from my smartphone. I made it the masthead image. Then I tagged him and gave it a description. The love of my life. After all, if his photos were going to include him with women, I wanted at least one of them to be me. And the one I'd chosen was undeniably intimate. We lay on our backs, our temples touching, my face bare of makeup and his relaxed with a smile in his eyes. I dared anyone to look at it and not see that I had a private bond with him the world would never know. I suddenly wanted to call him, so badly that I could almost hear that amazingly sexy voice, as intoxicating as top-shelf liquor, smooth with just a hint of bite. I wanted to be with him, my hand in his, my lips against his throat where the smell of his skin called to something hungry and primitive inside me. It scared me sometimes, how much I needed him, to the exclusion of everything else. There was no one I wanted to be with more, including my best friend, who was at that moment needing me almost as fiercely. It's all good, Carrie, I assured him. Don't worry.
I'd be more worried if I thought you actually believed that.
He shoved the bangs off his forehead with an impatient hand.
It's too soon, Eva.
I nodded. But it'll work out. It had to. I couldn't imagine my life without Gideon in it. Carrie's head dropped back and his eyes closed. I might have thought he was succumbing to the motion sickness pills, except his knuckles were white from gripping the armrests too tightly. He was taking the news hard. I didn't know what I could say to reassure him.
You're still heading in the wrong direction, Gideon texted.
I almost asked him how he knew that, but caught myself. Are you having a good time with the guys?
I'd have more fun with you.
I grinned. I would hope so. My fingers paused, then. I told Carrie. The answer wasn't instantaneous.
Still friends?
He hasn't disowned me yet. He didn't say anything to that, and I told myself not to read too much into his silence. He was out with his guys. It had been asking a lot to even hear from him at all. Still, I was super happy to get a text from him 10 minutes later.
Don't stop missing me.
I looked over at Carrie and found him watching me. Was Gideon facing similar disapproval from his friends? Don't stop loving me, I texted back. His answer was simple and very much Gideon. Deal.
SoCal, baby.
I missed you. Carrie descended the steps from the plane to the tarmac, tilting his head back to look up at the night sky.
God,
It's good to leave that East Coast humidity behind. I scrambled down after him, eager to get to the tall, dark figure waiting by a shiny black Suburban. Victor Reyes was the kind of male who commanded attention. Part of that was due to his being a cop. The rest was all him. "Dad!" I ran full bore toward him, and he unfolded from where he'd been leaning against the SUV and opened his arms to me. He absorbed the crash of my body into his and lifted me off my feet, squeezing me so tightly I couldn't breathe.
"It's good to see you, baby,"
he said gruffly. Carrie sauntered up to us. My dad put me down.
"Carrie?"
My dad clasped Carrie's hand, then pulled him in for a quick hug and a hearty slap on the back.
"Looking good, kid."
"I try."
"Got everything?"
my dad asked. He eyed Raoul, who'd exited the plane first and now stood silently near a black Benz that had been parked and waiting close by. Gideon had told me to forget that Raoul was there. That wasn't easy for me to do.
"Yep,"
Carrie answered, adjusting the weight of his duffel strap on his shoulder. He carried my bag, which was lighter than his, in his hand. Even with all my makeup and 3 pairs of shoes, Carrie had packed more than me. I loved that about him.
"You too hungry?"
My dad opened the passenger door for me. It was just past 9 in California, but after midnight in New York. Too late for me to eat usually, but we hadn't grabbed dinner. Carrie answered before climbing into the back seat.
"Starved."
I laughed. "You're always hungry."
"So are you, sweet cheeks,"
he shot back, sliding into the center seat so he could lean forward and be in the mix.
"I've just got no guilt about it."
We pulled away from the jet, and I watched it grow smaller as we cruised down the tarmac toward the exit. I glanced at my dad's profile, looking for any hint of his thoughts about the lifestyle I'd be living as Gideon's wife. The private jets, the full-time bodyguards. I knew how he felt about Stanton's wealth, but that was my stepdad. I was hoping a husband would be cut some slack. Still, I knew the change in routine was glaring. Previously, we would have flown into San Diego's harbor. We would have headed to the gas lamp and grabbed a table at Dick's Last Resort, spending an hour or more laughing at the silliness and enjoying a beer with dinner. There was tension now that hadn't been there before. Nathan, Gideon, my mom, they were all hovering between us. It sucked. Massively.
"What about that place in Oceanside with the slushy beer and peanut shells on the floor?"
Carrie suggested. "Yeah." I twisted in my seat to give him a grateful smile. That'd be fun. Laid back and familiar. Perfect. I could tell my dad thought so too when I looked at him and his mouth quirked.
"You got it."
We left the airport behind. I dug out my phone and turned it on, wanting to sync it to the Suburban sound system so we could listen to music that would take us back to less complicated times. Texts popped up so fast, they filled my screen, then scrolled off. The most recent one was from Brett. "Call me when you get into town." And right on cue, Golden started playing on the radio. I was climbing the steps of my dad's tiny porch the next day when my phone started vibrating. I pulled it out of my shorts pocket and felt a tingle of happiness at the sight of Gideon's picture on the screen. "Good morning," I answered, settling into one of the 2 cushioned wrought iron chairs near the front door. "Did he sleep well?"
"Well enough."
The beloved, soft rasp of his voice slid sweetly through me.
"Raoul says Victor's coffee could wake a hibernating bear."
I glanced at the Benz parked across the narrow street. The tinted windows were so dark I couldn't see the man inside. It was a bit freaky that Raoul had somehow managed to talk to Gideon about the coffee I'd just barely taken over to him before I even made it back to the house. "Are you trying to intimidate me with how closely you're watching me?"
"If intimidation were my goal, I wouldn't be subtle about it."
I picked up the mug I dropped off on the small patio table prior to making my Java delivery to Raoul. You do know that tone of voice makes me want to irritate you back, don't you?
Because you like the way I rise to the challenge,
he purred, sending little goosebumps across my skin despite the warmth of the summer day. My mouth curved. So, what exactly did you guys end up doing last night?
The usual. Drink. Give each other a hard time.
Did you go out?
For a couple of hours.
My grip tightened on the phone as I pictured a pack of hot guys out on the prowl. I hope you had fun.
It wasn't bad. Tell me your plans for the day.
I picked up the same note of tightness in his words that I'd just had. Unfortunately, marriage wasn't a cure for jealousy. When Carrie wakes up and rolls his ass off the couch, we'll grab a quick lunch with my dad. Then we're going down to San Diego to see Dr. Travis.
And tonight?
I took a sip of my coffee, steeling myself for an argument. I knew he was thinking about Brett. The band's manager sent me an email about where to claim VIP tickets. But I've decided not to see the show. I figure Carrie can take a friend if he wants. What I have to say won't take very long, so either I'll see Brett tomorrow before I leave, or we can chat on the phone. He exhaled softly.
I expect you have an idea of what you're going to tell him.
I'm gonna keep it simple. With Golden and my engagement, I don't think it's appropriate for us to see each other socially. I hope we'll be friends and keep in touch, but email and texts are better, unless you're with me. He was silent long enough that I thought maybe the call had dropped. Gideon?
I need to know if you're afraid to see him.
Uneasy, I took another drink. The coffee had cooled, but I barely tasted it anyway. I don't want to fight about Brett.
So your solution is to avoid him?
You and I have enough shit to fight about without throwing him into the mix. He's not worth it. Gideon was quiet again. This time, I waited him out. When his voice came again, it was confident and decisive.
I can live with that, Eva.
My shoulders relaxed, and something inside me eased. And then, paradoxically, my chest tightened. I remembered what he'd said to me once, that he'd live with me loving another man just so long as he had me. He loved me so much more than he loved himself. It broke my heart that he'd sell himself short like that. It made it impossible to hold myself back. You're everything to me, I breathed. I think about you all the time.
It's no different for me.
Really? I lowered my voice further, trying to keep it down. Because I have it so bad for you. I get, well, hot. Like I'm overcome with this desperate need to be touching you. My brain scatters, and I have to take a minute to write it out. But it's so hard to deal. So many times I've almost dropped whatever I'm doing to get to you.
Eva.
I have fantasies about barging into one of your meetings and just running right into you. Have I told you that? When the craving is really bad, I can almost feel you pulling at me. I rushed on when I heard him growl softly. I lose my breath every time I see you. If I close my eyes, I can hear your voice. I woke up this morning and I panicked a little because you're so far away. I would have given anything to be able to get to you. I wanted to cry because I couldn't.
Christ. Eva, please.
If you're going to worry about anything, Gideon, it should be me. Because I can't be rational when it comes to you. I'm crazy about you. Literally. I can't think about a future without you. It freaks me out.
God damn it. You'll never be without me. We're going to grow old together, die together. I'm not going to live a single day without you.
A tear slid from the corner of my eye. I scrubbed it away. I need you to understand that you'll never have to settle for pieces of me. You shouldn't be settling at all. You deserve so much better. You could have anyone.
That's enough.
I jumped at the lash of his voice.
You will not ever say anything like that to me again, he snapped. Or I swear to God, Angel, I will punish you.
Shocked silence filled the space between us. The words I'd spoken circled restlessly in my mind, taunting me with how pathetic I could be. I never wanted to be dependent on him, but I already was. I have to go, I said hoarsely.
Don't hang up. For God's sake, Eva, we're married. We're in love. There's no shame in that. So what if it's crazy? It's us. It's who we are. You need to come to grips with that.
The screen door squeaked as my dad stepped onto the porch. I looked at him and said, My dad's here, Gideon. I'll have to talk to you later.
You make me happy,
he said, in the deep, firm tone he used when making an unswayable decision.
I'd forgotten what that feels like. Don't devalue what you mean to me.
God. I love you too. I ended the call and set the phone down on the table with a shaky hand. My dad settled into the other chair with his coffee. He wore long shorts and a dark olive t-shirt, but his feet were bare. He'd shaved and his hair was still damp, the ends curling slightly as they dried. He was my father, but that didn't stop me from appreciating the fact that he was ridiculously attractive. He kept himself in great shape and had a naturally confident bearing. I could see why my mother hadn't been able to resist him when they'd met. And apparently still couldn't.
I heard you talking, he said without looking at me.
Oh. My stomach dropped. It was bad enough spilling my guts to Gideon. Knowing that my dad had heard me do it only made it worse.
I was going to talk to you about whether you knew what you were doing, getting engaged so soon and so young.
I pulled my legs up and crossed them under me. I figured you would.
But now I think I understand what you're feeling.
He looked at me, his gray eyes soft and searching.
You expressed it far better than I ever could back in the day. The most I could ever get out was, I love you. And it's just not enough.
I could see he was thinking about my mom. I knew it must be hard not to when I looked so much like her. Gideon doesn't think those words are enough either. I looked down at my rings, the one Gideon had given me to express his need to hold on to me, and the other both a symbol of his commitment and a tribute to a time in his past when he'd last felt loved. He shows me, though, all the time.
I've talked to him a few times now.
My dad paused.
I have to remind myself that he's in his 20s.
That made me smile. He's very self-possessed.
He's also very hard to read.
My smile widened. He's a poker player, but he means what he says. I believed Gideon implicitly. He always told me the truth. The problem was, there was a lot he didn't tell me.
And he wants to marry my daughter.
I shot him a look. You gave him your blessing.
He said he would always take care of you. He promised to keep you safe and make you happy.
He stared across the street at the Bens.
I still don't know why I believe him, even with him staking out my place for you. Doesn't help that he lied about waiting to ask you.
He couldn't wait, Dad. Don't hold it against him. He loves me too much. He looked at me again.
You didn't sound happy when you were just talking to him.
No. I sounded desperate and insecure. I sighed. I love him like mad, but I hate when I get needy with it. We should be balanced in our relationship. Equals.
Good goal. Don't lose sight of it. Does he want that too?
He wants us to be together, in everything. But he's built a reputation and an empire, and I want to build my own. Not necessarily the empire, but the reputation for sure.
Have you talked to him about this?
Oh, yeah. My mouth quirked. But he believes Mrs. Cross should naturally play on Team Cross, and I can see his point. It's good to hear that you've been thinking this through. I heard the pause. But that could be a serious issue, couldn't it? I loved the way my dad urged me to explore without trying to sway me or judge. He'd always been that way. Yes, I don't think it would become a deal breaker for us, but it could cause problems. He isn't used to not getting what he wants. Then you're good for him. He thinks so. I shrugged. Gideon isn't the problem. It's me. He's been through a lot in his life, and he's had to deal with it on his own. I don't want him to feel like he's got to handle everything himself anymore. I want him to feel like we're a unit and that I'm here to support him. That's a hard message to send when I want my own independence, too. You're a lot like me, he said with a soft smile, looking so handsome that my heart swelled with pride. I know you'll get along with him. He's a good man, with a beautiful heart. He'd do anything for me, Dad. Even kill for me. The thought made me queasy. The possibility that Gideon would have to answer for Nathan's death in some way was all too real. I couldn't let anything happen to him. Would he let me pay for the wedding? My dad snorted out a laugh. I guess I should ask how much of a fight you think your mother would give me. Dad. My chest tightened again. After the discussions we'd had about paying for my college tuition, I knew better than to say he didn't have to stretch his finances to the breaking point for me. It was a point of pride, and my father was a very proud man. I don't know what to say except thank you. He gave me a relieved smile, and I realized that he'd been expecting me to be resistant, too. I've got about 50 large. I know it's not much. I reached for his hand. It's perfect. I could already hear my mom's freak out in my head. I'd cope with that when the time came. It would be worth it for the look on my father's face at that moment. It hasn't changed. Carrie paused on the sidewalk outside the former recreation center and pulled the sunglasses off his face. His gaze slid over the gym's entrance. I've missed this place. I reached for his hand and linked our fingers. Me too. We headed up the walk and nodded at the couple standing by the door smoking. Then we went inside and were greeted by the sights and sounds of a hoops match in progress. 2 teams of 3 played a half-court game, taunting each other and laughing. I knew from experience that sometimes Dr. Travis's unusual offices were the only place one felt free and safe enough to laugh. We waved at the players, who paused just long enough to register us. And then we made a beeline for the door that still had Coach emblazoned on the glass inset. It was ajar, and a beloved figure lounged in a worn desk chair with his feet propped on the desk. He tossed a tennis ball against the wall and caught it deftly, over and over, while a fellow patient I knew from before vaped on an electronic cigarette and talked. Oh, my God! Kyle stood in a rush, her pretty red mouth falling open and a cloud of vapor billowing out. I didn't know you 2 were back! She launched herself at Carrie, barely giving me time to let his hand go. Dr. Travis folded his legs and then stood, his kind face splitting with a welcoming grin. He was dressed in his usual khakis and dress shirt, with the leather sandals on his feet and the earrings in his ears giving him away as a tad unconventional. His sandy brown hair was shaggy and messy, and his wire-rimmed glasses were slightly skewed on the bridge of his nose. I wasn't expecting you to until sometime after 3, he said. It's after 3 in New York, Carrie rejoined, disentangling himself from Kyle. I had my suspicions that Carrie had slept with the pretty blonde at some point, and that she hadn't brushed it off as easily as he had. Dr. Travis caught me up in a quick hug, then did the same to Carrie. I watched my best friend's eyes close, and his cheek rest for a moment on Dr. Travis's shoulder. My eyes stung as they always did whenever I saw Carrie happy. Dr. Travis was the closest thing to a father that he had, and I knew how much Carrie loved him.
You two still watching each other's backs in the Big Apple?
Of course, I replied.
Carrie jerked his thumb at me. She's getting married. I'm having a baby.
Kyle gasped. I elbowed Carrie in the ribs.
Ow!
He complained, rubbing his side. Dr. Travis blinked.
Congratulations. Quick work, both of you.
I'll say, Kyle muttered. What's it been? A month?
Kyle.
Dr. Travis tucked his chair into his desk.
Would you give us a minute?
She snorted and sauntered toward the door. You're good, Doc, but I think you're going to need more time than that. Engaged, huh? Kyle took another drag off her e-cigarette. Her eyes on Carrie as he leaped above Dr. Travis's head and made a slam dunk. We sat on the worn bleachers about 3 rows from the top, enough distance away that we couldn't overhear the therapy session taking place on the court. Carrie got restless when he opened up. Dr. Travis had quickly learned to keep Carrie physically active if he wanted to keep him talking. Kyle looked at me. I always kind of figured you and Carrie would end up together. I laughed and shook my head. It's not like that with us. Never has been. She shrugged. Her eyes were the color of the San Diego sky and heavily rimmed with electric blue liner. You known this guy you're marrying long? Long enough. Dr. Travis nailed a bank shot and then ruffled Carrie's hair affectionately. I saw him glance at me and knew it was my turn. I stood and stretched. Catch you later, I said to Kyle. Good luck. My mouth twisted wryly, and I made my way down the stairs until I reached Dr. Travis. He was about Gideon's height, so I stopped before I hit the bottom stair so that we were briefly at eye level. You ever consider moving to New York, Doc? He smiled his crooked smile.
As if California taxes aren't bad enough.
I sighed dramatically. I had to try. His arm slung around my shoulders when I joined him courtside.
So did Carrie. I'm flattered.
We went to his office. I shut the door while he nabbed a dinged metal chair and spun it around to sit facing backward, with his arms draped along the backrest. It was one of his quirks. He sat in the desk chair when he was just hanging out. He straddled the relic when he got down to business.
Tell me about your fiancé,
he said, when I took my usual spot on the green vinyl sofa that was held together with duct tape and decorated with signatures of former and existing patients. Come on, I chided. We both know Carrie filled you in. Carrie always started his sessions with talk about my life and me. That eventually dovetailed into talk about him.
And I know who Gideon Cross is.
Dr. Travis tapped his feet in that way he had that somehow never seemed restless or impatient.
But I want to hear about the man you're going to marry.
I thought for a minute, and he sat quietly while I did, not waiting, just observing. Gideon is... God, he's so many things. He's complicated. We have some issues to work out, but we'll get there. My more immediate problem is the feelings I'm having for this singer I used to... see.
Brett Klein?
You remember his name?
Carrie reminded me, but I remember our discussions about him.
Yeah, well... I looked at my stunning wedding ring, twisting it around my finger. I'm so in love with Gideon. He's changed my life in so many ways. He makes me feel beautiful and precious. I know it seems too fast, but he's the one for me. Dr. Travis smiled.
It was love at first sight for me and my wife. We were in high school when we met, but I knew she was the girl I was going to marry.
My gaze drifted to the pictures of his wife on his desk. There was one when she was younger and another more recent. The office itself was a mess of papers, sports equipment, books, and ancient posters of bygone sports personalities. but the frames and glass protecting the photos were spotless. I don't understand why Brett has any effect on me at all. It's not that I want him. I can't imagine being with anyone else but Gideon, sexually or otherwise. But I'm not indifferent to Brett.
Why should you be?
He asked simply.
He was a part of your life at a pivotal time, and the end of your relationship caused a bit of an epiphany for you.
My interest. That's not the right word. Doesn't feel like nostalgia.
No, I'm sure it doesn't. I would guess you're feeling some regret, thinking about what ifs. It was a highly sexual relationship for you, so there may be some lingering attraction, even if you know you'd never go there again.
I was almost sure he was right about that. His fingertips drummed on the back of the chair.
You said your fiancé is a complicated man, and you're working on some issues. Brett was very simple. You knew what you were getting with him. In the last few months, you've had a big move. You're closer to your mother, and you're engaged. You may occasionally wish things were simpler.
I stared at him as that sank in. How do you make sense like that?
Practice.
Fear made me say, I don't want to screw things up with Gideon.
Do you have someone you're talking with in New York?
We're in couples therapy. He nodded.
Practical. That's good. He wants it to work too. Does he know?
About Nathan? Yes.
I'm proud of you, kiddo.
I'm going to avoid Brett, but I wonder if that means I'm not dealing with the root of the problem. Like an alcoholic who doesn't drink is still an alcoholic. The problem is still there. They're just staying away from it.
Not quite true, but interesting that you'd use an addiction analogy. You're prone to self-destructive behavior with men. A lot of individuals with your history are, so it's not unexpected, and we've addressed that before.
I know. That was why I was so afraid of getting lost in Gideon.
There are a few things you have to consider, he continued. You're engaged to a man who, on the surface, is very much the sort of man your mother would want for you. Considering how you feel about your mother's dependence on men, there might be some resistance you're feeling.
My nose wrinkled. He wagged his finger at me.
Ah, a possibility? The other is that you might not feel you deserve what you've found with him.
A rock settled in my gut. And I deserve Brett?
Eva.
He gave me a kind smile.
The fact you're even asking that question, that's your problem right there.
5. I didn't even recognize you without the suit and tie, Sam Yamara said, as I settled into the seat across from him. He was a compact man, well shy of 6 feet in height, but muscled. His head was shaved and tattooed, his earlobes pierced, so that I could see right through them. Pete's 69th Street bar wasn't located on 69th Street, so I had no idea where the name originated. I did understand that 6/9 had derived their name from it after playing on its stage for a number of years. I also understood that the restrooms in the back had provided a place for Brett Klein to screw my wife. I wanted to lay my fists into him for that. She deserved palaces and private islands, not seedy bar bathroom stalls. Pete's wasn't quite a dive, but it was classless. A beach bar that looked best under cover of darkness, and known mostly as a place for SDSU students to hook up and drink till they couldn't remember what they did or whom they fucked. After I tore the place to the ground, they wouldn't remember the bar either. The choice in venue was deliberate and quite brilliant on Yamara's part. It put me on edge and drove home what was at stake. If my decision to show up alone and dressed in jeans and t-shirt threw him off in return, I'd consider the challenge well met. I leaned back in my seat, watching him carefully. The bar had a few patrons, most of whom were seated on the patio. Only a handful of us occupied the beach-themed interior. Have you decided to accept my offer? I've considered it. He crossed his legs and angled so that he could lay his arm along his seat back. Overconfident and not smart enough to exercise caution. But hey, considering what you're valued at, I'm surprised Eva's privacy isn't worth more than $1 million to you. I smiled inwardly. Eva's peace of mind is priceless to me. But if you think I'll up my offer, you aren't thinking clearly. The injunction against you will go through. And then there's the pesky little detail regarding the legality of filming Eva without her consent, a very different scenario from a mutually agreed-upon private sex tape gone public. His jaw tightened. I thought you wanted to keep this quiet, not make it part of public record. Eva would be on her own with any lawsuit, you know. I've already talked to Brett, and we've worked things out. Tension tightened my shoulders. He's seen the footage? He has it. Sam reached into his pocket and pulled out a flash drive. Here's a copy for Eva. I figured you should see what you're paying for. The thought of Klein viewing sexual images of Eva sent rage surging through me. His memories were bad enough. A recording was unacceptable. My hand fisted around the flash drive. It's going to come out that the footage exists. I can't stop it. You contacted too many reporters with your offer to sell it. What I can do is destroy you. Personally, that would be my preference. I want to watch you burn, you piece of shit. Sam shifted in his seat. I leaned forward. You got more than Eva and Klein with your cameras. There are dozens of other victims who didn't sign releases. I own this bar. Hell, I owned the band. It didn't take much effort to find the regulars and 6/9 followers who were here when you were illegally filming in the bathrooms. The last bit of avarice in his gaze dimmed, then blinked out completely. If you were smarter, I went on, you would have leveraged for long-term gain instead of an immediate payout. Instead, you're going to sign the contract I'm about to put in front of you and walk away with a check for $250,000. He straightened. Fuck that! You said $1 million. That was the deal. Which you didn't accept. I stood. It's no longer on the table. And if you take any longer to decide, the new offer won't be either. I'll just run you into the ground and straight into a jail cell. It's enough that I can tell Eva I tried. As I walked away, I shoved the flash drive into my pocket, where it promptly burned a hole I couldn't ignore. My gaze met Arash's as I passed where he sat at the bar, waiting for his cue to step in. He hopped off his bar stool. Always a pleasure watching you scare the hell out of someone, he said, before heading toward the seat I'd just vacated, the necessary contract and check in hand. I stepped outside the dim bar into the bright San Diego sunshine. Eva didn't want me to view the footage. She'd made me promise I wouldn't. But she was feeling something for Klein. He remained a very real threat. Seeing them together, intimately, might give me the information I needed to fight him off. Had she been as sexually raw with him as she was with me? Had she been as desperate and greedy for him? Could he make her come like I could? I squeezed my eyes shut against the images in my head, but they wouldn't go away. Remembering my promise, I crossed the parking lot to my rental car. Is it silly that I'm nearly as excited to be your friend as I am to be your wife? I laughed inwardly as I read Eva's text and replied, I'm as excited to be your lover as I am to be your husband. OMG, fiend. That had me laughing aloud. What was that sound? Arash looked at me over the edge of his tablet, having made himself at home on the couch in my hotel suite. Was that a laugh, Cross? Were you seriously just laughing? Or were you having a stroke? I flipped him off. Seriously? He shot back. The finger? Eva says it's a classic. Eva's hot enough to get away with it. You're not. I opened a new window on my laptop and logged into my social media profile, linking it to Eva's with the engaged to designation now that we were friends. As I waited for her to accept the relationship link, I clicked on her profile and smiled again at the cover image she'd selected. She was exposing herself to the world for the first time, and she was doing so as the woman who was mine. I texted her back when she approved our joined status. Now you're both. Smiley face. I'm keeping my half of our deal. My gaze moved from the message window to the photo of us on her profile. I brushed over her face with my fingertips, resisting the urge to go to her. It was too soon. She needed what space I could bear to give her. So am I, angel mine. The theater in the casino wasn't a huge venue, but it wasn't small either, and it was easier to fill. It was better for 6/9 to boast sold-out concerts than to risk embarrassingly empty seats, even in their hometown. Christopher would have thought of that. My brother was good at what he did. I'd learned not to tell him so, though. It only made him more of an asshole. As the rows of seats slowly emptied, I made my way toward backstage. Not my turf, despite the all-access pass I carried as primary shareholder of Vidal Records. Klein definitely had the advantage. But I hadn't been able to stay away until morning, even though I knew it was the wiser move. Then he'd be exhausted, possibly hungover. I would have the upper hand then. I couldn't wait that long. He had the footage. He would have watched it at least once. Maybe more than that. I couldn't stomach the thought of him watching it again. Getting it away from him was the most important thing on my agenda. And I wanted him to know I was close by before he met with Eva. I was marking my territory, so to speak, and I chose to do so in the jeans and t-shirt I'd worn when I met Yamara. Anything to do with Eva was a personal matter, not business, and I wanted that to be clear the moment Klein saw me. I entered stage left and walked straight into chaos. Scantily clad women fucked up on their drug or booze of choice lined the scuffed, narrow corridor. Dozens of tattooed and pierced men broke down and packed up equipment with efficient, practiced skill and speed. Hard grinding music piped out of hidden speakers, clashing with the tunes spilling out of individual rooms. I weaved through the pandemonium, searching for a distinctive head of frosted spikes. An achingly familiar blonde stumbled out of an open doorway several feet away, her hair falling around her shoulders and drawing attention to the lush curves of a great ass. My footsteps slowed. My heartbeat quickened. Klein followed her out, a beer in one hand and the other reaching for her. She caught it and pulled him out into the wing. I knew how that delicate hand felt, how smooth the skin was, how firm the grip. I knew how those nails felt digging into my back, how those fingers tugged at my hair as she came against my mouth. The electric sizzle of her touch, the primal awareness. I stood frozen, my gut knotting. She stood close, too close to Klein. Her shoulder leaned against the wall. Her hip was cocked provocatively, her fingertips brushing suggestively over Klein's stomach. He gave her a cocky, flirtatious smile, his hand rubbing her upper arm in a far too intimate way. No one who saw them together could mistake that they were lovers. Rage fired my blood. A sick darkness radiated through me. Pain, searing and soul-deep. It took my breath and every ounce of control. A woman's arm draped over my shoulder. Her hand slid beneath the neck of my t-shirt to touch my chest, while her other wrapped around my hip to stroke my dick. Cloying perfume assaulted my nose, spurring me to shrug her off violently, even as a model-thin brunette with heavily made-up blue eyes tried to sandwich me from the front. "Back off," I growled, glaring at both in a way that had them stumbling back and calling me an asshole. In another time, I would have fucked them both, turning the feel of being hunted into one of complete control. I'd learned how to handle sexual predators after Hugh, how to put them in their place. I surged forward, pushing through the crowd, remembering the feel of Klein's jaw against my fist, the unforgiving hardness of his torso, the grunt of air leaving his body when I hit him with everything I had. I wanted him laid out and battered, bloody, broken. Klein bent over her, speaking close to her ear. My hands clenched. She threw her head back and laughed, and I stumbled to a halt, startled and confused. Despite the volume of noise, the sound struck me as wrong. It wasn't Eva's laugh. It was too high. My wife's laugh was low and throaty, sexy, as unique as the woman it belonged to. The blonde turned her head, and I saw her in profile. She wasn't Eva. The body and hair were similar, not the face. What the fuck? My mind caught up with reality. The girl was the one from the Golden music video, the Eva stand-in. Roadies and groupies filtered around me, but I remained fixed in place as Klein caressed and seduced a pale imitation of my incomparable wife. My phone vibrated in my pocket, startling me. I cursed and pulled it out, reading the text from Raoul. She just arrived at the casino. So, she'd changed her mind about seeing Klein. Working the situation to my benefit, I typed back, "Get her to the left wing now." Got it. I backed up against the wall, sidestepping into an alcove half hidden by steel equipment cases stacked on hand trucks. The minutes ticked by slowly. I sensed her before I saw her, felt the frisson of recognition. Turning my head, I found her easily. Unlike her imitator, who wore a small, tight dress, Eva was dressed in jeans that hugged every curve and a simple gray tank top. She wore heeled sandals and hoop earrings, casual and relaxed. Hunger hit me with brutal force. She was the most beautiful woman I'd ever seen, and easily the sexiest woman alive. Other women turned their heads to follow her when she walked by, envying her effortless beauty and sexuality. Men eyed her with heated interest, but she didn't seem to notice, her attention on Klein. Her gaze narrowed as she took in the same scene I had moments earlier. I watched her assess the situation and knew when she reached the same conclusion I had. A myriad of emotions crossed her face. It had to be odd for her, seeing a former lover so desperate to recapture what he'd once had with her. It was inconceivable to me. If I couldn't have Eva, I would have no one. Her shoulders went back, her chin lifted. Then a smile curved her mouth. I could see the acceptance settle over her, a new kind of peace. Whatever she'd needed, she had found it. Eva passed by without spotting me, but Raoul joined me. "Awkward," he said, his attention on Klein as the singer looked up and spotted my wife, his body visibly stiffening. "Perfect," I replied, as my wife greeted Klein by extending her left hand to him. My ring on her finger sparkled brilliantly, impossible to miss. Keep me posted. I left. As my muscles burned through my 80th push-up, my gaze was on the flash drive lying on the carpet in front of me. The way I'd dealt with Yamara and Klein had been effective, but unsatisfying. I was still tense and aggravated, spoiling for a fight. My eyes stung as rivulets of sweat ran down my forehead. My chest heaved with exertion. Knowing Eva was out clubbing with Carrie and some of their SoCal friends only sharpened the edge I hovered on. I knew how primed she got when out drinking and dancing. I loved nailing her when her body was damp and steamy with perspiration, her cunt slick and greedy. Jesus. My dick throbbed and hardened further. My arms trembled as I neared the point of muscle fatigue. Veins stood out in harsh relief along my forearms and hands. I needed a cold shower, but I wouldn't get myself off. I always saved it for Eva. Every thick, creamy drop. The message app on my laptop pinged, and I slowed the vicious pace, hitting 100 before I pushed to my feet. I grabbed the flash drive and dropped it on the desk, then retrieved the towel I'd hung over the back of the chair. Wiping my face before opening the window on my laptop, I expected to read the latest update on Eva's evening. What I saw was a text from her. "What room are you in?" I stared at the screen for a moment, processing the question. Another ping announced a text from Raoul. "She's heading toward your hotel." Anticipation shifted my focus from working out to my delectable, clever wife. I typed a reply to her. 4269. I reached for the phone on the desk and called room service. "A bottle of Cristal," I ordered. 2 flutes, strawberries, and whipped cream. Have it here in 10. Thanks. Returning the receiver to its base, I slung the towel around the back of my neck. A quick glance at the clock told me it was 2:30 in the morning. By the time the doorbell chimed, I'd turned on all the lights in both the living room and bedroom and opened the curtains that had been blocking the view of the moonlit ocean. I went to the door and opened it, finding both Eva and room service waiting. Dressed as I'd seen her earlier, Eva looked like a bad girl, renewing my hard-on in an instant. Her hair was limp and her face shiny, her mascara running slightly. She smelled like clean sweat and alcohol. If the server hadn't been standing behind her, I would have had her on her back on the foyer tile before she knew what hit her. "Holy fuck," she breathed, eyeing me from head to toe. I glanced down. I was still overheated, my skin shiny with sweat. The waistband of my sweats was wet with it, drawing attention to the erection I didn't even try to will away. "Sorry, you caught me mid-workout." "What are you doing in San Diego?" she demanded from the hallway. Stepping back, I gestured for her to come in. She didn't move. "I'm not getting sucked into your sex god vortex until you answer me." "I'm here on business." "Bullshit." Her arms crossed. Reaching out, I caught her by the elbow and tugged her in. "I can prove it." Room service rolled the card in after her. "You're way too optimistic," she muttered, looking at the order as I signed the receipt. I handed the bill and stylus back, waited for the server to leave, then walked over to the phone by the sofa. I dialed Arash's room. "Are you serious?" he answered, sounding groggy. "Some of us sleep, Cross." "My wife wants to talk to you." "What?" Sheets rustled. "Where are you?" "In my room." I held the receiver out to Eva. "My attorney." "Are you nuts?" she asked. "It's 5 in the morning in New York, on a Sunday." "He's in the room next door. Take it." Ask him if I've been working today." She marched over and snatched the phone out of my hand. "You should get a new job," she told him. "Your boss is insane." He replied, and she sighed. "Before." She glanced at me. "Thank God he's hot. Still, I might have to get my head checked. Sorry he woke you up. Go back to sleep." Eva held the phone out to me. I took it and put it to my ear. As she said, "Go back to sleep." "I like her. She gives you shit." My gaze slid over her. "I like her too. Good night." I hung up and reached for her. She backed up, avoiding my grasp. "Why didn't you tell me you were here?" "Didn't want to cramp your style." "Don't you trust me?" My brows rose. Asks the wife who tracked my phone to my hotel. "I was just curious if you were staying in the penthouse or not." She pouted when I only continued to eye her. "And I missed you." "I'm right here, Angel." I opened my arms to her. "Come and get me." Her nose wrinkled. "I have to shower. I stink." "We're both sweaty." I went to her. This time she didn't pull away. "And I love the way you smell. You know that." I put my hands on her waist, sliding them up until I hugged her delicate rib cage just beneath the full swell of her tits. I cupped them through her top, gently hefting their weight, squeezing softly. I'd never had a fetish for particular parts of the female body, until Eva. I worshipped every inch of her, cherished all of her generous curves. The pads of my thumbs circled her nipples, feeling them harden. "I love the way you feel." Lowering my head, I found the crook of her neck and nuzzled her, rubbing my damp hair against her. She moaned. "No fair. You're all ripped and shiny and mostly naked, and I have no willpower." "You don't need any." I pushed my hands beneath her tank and freed the clasp of her bra. "Let me have you, Eva." I sucked in a slow, deep breath as she reached under the elastic of my waistband and gripped my cock. "Yum," she whispered. "Look what I found." "Angel." I cupped her ass. "Tell me you want it exactly the way I want to give it to you." She looked up at me with heavy-lidded eyes. "And how would that be?" "Here, on the floor, your jeans caught around one ankle, your shirt pushed up, your underwear shoved to the side. I want my cock inside you, my cum filling you." I slid my tongue along the racing pulse in her neck. "I'll take care of you once I get you to bed, but right now, I just want to use you." She trembled. "Gideon." Banding one arm behind her thighs, I pulled her feet out from under her and lowered her carefully to the carpet. My mouth found hers soft and hot and wet, her tongue licking mine, her arms wrapped around my neck, trying to hold me. I let her, my knees straddling her hips, my fingers opening her jeans. Her belly was flat and silky smooth, concaving with a giggle when my knuckles brushed her sides. Her ticklishness made me smile into our kiss, joy filling my chest until it felt too small to contain it. "You'll stay with me," I told her. "Wake up with me." "Yes." Her hips lifted to help me yank her pants down. I freed one leg and left the other trapped, my hands pushing her thighs open so I could see her. Her panties were skewed from pulling off her jeans, giving her just the look I wanted. She was my wife, my most valuable possession. I treasured her. But I loved her slutty and dirty, too, a sexual object for my pleasure, the one woman who could silence the memories in my head and set me free. Angel. I slid down, lying prone, my mouth watering for the taste of her. No, she protested, her hands covering herself. I pinned her wrists at her sides and glared. I want you like this. Gideon. I licked her through the silk, and she arched with a whimper, her heels digging into the carpet and lifting her cunt to my mouth. I pulled her panties aside with my teeth and uncovered the impossibly soft skin. A rough sound left me, my dick hardening to the point of pain. Wrapping my lips around her clit, I sucked her, licked her, felt her tense up. I released her hands, knowing she was mine now, helpless to fight me. "Oh, God," she breathed, writhing. "Your mouth." Spreading her wide with my shoulders, I tongued her, driving her to come. Her fingers pulled at my hair, tugging painfully at the roots, spurring me on until she climaxed with a startled cry. I licked inside her, fucking her, feeling her quiver around my tongue. She grew slicker, hotter. I rubbed against her clit and slid 2 fingers inside her, grinding my hips into the floor at the feel of her tight plushness. My cock ached to sink into that snug heat, knowing how amazing it felt, craving the constriction. "Please," Eva begged, grinding into the thrust of my fingers, needing the slide of my dick to fill her. I wanted to fuck, to come, not because I needed sex, but because I needed her. Her body twisted and tensed with another orgasm, her neck arching as she cried out. Wiping my wet mouth on her inner thigh, I rose to my knees and shoved my sweats down. I placed one hand on the floor and used the other to aim my cock, levering over her and notching the throbbing head against her. I thrust hard, putting the weight of my body behind it, surging through the tight clasp with a groan. "Gideon!" Christ. I rubbed my sweat-slick forehead against her cheek, wanting